weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Allie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
New this morning, Ryan Coogler, director of the Marvel film Black Panther, was handcuffed and detained by police after being mistaken for a bank robber in Atlanta.
Definitely not no bank robbery. He was trying to take money out from his own account.
Well, this happened in January. According to TMZ, Coogler went to a Bank of America with a withdrawal slip for $12,000. Written on the back of the slip, he asked if it be counted somewhere else to be discreet. Well, the teller misinterpreted the situation as an attempted robbery. The amount he requested triggered a banking system alarm, and the teller and her boss called police. In a statement to NBC, Bank of America said it deeply regrets the incident and that it never should have happened. Coogler told Variety that the company addressed the ordeal to his satisfaction and that he has moved on.
Well, there could be some relief for drivers down the road after oil dropped 12% yesterday, but it won't drive down sky-high gas prices anytime soon. Now the White House is blaming Russia amid calls to suspend the gas tax. Here's NBC's Miguel Almaguer.
As Americans feel the squeeze at gas stations across the country, the national average for a gallon of gas has never climbed faster, spiking another 8 cents and surging 13 cents in California.
Usually I don't even look, and now it kind of blows my mind.
To put the new price for a gallon of gas into perspective, the average priced a record $4.25 is approaching $2 more than a year ago. And even as soaring crude prices finally dipped Wednesday, there won't be immediate or perhaps any relief at the pump.
It's really just going to slow the increases as opposed to just looking at, outright cuts.
With President Biden blaming rising costs on Putin's price hike, the White House is trying to remind Americans who they say is responsible, believing most are willing to pay more for gas as war intensifies. It comes as 6 Democratic governors call for a suspension of the gas tax, which is 18 cents a gallon, as inflation, which started before the Ukraine conflict, hits a 40-year high. The pain at the pump will trickle down to sticker shock beyond gas stations.
Beyond filling your tank up, your next visit to the grocery store, the hardware store, your next flight are all going to have significantly impacted fuel prices.
With the writing on the wall, many Americans say they'll drive less and cut back on extra expenses. The reality here, the highest prices are still to come.
Our thanks to Miguel Almaguer for that report.
All right, still to come here in early today, Star Wars fans, this is for you. The first look at the newest Star Wars series coming to Disney+.
Plus, Will and Kate giving a royal dose of support for Ukrainian refugees.
These These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The key to hunting Jedi is patience.
Wow, chills. Disney dropping the first teaser for Obi-Wan Kenobi. Ewan McGregor will return to Star Wars as a young Ben Kenobi, hiding on Tatooine, watching over young Luke Skywalker. The Grand Inquisitor, a villain portrayed in the animated series Star Wars Rebels, will cross into live action for the first time. And while not shown in this teaser trailer, Hayden Christensen will return as young Darth Vader. The Galaxy Far, Far Away will be streaming on Disney Plus starting May 25th.
Yeah, some Jedi mastering could be good for us a little bit. The bill is tracking a late blast of winter. That's next.
And royal relief efforts, how Prince William and Kate Middleton are helping out Ukrainians.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Early Today. A snowy morning in eastern Colorado all the way through Kansas and moving into the Kansas City area. So that's where we're going to have a slick morning commute. And the snowfall totals today into tonight could be enough for some shoveling and plowing around the Kansas City area. About 4 to 5 inches for the kids to play in, guys.
All right, Bill, thank you. Next, Lester Holt talks to photographers capturing the images touching millions around the globe from Ukraine.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The invasion of Ukraine has more and more companies pulling their business out of Russia. In a statement, Unilever says it suspended imports and exports into and out of the country. The company also stopped media and advertising in that country. Yum Brands is suspending operations on some of its most popular chains. The company said it will close 70 KFC restaurants and all 50 Pizza Hut locations in Russia.
Prince William and Kate Middleton visit a Ukrainian donation center in London on Wednesday. The Duke and Duchess of Cambridge said last week that they stand with the people of Ukraine.
Well, for nearly 2 weeks now, we've seen the carnage coming out of Ukraine, and our very own Lester Holt spoke to some of the journalists risking their lives to capture these important and poignant images.
They are the indelible images of a country at war, moments in time seared into our collective memories, captured by veteran war photographers like Marcus Yam, Chris McGrath, and Brendan Hoffman. He calls Kyiv home and has been documenting the tense relationship between Ukraine and Russia since 2014. What has it been like to experience this
and cover this at the same time?
I won't lie, it's been really hard. I've lived in Kiev for 8 years. I left my home on the second day of the war, but I had to take some time off just to sort of process it and deal with my own personal stuff.
Capturing the destruction, the devastation, and the raw human suffering takes a toll.
You can't be a human without doing this job and being affected by it. Like, there's families being torn apart, pointless death. It's just, you know, it just gets you so angry that I stand there sometimes just shaking my head and can't. It's more like just disbelief that this is continuing on.
There is a certain power in a still image, one moment in time that conveys emotion, fear, or the heartbreak to the rest of the world.
The first thing I try to get them to realize is that they are so lucky that they are not in this mess. They are so lucky that their lives are not turned upside down.
And behind every one of those moments we see in a photo is a story photojournalists never forget, a memory that sticks with them.
From the desperation of leaving and fleeing and saving one's families to, you know, the heroism of the men who refuse to leave and want to stay behind.
Like this couple with a border between them.
That last kiss before they were separated. So it was a moving moment, and something that just really sets to me what the situation is about.
Just unforgettable images there. Thanks to Lester Holt for that report and showing us the people on the front lines.
There's so many stories that the lens tells, but so many stories behind the lens from those people who take it too. Wow.
Incredible.
This is Early Today. This morning, new details surrounding the alleged Russian bombing of a children's hospital, plus evacuations of Ukrainians are blocked as force against civilians continues.
Everyday life in Moscow now taking a turn on the fast food front for hungry Russians. This as economic sanctions begin to hit everyone under Putin's regime.
The trial for the men accused of plotting to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer gets underway.
A major update from a Georgia couple who tried everything to get their preemie newborn twins home from war-torn Ukraine. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. Thanks for joining us. I'm Stephen Romo.
Good to be with you. I'm Francis Rivera. The third week of Russia's invasion of Ukraine has begun, and the assault is growing more brutal by the day. Devastating images are emerging from the city of Mariupol. Mothers carried out on stretchers after an airstrike at a children's and maternity hospital. The city council reported that at least 3 people were killed, including 1 child. The mayor says this is the third hospital Russian troops have destroyed.
The Biden administration has ruled out the transfer of fighter jets to Ukraine. Poland had offered to deliver the aircraft to a U.S. airbase in Germany before they'd be taken to Ukraine. But the Pentagon rejected that offer, calling it a high-risk step that would raise serious concerns of pulling the entire NATO alliance into that conflict.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi had a 45-minute call with Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky about U.S. aid to Ukraine. Meanwhile, during an interview with Sky News, Zelensky condemned world leaders for not imposing a no-fly zone.
You have to phone us to our people who lost their children and say, sorry, we didn't do it yesterday, 1 week ago. We didn't push Putin. We didn't speak with him a lot. We didn't find the dialogue with him. We did nothing. And it's true. Yesterday, the world did nothing.
According to Zelensky, tens of thousands of Ukrainians were able to evacuate using humanitarian corridors on Wednesday, and that effort is expected to continue today. NBC's Molly Hunter joins us now live from Lviv, Ukraine. And Molly, the escape routes for these families are far from safe and getting more dangerous.
That's right. So when we're talking about these humanitarian corridors, Francis, it's so important to note that they are temporary ceasefires. These are precarious arrangements that require so many details to be arranged, and they are not totally safe. They are also not leading to totally safe areas. They are just getting people out, hopefully, out of immediate danger. So residents in Mariupol, which we have heard so much about, that southeastern city on the Black Sea, which has been under siege for more than a week, according to the Red Cross, more than 200,000 people there are desperate to get out. They are out of water. They are out of food for the most part. No electricity, no heat. no way to charge their phones and communicate with the outside world. So our understanding is that families there are waking up for the 6th day in a row with the possibility of a humanitarian corridor. Now, the Ukrainian deputy prime minister says there are now 7 evacuation routes on Thursday, including from Mariupol, from Sumy, and from the outskirts of Kyiv, including that suburb of Irpin, which we have talked about. And I just want to add, Francis, we just got information. Mariupol is not the only city that has been under siege for the last week. In Kharkiv, a city that we were talking about a lot 2 weeks ago, according to the Ministry of Interior, 280 houses, 26 schools, and 23 kindergartens have been hit. Francis?
Wow, even with that destruction, Molly, Ukrainian officials are raising alarms about the Chernobyl power plant losing power. What are the safety concerns with that?
That's exactly right. Well, as of right now, the IAEA says there is no cause for panic. They are certainly, of course, monitoring that very, very closely. And we will get more information about that as the day goes on and whether or not there is, of course, any reason for the rest of the country to be put on high alert. Francis?
Thank you.
Civilians in Ukraine are getting caught up in Russia's relentless onslaught. Families desperately trying to escape the war zone as homes and hospitals are now being targeted. NBC's Jay Gray is on the ground with the Poland-Ukrainian border. So, Jay, what's the latest on this crisis?
Yeah, and Stephen, we've been trying to show you the plight of these refugees and their journey. This is the border. This is the border between Poland and Ukraine. You can see it here. And this is what they are walking into. Take a look around. A day ago, all of this wasn't here. You can see the tents that line this area. They're providing food for those that are just crossing into Poland, those that desperately need this type of support.
Bombed and burned out homes. A maternity and children's hospital left in ruins after an airstrike. It's becoming increasingly clear there's no line between soldier and civilian in the Kremlin's war plan. Evidence of brutal attacks on families fills Ukraine hospitals and fuels the resolve of volunteers like this father and son now training to fight.
Every parent must be defend the children, but we are now together because it's our choice, it's our way. It's not possible to have it another way because it's our motherland. We must be defend our motherland first of all.
While mothers struggle with a very different battle, leaving loved ones behind to protect the youngest victims of this war.
I believe that kids shouldn't see the murder. They shouldn't hear the bombs falling on their city. That's why we are here, hoping that something will change, that our army will stand till the end.
And hoping they'll be able to go home again.
Yeah, and again, so this is the path that so many take. And I want to tell you, we continue to see more and more families crossing this line, making this walk, and it's just continuing to build, Stephen.
Just incredible stories you've been bringing us from that border. Jay Gray, thank you.
A $1.5 trillion spending bill is heading to the Senate. The House passed the measure last night. It includes nearly $14 billion in aid to Ukraine. NBC's Bree Jackson is in D.C. with the latest. And Bree, good morning. This passed the House with overwhelming bipartisan support.
Good morning, Francis. That's right. It flew a little bit under the radar, but last night's vote actually helped avert a government shutdown this weekend and gave the Senate some breathing room to get it to the president's desk. This spending bill will keep the lights on through September. And like you mentioned, the legislation includes a cash infusion for Ukraine. $4 billion will go toward helping nations cope with the 2 million refugees who fled the violence. Nearly $7 billion will go toward building up and supporting Ukraine's military, along with our allies in the region. The rest will go toward economic assistance. The House also passed a bill to ban the import of Russian oil and energy products. It also calls on the World Trade Organization to oust Russia. Party leaders would like to go even further.
I hope that we can get to a place where the MiGs, which are the kinds of planes they've been trained on, can go to Ukraine. The F-16s, especially if we have an excess of them, can backfill.
I appreciate the Democratic leader working in good faith to accommodate my request that the funding bill significantly increase the Security Assistance Drawdown Fund available to the President and to backfill our DoD stockpiles that are helping our friends in harm's way.
Meanwhile, Vice President Harris is in Poland this morning to meet with leaders there about the humanitarian crisis. The country has welcomed over 1 million Ukrainian refugees since the start of the war. Francis.
And as we see every day at the border, that number will continue to grow. Thank you, Bree.
Well, now more than 100 American companies across nearly every industry have cut business ties in Russia as a result of its invasion of Ukraine. Most recently, Starbucks, Coca-Cola, and McDonald's joined that list, which experts say is expected to keep growing as the war continues. NBC's Keir Simmons has more on how Russians are reacting to this backlash. And we have to note, Russia's cracking down on the media there, limiting what reporters can say under threat of imprisonment.
Hours after one of America's most iconic brands announced the temporary closure of 850 restaurants, Russians, young and old, packing into McDonald's or grabbing a final takeout.
We will miss it a lot. It was very delicious. My friends and I really like it.
Hard time.
Hard times.
Yes.
Hard times are coming.
Yes.
A growing list of Western companies closing their Russian businesses for now, though the full impact is yet to be felt. In Moscow, we counted 5 Starbucks and 7 McDonald's still open, one with a line for lunch. The Kremlin accusing the West of declaring economic war against Russia.
The grand opening hype was as foreign to Moscow as the hamburger.
30 years ago, as the Iron Curtain fell, the Golden Arches arrived in the heart of the communist Soviet Union. It felt like a new chapter. Now that era may be over. At the same restaurant, it was easy to find supporters of President Putin. Everything is going the way it should be, this woman told us, though this man disagrees. Outside McDonald's, signs of a city on edge, while inside, a simple burger and fries is becoming a Last Supper. McDonald's, like many of these Western companies, says it will keep paying its 62,000 Russian employees, but it's not clear when it will reopen.
And Russians will continue seeing that change there. The invasion of Ukraine has more and more companies pulling out of Russia. In a statement, Unilever says it suspended imports and exports into and out of Russia. The company also stopped media and advertising in the country.
Yum Brands is suspending operations on some of its most popular chains in Russia. The company said it will close 70 KFC restaurants and all 50 Pizza Hut locations in the country. And Sony is pausing sales of its PlayStation consoles and software there as well. The company has also pledged $2 million to help Ukrainian refugees.
General Electric is pulling the plug on its Russian business. GE said on Twitter it would suspend operations with the exception of providing medical equipment and existing power services to the Russian people. Hilton and Hyatt both announced they would halt development on new hotels in Russia. Hilton also said it was closing its corporate office in Moscow.
Prince William and Kate Middleton visited a Ukrainian donation center in London on Wednesday. The Duke and Duchess of Cambridge said last week they stand with the people of Ukraine. And in an email to staff obtained by CNBC, Tesla says any Ukrainian employees called to fight in the war would continue to be paid for 3 months.
Let's turn now to NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns, who's tracking a big storm with significant travel impacts on Friday and Saturday for the eastern U.S. Good morning, Bill. As if yesterday's, storm, whatever that mess was, wasn't enough.
Yeah, I keep waiting for that last winter forecast. Maybe this one will be it. I doubt it, but you never know. So this is the map starting Friday. So tomorrow morning at this time, we'll have snow breaking out from areas of North Texas through Oklahoma, southern Missouri into areas of the Ohio Valley. On Friday, we'll track that winter weather towards Little Rock. Even Memphis could get some snow out of this. Very rare for this time of year to get snow that far in the south. And then the storm really gets a lot stronger on Saturday. So Friday night, we watch that snow from Ohio into Pennsylvania. And then Saturday morning, an all-out snowstorm, northern Virginia, central Pennsylvania, southern and central portions of New York State. Mostly a rain event for the I-95 corridor. And then the cold wind comes in back behind this storm system. So snowfall totals, not a lot of snow in areas from Oklahoma to Arkansas, but the heaviest snow totals, enough to shovel and plow, definitely will be from West Virginia all the way through northern New England. That's a look at your national forecast. Now here's a look at the weather outside your window. Well, that cold air is in place. I mean, it feels like a January day in Colorado, Wyoming, areas of Montana, stuck in the teens and 20s today. Wind chills worse than that. So appreciate the warmth today while you have it in the south. Yeah, we're also watching some snow even this morning that we're having problems with. I'll show you where coming up.
All right, more to come. Bill, thanks. Well, new this morning, the MLB is tagging out even more games as labor talks continue. Commissioner Rob Manfred canceled 93 additional games through April 13th. The league and players union are still apart on issues like minimum player salary and international amateur draft. In a statement, Commissioner Manfred said he's saddened by the situation. The Players Association called the cancellations unnecessary. Should more games be canceled, the league-wide celebration of Jackie Robinson Day could also be in jeopardy. The 75th anniversary of Robinson's MLB debut is April 15th.
Hundreds forced to evacuate as a volcano erupts multiple times overnight.
And the trial for the men accused of plotting to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer gets underway. We're back in 1 minute.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory. Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
Leading the news, the trial begins for the 4 men accused of plotting to kidnap Michigan's governor. Prosecutors say they targeted Governor Gretchen Whitmer because of her COVID restrictions, planning to kidnap her from her summer home and blow up a bridge leading to it to slow the police response. The government says undercover FBI agents monitored that group closely. Defense attorneys say all those agents and informants were egging the men on, pushing them deeper into that plot.
A Dunkin' Donuts employee in Tampa, Florida, who was accused of fatally punching a customer who used a racial slur against him last year, was sentenced to 2 years of house arrest after pleading guilty to felony battery. It happened in May when a 77-year-old customer was asked to leave after using the slur in the drive-thru and then proceeded to go inside and repeat the slur. 27-year-old Corey Pujols was ordered to complete 200 hours of community service and attend an anger management course.
Well, Indonesia's Mount Merapi volcano spewed avalanches of hot clouds and eruptions overnight. This forced more than 250 residents to flee to temporary shelters there. It erupted at least 7 times, unleashing a mixture of rock, lava, and gas that traveled 3.1 miles down to its slopes. Ash also blanketed several nearby villages and towns. No casualties were reported so far. It's the most active of any volcanoes in Indonesia.
Still to come on early today is relief from high gas prices just down the road. The new sign of hope for drivers.
And inside the harrowing rescue to save 2 preemies born in Kyiv right as Russia invaded.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. Admiring you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory. Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Wall Street snapping a 4-day losing streak. The Dow soared about 650 points, while the S&P had its best one-day rally since June of 2020. The Nasdaq climbed 460 points, its best day since November of 2020.
Oil prices helped fuel that market rally, dropping nearly 12% yesterday after OPEC nations voiced support for increasing their output. Gas prices, though, are still sky high during the war in Ukraine, averaging $4.25 a gallon right now. That's up 8 cents from yesterday, 50 cents from a week ago, and about $1.50 from a year ago.
Up next, Bill has your Thursday forecast.
And ahead, a Georgia couple desperately trying to reunite with their newborn twins in Ukraine.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news. Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Early Today. So a snowstorm is on the way into the Kansas City area. I know there's probably a lot of school cancellations, and we're going to see that snow starting shortly if it hasn't already. And then it should be pretty hard right during the day today. We have winter storm warnings that stretch from Goodland, Kansas, all the way through Topeka into Kansas City. And as far as snow totals go, Kansas City is expecting around 4 to 7 inches by the time this is all said and done. But a lot of other areas are getting snow too, from northern New Mexico. Even Amarillo is going to get a little snow, maybe even Oklahoma City and St. Louis. So everyone's getting into the act. Who knew? It's still winter.
Right? Halfway through March. All right. A major update from a Georgia couple who try to get their preemie newborn twins home from Ukraine.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory. Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Fast forwarding into Thursday as inflation hits a 40-year high, the White House is bracing for a new report today. Last month's inflation data revealed the average cost of goods and services went up by 7.5%.
Disgraced Empire star Jussie Smollett will be sentenced in his hate crime hoax case. Smollett was found guilty of staging his own attack back in 2019. He faces jail time or probation.
Michigan men's basketball coach Juwan Howard is back in the game. He returns after a 5-game suspension for hitting a Wisconsin coach in the head. Howard will be on the sidelines leading the Wolverines against the Hoosiers today.
Children of war. The Russian invasion of Ukraine is having a major effect on pregnancies and childbirths there. And one U.S. couple is speaking out this morning after a rescue team evacuated their twin preemies born by a surrogate. The twins were born in Kyiv just after Russia began its attack on Ukraine. NBC's Jesse Kirsch has their story.
For days, one American couple could only see their newborn twins through a camera. With war engulfing Ukraine, Lenny and Moisha Spector were born by surrogacy February 25th in Kyiv. They arrived early at just 32.5 weeks, putting these preemie twins at even greater risk.
You know, if the hospital loses power, they're going to die.
Their American parents, Alex Spector and Irma Nunez, watched in anguish from the U.S., doing what they could by phone. That's when Brian Stern and Project Dynamo stepped in, assembling a team of doctors, neonatologists, and ambulance drivers for what Stern says was nearly a real-life mission impossible.
We've evacuated and rescued literally thousands of people by now between Afghanistan and Ukraine. And this is by far the most complex and sensitive operation that we've ever done.
But Stern's team remarkably found a way. The rescue team documenting its westward escape, passing this massive checkpoint line on the way to Poland, where Lenny and Moisha's dad, Alex, was waiting.
It was dangerous, exciting, scary, hopeful.
And finally relieving Monday as the boys arrived safely at a Polish hospital where they're getting stronger.
You know, I think the most incredible thing about this is seeing them alive and seeing how tiny and precious these little babies are.
Alex Spector finally able to do something so simple, reach out and embrace his baby boys. Soon they'll meet Mom, too.
For us, it's the happiest story in the world.
Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
Wow, such a harrowing situation, just unbelievable.
Yeah, and an ending they had that so many other families will not have. So the hugs will be extra tight for those kids.
Thanks for starting your Thursday with Early Today. I'm Stephen Romo.
And I'm Francis Rivera. Have a good one. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Let's get right to the new developments today in the war in Ukraine. This morning, no signs of progress after a new round of talks to end the violence between the foreign ministers of Ukraine, Russia, and Turkey in the Turkish city of Antalya. This as Russian forces intensify their attacks on key Ukrainian cities. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky claiming proof of genocide by the Russians after a bombing in Mariupol yesterday that leveled a maternity and children's hospital. Mariupol officials say at least 3 people died in the attack, including a child.
We started shouting, "Stop! There are children here, stop!" But they didn't stop and kept shooting. 3 or 4 people were shooting, just as close as you're sitting right now.
Along the Ukrainian border, the humanitarian crisis keeps growing. The United Nations now estimating more than 2.2 million people have fled to neighboring countries. Many of the refugees, women whose husbands stayed to fight, fleeing with their children.
Kids shouldn't see the murder. They shouldn't hear the bombs falling on their city. That's why we are here, hoping that something will change, that our army will stand till the end.
This morning, Ukrainian officials have now announced 7 humanitarian corridors to get citizens out of the hardest hit areas. President Zelensky says yesterday nearly 35,000 people were rescued through evacuation routes. And today, Vice President Kamala Harris is in Poland to meet with Ukrainian refugees and U.S. soldiers. She'll also meet with the Polish president after the U.S. rejected Poland's offer to transfer custody of Soviet-era fighter jets to help Ukraine defend itself against Russia. We have a team of correspondents and analysts monitoring the latest developments, including our Josh Letterman in Warsaw for the vice president's visit there, and NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi in Lviv, Ukraine. Also, national security analyst Clint Watts tracking the movements of Russian forces. Ali, let's start with you. Mariupol had been one of the hardest hit cities in Ukraine even before this maternity hospital was bombed. What's the situation like over there this morning?
Good morning, Joe. That's right. It was very hard hit from the beginning of this war, and it continues to be pounded. Yesterday, Russian forces destroyed a maternity ward and a children's ward at a hospital in Mariupol. As you mentioned earlier, there are 3 confirmed deaths, amongst them a child. 17 other people were also said to be injured in that attack, amongst them doctors, nurses, and tragically women waiting to give birth in that hospital. The World Health Organization says that 2 other hospitals east of Kiev had also been targeted, and they confirmed that 18 medical facilities since the beginning of this war have been targeted, and it's also raised a chorus of condemnation. President Zelensky, speaking yesterday in Russian, called it a war crime. He said in Russian that what kind of a country is Russia, that they're afraid of a hospital and a children's ward. The municipality in Mariupol says that the scene there is apocalyptic. There's no electricity, water, gas, and people are really struggling to survive there. So it's a very, very tragic situation in Mariupol, and most of the 400,000 residents of that city appear to be trapped there right now. There is no way for them to get out. So it's a very, very difficult situation for the people there right now.
Ali, President Zelensky also said yesterday 35,000 people were evacuated via 3 humanitarian corridors. Today, Ukraine says it's opening 7 of these routes. How have these evacuations been going so far? Are officials concerned at all by the slow progress?
That's right. Well, actually, President Zelensky upped that number just a few minutes ago. He said about 60,000 people have now been evacuated from across the country. But as we spoke, around Mariupol, Kharkiv, Rumi, which have been hit very badly. These are the very, very intense war zones. People are trapped there, or they're unable to travel. So a lot of people have traveled from countries, areas closer to the west. And we saw, an exodus of people while we were crossing the Polish border into Ukraine. There was a long line of buses of people that had managed to get out of Ukraine into Poland, mostly women and children, many of them with their pets. And Joe, I have to say, those are the lucky ones. They have some of the means to get out. It's not cheap to evacuate from your home. You have to have some money in your pocket to pay for accommodation, food, look after your children and your pets. So the situation for the rest of the people in the east is very difficult. It's not moving as quickly as everybody has hoped. And the Russians are just not opening these humanitarian corridors. The Ukrainian authorities here are asking them to honor their promise and let civilians out, but it's just not moving quickly enough.
Yeah, that new video from Zelensky you just mentioned, Ali, more than 60,000 people deported from occupied territories yesterday. Zelensky also saying Russia wants to humiliate our people so they kneel and take bread and water from the hands of the occupiers. I want to ask you, Ali, the Russian and Ukrainian foreign ministers met earlier today in Turkey for the first high-level talks since this conflict began. Expectations were low going into the meeting. Anything come out of it?
That's right. The expectations were low, and those expectations were met. The Ukrainian foreign minister said that he didn't think the Russians were in a position to embark on a ceasefire. They're still making demands that the Ukrainians are not going to accept, like jurisdiction over Crimea, a legal document saying that they're not going to join NATO, to recognize separatist states. The Ukrainians saying that this is utter humiliation, so they are not going to accept those proposals as it stands. So the talks really didn't get anywhere today.
All right, Ali Arouzi in Lviv. Ali, thank you so much.
Let's now get to Clint Watts for more on the situation on the ground in Ukraine. He's a distinguished research fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute and an NBC News national security analyst. Clint, good morning. We love having you join us on this. So let's start with these Russian bombings of hospitals around Ukraine. Just these absolutely devastating images. We know how bad the attack in Mariupol was, and Russians actually also shelled several hospitals in a city that's to the west of Kyiv, so really the other side of the country from Mariupol. But walk us through where these attacks are taking place, what this says about a change in strategy, a willingness to go after places like this, places where civilians are, places where pregnant women are, and why Russia has resorted to these types of tactics.
Yes, I think we're at that point where it's siege warfare. You're seeing it here in Mariupol. That city is completely surrounded. You're talking about hundreds of thousands of people that need to flee. Yesterday, what you saw was this hospital here. This is that footage that you're seeing on video. This is that courtyard, essentially, that was hit with that airstrike. Massive devastation to all these buildings around there. This is inciting fear in the population, essentially trying to scare them essentially out of these towns. And I think that speaks to a bigger problem that we're starting to see emerge, which is here in the east. We focused a lot on the military up north and the military down south, but in these eastern cities, they're basically surrounded. There's still resistance fighting going on in some locations, and that's why you're seeing talk of these evacuation corridors. The big problem with these evacuation corridors is it's very difficult to move hundreds of thousands of people internally into Ukraine, and then where are they going to? Ultimately, they're still not far off the front lines, and they could be enveloped by advancing Russian forces over time. So very dire situation in the east, and something we definitely need to keep our eyes on.
Clint, let's talk more about evacuations in general. I think as we hear this number of refugees growing, 2.2 million is the latest from the UN. I think a lot of people might be thinking, it seems like a lot of people got out. They're not there. But that's, in fact, not the case. A lot of people are still in these cities in the east. People who didn't have family in neighboring countries like Poland and didn't automatically think, I should leave my home because they didn't have anywhere to go. Which cities are still unable to get people out due to these continued attacks, due to these intensified attacks? And is there any hope for these evacuation routes that can change soon?
So some of that field reporting you had on right before, some excellent points, which is those that can get out are usually those that have their own transportation first. You remember the first days of the war, those streams of cars going down the highway, moving to the west. Who else can do it? Those with sufficient money that they can move and know that wherever they land, they have something to take care of themselves. Those left behind are those that don't necessarily have the means. Maybe they're older. You see lots of elderly people in some of these hospitals. They obviously can't go or move very far. And then we were talking about that maternity ward. So I think when you look at the current situation, you're seeing here in the east, the Russians are basically advancing in corridors, kind of in this arc. You're seeing them advance from Sumy, trying to take Dnipro, from Dnipro in the south. If they do that, they'll have taken over all of the eastern part of the country. If that is the case, each of these cities will be laid to siege warfare like we're seeing in Mariupol, where essentially they've got to try and escape. So I think that for those that remain there, there's millions of people in these cities and towns. Getting back further to the west is going to be a big challenge in the coming days and weeks.
Clint, we're now 2 weeks into this war. You mentioned this has sort of changed to these siege tactics, siege warfare. Walk us through where you see this strategy going. I hate to have to ask this question, but how much worse we could see things turn in some of these cities in the east, as well as Russia makes advances into the country. And what do you think this means for some of these urban areas with heavy shelling? How long can Ukrainians hold out in some of these urban areas?
That's right. The place we're focused on, again, is Kyiv. And when you look at the Kyiv map kind of on scale, out here to the east, Brovary, we're now starting to see Russian troops make their way there in skirmishes. We were already talking for the last 2 weeks about this convoy out to the northwest. Well, we're starting to see how this unfolds. If you look at the axes of advance here in the north, right now you see almost three prongs starting to come into the city. This is the convoy up here to the northwest. It's been advancing, stalled out, struggling and having trouble. But yesterday, there were reports that they were moving out here to the west, which would mean that they could start to envelop from the west and the northwest. Separately, from Sumy, we had that axis of advance in Brovary here. You're starting to see those skirmishes as they try and move armor forces in on this highway. Separately, Zalicia up here to the north, same thing. You're starting to see this sort of combat. So if they can come in and encircle the city, over time, this will take days and weeks, but over time, they'll be able to do a siege to Kyiv, much like they've done in Mariupol and other locations.
All right, Clint Watts, thank you so much. We appreciate you walking us through this to kick us off every morning. Now, this morning, Vice President Kamala Harris is meeting with leaders in Poland to discuss the crisis in Ukraine. While a major aim of the trip is to present a united front against Russia's invasion, the visit comes one day after the Department of Defense rejected Poland's plan to give Soviet-era fighter jets to the United States to then give to Ukraine. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now from the Polish capital of Warsaw. Josh, good morning. So some viewers may have just heard that and thought, what is that plan? What does that mean? It was this plan to transfer those jets to this U.S. base in Germany so that then essentially it was on the U.S. to pass them over to Ukraine. Is that whole plan officially dead? Is that not going to happen anymore, this transfer of these jets that Ukraine has asked for?
It was dead and it was never alive to begin with, Savannah, according to the Pentagon, which says the idea of putting these planes in U.S. custody is a non-starter, not only because shipping them from a U.S. base in Germany to Ukraine could be seen by the Russians as directly implicating the United States military in a war with Russia, but also because of logistical and, frankly, safety considerations around who would then fly them into Ukraine, given the fact that there are significant Russian anti-aircraft capabilities pretty much across the country of Ukraine right now, meaning if it was U.S. pilots flying those planes, they could potentially be shot down by the Russians. And so Harris, on her trip here to Poland, is going to have to smooth over this diplomatic rift that's opened between the U.S. and Poland. U.S. officials saying this is only a temporary glitch in the relationship, that basically the Poles were trying to help. They got a little ahead on their skis. They put forward a proposal that was not tenable as far as the U.S. is concerned, but that the security relationship and the NATO partnership is still very strong. Harris saying this earlier this morning when she met with Prime Minister Duda. Take a listen.
We will discuss many issues today, and it will include the ongoing commitment that the United States has to support of this region, including the people of Ukraine, that ranges from security assistance to humanitarian assistance.
And as we are speaking, Savannah, Harris is holding a news conference with the Polish leader where just seconds ago, she once again affirmed the U.S. commitment to NATO, to defending, as Harris put it, every inch of NATO territory, saying the U.S. takes its Article 5 commitments extremely seriously. She's also talking about these 2 Patriot missile batteries the U.S. is now putting into Poland, not to be used in Ukraine, to be used here in Poland to help them shoot down missiles if it were to ever come to that. But clearly the U.S. and Poland both hoping it will not come to that Putin's aggression will not extend beyond Ukraine. But Harris trying to send the message both here and in her next stop in Romania that the U.S. is very firmly committed to the defense of the alliance. Savannah?
That Article 5, of course, being that clause that means that NATO countries are committed to defending each other. And that really is the issue here. Ukraine is not a NATO country, and therefore coming to their defense means direct involvement by NATO in terms of President Putin's perspective on this. So let's talk, though, about what can be done, because the Ukrainian President Zelensky has repeatedly asked for those jets, which was the plan that you just talked through and how we really don't have any progress on it, or a no-fly zone, meaning essentially NATO forces close the sky over Ukraine, which has similar concerns to what you just said in terms of involvement as well as the danger it puts NATO troops in. So far, the U.S. has refused to do either in an effort to avoid that direct conflict. But the House passed government funding bill that includes nearly $14 billion in aid for Ukraine. Tell us about that aid and also explain just how blurry this line is. Why can we do that aid, but we can't help in this way? What does that ultimately mean? President Putin thinks about that.
Yeah, that's a great question, Savannah. Well, let's start with that no-fly zone. I think we should explain to viewers, when we talk about imposing a no-fly zone, that means that if the Russians then fly into Ukrainian airspace, U.S. pilots are supposed to shoot those planes down. That would clearly bring the U.S. into direct military confrontation with nuclear-armed Russia, something the Biden administration says is not going to happen. Now, sending them planes, fighter jets, is slightly less significant of a step, but still one that brings the U.S. more into this conflict. But there are real questions about, look, if we're sending them all of these billions of dollars of lethal weaponry, doesn't that bring the U.S. to some degree into this conflict as well? The U.S. trying to walk this fine line, finding ways to help the Ukrainians fight the Russians without bringing the U.S. too far into this. And so you see them trying to strike that balance, Savannah.
Josh Letterman, as always, thank you so much.
The destruction in Ukraine is creating a refugee crisis not seen in Europe since the Second World War. The UN estimates now 2.2 million people have fled Ukraine since the war began. Countries like Slovakia and Hungary are seeing hundreds of thousands of refugees, but no country is seeing more traffic than Poland, where 1.2 million refugees have landed so far, mostly women and children. NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray has been following that story for us. He joins us now from a refugee processing center in Poland. Jay, good to have you with us again. When we saw you yesterday, you mentioned this center didn't even exist before the war. What are you seeing there on the ground today?
Well, Joe, we actually have moved to the border crossing here, Medica. This is the spot where most of those are making the crossing. And you can see the fencing behind me. That's the actual line. That's where Poland starts, and that's where people are making to walk to freedom. I want to show you what they see as they take those first steps into this country after what for many has been a desperate, a very difficult journey. Walking down this footpath, you can see 2 days ago, Joe, these tents weren't here. There were empty fields on either side of this footpath, but volunteers have poured in with food, with clothing, with blankets, with anything they can grab to try and help those who so desperately need this help. And you can see the crowds here. They have been building. We continue to see so many people walking through this area. And at the end of this footpath, there's a bus that comes at random times. Obviously, there's no bus schedule for all of this. The red tents behind me, these are doctors. These are medics who are here to help those who may need some assistance after a long journey. We're talking to these families as they come through. It's bitterly cold. They've been coming through snow. Some of the women carrying their children for 2 and 3 days just to get to this spot. And really, Joe, they get here, and there's such an excitement. We've seen some real emotion from those who cross the border here. But they also understand it's just the beginning of what continues to be a very difficult journey for so many.
So, Jay, you've been there for a few days now. Do you get the sense that these operations, this response, is getting more organized day by day?
Yeah. Oh, I definitely think so. In the beginning, it was very scattered, and it was just catch as catch can. And now there seems to be a system to all of this. And I think it's because we've seen more people move in, more people who know how to run this type of operation and to help this type of operation. Obviously, it's going to be needed for quite some time. You can see it right here. I mean, their families just getting what they can. These are supplies, toiletries that they will need as they move forward, and just so many donations piling in that they had to figure out a way to make all of this work. And you're right, it is much more organized at this point. The question's going to become, and the rub's going to be, when the crowd becomes too big for this area to manage, when they don't have enough supplies to give to those who are moving through. And it's already pushed to its limits. We do continue to see volunteers and donations moving in, but we know that the crowds coming are large, and it's going to be very difficult.
Right, Jay Gray giving us a look at what's happening there on the border with Poland. Thank you so much, as always, Jay. Now, while Russia and Ukraine have reached that tentative deal to let civilians evacuate using those 7 humanitarian corridors, making that happen is another issue. How do countries go about creating a safe path for civilians to travel during a war? NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk takes a closer look at how the corridors work.
Russia and Ukraine have finally agreed on protected escape routes for Ukrainian civilians after a lot of wrangling. They're called humanitarian corridors. It works by securing a ceasefire for a long enough time so that families and other civilians can flee the war zone unharmed, getting out to safety. The corridors also allow humanitarian aid to get in for those people staying behind. The first humanitarian corridors of the modern era were attempted in the Bosnian conflict in 1992. But UN soldiers and Bosnian civilians often came under fire from Serbian forces. One UN report found the corridors, which included the Sarajevo airport, allowed the Serbs to control incoming aid. More recently, humanitarian corridors were used during the civil war in Syria, which the Russians were deeply involved in. By 2016, Russian and Syrian fighters were often accused of violating the ceasefire agreements and bombing the corridors. Fast forward to now, the Russians and Ukrainians tried to come to an agreement on safe passage last week, but the Russian proposal only allowed civilians to escape to Russia or its ally, Belarus. Finally, transports by the Red Cross successfully traveled Ukraine's first humanitarian corridor. The problem for the people of Ukraine now is that humanitarian corridors can only work if they are trusted. Ukrainian leadership says previous ceasefires have been violated. So the question is, will families and other civilians be willing to take the risk of using the corridors if they aren't sure they are safe?
Our thanks to Stephanie Gosk for that report. Coming up, more breaking news coverage, plus other major stories. When we come back, the war in Ukraine driving gas prices up. Here at home, how it's forcing some drivers to shift their habits.
Plus, sentencing day for actor Jussie Smollett, convicted of staging a hate crime against himself. You're watching Morning News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory. Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. More of our coverage out of Ukraine coming up. We'll check in with a Ukrainian who is making her way back to her home country. That's ahead, but we want to get to some other news this morning as well.
Americans are struggling with the skyrocketing costs of gas. One of the ripple effects of the war in Ukraine. Overnight, the national average soared to $4.32 a gallon. Now a group of governors is teaming up in an attempt to bring drivers some sort of relief. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Dallas with more on that. Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Savannah, Joe, good morning. And these rising costs could bring a very real tipping point for drivers nationwide. Here in Texas, we're still under the national average, but look at that. $4.09 for a gallon of unleaded diesel, nearly $5.50 for a single gallon. And it's those rising costs that for many drivers are already bringing very real consequences.
This morning, every cent adding up.
over the not-so-subtle spike at the pump.
And it's not going to get better. It didn't happen yesterday, and it won't be over tomorrow.
$20 lasts me 2 days in this big old truck. 2 days.
From coast to coast, the costly reality already forcing some drivers to shift habits.
Probably use the motorcycle, hopefully more often than not, and carpool as often as possible.
In Texas, middle school teacher Meredith Averett just bought a new car for a commute. She's rethinking.
May have to start, taking public transportation at this point because it's getting to a point where it's impacting me being able to make my monthly bills.
The national average up 59 cents from last week with no clear cap just yet.
I'm hopeful that the national average will not hit the $5 gallon mark, but it certainly could continue rising closer to that mark.
With prices at the pump soaring, Democratic governors in 6 states are calling on federal lawmakers to declare a temporary gas holiday. Their letter to Congress calls to pass legislation suspending the federal gas tax through the end of this year, a move that would shave off 18 cents a gallon. Until there's real relief, many businesses are changing strategy. In North Carolina, Pepper Moon Catering is making customer proximity a top priority.
We try and stay within an hour radius, especially now that gas prices have increased. We try and rein it back in a little bit so that we're not going as far and spending as much money on gas.
But for those whose livelihood depends on the road, every fill-up seems to break another record.
I've been driving 23, 24 years. That's the most I've ever paid.
And there is some hope in that potential gas tax change. However, transportation advocates are pointing to a study from 2020 that looked at 100 of these gas tax changes across the nation, and they found that a lot of these savings are not transferred on to the drivers because it's a pretty complex matter. You have the price of crude coupled with supply and demand, and so that on average only about a third is passed along. However, in times like this, every single cent helps, guys.
And everyone's noticing every single cent. All right, Morgan, thank you so much.
Now, as the energy crisis continues, America is seeking to improve relations with Venezuela. And now 2 Americans who had been imprisoned in the country have been released. Gabe Gutierrez has the latest.
As the war in Ukraine rages on, critics are now blasting the Biden administration for appearing to engage with a hostile government over oil.
2 Americans detained in Venezuela are home in the U.S. after a high-stakes meeting in Caracas.
They've been wrongfully detained.
Among those released, Gustavo Cardenas, one of the Citgo 6 executives from Citgo Petroleum who were arrested during a business trip to Venezuela in November of 2017 and later charged with corruption. Their families have been pleading for their release for years.
This is horrible to us.
We spoke to them in 2019.
Life for us is like a war because every day is a battle to bring them back.
Maria Elena Cardenas told NBC News of her husband's homecoming, "We are so happy. It doesn't seem real." The other man released is Jorge Alberto Fernandez, a Cuban-American tourist who was arrested last year for bringing a drone into Venezuela and accused of terrorism. A source within the Venezuelan government called the release a good faith gesture by President Nicolas Maduro. It's a rare thaw in relations now that the U.S. is no longer getting oil from Russia.
We have an interest globally in maintaining a steady supply of energy, including through our diplomatic efforts.
But critics argue the U.S. should not be cozying up to a dictator like Maduro.
He uses negotiations the way Putin does, habitually, to divide and demoralize his opposition.
And technically, the U.S. still recognizes Maduro's opponent as the legitimate leader of Venezuela. No word yet on the status of the other detained Americans. Back to you.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much. Now, Jussie Smollett returns to court today in Chicago for sentencing. This comes 3 months after a jury convicted him on 5 counts of disorderly conduct. The former Empire star was found guilty of lying to police, telling them that he was the victim of a racist and homophobic attack. He could face up to 3 years behind bars on each count, but he maintains the attack was not staged. NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos joins us now for more on this. Danny, good morning. Our viewers may remember how complicated this was, the back and forth here, the other men who were involved. So first, just tell us, what kind of sentence are you expecting to see from the judge today? What is he going to take into account when he makes that decision?
Not the statutory maximum of 3 years, because realistically, it's just not likely. This is a first-time offender. Actually, I'm sorry, the statutory maximum is more than that, but it's not going to be years. If Jussie Smollett goes to jail, it'll likely not be state time. He'll likely go to local jail and serve a relatively short sentence, but he might get jail time. Again, he's a first-time offender, no criminal history that I'm aware of. He's got a pretty good argument for probation. The statutory maximum is arrived at by adding up all the maximums for each count end to end. A judge is not likely going to do that with Jussie Smollett.
Now, Smollett has not admitted, again, that he lied to police. He maintains the attack was real. Do you think he'll speak at today's hearing? I mean, could we hear from him? Could he say anything that would potentially help lessen his sentence?
If I was defending him, I would recommend strongly that the client not take the stand and during sentencing and say anything for a number of reasons. If you're going to appeal anything the defendant says on the stand at sentencing or in defense of himself might not help you on appeal. In addition, Jussie Smollett arguably didn't do a great job of acquitting himself on the stand. And lastly, if there's no need to put your client on the stand under oath, if the lawyer can basically speak for the client at sentencing, that's probably the best move with Jussie Smollett, only because if he takes the stand, if he speaks in his own defense at sentencing, this is someone that the judge may perceive as having lied in the judge's courtroom. And that's not a good place to be when you're asking the judge for the lightest sentence possible.
Yeah, and Danny, his team's actually asked the judge for an acquittal. Does he have any chance of seeing that happen?
Not likely. The theory is that the one acquittal on the multiple counts is inconsistent with the verdict. It's a creative theory. And look, as a defense attorney, you got to try anything you can. So it's hypothetically possible. It's happened in cases of mine where you show up for sentencing and, oh my gosh, the best thing imaginable happens. The whole case gets thrown out. But that's a 1 in a million. It's just not likely to happen.
All right, Danny Savalas, we always need you on these legal ones to walk us through. Thank you so much. Great to have you. Now let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather with Bill Cairns. Hello, Bill. Good morning.
Good morning. Let's talk snow and rain and cold and wind and all those fun things that we want to be done with. So the snowstorm is beginning in areas of Kansas and is sliding into Missouri. Yesterday, we had more snow in the Northeast. We had a couple spots up there around Oneonta and Delhi in southern New York that picked up 7 inches of snow. So a few areas got a little more than they were expecting. And it was a heavy, wet snow, too. But a lot of that should be melted in the next 2 days. So let's move on to the next storm. And that storm is already causing problems on Interstate 70 through Kansas. Pretty much stretches from one side of the state to the other. And now the snow is starting to spread from Kansas City and towards Columbia. We do have winter storm warnings in place from Kansas City to Concordia and also a little section there of northern New Mexico. And now we actually have winter weather alerts that are in effect for Oklahoma and even North Texas. So the cold air is moving in, and the snowfall forecast about 4 to 7 inches between Kansas City and Springfield around Joplin. That's kind of the jackpot for the heaviest totals. St. Louis, just 1 or 2 inches for you. We're not expecting a lot of snow in Dallas or Oklahoma City, but you also could get a little bit of an icy glaze with that. So here's the map for Friday morning. This storm is going to be causing problems Friday and Saturday. It's gone by Sunday. But notice snow, Little Rock, Memphis in the middle of March, pretty rare. But that's going to happen Friday, maybe an inch or two. Areas of Kentucky, Tennessee, the Ohio Valley could get an inch or two out of this. And then the storm gets much stronger by the time we get to Saturday. That's heavy rain and thunderstorms for Virginia through North Carolina. Heavy rain, D.C., Philly, and New York. But the backside of the storm is cold enough for significant snow for Pennsylvania, central New York, and all of northern New England. And behind the storm Saturday night, it's going to be a wind machine as temperatures plummet. Everything will freeze. So if you don't get out there and shovel, it's going to turn to solid ice. In areas that it rained, we could even deal with a flash freeze. So that's not fun for Saturday evening. Then everything is gone by Sunday. So how much snow are we talking? Not a lot, just an inch or so. Oklahoma City, Little Rock, Memphis, Nashville. But once we get into the higher terrain of the Appalachians, central Pennsylvania, that's where you're going to have enough to shovel, and significant snow is possible. Poconos, Catskills, all of Vermont, New Hampshire. So skiers, Sunday looks like a powder day for you. So keep that in mind if you want to change your weekend plans. And the heaviest rain will be to the south. So it's cold, guys. I mean, if you talk to anyone in Colorado today, they're not happy. In Denver, 19 degrees for their high temperature.
That's true. I've got a lot of friends there, and they are not happy. All right, Bill, thank you so much for all the great news you brought us. And coming up on Morning News Now, more breaking news coverage from the war in Ukraine. After the break, changing roles, ballerinas stepping off the stage and onto the battlefield to defend their home country. Plus, capturing war through a camera lens. We'll introduce you to some of the photographers tasked with what's likely the most difficult assignment of their career. Stick with us.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going. 2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be? We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Breaking this morning, the United Kingdom is tightening sanctions on 7 Russian oligarchs reported to have close ties to President Vladimir Putin. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer is in Beijing with more on that decision, as well as other global reaction to the war in Ukraine. Hey, Janice, good to see you.
Hey, good morning. The UK has announced sanctions against Russian billionaire Roman Abramovich, who owns the Chelsea Football Club. Now, going after Russian oligarchs is part of the UK's crackdown on Russian money to isolate Vladimir Putin. But it does throw the sale of the football club into question, because being on that sanctions list means that Abramovich's assets are frozen. Now, there are 7 who are currently on that list, including Oleg Deripaska, and they are all banned from entering the UK. Here in Beijing, Ukrainian athletes and officials at the Paralympics held a minute of silence to call for an end to the war in their country. They held up a banner that said "Peace for all." Some raised their fists into the air. Now, the team has been doing really well here at the Paralympics. They're 3rd overall in the medal standing. What isn't clear is how and when the athletes and officials are going to get back home when the games close next week. And finally, so many of those being displaced from Ukraine are women and children, and they're leaving with next to nothing. When Polish mothers saw that, they started showing up at train stations and border crossings with baby strollers. They just park them and leave them there for whoever needs them. Some have blankets inside and other baby things, and they have been proving a very small comfort for those who are arriving with the world absolutely upside down. So photojournalists capturing those images of the parked strollers at the train stations there.
I mean, just from mother to mother on one side of a border who's going through just such a horrible thing, leaving their home with their children. Janice, thank you so much. Now, last week we had a guest on our show who's planning to leave Chicago and return home to Ukraine. Maria shared that she wanted to be closer to her loved ones still in Ukraine, including her parents and her cousins. That's our interview from last week. You can see there. We have Maria back with us this morning to tell us about her journey. Now, we're not including her last name to protect her safety. She joins us now from Poland as she makes her way to Ukraine. Maria, good morning. Thanks for being with us. And I'll ask you about your journey and what you're doing in Poland in just a minute. But first, I want to tell our viewers something pretty incredible about you. You actually just got married this past weekend. Again, I want to remind our viewers, in Chicago, somewhere many of our viewers have been, maybe even live there. And after getting married, you are heading to a war zone. First, just tell us about that decision, and then tell us, have you been able to get in touch with those loved ones who are in Ukraine that you're making your way to?
Right. So the decision wasn't hard, since I've been watching this war from afar for 8 years or so. And my cousin have been in the army already, and my friends who are standing on Maidan. So I feel like in a way it's kind of what I have to do, and it's my turn. So that wasn't kind of difficult. I am making my way, but I have to wait for my new husband until he gets here. He's making his American passport. And I promise him I'm not gonna go and do anything dangerous until he gets here. So in the meantime, I am helping out a little bit with refugees here. And last night I got to go close to the border. And I have to say, it's amazing how organized at this point Polish people are in Polish governments, and how everybody's helping. And it's basically kind of like a tag team. The guard patrols bringing people into the center. Then we are asking them where they want to go. Most Ukrainian people have somebody in Europe, a friend or a relative, so they just need to get there. And I was mostly providing comfort and translation at this point. And yeah, it was great. I'm tired, but we got it done.
It's just incredible that you've made your way there and haven't crossed it, and yet you're still finding a way to help people out. And so amazing to hear about what the Polish people are doing for the people of Ukraine. You say that you're waiting for your husband, so I know that's part of your plan. He is meeting you. At that point, your plan is to cross over the border. What are you going to do? What is your plan? Is it to join this fight? Is it to help people there? What are you going to do once you get into your home country?
Right. I'm hoping to join International Defense League that has been created as a part of Ukrainian army. And at this point, I already know the meeting points where we can just kind of show up, and there are people 24/7 waiting, which I'm not going to disclose. But yeah, I just have to wait for David to come here, and hopefully they will take us, and I get to defend my country, you know.
Maria, can I ask, are you scared?
I am worried that that people are not going to take me seriously, you know, because I am a musician, I'm a violinist, and I don't have a military training. My husband does, but I don't. I'm worried that something happened to him. I'm worried that I'm going to lose a couple of legs and won't be able to walk by myself, things like that. But, you know, it's beyond being worried. It's just something we got to do. I mean, look what's happening. It's crazy. We have to stop this.
It's pretty just incredible, Maria, that first your answer to that question is, about being taken seriously and not even thinking just about your own safety was your initial reaction there. And of course, what you mentioned, your concerns are just for your physical being. Maria, what you're doing is incredible. Again, a reminder to our viewers, you came from Chicago, a place that they know what life is like there, and you're sending yourself there. Thank you so much. Stay safe, and we would love to check in with you.
You're welcome. Thank you for keeping Ukraine in the news.
Absolutely. Now, just like Maria, many Ukrainians are taking up arms to join the fight against Russia, including the nation's premier ballerinas. Some are putting their life's work on hold to defend their country. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin has their story.
They're the Butterflies of Kyiv, performing for the final time in France. Back home, their country torn apart by war. Now some of Ukraine's premier ballet dancers have swapped their tutus and slippers for guns and fatigues, putting their life's work on hold to defend their country. Of course I'm scared, says artist Alexei Potyomkin. I'm not a military person, but I couldn't just sit on the sidelines and observe. Just days ago, Alexei was a principal dancer in his prime, now a military paramedic. His life as an artist, a distant memory. I don't even think about ballet anymore, he says. Now it seems like another life. Dancer Lesia Vorotnyuk says art has prepared her for war. Ballet teaches you to have a strong spirit, she says. In 2019, Lesia says her husband died fighting on the front lines in eastern Ukraine. She says she's armed herself to protect her son and country. I love to perform on stage, to travel, to come back to ballet, she says. But the most important thing now is for the war to end with our victory. Across Ukraine, opera houses and theaters are closed.
Now it's not time for performance on a stage. Now we have performance on our street. We have blood, we have bombing.
The last time Alexander Omelshenko danced, it was the night before the war began. Now he's building anti-tank hedgehogs.
Do you think you're going to dance again?
Yeah, 100% I go back again.
Tonight, the artistic soul of Ukraine is standing by until they've secured their freedom. Erin McLaughlin, NBC News, Lviv, Ukraine.
For those watching this war through a camera lens, the grim images sometimes never leave them. We want to introduce you to some of the people who are tasked with this difficult job. Here's nightly news anchor Lester Holt with their stories.
They are the indelible images of a country at war, moments in time seared into our collective memories, captured by veteran war photographers like Marcus Yam, Chris McGrath, and Brendan Hoffman. He calls Kyiv home and has been documenting the tense relationship between Ukraine and Russia since 2014.
What has it been like to experience this and cover this at the same time?
I won't lie, it's been really hard. I've lived in Kyiv for 8 years. I left my home on the second day of the war, but I had to take some time off just to sort of process it and deal with my own personal stuff.
Capturing the destruction, the devastation, and the raw human suffering takes a toll.
You can't be a human without doing this job and being affected by it. Like there's families being torn apart, pointless death. It's just, you know, it just gets you so angry that I stand there sometimes just shaking my head and can't. It's more like just disbelief that this is continuing on.
There is a certain power in a still image, one moment in time that conveys emotion, fear, or the heartbreak to the rest of the world.
The first thing I try to get them to realize is that they are so lucky that they are not in this mess. They are so lucky that their lives are not turned upside down.
And behind every one of those moments we see in a photo is a story photojournalists never forget, a memory that sticks with them.
From the desperation of leaving and fleeing and saving one's families to, you know, the heroism of the men who refuse to leave and want to stay behind.
Like this couple with a border between them.
That last kiss before they were separated. So it was a moving moment and something that just really sets to me what the situation is about.
So many powerful images. Our thanks to Lester Holt for that story.
Yes, and coming up on Morning News Now, a harrowing escape from war.
You're thinking like, wow, this only happens in movies and or like history books, and right now I'm here, I'm experiencing it.
How a soccer player turned refugee is sharing his story in real time online.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Oil prices are starting to climb this morning after taking a tumble yesterday as investors are keeping an eye on the events in Ukraine.
For more on that, we're joined by our friends, NBC's Bertha Coombs. Bertha, what is going on with the oil markets this morning?
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. You know, we're just going to continue to see this back and forth while the situation remains so unstable between Russia and Ukraine. U.S. crude, otherwise known as WTI, sliding more than 12% for its worst day yesterday since November. The international oil benchmark Brent crude dropped more than 13% yesterday, its biggest one-day slump in nearly 2 years. Now, traders say it's not unusual to see all this volatility and to see these wild price swings. There's increasing uncertainty now about whether other major oil producers could plug any gap in output from Russia. Not as big a deal here in the U.S., but certainly in Europe, a very big deal. They get 40% of their energy from Russia. The UAE ambassador to the U.S. saying his government will encourage OPEC to consider ramping up production. Meantime, Tesla will give Ukrainian employees at least 3 months' pay if they're asked to return to defend their country. An email seen by CNBC was sent this week to employees in Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. After 3 months, Tesla will reassess the war and their employee situations to decide what more will be needed. And finally, Sony and Nintendo are halting shipments of game consoles and software to Russia. Sony is also suspending the launch of a racing game, Gran Turismo 7, for the PlayStation 5 and operation of the PlayStation Store in Russia. Nintendo is delaying the release of Advance Wars 1 and 2, which was due to launch on Switch next month. A lot of corporations just pulling back and joining this pressure on Russia and Putin.
Yeah, every day that list grows. Every day the graphics that have all the logos of the company gets larger and larger. All right, Bertha, thank you so much. Good to see you.
Social media brings the world to us in startling ways, including from the front lines of the war. But internet outages are becoming more common there. Some towns in Ukraine have been offline for days.
Yeah, communication issues are just one of the many obstacles for people fleeing the violence. That was the case for a professional soccer player who documented his escape from a war zone. Take a look.
It just happened like one day to another. Like everything was fine, and the next morning, everything went chaotic.
This attack by Russia, which began about 8 hours ago, came in from 3 different locations. The government has imposed a state of emergency, calling it martial law.
Obviously, people are worried about me. How could I communicate with everyone at the same time? So I would just put it on TikTok and Instagram so everyone could see what's going on. And between the comments as well, people could help each other. People would watch me as well, and people that are having the same problem, people that were stuck there looking for a solution to get out. You're thinking like, wow, this only happens in movies and or like history books, and right now I'm here, I'm experiencing it. Tanks and the explosion I didn't see, but like I could see the buildings and that on fire. At first, we're on our way to Poland. We had other people that left way before us, and they were telling us it's crazy around here. Then we found all the routes to go to like the Hungarian border, or the Romanian one, or Slovakia, or the Hungary one, was the closest one from where we was at that time. The gas was the main problem. Like you only get 20 liters per car. We had to make sure we had enough gas for the car so we could continue our journey. We had a breakdown as well, where we were waiting in the motorway for 1 hour and a half, and you could see the tanks going past us at night. There was nothing to eat, like there was no hot food because people already bought everything. All I was eating was Pringles and chocolate. When we got to Hungary, the McDonald's were just there, like maybe like 15 minutes away. So I just wanted to eat something hot. Parents, they're very protective. My mom has high blood pressure, so if I'm not at home, she's always nervous, thinking, is my son okay? So when I got home, she really got emotional. He's in one piece, kept touching my face, hugging me. I always talk to my teammates from Ukraine, and they're telling me like they can see from the window, they can see like buildings on fire, the explosions. We'll wake them up sometimes and just keep praying that everything goes quick and we can actually just be like used to be for them.
It's incredible how social media has just changed how we're all getting information in real time and how then the world reacts to what's happening in Ukraine because we're getting that information so quickly.
Especially in these areas that it's tougher for our teams to be gathering information in the east of the country, in Russia right now. It's so important to have that information from social.
A window to Ukraine. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stick with us.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
Right now, more Ukrainians are getting a chance to escape cities targeted by Russian forces. 7 evacuation routes have opened around the capital of Kyiv and the cities of Sumy and Mariupol. The situation in Mariupol, devastating. 3 people were killed and 17 others, including kids, were hurt in a Russian attack on a children's hospital. The city has been cut off from power and water for more than a week now. A similar scene west of Kyiv. 2 hospitals there were also damaged in a Russian airstrike.
This morning, Russia and Ukraine's foreign ministers met for peace talks in Turkey, but no progress was made. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky telling our colleagues at Sky News that his country cannot stop the war on its own, and nations must act before it's too late, including closing the skies over Ukraine.
If it's prolonged this way, yes, you will see they will close the sky, but we'll lose millions of people.
Meanwhile, the United States is concerned over what Russia could do next. Officials worry they could be preparing chemical or biological weapons in Ukraine. Our chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel begins our coverage this hour from Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, and a warning: some viewers may find the images in this report distressing.
Diplomacy today failed to achieve any breakthroughs. Humanitarian corridors are not holding, and Russian troops are closing in on Kyiv. We are now in the northern part of the city, not far from the suburb of Irpin. The area has seen heavy fighting. We just returned from there, and it is considered highly strategic because if Russian troops are able to capture Irpin, they'd have a straight shot into the capital. On the outskirts of Kyiv, we followed Ukrainian forces deep into Irpin. First on foot, under a broken bridge, and then, after searching for an abandoned car that still has fuel and keys, we drove into this small suburb that is now a vital front line. Many people have left because of the fighting, and that's created opportunities for looters. Ukrainian forces detain a group of them. They'd been stealing alcohol. The local mayor, Oleksandr Markushin, won't stand for it. The looters were loaded into a bread truck to be handed over to police. How long can you keep them back? The easiest way into Kyiv is through Irpin, the mayor says, but we're holding on here even after 2 weeks of fighting. They only have part of the city. Ukrainian troops so far are doing well on the ground, but they're struggling to stop Russian airstrikes like the one yesterday on a children's and maternity hospital in the besieged southern city of Mariupol, a city where people can't escape even if they try. Pregnant women were helped out of the building. Russia denied the strike. Russian troops have had Mariupol surrounded for days. Basic supplies have run out. We don't have electricity. We don't have anything to eat. We don't have medicine. We have nothing, this man says. Ukraine's President Zelensky said Mariupol is just the beginning of a new, more deadly and indiscriminate phase of this war.
In future, it will be too late. And believe me, if it's prolonged this way, yes, you will see they will close the sky, but we'll lose millions of people.
In Mariupol, the crater next to the hospital reveals the sheer size of the bomb Ukraine says Russia dropped. Locked in and under fire, they're now laying victims to rest in mass graves here, evoking a past Europe thought it had also buried. Talks today between Ukraine's foreign minister and the Russian foreign minister in Turkey failed to achieve any breakthroughs. They did, however, agree to meet again, but there was no breakthrough on a ceasefire, nothing on humanitarian corridors. But the Russian foreign minister did say that there is the possibility, still the details need to be worked out, but a possible future meeting between Ukraine's President Zelensky and Vladimir Putin. But we are still, it seems, a far way from that. The next set of meetings could take place in Belarus.
All right, Richard, thank you so much. Let's now bring in NBC News senior national security analyst Juan Zarate. He's also the former deputy national security advisor to President George W. Bush. Juan, good morning. So let's talk about those talks between the Russian and Ukrainian foreign ministers. They ended today with little progress, though Ukraine said both sides agreed to work on humanitarian issues. So I want to remind viewers about some of these security demands. So Russia again mentioned the fact that Ukraine becoming a neutral country, joining NATO, they are against that. Recognizing Crimea and these separatist republics in the east. Do you think Ukraine might be willing to work with some of these demands? Are any of them reasonable, especially at this phase in this war?
I think what we've heard from President Zelensky is that those aren't reasonable, especially the last two parts of that, which require Ukraine to validate Russian occupation and the disunification of Ukraine. And so I think from President Zelensky's perspective, that's not reasonable. That said, you have diplomatic talks to see what can be gained, what can be agreed upon. And even if Russian demands are unreasonable, you still want to have those talks. And certainly they are focusing on trying to establish and hold and secure humanitarian corridors at a minimum to allow civilians to get out of the war zone and to flee out of the country. And it's disappointing that the talks haven't resulted in much, but it's not surprising. The Russians seem quite intent on continuing their invasion. and pretty stark in their demands.
I mean, yeah, Juan, Russia's foreign minister has accused the West of, quote, acting dangerously by supplying weapons to Ukraine. We talked yesterday about the Pentagon dismissing a plan by Poland to send its Soviet-era fighter jets to Ukraine via the U.S. You tweeted earlier you thought this was a mistake. Why do you believe that? Are you concerned at all that if they did that, it could drag the U.S. into this conflict in a way it doesn't want to be involved?
Well, the U.S. was responding to this in part because they were surprised. Poland didn't coordinate, apparently. This was a moment of disunity, which was unfortunate. But the U.S. is very sensitive about the potential of escalation, the potential of direct confrontation with Russia. The problem here, and the reason I think it's a mistake, is Putin is now shaping the battle space. He's shaping the expectations of what escalation looks like or what it will mean. He's, in fact, called sanctions an act of war. And we're already providing Javelin missiles. We're providing Stingers. We are acting to allow the Ukrainians to defend themselves. That's been our proposition. That's our theory as to why we're doing that, why the sanctions are legitimate. We're allowing Putin to now define what's acceptable. And I think it's also dispiriting to the Ukrainians themselves. You've heard this frustration in President Zelensky's statements recently. He needs help. They need materiel. And to not provide fighters to allow them to go toe-to-toe with the Russians themselves is difficult and dispiriting.
Yeah, wow, an incredible point there, and I think one that a lot of people have been wondering. Why are we concerned about that if we're not crossing a certain line? Speaking of crossing a certain line, let's now talk about the no-fly zone. We just heard twice already in the few minutes of this hour of our broadcast, President Zelensky saying, you will see they will close the sky, but we will lose millions of people. He's been pushing hard for this. Yesterday, Secretary Blinken and Britain's Foreign Secretary again ruled that out after their meeting for that fear that it would lead to this direct confrontation with Russia. Do you agree with that position? And let me ask you about what President Zelensky said. I mean, is there a line? Does this go on for too long? Are too many civilians killed? Are too many pregnant women in hospitals killed where the concern over the no-fly zone goes out the window?
I think we have to think about that. And I think the challenge here is we've started with the proposition that Ukraine isn't a NATO country. We obviously don't want to be fighting Russia directly. We don't want this to escalate into World War III or a nuclear confrontation in the worst case scenario. But Russia is changing the nature of this battle. They're attacking hospitals. We've seen horrific attacks on the humanitarian corridors. And we've heard from former officials on both sides of the aisle talking about more creative options around no-fly zones, perhaps no-fly zones around the humanitarian corridors that are agreed upon, maybe in certain parts of Western Ukraine. Ambassador Kurt Volker, our former ambassador to NATO, has made that suggestion. So I do think we need to think about this. Otherwise, Putin has free reign of the skies. He has no accountability. And we're in a moment of impunity where the Russians can just roll over and besiege and bombard the Ukrainian people without any pushback. That's a real problem, and you hear President Zelensky pleading at this point.
Juan, thank you so much. Really, really great insight there for us.
Thank you.
More than 2 million Ukrainians, mostly women and children, have fled the war zone to neighboring countries. But this morning, we're taking a closer look at those who've chosen to stay behind and fight in their own way. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders brings us their stories of courage.
In the war zone, in a car, a mom with 2 kids.
Lots of kids with us.
And in every direction, horror. These raw images of war gathered not by professional journalists, rather by women still in Ukraine with cell phones in what's become the Mom News Network. Their goal, make sure the world sees everything they see.
Do you think that you are putting yourself in danger when you go out to get these images?
I'm not afraid, you know. I'm more afraid to lose my country, my people, my friends, my relatives.
The moms began gathering war videos 18 days ago when Russia attacked. Now, more than 100 Ukrainian mothers connected across a country almost the size of Texas. They're often in spots where there are no journalists. They've filmed more than 1,000 videos so far.
The pictures that I took and videos, it's also like a very
In war, it's said the first casualty is the truth.
We know and we believe that the information is our weapon in this fight.
This mom now organizing the videos as they come in.
You just can't sleep after watching this video.
The graphic scenes then shared with journalists, world politicians, and beyond. As so many flee Ukraine to bordering nations, those moms who stay behind on a mission. Is this a courageous moment?
This is the time very easy choosing. Are you going to die? Or you're going to protect your country, your family, yourself?
Anna Popavchenko, fearless for her 2-year-old son, Voldemir.
that the whole nation will stand up and fight with him, including mom with their cell phones, And he's also Ukrainian, so it's also about his.
Thanks to Carrie Sanders for that report.
Yeah, wow. Now, as the war between Russia and Ukraine rages here at home, the FBI has charged a dual Russian-American citizen with acting as a Russian agent in the U.S. They say her connections reach all the way to President Vladimir Putin. The former banker allegedly met with U.S. lobbyists and politicians, including Donald Trump, when he was running for office. NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter has the details.
The FBI says Russia had an agent hiding in plain sight, meeting with politicians, lobbyists, and trying to court a presidential candidate. They say 61-year-old Elena Bronson, a citizen of both Russia and the U.S., worked to spread Russian interests, allegedly receiving tens of thousands of dollars directly from the Russian government while hiding her Moscow directives in violation of U.S. law. Bronson, a former banker, allegedly peddled Russian propaganda through the Russian Center New York, an initiative she ran out of her Manhattan home. Her connections reaching all the way to the top. According to the FBI, Bronson communicated directly with Russian President Vladimir Putin, requesting, quote, administrative support to host events at the Russian consulate and embassy. Bronson attempted to cozy up to a presidential candidate, requesting meetings at pro-Russian events in New York City with Donald Trump or his family in 2016 while he ran for office. The FBI says there's no indication Trump ever attended any of Bronson's events. Authorities say Bronson fled the U.S. in October of 2020, less than a month after she was interviewed by the FBI. Her exact whereabouts? Unknown. In this interview with Russian state TV released in October, Bronson says she returned to Moscow because she was, quote, scared and felt the probability was very high that she'd be arrested. The woman conducting that interview? Maria Butina, who in 2018 pled guilty to acting as a Russian agent without registering with the feds herself. She admitted to using the NRA to gain access to influential Republican politicians.
I'm the board member of the Right to Bear Arms. This is an all-Russian public organization. We promote gun rights.
After serving more than a year in an American prison, Butina was sent back to Russia. The likelihood that Bronson, who left the U.S. before charges were levied against her, could see any prison time is extremely low, though her case could serve as a deterrent.
This is a common practice of the Russians and Soviets before them, and it's going to continue. And so it's really incumbent upon us to kind of identify it, but also for the public to kind of be aware of it, that this is constantly going on, and to be particularly sort of tuned into it now, where there is sort of, there's an ongoing proxy war between the United States and Russia.
All right, our thanks to NBC's Tom Winter for that report.
Our coverage of Russia's invasion of Ukraine continues throughout the hour. We do want to get to some other stories that we're following today.
Coming up, the men accused of plotting to kidnap Michigan's governor are now standing trial. How the group is defending themselves in the courtroom.
Plus, first it was murder hornets. Now it's giant spiders dropping from the skies. Nothing to worry about there. These 8-legged creatures are popping up in the south. Could be spreading up the East Coast. That story just ahead.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going. 2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be? We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
To bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Welcome back. Our coverage out of Ukraine will continue. Just ahead, we're going to get the latest from a member of parliament still in Kyiv this morning, but we want to get to some of the other news stories of the day right now.
Yeah, starting with the federal trial underway in Michigan. It's for the 4 men accused of conspiring to kidnap Governor Gretchen Whitmer. During opening statements yesterday, prosecutors argued the suspects were scheming to murder the governor over COVID restrictions in the state. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams has the details.
Of the COVID pandemic and government restrictions, prosecutors say 6 men upset by those rules plotted to kidnap Governor Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan from her summer home and blow up the bridge leading to it so police would have a hard time responding. 4 of those men are now on trial. 2 of them, Adam Fox and Barry Croft, are accused of being the masterminds meeting in the basement of a vacuum cleaner store where Fox worked to discuss the plot. Court documents say the group was closely monitored by 2 undercover FBI agents and at least 5 informants, and that some of them watched the men set off explosives, surveil the governor's summer home, and conduct exercises to practice using weapons. But defense lawyers say all those undercover agents and informants egged the men on, pushing them deeper into the plot. They also contend that the men cannot be found guilty of conspiring with government informants, but a former prosecutor disagrees.
In this case, there are 4 defendants on trial for entering into an agreement to commit a crime. The mere fact that there were government agents that were also pretending to go along doesn't in any way diminish that conspiracy.
Our thanks to Pete Williams for that report, and testimony will resume today. The trial is expected to last about 4 to 5 weeks. We'll stay on that.
In this week's Climate Control, we're looking at the impact of the Ukraine war on the environment.
Yeah, countries around the world are feeling financial pressure from the sanctions on Russia, making them rethink their dependence on foreign energy. But will they set aside their climate targets for more domestic oil and gas drilling or speed up the transition to green energy? NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is back with us for this segment. Hey, Bill, so we've been covering the U.S. ban, of course, on Russian oil and gas, the impacts it's having here at home. Now, our allies in Europe haven't signed on to that yet. They're actually a lot more reliant on Russian fuel than we are. But the European Union did announce a way it could significantly cut that dependency. It would be by accelerating its green energy plan. Now, noticeably, that doesn't necessarily mean drilling more, which could be good news. What more can you tell us about this?
Yeah, it's all about accelerating because they just can't cut it all off at once. We were able to do that in the U.S. because we only have 8% of our total volume of gas imported was from Russia. So 8%, that's a number hopefully we can make up from other countries. But Europe, their numbers are staggering. I mean, 27% of oil comes from Russia, 41% of their energy from natural gas comes from Russia, and 47% of coal comes from Russia. Those are just numbers they can't just turn off, or the lights would go off in many cases. So here's what they've decided to do and how they're going to accelerate their plan. You have to remember, they already had a plan in place, but now because of this war, they're trying to do it faster. So what they're trying to do is they want to find new sources and create better relationships with the places besides Russia. So they're trying to kind of mitigate and try to reduce a little bit possibly. They also want to do a massive investment and with subsidies for renewables. Now, they want to try to, increase the investment for solar, for wind, and for hydrogen. And they also, and this is what we also need to do in our country, and it's the same problem in Europe too, they want to make everything more efficient. One quote was, why are we switching to renewable energy to then continue to waste it? So a lot is lost in the transmission. So upgrading and retrofitting buildings. And so the overall goal of this new acceleration was to slash Russian gas by 2/3 this year, which is very ambitious. And the plan goes, they want no Russian gas in 10 years.
You know, Bill, seeing Russian troops at Chernobyl and the fire at the massive Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, it brought back memories of past nuclear disasters like Chernobyl. Then you got high energy prices, which are forcing many European countries to reconsider their approach to nuclear power. What more can you tell us about that?
Well, it was interesting. We just talked about the European Union making their announcements, but there's also the International Energy Agency, and they actually said leave the nuclear reactors on that are planned to turn off in Europe, or the European Union didn't say that. So here's a map that shows you nuclear energy production by country. You notice that France is huge with nuclear, much bigger than most of the other countries. Germany, by the way, had 4 nuclear reactors. They just shut down 2. They have 2 that are planned to be shut down at the end of this year. And if you've been watching the news, a lot of energy comes from Russia that goes into Germany. So there's been a push to keep those reactors on. And just yesterday, Germany said they are going to shut down those reactors as planned and not leave them on. So there's a lot of debate about what is best for nuclear in Europe. But France, Macron just came out and said they are going to ramp up their nuclear. He's planning on building possibly 14 new nuclear reactors by 2050. So there's not unison on the nuclear or not.
Hey, Bill, something a lot of people might not know, Ukraine is often called the breadbasket of Europe, and that's because of all the grain it produces. But yesterday it banned the export of many staples, grains like barley. Tell us how that could affect prices. What does this mean?
Yeah, barley's a huge one. Corn's also a huge one, too. But let's focus just on barley. If you take into account Russia, which is the #1 producer of barley, and Ukraine is #7 in the world, they roughly make up 25% of the world's barley. So you say, okay, big deal. What's barley do? Well, 70% of barley goes to animal feed. So if it's going to cost a lot more to feed the animals of the world, the meat and dairy prices are going to go up for you, me, and everywhere else, and they're very concerned with what that's going to mean in areas like Africa for food scarcity. And the other part of this, which could affect all of us, especially maybe on the weekends, 30% of barley is used in the beer making process, and 20% of the world's beer barley comes from Ukraine. The barley prices are already up 20% before the war began. And now they're expecting the prices to soar even more. So in your local grocery aisle, expect the beer prices to also be going up.
Oof, so many things. We've learned that yesterday. Sam Brock told us about all these different things that will be impacted. Really is pretty wild. Bill, thank you so much.
All right, 2 years ago, we dealt with murder hornets. Now we're dealing with a new large spider that's as big as your palm. It's the Juro spider. It's an invasive species. They've already been spotted in Georgia and the Carolinas. Now it looks like they're heading north. Juros create spectacular webs. They're very large, but researchers tell us no need to worry. These aren't the kind of spiders you see in the movies.
It was already one of our greatest phobias, arachnophobia. The fear of spiders. Now comes the Juro spider. Native to Asia, it was first spotted in Georgia nearly a decade ago. They've since spread across the southeast, with some using their parachute-like silks to travel in the wind, others hitching a ride on cars. Researchers say these multicolored friends are now ready to make a bigger debut. Because of their higher metabolism and heart rate, they're able to survive colder temperatures. So a new study at the University of Georgia predicts the Juro spiders will make their way up the East Coast this spring.
Look what's invading the East Coast this summer.
It's unclear how far north they'll go, but they'll be hard to miss, growing up to 3 inches long. End to end, that's as wide as your palm. Their imposing webs in bright yellow, blue, and red coloring give most folks a serious fright. But the experts want to reassure us these guys behave more like the beloved Charlotte.
My name is Charlotte. Charlotte A. Cavatica.
Than the giant queen.
People are going to have to learn to appreciate spiders because this spider isn't going anywhere. They are actually very, very timid. And it turns out they're more timid than most of your native spiders.
Despite those reassurances, the spread of the Juro spider is just the latest insect invasion turning heads. Last spring, it was a blanket of cicadas. Well, they created plenty of commotion. The cicadas are supposed to be here. The murder hornets spotted in 2020 and the Juros are not. So what exactly is going on with these invasive species?
Global economy is translating into a global biota. So as ships leave foreign ports, they bring containers to this country, and those containers may have objects inside that are housing or providing refuge for invasive species. So that means we're going to have a steady stream of new species winding up on our shore.
Bottom line, even though they look pretty scary, Juro spiders aren't a dangerous threat to humans or pets. In fact, it's unlikely they'll even bite you. Even if they do, we're told their fangs aren't long enough to actually break through the skin. The one thing you might notice, they cast these huge webs, so you might walk into one, but if you do that, odds are the spider will just scamper away. So.
Well, thank God they have short fangs.
Right. Thank
goodness. I feel so much better.
Big bodies, short fangs.
The colors are pretty crazy. It looks like it would be poisonous or something, you know what I mean, because of that coloring.
Yeah.
But let's all just try to relax. Thanks so much, Joe. Just one added to the list.
Trying to bring some good news.
Yeah, we love that. Okay, now we've been reporting on Russian propaganda throughout the conflict in Ukraine.
Some people with relatives in Russia say their family members don't believe there's actually a war going on. Coming up, a Ukrainian with Russian relatives joins us next with what she is hearing from them.
Plus, thousands of Ukrainians are choosing to stay in their country as Russia continues its attacks. That includes a group of mothers documenting the invasion. The message they're hoping to send next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Welcome back. As Russia continues its invasion into Ukraine, we're getting a closer look at the determination of the Ukrainian people during their fight for freedom. Civilians are joining in to help out the war effort any way they can, even as Russia's attacks on the country intensify by the day. Kira Rudik is a member of Ukraine's parliament and joins us now from Kyiv. Kira, good to have you with us. First of all, just tell us, how are you doing right now?
Hello, thank you for having me. I'm just back from helping refugees to flee the outskirts of Kiev that were severely bombarded by Russian Air Force. So this is how we are. We understand that if we don't get enough Air Force support, what's happening in Mariupol and other cities that has been bombarded to the ground will happen in Kiev, in the capital. We do remain in Kiev, and by we, I mean myself and my resistance unit. And we have been training for the last 15 days, 2 hours every day, to bear arms, to protect our city, and to make sure that if Russian troops come, when Russian troops come, we will be able to give them a very good fight.
Kira, I understand before this invasion you never really held a firearm. Now you do. You talk about the gun training you're receiving. Many everyday citizens are taking up arms to defend their country. I mean, what does this say about the bravery of the Ukrainian people?
I did not have any guns beforehand and didn't even hold a gun in my head before. Right now, I think Putin miscalculated because he saw that he will be only fighting Ukrainian army. Instead, he's fighting every single Ukrainian citizen, different ways. That's how the convoy that started going to Kiev is right now halfway destroyed. This is why these peaceful cities that are opposing occupants, they are opposing peacefully or not peacefully, but they stand up and say, you cannot take us. So the bravery of Ukrainian nation right now is being a highlight to the whole world. And this is the only reason why we are standing for 15 days straight. So at the very beginning of this war, everybody said, guys, it's 24 to 48 hours before this largest army, one of the largest army in the world, will take over you. Well, watch us. We are standing, and we will be standing because we are fighting for our motherland.
We are inspired by all of your bravery. Kira, I know you have some deep ties to the U.S. for your previous work with companies in Silicon Valley. What are some of the ways folks in America can help Ukraine right now?
Well, first of all, we are incredibly thankful for all the support that is coming from overseas, from the financial aid, which is, as you know, never enough. And I encourage everybody to help our funds, humanitarian funds. Additionally, I would like to invite everybody to join the IT Army forces. And I'm sure for folks in Silicon Valley, it will be additional and profound satisfaction in taking down Russian internet resources, in taking down Russian sites and infrastructure. This is as important as fighting on the ground. We have 16,000 people from all over the world over the last 3 days who came in fighting on the ground for us. But I do understand that it is not for everybody. So whoever can do it online, please help us online, join the IT Army, and help us take down Russia and make it the North Korea style.
Kira Rudik, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us and for your leadership. We appreciate it. We're thinking about you, your friends, and your family.
Thank you. Glory to Ukraine.
As the Russian invasion stretches into a third week, some Ukrainians say that their relatives, their family in Russia, doesn't believe this war is actually a war. And while that can be hard to understand for people in the U.S., Ukrainians say it's a testament to the power of Russian propaganda, disinformation, misinformation. This is a picture of Misha Katsurian. That's his father there with him. Misha lives in Ukraine, and he's experiencing the attacks firsthand. His father, who lives in Russia, had a very different understanding of what was going on. We want to now bring in Misha. Misha, first, I just want to say thank you for joining us. I imagine this isn't something easy to talk about, a war or this misunderstanding within your family. First, I want to set up how I understand this happened. You're dealing with a war. You are trying to evacuate your children. You're trying to evacuate your wife. And you hadn't heard from your dad in Russia, and you decided to call him. Tell me about what he said on the phone to you. Tell me about what you told him and his reaction.
Hello. Thank you for having me. So, yes, that was a quite big surprise for me that my father, who lives under Nizhny Novgorod in Russia, and he he's a super religious guy. He worked as a lifeguard in the monastery, the huge Christian monastery. So he didn't call me, and I know a lot about Russian propaganda, so I just thought maybe he doesn't know what's going on, and I decided to call him by myself. So I did it and started to tell him how am I doing, my children, my wife, and all my family. I told him that Russia invades Ukraine, that they are bombing us, and I'm trying to escape my 8-month son. And and he started arguing with me. He said, no. So that's not the war. In reality, Russia is doing peaceful operation, and they are trying to help you, to save you from the Nazis regime, which occupied Ukrainian government. But we don't have Nazis regime and never had. And also he said quite interesting thing, that Russian soldiers, they are so peaceful, and they give locals warm clothes and food. So this says. And I spent maybe 5 minutes trying to explain him what's going on, but he just could not understand this. And after this, I came home and made that post in the Instagram that my father does not believe me. And this post became viral. It was more than 1,035,000 reposts. So I realized that this is huge problem. And each comment under this post was about my sister doesn't believe me, my mother doesn't believe me, my uncle doesn't believe me. And I realized that this is problem is much bigger than my problem. And I found that there are more than 11 million relatives of Ukrainians in Russian. And the most easiest way right now, when you are communicating with them, is to become angry and to stop communicating with them and to say, okay, now I don't have father. But the thing is that right now there is no free media in Russia. So all the medias are federal. And now they even closed Facebook, TikTok, and Instagram. Yeah. So maybe now relatives are the only channel to spread the truth to these people. And just imagine if we tell truth to 11 million people and they will tell the truth to several of their friends, it will be 33 million people who will be against Putin regime. So after this, I created the website, which is called Father Believe. And on this website, I try to explain how to communicate with relatives who are under effect of propaganda, because it's very hard. So if you are not ready for the discussion, you will lose. And so me and my friends from the Banda Creative Agency, we created this website with all these questions. And I called my father again, and I recorded this call. And we talked for 50 minutes. I made it short. You can find it in my Instagram account. And so I tried to become, not to become angry, to listen to him, for him to feel that I love him, that I'm here not to struggle, not to fight with him. And that was a little step. And during this discussion, he said me that, Misha, I believe you. And after this, on our website, the call to action is for everybody to call your relatives and to tell them truth. And not to be, something like this.
Yeah, Misha, I mean, I think that's one of the things that we've been saying is what might stop this war is people in Russia understanding what's happening and rising up to it. And again, a website, Father Believe. Thank you so much for sharing something that is both personal and difficult to talk about. Thank you.
I've got also one thing which I want to say not only to my father and relatives in Russia, to all the people in the world. Russia is a huge country, and as we know from the history, they can act the war for ages. And Ukraine is very brave, but small. And we are resisting, but we cannot resist for ages. So they will kill all of us, and then they will continue. So NATO, close the sky, save Ukraine and democracy and the future of the world.
All right. Misha, thank you so much again for joining us. Now, 200 Ukrainian exchange students studying in the U.S. are watching the horrific events unfold back in their home country. Not certain what kind of homeland there will be to go home to.
Yeah, these teens are a world away from their families, relying on sporadic texts and calls for updates, all while trying to get through the everyday realities of high school. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster spoke with several students. Joins us now from Cornersville, Indiana, with more on these conversations. Shaq, good to have you with us. You know, when the students first heard about the invasion, what were their first thoughts, the things that went through their minds?
Yeah, you know, there was stress, there was concern, there was a lot of worrying. You mentioned the idea that high school is already pretty stressful with their classes, extracurricular activities. But for these students, you then throw in the idea of a war in their homeland that is thousands of miles away. Listen to them explain that moment when they realized what exactly was going on.
At first, I didn't believe because I think you can't expect or predict the war. Of course, you can hear other people like saying about it, but you can't know that like your compatriots, your people, friends, family will need to hide from the bombs flying to their houses to fight for the future of the country. So at first I didn't believe it, but like then I texted my parents and I got all the messages I saw on all the news, and it was pretty hard, like first hours, first minutes.
I started Googling like all the information, what is going on. So there were a lot of videos of like the actual action that is going on. So like how people actually dying there. I should have not done that. That was a little mistake. But yeah, I was like, for 2 hours straight, I was just on my phone, almost crying the whole time.
That last student that you heard from, her name was Dasha, and the next thing she said is, and then I went to school. So after hearing that, after having that emotion, she then went to class and had to deal with the regular stresses of high school. Right. And that's what so many students who have come in from Ukraine, that's what they're dealing with here.
Yeah, so tell us about their ability to get in touch with their families in Ukraine, to speak with them. I mean, especially as things get more and more violent there. How are these students feeling just about being far away, and what is it like to try to get updates on their whereabouts?
Yeah, you know, it's hard. There's one student who said her family is still trying to flee and still trying to get into a safe place. For other students, their parents have left to another country and are relatively safe right now, but they still have friends that are in that active war zone. Listen to them explain that battle of dealing with and trying to communicate with their folks back home.
If I had a chance to go back, I would go back.
Why is that?
I want to be with my family.
How about you?
Well, yeah, I have the same idea that like I would like to stay with my family and actually be with them, because like I don't know if my mom will pick up my phone or like answer to me the next day. But my mom thinks the opposite, and she's like very, very grateful I'm here and tells me like, no, like don't come back, and gives me like mixed feelings. They're still driving. They're driving already 6 days. I'm sorry. And they're like, if they're in town that has curfew, for example, like since 7 p.m., they have to stop and they have to wait till it will end. So they have to sleep in the car like whole night, and then they can move again. And they're moving so slow because of traffic, and they don't really know where can they stop.
She says she tries texting with her family at least twice a day. For another student, she explained the idea that she's checking the news every 5 minutes, even while she's in class. You really get a sense of how much they're paying attention to what's going on, but also how much, and this is from them, they say school can be a positive distraction. They're able to focus on other things and get their mind off of what exactly their family is going through.
Plus, they have friends there who can sort of help them out and help them get through.
Relate.
Shaq Brewster in Indiana. Shaq, thanks so much.
Now, we've all seen how the war in Ukraine is impacting the economy.
Inflation is already at a record high. We're going to have the latest new numbers just out this morning.
Plus, Tiger Woods inducted into the Golf Hall of Fame. The emotional introduction he got from his daughter. Stick with us.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now. To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
House Democrats are in Philadelphia this morning for the House Democratic Caucus Issues Conference. It gets underway today. Start of the conference was delayed a day because of the House vote last night. It's their first in-person retreat since before the pandemic began. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now from Philly with a preview. Ali, good morning to you. So give us a little background about this retreat. What exactly is it? What are Democrats looking to accomplish, especially in a midterm year where they know the odds are stacked against them?
Yeah, I'm really glad that you bring up the timing here, Joe, because typically these are kind of dull inside the Beltway affairs. This time, though, it's coming at a moment where you are several months out from Election Day for the midterms, and for a party that really has to strategize now about how they're going to use the next few months to their electoral advantage. You mentioned the vote that happened last night, stripping COVID relief out of that larger budgetary omni package that passed late last night. That's going to be really important because COVID relief, one of those key things that helped Democrats in 2020 and in those special elections that happened in early 2021, all of that now on the table as the Democrats try to figure out what their main messaging platform is going forward and how they're going to use these next few months while they still have the majority.
Yeah, so this event is supposed to make the party more united. Democrats bumped heads, as you just mentioned, this week over that $1.5 trillion omnibus spending bill. Tell us a little more about that and some of the challenges the party is now facing over the next couple days in Philly.
Well, look, that's actually a really great way to tee up this conference because it comes at a moment when you have just recently the State of the Union where Democrats gave multiple different responses to their own Democratic president's State of the Union. It does show that as much as Democrats may have majorities in the House and Senate, there's a lot of different ways to be a Democrat right now. That's going to be part of the focus here. And you have to look no further than what happened yesterday. They rolled out that $1.5 trillion omnibus bill late in the night, around 1:30 in the morning 2 days ago. Members didn't have a chance to look at it, but by the time they did, what they saw in it was the COVID relief portion having some money stripped out from state and local governments to better pay for future funding. So that was previously allocated money that was then being used to pay for future money. There were some members who didn't feel great about that. They pushed back against leadership, and it's why we saw this vote then go late into the night, because leadership had to scramble. They had to pull that COVID relief funding out of the larger Omni bill, and now it's a question of, even if the House manages to pass it, it's likely not going anywhere in the Senate. So a lot of different ways to be a Democrat, and you even saw it last night. I will say the impact of the shifting sands on that Omni vote were very apparent here. The buses from Washington with lawmakers on them were rolling overnight. They didn't finish checking lawmakers in until about 4:30 this morning, Joe. So you might have a little sleepy start here, but nonetheless, the retreat is saved because they did manage to finish their business.
You know, despite that, President Biden is expected to give a keynote address tomorrow very quickly. What's his message expected to be?
Look, we've seen him road test this idea of empathy at a moment when you're seeing inflation at highs, as well as Americans still struggling under the weight of the pandemic and the economic recession. Clearly, that's going to be a message here for him. And really, he is the uniting force at the top of this party. A lot of people here want to hear what he has to say as they head into a midterm year.
Ali Vitale in Philadelphia. Ali, thank you so much. And more breaking news to tell you about this morning. Just moments ago, the latest report on inflation was released. It was higher than expected. Increases in gasoline, housing, and food were the largest contributors to that rise.
CNBC reporter Bertha Coombs is here to help us understand these numbers. Hey, Bertha, good morning.
Hey, Joe and Savannah, that's right. We saw inflation hitting a fresh 40-year high. The consumer price index coming up about 0.8% for the month of February. That puts consumer inflation at 7.9% year over year. As you mentioned, led by food, gas, and shelter prices. Some of the numbers that we're looking at: groceries, food at home, up 8.6% year over year. You know that if you've gone to the grocery store. Sometimes they do it by giving you smaller portions for the same price or just outright raising the prices. Meantime, housing also up about 4.7%. In cities like here in New York, we've seen rents shoot right back up after having plunged 2 years ago during the pandemic. And oftentimes we look at the number ex food and gas, but we all need to fill up and we all need gas. Gasoline prices are up 38% year over year. And mind you, that was in February, ahead of Russia's Ukraine invasion, which has sent gas prices and oil prices soaring. And one of the things I like to look at, too, is the new car prices. They're up 12.4% year over year. Used cars and trucks actually fell slightly, 0.2% last month. But when you look at them year over year, those used car prices are still up well over 41% as these automakers continue to have supply chain issues. So if you've got an old car, I saw someone joke the other day that they were trying to sell their car and someone asked them how much gas was in it to try to appraise the price.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
worth a lot of money too right now.
Wow,
So, all right.
wow, what a mess. All right,
Exactly.
Bertha, thank you so much.
All right, we do want to dig deeper into this issue of surging inflation. Take a closer look at how it's affecting Americans all over the country and how some regions are seeing the worst of it. NBC News business and technology correspondent Joe Lynn Kent joins us now from Jackson Hole, Wyoming, where locals are feeling the pinch. Joe, good morning. You've been speaking with people there in Wyoming. Just how bad has inflation become for them?
Hey, Joe, good morning. You know, the Mountain West region has been hit the worst by inflation over the last year, and our team has been out talking to local small business owners, individuals, and economists. And really what's driving the larger jump in inflation in Wyoming is the cost of transport. That includes gas and energy, right? Clothing and food. We spoke to one small business owner in Cheyenne, an owner of a restaurant, who explained how it's hitting him.
We don't want to raise prices, but you see it creeping up on you, and you see your margin getting smaller, and at some point something has to give, because you got to take care of your guests, but you also have to take care of your employees and take care of the business itself to make sure it's still here in another 80 years.
Now, when you look at the specifics of running a restaurant, specifically for our business owner there, he says that the price of chicken is up 120% for him. That is unheard of. That is something that he has to try to absorb in his bottom line, but of course could eventually be passed on to consumers. Another notable A stat from him is a bottle of Jameson whiskey up $10 a bottle compared to this time last year. So these numbers may sound like individual pieces of a puzzle, but when you add it all up together, it really does affect the bottom line and then the prices you see on the menu.
And Joe, again, the reason that you are where you are is because it's even worse there than in many parts of the country than the national average. Why? Why is it so high in that region?
Yeah, so it costs a lot more to get things to Wyoming in so many cases. Fuel costs really driving prices up. We talked to an economist here in Wyoming who explains. Listen to this.
Not every single town in the U.S. has, a huge variety of stores or have, big box stores. So, that sometimes that plays into the types of stores that are available and the number of stores that are available in an area for people to purchase goods at. That plays also a role in the prices that consumers pay.
Now, you factor in a trucker shortage, labor shortages nationwide in this sort of interstate commerce that small businesses and economists are analyzing and accounting for right now. And that's really why you see areas like Wyoming hit so hard by inflation, higher than the national average.
Joe, you've only got about 30 seconds here. Any tips for how we can soften the impact of these higher prices?
Yes, I have lots of tips for you on what you can do. So if you are looking for cheaper gas, download a gas app, take a look at Gas Buddy, see where the cheaper gas is. You can also do a home energy audit to bring down your home energy prices to see where you might have some inefficiencies there. Also, of course, shopping at the grocery store, look for those online coupons, check your newspaper, buy generic brands. That always brings the bottom or that total down a little bit more. And so just check for offers as you're shopping, especially as you try to purchase food and gas in this very, very expensive situation. 7.9% inflation nationwide. That is a double whammy with gas prices, no doubt about it.
I think that was the most tips in 30 seconds I've ever heard.
A lot of tips in a little time.
Thank you so much. Very helpful.
All right, finally this hour, it's one of the most exclusive clubs in sports, and now it has a new member.
Tiger Woods has been inducted into the World Golf Hall of Fame, taking his place among the sport's all-time greats. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Florida with the details. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning. Look, there was certainly very little doubt that Tiger Woods is one of the greatest golfers of all time. He has transcended the sport. We all know about the 82 PGA titles, which is tied for the most all-time, 15 major championships. But this evolution of continuing to see Tiger in a different light continued last night, really accentuated with an examination of his legacy as a mentor, as a father, and as a son.
Without the sacrifices of Mom, who took me all to the junior golf tournaments, Dad, who's not here, but who instilled in me this work ethic to fight for what I believe in.
An emotional Tiger Woods paying tribute to his parents didn't need a Hall of Fame induction to cement his status as a phenomenon unlike anything golf had ever seen. Capturing imaginations for years, stalking the course in bright red, pumping fists, even winning the U.S. Open on a broken leg. But at Wednesday night's ceremony,
although I never met my dad's most influential role model, my grandfather, Earl Woods, I feel like I can hear his voice.
It was Woods' family, and especially his 14-year-old daughter Sam, introducing her dad, that captured hearts.
I realized while writing this speech that no matter what life throws our way, we somehow come out together and stronger.
I didn't get here alone. I had unbelievable parents, mentors, friends.
The man who dominated the sport for years and is tied for the most PGA Tour wins in history spoke with NBC Sports' Mike Tirico beforehand.
Now that you're a parent, how do you see differently the pride that your dad had in what he was able to see you accomplish?
When Sam says some of the things that she says in her speech, that's directly from Dad to me that I've passed on to them. It's crazy.
It was just over a year ago that Woods' career and possibly his life looked precarious after a brutal one-car accident. Now, multiple surgeries later, the question is, can he exceed expectations again?
You will see me on the PGA Tour, I just don't know when.
The physical challenges coinciding with some of the most touching moments of Woods' public life, like playing alongside his son Charlie late last year in an exhibition. Now, one of the world's most recognizable athletes is relishing the moment.
This is an individual award, but it's actually a team award. All of you allowed me to get here.
And Joe, in Savannah, Tiger Woods came from a middle-class background. We found out last night that his parents took out a second mortgage just so he could compete on the Junior Golf Association Tour. Tiger said last night that one of the first things he did when he signed a huge contract with Nike was to pay off that mortgage. You could just see in his face, in his emotions, in his inflection, how much his parents and his family means to him in this journey, which, of course, is now capped off with the Hall of Fame induction. Guys.
Right. Sam, thank you. So many accomplishments and barriers broken.
Yeah, thanks, Sam.
That does it for this hour Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Let's get right to the new developments today in the war in Ukraine. This morning, no signs of progress after a new round of talks to end the violence between the foreign ministers of Ukraine, Russia, and Turkey in the Turkish city of Antalya. This as Russian forces intensify their attacks on key Ukrainian cities. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky claiming proof of genocide by the Russians after a bombing in Mariupol yesterday that leveled a maternity and children's hospital. Mariupol officials say at least 3 people died in the attack, including a child.
We started shouting, "Stop! There are children here! Stop!" But they didn't stop and kept shooting. 3 or 4 people were shooting, just as close as you are sitting right now.
Along the Ukrainian border, the humanitarian crisis keeps growing. The United Nations now estimating more than 2.2 million people have fled to neighboring countries. Many of the refugees, women whose husbands stayed to fight, fleeing with their children.
Kids shouldn't see the murder. They shouldn't hear the bombs falling on their city. That's why we are here, hoping that something will change, that our army will stand till the end.
This morning, Ukrainian officials have now announced 7 humanitarian corridors to get citizens out of the hardest hit areas. President Zelensky says yesterday nearly 35,000 people were rescued through evacuation routes. And today, Vice President Kamala Harris is in Poland to meet with Ukrainian refugees and U.S. soldiers. She'll also meet with the Polish president after the U.S. rejected Poland's offer to transfer custody of Soviet-era fighter jets to help Ukraine defend itself against Russia. We have a team of correspondents and analysts monitoring the latest developments, including our Josh Letterman in Warsaw for the vice president's visit there, and NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi in Lviv, Ukraine. Also, national security analyst Clint Watts tracking the movements of Russian forces. Ali, let's start with you. Mariupol had been one of the hardest hit cities in Ukraine even before this maternity hospital was bombed. What's the situation like over there this morning?
Good morning, Joe. That's right. It was very hard hit from the beginning of this war, and it continues to be pounded. Yesterday, Russian forces destroyed a maternity ward and a children's ward at a hospital in Mariupol. As you mentioned earlier, there are 3 confirmed deaths, amongst them a child. 17 other people were also said to be injured in that attack, amongst them doctors, nurses, and tragically women waiting to give birth in that hospital. The World Health Organization says that 2 other hospitals east of Kiev had also been targeted, and they confirmed that 18 medical facilities since the beginning of this war have been targeted, and it's also raised a chorus of condemnation. President Zelensky, speaking yesterday in Russian, called it a war crime. He said in Russian that what kind of a country is Russia, that they're afraid of a hospital and a children's ward. The municipality in Mariupol says that the scene there is apocalyptic. There's no electricity, water, gas, and people are really struggling to survive there. So it's a very, very tragic situation in Mariupol, and most of the 400,000 residents of that city appear to be trapped there right now. There is no way for them to get out. So it's a very, very difficult situation for the people there right now.
Ali, President Zelensky also said yesterday 35,000 people were evacuated via 3 humanitarian corridors. Today, Ukraine says it's opening 7 of these routes. How have these evacuations been going so far? Are officials concerned at all by the slow progress?
That's right. Well, actually, President Zelensky upped that number just a few minutes ago. He said about 60,000 people have now been evacuated from across the country. But as we spoke, around Mariupol, Kharkiv, Rumi, which have been hit very badly. These are the very, very intense war zones. People are trapped there or they're unable to travel. So a lot of people have traveled from countries, areas closer to the west. And we saw, an exodus of people while we were crossing the Polish border into Ukraine. There was a long line of buses of people that had managed to get out of Ukraine into Poland, mostly women and children, many of them with their pets. And Joe, I have to say, those are the lucky ones. They have some of the means to get out. It's not cheap to evacuate from your home. You have to have some money in your pocket to pay for accommodation, food, look after your children and your pets. So the situation for the rest of the people in the East is very difficult. It's not moving as quickly as everybody has hoped. And the Russians are just not opening these humanitarian corridors. The Ukrainian authorities here are asking them to honor their promise and let civilians out, but it's just not moving quickly enough.
Yeah, that new video from Zelensky you just mentioned, Ali, more than 60,000 people deported from occupied territories yesterday. Zelensky also saying Russia wants to humiliate our people so they kneel and take bread and water from the hands of the occupiers. I want to ask you, Ali, the Russian and Ukrainian foreign ministers met earlier today in Turkey for the first high-level talks since this conflict began. Expectations were low going into the meeting. Anything come out of it?
That's right. The expectations were low, and those expectations were met. The Ukrainian foreign minister said that he didn't think the Russians were in a position to embark on a ceasefire. They're still making demands that the Ukrainians are not going to accept, like jurisdiction over Crimea, a legal document saying that they're not going to join NATO, to recognize separatist states. The Ukrainians saying that this is utter humiliation, so they are not going to accept those proposals as it stands. So the talks really didn't get anywhere today.
All right, Ali Arouzi in Lviv. Ali, thank you so much.
Let's now get to Clint Watts for more on the situation on the ground in Ukraine. He's a distinguished research fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute and an NBC News national security analyst. Clint, good morning. We love having you join us on this. So let's start with these Russian bombings of hospitals around Ukraine. Just these absolutely devastating images. We know how bad the attack in Mariupol was, and Russians actually also shelled several hospitals in a city that's to the west of Kyiv, so really the other side of the country from Mariupol. But walk us through where these attacks are taking place, what this says about a change in strategy, a willingness to go after places like this, places where civilians are, places where pregnant women are, and why Russia has resorted to these types of tactics.
Yes, I think we're at that point where it's siege warfare. You're seeing it here in Mariupol. That city is completely surrounded. You're talking about hundreds of thousands of people that need to flee. Yesterday, what you saw was this hospital here. This is that footage that you're seeing on video. This is that courtyard, essentially, that was hit with that airstrike. Massive devastation to all these buildings around there. This is inciting fear in the population, essentially trying to scare them essentially out of these towns. And I think that speaks to a bigger problem that we're starting to see emerge, which is here in the east. We focused a lot on the military up north and the military down south, but in these eastern cities, they're basically surrounded. There's still resistance fighting going on in some locations, and that's why you're seeing talk of these evacuation corridors. The big problem with these evacuation corridors is it's very difficult to move hundreds of thousands of people internally into Ukraine, and then where are they going to? Ultimately, they're still not far off the front lines, and they could be enveloped by advancing Russian forces over time. So very dire situation in the east. and something we definitely need to keep our eyes on.
Clint, let's talk more about evacuations in general. I think as we hear this number of refugees growing, 2.2 million is the latest from the UN. I think a lot of people might be thinking, it seems like a lot of people got out. They're not there. But that's, in fact, not the case. A lot of people are still in these cities in the East. People who didn't have family in neighboring countries like Poland and didn't automatically think, I should leave my home because they didn't have anywhere to go. Which cities are still unable to get people out due to these continued attacks, due to these intensified attacks? And is there any hope for these evacuation routes that can change soon?
So some of that field reporting you had on right before, some excellent points, which is those that can get out are usually those that have their own transportation first. You remember the first days of the war, those streams of cars going down the highway, moving to the west. Who else can do it? Those with sufficient money that they can move and know that wherever they land, they have something to take care of themselves. Those left behind are those that don't necessarily have the means. Maybe they're older. You see lots of elderly people in some of these hospitals. They obviously can't go or move very far. And then we were talking about that maternity ward. So I think when you look at the current situation, you're seeing here in the East, the Russians are basically advancing in corridors, kind of in this arc. You're seeing them advance from Sumy, trying to take Dnipro, from Dnipro in the south. If they do that, they will have taken over all of the eastern part of the country. If that is the case, each of these cities will be laid to siege warfare like we're seeing in Mariupol, where essentially they've got to try and escape. So I think that for those that remain there, there's millions of people in these cities and towns. Getting back further to the west is going to be a big challenge in the coming days and weeks.
Clint, we're now 2 weeks into this war. You mentioned this has sort of changed to these siege tactics, siege warfare. Walk us through where you see this strategy going. I hate to have to ask this question, but how much worse we could see things turn in some of these cities in the East, as well as Russia makes advances into the country. And what do you think this means for some of these urban areas with heavy shelling? How long can Ukrainians hold out in some of these urban areas?
That's right. The place we're focused on, again, is Kyiv. And when you look at the Kyiv map, kind of on scale, out here to the east, Brovary, we're now starting to see Russian troops make their way there in skirmishes. We were already talking for the last 2 weeks about this convoy out to the northwest. Well, we're starting to see how this unfolds. If you look at the axes of advance here in the north, right now you see almost 3 prongs starting to come into the city. This is the convoy up here to the northwest. It's been advancing, stalled out, struggling and having trouble. But yesterday, there were reports that they were moving out here to the west, which would mean that they could start to envelop from the west and the northwest. Separately, from Sumy, we had that axis of advance. In Brovary here, you're starting to see those skirmishes as they try and move armor forces in on this highway. Separately, Zalicia up here to the north, same thing. You're starting to see this sort of combat. So if they can come in and encircle the city, over time, this will take days and weeks, but over time, they'll be able to do a siege to Kyiv, much like they've done in Mariupol and other locations.
All right, Clint Watts, thank you so much. We appreciate you walking us through this to kick us off every morning. Now, this morning, Vice President Kamala Harris is meeting with leaders in Poland to discuss the crisis in Ukraine. While a major aim of the trip is to present a united front against Russia's invasion, the visit comes one day after the Department of Defense rejected Poland's plan to give Soviet-era fighter jets to the United States to then give to Ukraine. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now from the Polish capital of Warsaw. Josh, good morning. So some viewers may have just heard that and thought, what is that plan? What does that mean? It was this plan to transfer those jets to this U.S. base in Germany so that then essentially it was on the U.S. to pass them over to Ukraine. Is that whole plan officially dead? Is that not going to happen anymore, this transfer of these jets that Ukraine has asked for?
It was dead and it was never alive to begin with, Savannah, according to the Pentagon, which says the idea of putting these planes in U.S. custody is a non-starter, not only because shipping them from a U.S. base in Germany to Ukraine could be seen by the Russians as directly implicating the United States military in a war with Russia, but also because of the logistical and, frankly, safety considerations around who would then fly them into Ukraine, given the fact that there are significant Russian anti anti-aircraft capabilities pretty much across the country of Ukraine right now, meaning if it was U.S. pilots flying those planes, they could potentially be shot down by the Russians. And so Harris, on her trip here to Poland, is going to have to smooth over this diplomatic rift that's opened between the U.S. and Poland. U.S. officials saying this is only a temporary glitch in the relationship, that basically the Poles were trying to help. They got a little ahead on their skis. They put forward a proposal that was not tenable as far as the U.S. is concerned, but that the security relationship and the NATO partnership is still very strong. Harris saying this earlier this morning when she met with Prime Minister Duda. Take a listen.
We will discuss many issues today, and it will include the ongoing commitment that the United States has to support of this region, including the people of Ukraine, that ranges from security assistance to humanitarian assistance.
And as we are speaking, Savannah, Harris is holding a news conference with the Polish leader where just seconds ago, she once again affirmed the U.S. commitment to NATO, to defending, as Harris put it, every inch of NATO territory, saying the U.S. takes its Article 5 commitments extremely seriously. She's also talking about these 2 Patriot missile batteries the U.S. is now putting into Poland, not to be used in Ukraine, to be used here in Poland to help them shoot down missiles if it were to ever come to that. But clearly the U.S. and Poland both hoping it will not come to that Putin's aggression will not extend beyond Ukraine. But Harris trying to send the message both here and in her next stop in Romania that the U.S. is very firmly committed to the defense of the alliance. Savannah?
That Article 5, of course, being that clause that means that NATO countries are committed to defending each other. And that really is the issue here. Ukraine is not a NATO country, and therefore coming to their defense means direct involvement by NATO in terms of President Putin's perspective on this. So let's talk, though, about what can be done, because the Ukrainian President Zelensky has repeatedly asked for those jets, which was the plan that you just talked through and how we really don't have any progress on it, or a no-fly zone, meaning essentially NATO forces close the sky over Ukraine, which has similar concerns to what you just said in terms of involvement as well as the danger it puts NATO troops in. So far, the U.S. has refused to do either in an effort to avoid that direct conflict. But the House passed government funding bill that includes nearly $14 billion in aid for Ukraine. Tell us about that aid and also explain just how blurry this line is. Why can we do that aid, but we can't help in this way? What does that ultimately mean President Putin thinks about that?
Yeah, that's a great question, Savannah. Well, let's start with that no-fly zone. I think we should explain to viewers, when we talk about imposing a no-fly zone, that means that if the Russians then fly into Ukrainian airspace, U.S. pilots are supposed to shoot those planes down. That would clearly bring the U.S. into direct military confrontation with nuclear-armed Russia, something the Biden administration says is not going to happen. Now, sending them planes, fighter jets, is slightly less significant of a step, but still one that brings the U.S. more into this conflict. But there are real questions about, look, if we're sending them all of these billions of dollars of lethal weaponry, doesn't that bring the U.S. to some degree into this conflict as well? The U.S. trying to walk this fine line, finding ways to help the Ukrainians fight the Russians without bringing the U.S. too far into this. And so you see them trying to strike that balance, Savannah.
Josh Letterman, as always, thank you so much.
The destruction in Ukraine is creating a refugee crisis not seen in Europe since the Second World War. The UN estimates now 2.2 million people have fled Ukraine since the war began. Countries like Slovakia and Hungary are seeing hundreds of thousands of refugees, but no country is seeing more traffic than Poland, where 1.2 million refugees have landed so far, mostly women and children. NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray has been following that story for us. He joins us now from a refugee processing center in Poland. Jay, good to have you with us again. When we saw you yesterday, you mentioned this center. It didn't even exist before the war. What are you seeing there on the ground today?
Well, Joe, we're actually have moved to the border crossing here, Medica. This is the spot where most of those are making the crossing. And you can see the fencing behind me. That's the actual line. That's where Poland starts, and that's where people are making to walk to freedom. I want to show you what they see as they take those first steps into this country after what for many has been a desperate, a very difficult journey. Walking down this footpath, you can see 2 days ago, Joe, these tents weren't here. There were empty fields on either side of this footpath, but volunteers have poured in with food, with clothing, with blankets, with anything they can grab to try and help those who so desperately need this help. And you can see the crowds here. They have been building. We continue to see so many people walking through this area. And at the end of this footpath, there's a bus that comes at random times. Obviously, there's no bus schedule for all of this. The red tents behind me, these are doctors. These are medics who are here to help those who may need some assistance after a long journey. We're talking to these families as they come through. It's bitterly cold. They've been coming through snow. Some of the women carrying their children for 2 and 3 days just to get to this spot. And really, Joe, they get here, and there's such an excitement. We've seen some real emotion from those who cross the border here. But they also understand it's just the beginning of what continues to be a very difficult journey for so many.
So, Jay, you've been there for a few days now. Do you get the sense that these operations, this response, is getting more organized day by day?
Yeah. Oh, I definitely think so. In the beginning, it was very scattered, and it was just catch as catch can. And now there seems to be a system to all of this. And I think it's because we've seen more people move in, more people who know how to run this type of operation and to help this type of operation. Obviously, it's going to be needed for quite some time. You can see it right here. I mean, their families just getting what they can. These are supplies, toiletries that they will need as they move forward, and just so many donations piling in that they had to figure out a way to make all of this work. And you're right, it is much more organized at this point. The question's going to become, and the rub's going to be, when the crowd becomes too big for this area to manage, when they don't have enough supplies to give to those who are moving through. And it's already pushed to its limits. We do continue to see volunteers and donations moving in, but we know that the crowds coming are large, and it's going to be very difficult.
Right, Jay Gray giving us a look at what's happening there on the border with Poland. Thank you so much, as always, Jay. Now, while Russia and Ukraine have reached that tentative deal to let civilians evacuate using those 7 humanitarian corridors, making that happen is another issue. How do countries go about creating a safe path for civilians to travel during a war? NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk takes a closer look at how the corridors work.
Russia and Ukraine have finally agreed on protected escape routes for Ukrainian civilians after a lot of wrangling. They're called humanitarian corridors. It works by securing a ceasefire for a long enough time so that families and other civilians can flee the war zone unharmed, getting out to safety. The corridors also allow humanitarian aid to get in for those people staying behind. The first humanitarian corridors of the modern era were attempted in the Bosnian conflict in 1992. But UN soldiers and Bosnian civilians often came under fire from Serbian forces. One UN report found the corridors, which included the Sarajevo airport, allowed the Serbs to control incoming aid. More recently, humanitarian corridors were used during the civil war in Syria, which the Russians were deeply involved in. By 2016, Russian and Syrian fighters were often accused of violating the ceasefire agreements and bombing the corridors. Fast forward to now, the Russians and Ukrainians tried to come to an agreement on safe passage last week, but the Russian proposal only allowed civilians to escape to Russia or its ally, Belarus. Finally, transports by the Red Cross successfully traveled Ukraine's first humanitarian corridor. The problem for the people of Ukraine now is that humanitarian corridors can only work if they are trusted. Ukrainian leadership says previous ceasefires have been violated. So the question is, will families and other civilians be willing to take the risk of using the corridors if they aren't sure they are safe?
Our thanks to Stephanie Gosk for that report. Coming up, more breaking news coverage, plus other major stories. When we come back, the war in Ukraine driving gas prices up. Here at home, how it's forcing some drivers to shift their habits.
Plus, sentencing day for actor Jussie Smollett, convicted of staging a hate crime against himself. You're watching Morning News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. More of our coverage out of Ukraine coming up. We'll check in with a Ukrainian who is making her way back to her home country. That's ahead, but we want to get to some other news this morning as well.
Americans are struggling with the skyrocketing costs of gas, one of the ripple effects of the war in Ukraine. Overnight, the national average soared to $4.32 a gallon. Now a group of governors is teaming up in an attempt to bring drivers some sort of relief. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Dallas with more on that. Morgan, good morning.
Yes, Venezuela, good morning. And these rising costs could bring a very real tipping point for drivers nationwide. Here in Texas, we're still under the national average, but look at that. $4.09 for a gallon of unleaded diesel, nearly $5.50 for a single gallon. And it's those rising costs that for many drivers are already bringing very real consequences. This morning, every cent adding up over the not so subtle spike at the pump.
And it's not going to get better. It didn't happen yesterday, and it won't be over tomorrow.
$20 lasts me 2 days in this big old truck. 2 days.
From coast to coast, the costly reality already forcing some drivers to shift habits.
Probably use the motorcycle, hopefully more often than not, and carpool as often as possible.
In Texas, middle school teacher Meredith Averett just bought a new car for a commute. She's rethinking.
May have to start, taking public transportation at this point because it's get to a point where it's impacting me being able to make my monthly bills.
The national average up 59 cents from last week with no clear cap just yet.
I'm hopeful that the national average will not hit the $5 gallon mark, but it certainly could continue rising closer to that mark.
With prices at the pump soaring, Democratic governors in 6 states are calling on federal lawmakers to declare a temporary gas holiday. Their letter to Congress calls to pass legislation suspending the federal gas tax through the end of this year, a move that would shave off 18 cents a gallon. Until there's real relief, many businesses are changing strategy. In North Carolina, Pepper Moon Catering is making customer proximity a top priority.
We try and stay within an hour radius, especially now that gas prices have increased. We try and like rein it back in a little bit so that we're not going as far and spending as much money on gas.
But for those whose livelihood depends on the road, every fill-up seems to break another record.
I've been driving 23, 24 years. That's the most I've ever paid.
And there is some hope in that potential gas tax change. However, transportation advocates are pointing to a study from 2020 that looked at 100 of these gas tax changes across the nation, and they found that a lot of these savings are not transferred on to the drivers because it's a pretty complex matter. You have the price of crude coupled with supply and demand, and so that on average only about a third is passed along. However, in times like this, every single cent helps, guys.
And everyone's noticing every single cent. All right, Morgan, thank you so much.
Now, as the energy crisis continues, America is seeking to improve relations with Venezuela. And now 2 Americans who had been imprisoned in the country have been released. Gabe Gutierrez has the latest.
As the war in Ukraine rages on, critics are now blasting the Biden administration for appearing to engage with a hostile government over oil. 2 Americans detained in Venezuela are home in the U.S. after a high-stakes meeting in Caracas.
They had been wrongfully detained.
Among those released, Gustavo Cardenas, one of the Citgo 6 executives from Citgo Petroleum who were arrested during a business trip to Venezuela in November of 2017 and later charged with corruption. Their families have been pleading for their release for years.
This is horrible to us.
We spoke to them in 2019.
Life for us is like a war because every day is a battle to bring them back.
Maria Elena Cardenas told NBC News of her husband's homecoming, "We are so happy. It doesn't seem real." The other man released is Jorge Alberto Fernandez, a Cuban-American tourist who was arrested last year for bringing a drone into Venezuela and accused of terrorism. A source within the Venezuelan government called the release a good faith gesture by President Nicolas Maduro. It's a rare thaw in relations now that the U.S. is no longer getting oil from Russia.
We have an interest globally in maintaining a steady supply of energy, including through our diplomatic efforts.
But critics argue the U.S. should not be cozying up to a dictator like Maduro.
He uses negotiations the way Putin does, habitually, to divide and demoralize his opposition.
And technically, the U.S. still recognizes Maduro's opponent as the legitimate leader of Venezuela. No word yet on the status of the other detained Americans. Back to you.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much. Now, Jussie Smollett returns to court today in Chicago for sentencing. This comes 3 months after a jury convicted him on 5 counts of disorderly conduct. The former Empire star was found guilty of lying to police, telling them that he was the victim of a racist and homophobic attack. He could face up to 3 years behind bars on each count, but he maintains the attack was not staged. NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos joins us now for more on this. Danny, good morning. Our viewers may remember how complicated this was, the back and forth here, the other men who were involved. So first, just tell us, what kind of sentence are you expecting to see from the judge today? What is he going to take into account when he makes that decision?
Not the statutory maximum of 3 years, because realistically, it's just not likely. This is a first-time offender. Actually, I'm sorry, the statutory maximum is more than that. But it's not going to be years. If Jussie Smollett goes to jail, it'll likely not be state time. He'll likely go to local jail and serve a relatively short sentence. But he might get jail time. Again, he's a first-time offender, no criminal history that I'm aware of. He's got a pretty good argument for probation. The statutory maximum is arrived at by adding up all the maximums for each count end to end. A judge is not likely going to do that with Jussie Smollett.
Now, Smollett has not admitted, again, that he lied to police. He maintains the attack was real. Do you think he'll speak at today's hearing? I mean, could we hear from him? Could he say anything that would potentially help lessen his sentence?
If I was defending him, I would recommend strongly that the client not take the stand and during sentencing and say anything for a number of reasons. If you're going to appeal, anything the defendant says on the stand at sentencing or in defense of himself might not help you on appeal. In addition, Jussie Smollett arguably didn't do a great job of acquitting himself on the stand. And lastly, if there's no need to put your client on the stand under oath, if the lawyer can basically speak for the client at sentencing, that's probably the best move with Jussie Smollett, only because if he takes the stand, if he speaks in his own defense at sentencing, this is someone that the judge may perceive as having lied in the judge's courtroom. And that's not a good place to be when you're asking the judge for the lightest sentence possible.
Yeah, and Danny, his team's actually asked the judge for an acquittal. Do you have any chance of seeing that happen?
Not likely. The theory is that the one acquittal on the multiple counts is inconsistent with the verdict. It's a creative theory. And look, as a defense attorney, you got to try anything you can. So it's hypothetically possible. It's happened in cases of mine where you show up for sentencing and, oh my gosh, the best thing imaginable happens. The whole case gets thrown out. But that's a 1 in a million. It's just not likely to happen.
All right, Danny Savalos, we always need you on these legal ones to walk us through. Thank you so much. Great to have you. Now let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather with Bill Cairns. Hello, Bill. Good morning.
Good morning. Let's talk snow and rain and cold and wind and all those fun things that we want to be done with. So the snowstorm is beginning in areas of Kansas that is sliding into Missouri. Yesterday, we had more snow in the Northeast. We had a couple spots up there around Oneonta and Delhi in southern New York that picked up 7 inches of snow. So a few areas got a little more than they were expecting. And it was a heavy, wet snow, too. But a lot of that should be melted in the next 2 days. So let's move on to the next storm. And that storm is already causing problems on Interstate 70 through Kansas. Pretty much stretches from one side of the state to the other. And now the snow is starting to spread from Kansas City and towards Columbia. We do have winter storm warnings in place from Kansas City to Concordia and also a little section there of northern New Mexico. And now we actually have winter weather alerts that are in effect for Oklahoma and even North Texas. So the cold air is moving in, and the snowfall forecast about 4 to 7 inches between Kansas City and Springfield around Joplin. That's kind of the jackpot for the heaviest totals. St. Louis, just 1 or 2 inches for you. We're not expecting a lot of snow in Dallas or Oklahoma City, but you also could get a little bit of an icy glaze with that. So here's the map for Friday morning. This storm is going to be causing problems Friday and Saturday. It's gone by Sunday. But notice snow, Little Rock, Memphis in the middle of March, pretty rare. But that's going to happen Friday, maybe an inch or two. Areas of Kentucky, Tennessee, the Ohio Valley could get an inch or two out of this. And then the storm gets much stronger by the time we get to Saturday. That's heavy rain and thunderstorms for Virginia through North Carolina. Heavy rain, D.C., Philly, and New York. But the backside of the storm is cold enough for significant snow for Pennsylvania, central New York, and all of northern New England. And behind the storm Saturday night, it's going to be a wind machine as temperatures plummet. Everything will freeze. So if you don't get out there and shovel, it's going to turn to solid ice. In areas that it rained, we could even deal with a flash freeze. So that's not fun for Saturday evening. Then everything is gone by Sunday. So how much snow are we talking? Not a lot, just an inch or so. Oklahoma City, Little Rock, Memphis, Nashville. But once we get into the higher terrain of the Appalachians, central Pennsylvania, that's where you're going to have enough to shovel, and significant snow is possible. Poconos, Catskills, all of Vermont, New Hampshire. So skiers, Sunday looks like a powder day for you. So keep that in mind if you want to change your weekend plans. And the heaviest rain will be to the south. So it's cold, guys. I mean, if you talk to anyone in Colorado today, they're not happy. In Denver, 19 degrees for their high temperature.
That's true. I've got a lot of friends there, and they are not happy. All right, Bill, thank you so much for all the great news you brought us. And coming up on Morning News Now, more breaking news coverage from the war in Ukraine. After the break, changing roles, ballerinas stepping off the stage and onto the battlefield to defend their home country. Plus, capturing war through a camera lens. We'll introduce you to some of the photographers tasked with what's likely the most difficult assignment of their career. Stick with us.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory.
Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Breaking this morning, the United Kingdom is tightening sanctions on 7 Russian oligarchs reported to have close ties to President Vladimir Putin. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer is in Beijing with more on that decision, as well as other global reaction to the war in Ukraine. Hey, Janice, good to see you.
Hey, good morning. The UK has announced sanctions against Russian billionaire Roman Abramovich, who owns the Chelsea Football Club. Now, going after Russian oligarchs is part of the UK's crackdown on Russian money to isolate Vladimir Putin. But it does throw the sale of the football club into question, because being on that sanctions list means that Abramovich's assets are frozen. Now, there are 7 who are currently on that list, including Oleg Deripaska, and they are all banned from entering the UK. Here in Beijing, Ukrainian athletes and officials at the Paralympics held a minute of silence to call for an end to the war in their country. They held up a banner that said "Peace for all." Some raised their fists into the air. Now, the team has been doing really well here at the Paralympics. They're 3rd overall in the medal standing. What isn't clear is how and when the athletes and officials are going to get back home when the games close next week. And finally, so many of those being displaced from Ukraine are women and children, and they're leaving with next to nothing. When Polish mothers saw that, they started showing up at train stations and border crossings with baby strollers. They just park them and leave them there for whoever needs them. Some have blankets inside and other baby things, and they have been proving a very small comfort for those who are arriving with the world absolutely upside down. So photojournalists capturing those images of the parked strollers at the train stations there.
I mean, just from mother to mother on one side of a border who's going through just such a horrible thing, leaving their home with their children. Janice, thank you so much. Now, last week we had a guest on our show who's planning to leave Chicago and return home to Ukraine. Maria shared that she wanted to be closer to her loved ones still in Ukraine, including her parents and her cousins. That's our interview from last week. You can see there. We have Maria back with us this morning to tell us about her journey. Now, we're not including her last name to protect her safety. She joins us now from Poland as she makes her way to Ukraine. Maria, good morning. Thanks for being with us. And I'll ask you about your journey and what you're doing in Poland in just a minute. But first, I want to tell our viewers something pretty incredible about you. You actually just got married this past weekend. Again, I want to remind our viewers, in Chicago, somewhere many of our viewers have been, maybe even live there. And after getting married, you are heading to a war zone. First, just tell us about that decision, and then tell us, have you been able to get in touch with those loved ones who are in Ukraine that you're making your way to?
Right. So the decision wasn't hard, since I've been watching this war from afar for 8 years or so. And my cousin have been in the army already, and my friends who are standing on Maidan. So I feel like, in a way, it's kind of what I have to do, and it's my turn. So that wasn't kind of difficult. I am making my way, but I have to wait for my new husband until he gets here. He's making his American passport, and I promised him I'm not gonna go and do anything dangerous until he gets here. So in the meantime, I am helping out a little bit with refugees here. And last night I got to go close to the border, and I have to say it's amazing how organized at this point Polish people are in Polish governments, and how everybody's helping. And it's basically kind of like a tag team. The guard patrols bringing people into the center. Then we are asking them where they want to go. Most Ukrainian people have somebody in Europe, a friend or a relative, so they just need to get there. And I was mostly providing comfort and translation at this point. And yeah, it was great. I'm tired, but we got it done.
It's just incredible that you've made your way there and haven't crossed it, and yet you're still finding a way to help people out. And so amazing to hear about what the Polish people are doing for the people of Ukraine. You say that you're waiting for your husband, so I know that's part of your plan. He is meeting you. At that point, your plan is to cross over the border. What are you going to do? What is your plan? Is it to join this fight? Is it to help people there? What are you going to do once you get into your home country?
Right. I'm hoping to join International Defense League that has been created as a part of Ukrainian army. And at this point, I already know the meeting points where we can just kind of show up and there are people 24/7 waiting, which I'm not going to disclose. But yeah, I just have to wait for David to come here, and hopefully they will take us, and I get to defend my country, you know.
Maria, can I ask, are you scared?
I am worried that people are not going to take me seriously, you know, because I am a musician, I'm a violinist, and I don't have a military training. My husband does, but I don't. I'm worried that something happened to him. I'm worried that I'm going to lose a couple of legs and won't be able to walk by myself, things like that. But, you know, it's beyond being worried. It's just something we got to do. I mean, look what's happening. It's crazy. We have to stop this.
It's pretty just incredible, Maria, that first your answer to that question is about being taken seriously and not even thinking just about your own safety was your initial reaction there. And of course, what you mentioned, your concerns are just for your physical being. Maria, what you're doing is incredible. Again, a reminder to our viewers, you came from Chicago, a place that they know what life is like there, and you're sending yourself there. Thank you so much. Stay safe, and we would love to check in with you.
You're welcome. Thank you for keeping Ukraine in the news.
Absolutely. Now, just like Maria, many Ukrainians are taking up arms to join the fight against Russia, including the nation's premier ballerinas. Some are putting their life's work on hold to defend their country. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin has their story.
They're the Butterflies of Kyiv, performing for the final time in France. Back home, their country torn apart by war. Now some of Ukraine's premier ballet dancers have swapped their tutus and slippers for guns and fatigues, putting their life's work on hold to defend their country. Of course I'm scared, says artist Alexei Potyomkin. I'm not a military person, but I couldn't just sit on the sidelines and observe. Just days ago, Alexei was a principal dancer in his prime, now a military paramedic. His life as an artist, a distant memory. I don't even think about ballet anymore, he says. Now it seems like another life. Dancer Lesia Vorotnyuk says art has prepared her for war. Ballet teaches you to have a strong spirit, she says. In 2019, Lesia says her husband died fighting on the front lines in eastern Ukraine. She says she's armed herself to protect her son and country. I love to perform on stage, to travel, to come back to ballet, she says. But the most important thing now is for the war to end with our victory. Across Ukraine, opera houses and theaters are closed.
Now it's not time for performance on a stage. Now we have performance on our street. We have blood, we have bombing.
The last time Oleksandr Omelshenko danced, it was the night before the war began. Now he's building anti-tank hedgehogs.
Do you think you're going to dance again?
Yeah, 100% I go back again.
Tonight, the artistic soul of Ukraine is standing by until they've secured their freedom. Erin McLaughlin, NBC News, Lviv, Ukraine.
For those watching this war through a camera lens, the grim images sometimes never leave them. We want to introduce you to some of the people who are tasked with this difficult job. Here's nightly news anchor Lester Holt with their stories.
They are the indelible images of a country at war, moments in time seared into our collective memories, captured by veteran war photographers like Marcus Yam, Chris McGrath, and Brendan Hoffman. He calls Kyiv home and has been documenting the tense relationship between Ukraine and Russia since 2014.
What has it been like to experience this and cover this at the same time?
I won't lie, it's been really hard. I've lived in Kyiv for 8 years. I left my home on the second day of the war, but I had to take some time off just to sort of process it and deal with my own personal stuff.
Capturing the destruction, the devastation, and the raw human suffering takes a toll.
You can't be a human without doing this job and being affected by it. Like there's families being torn apart, pointless death. It's just, you know, it just gets you so angry that I stand there sometimes just shaking my head and can't. It's more like just disbelief that this is continuing on.
There is a certain power in a still image, one moment in time that conveys emotion, fear, or the heartbreak to the rest of the world.
The first thing I try to get them to realize is that they are so lucky that they are not in this mess. They are so lucky that their lives are not turned upside down.
And behind every one of those moments we see in a photo is a story photojournalists never forget, a memory that sticks with them.
From the desperation of leaving and fleeing and saving one's families to, you know, the heroism of the men who refuse to leave and want to stay behind.
Like this couple with a border between them.
That last kiss before they were separated. So it was a moving moment and something that just really sets to me what the situation is about.
So many powerful images. Our thanks to Lester Holt for that story.
Yes, and coming up on Morning News Now, a harrowing escape from war.
You're thinking like, wow, this only happens in movies and or like history books, and right now I'm here, I'm experiencing it.
How a soccer player turned refugee is sharing his story in real time online.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Oil prices are starting to climb this morning after taking a tumble yesterday as investors are keeping an eye on the events in Ukraine.
For more on that, we're joined by our friend, CNBC's Bertha Coombs. Bertha, what is going on with the oil markets this morning?
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. You know, we're just going to continue to see this back and forth while the situation remains so unstable between Russia and Ukraine. U.S. crude, otherwise known as WTI, sliding more than 12% for its worst day yesterday since November. The international oil benchmark Brent crude dropped more than 13% yesterday, its biggest one-day slump in nearly 2 years. Now, traders say it's not unusual to see all this volatility and to see these wild price swings. There's increasing uncertainty now about whether other major oil producers could plug any gap in output from Russia. Not as big a deal here in the U.S., but certainly in Europe, a very big deal. They get 40% of their energy from Russia. The UAE ambassador to the U.S. saying his government will encourage OPEC to consider ramping up production. Meantime, Tesla will give Ukrainian employees at least 3 months' pay if they're asked to return to defend their country. An email seen by CNBC was sent this week to employees in Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. After 3 months, Tesla will reassess the war and their employee situations to decide what more will be needed. And finally, Sony and Nintendo are halting shipments of game consoles and software to Russia. Sony is also suspending the launch of a racing game, Gran Turismo 7, for the PlayStation 5 and operation of the PlayStation Store in Russia. Nintendo is delaying the release of Advance Wars 1 and 2, which was due to launch on Switch next month. A lot of corporations just pulling back and joining this pressure on Russia and Putin.
Yeah, every day that list grows. Every day the graphics that have all the logos of the company gets larger and larger. All right, Bertha, thank you so much. Good to see you.
Social media brings the world to us in startling ways, including from the front lines of the war. But internet outages are becoming more common there. Some towns in Ukraine have been offline for days.
Yeah, communication issues are just one of the many obstacles for people fleeing the violence. That was the case for a professional soccer player who documented his escape from a war zone. Take a look.
It just happened like one day to another. Like everything was fine, and the next morning, everything went chaotic.
This attack by Russia, which began about 8 hours ago, came in from 3 different locations. The government has imposed a state of emergency, calling it martial law.
Obviously, people are worried about me. How could I communicate with everyone at the same time? So I will just put it on TikTok and Instagram so everyone could see what's going on. And between the comments as well, people could help each other. People will watch me as well, and people that are having the same problem, people that were stuck there looking for a solution to get out. You're thinking like, wow, this only happens in movies and or like history books, and you're right now I'm here, I'm experiencing it. Tanks and the explosion I didn't see, but like I could see the buildings and that on fire. At first, we're on our way to Poland. We had other people that left way before us, and they were telling us it's crazy around here. Then we found all the routes to go to like the Hungarian border, or the Romanian one, or Slovakia, or the Hungary one, was the closest one from where we was at that time. The gas was the main problem. Like you only get 20 liters per car. We had to make sure we had enough gas for the car so we could continue our journey. We had a breakdown as well, where we were waiting in the motorway for 1 hour and a half, and you could see the tanks going past us at night. There was nothing to eat, like there was no hot food because people already bought everything. All I was eating was Pringles and chocolate. When we got to Hungary, the McDonald's were just there, like maybe like 15 minutes away. So I just wanted to eat something hot. Parents, they're very protective. My mom has high blood pressure, so if I'm not at home, she's always nervous, thinking, is my son okay? So when I got home, she really got emotional. He's in one piece, kept touching my face, hugging me. I always talk to my teammates from Ukraine, and they're telling me like they can see from the window, they can see like buildings on fire, the explosions. We'll wake them up sometimes and just keep praying that everything goes quick and we can actually just be like used to be for them.
It is incredible how social media has just changed how we're all getting information in real time and how then the world reacts to what's happening in Ukraine because we're getting that information so quickly.
Especially in these areas that it's tougher for our teams to be gathering information in the east of the country, in Russia right now. It's so important to have that information from social.
A window to Ukraine. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stick with us.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
Right now, more Ukrainians are getting a chance to escape cities targeted by Russian forces. 7 evacuation routes have opened around the capital of Kyiv and the cities of Sumy and Mariupol. The situation in Mariupol, devastating. 3 people were killed and 17 others, including kids, were hurt in a Russian attack on a children's hospital. The city has been cut off from power and water for more than a week now. A similar scene west of Kyiv. 2 hospitals there were also damaged in a Russian airstrike.
This morning, Russia and Ukraine's foreign ministers met for peace talks in Turkey, but no progress was made. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky telling our colleagues at Sky News that his country cannot stop the war on its own, and nations must act before it's too late, including closing the skies over Ukraine.
If it's prolonged this way, yes, you will see they will close the sky, but we'll lose millions of people.
Meanwhile, the United States is concerned over what Russia could do next. Officials worry they could be preparing chemical or biological weapons in Ukraine. Our chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel begins our coverage this hour from Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, and a warning: some viewers may find the images in this report distressing.
Diplomacy today failed to achieve any breakthroughs. Humanitarian corridors are not holding, and Russian troops are closing in on Kyiv. We are now in the northern part of the city, not far from the suburb of Irpin. The area has seen heavy fighting. We just returned from there, and it is considered highly strategic because if Russian troops are able to capture Irpin, they'd have a straight shot into the capital.
On the outskirts of Kyiv, we followed Ukrainian forces deep into Irpin. First on foot, under a broken bridge, and then, after searching for an abandoned car that still has fuel and keys, we drove into this small suburb that is now a vital front line. Many people have left because of the fighting, and that's created opportunities for looters. Ukrainian forces detain a group of them. They'd been stealing alcohol. The local mayor, Oleksandr Markushin, won't stand for it. The looters were loaded into a bread truck to be handed over to police.
How long can you keep them back?
The easiest way into Kyiv is through Irpin, the mayor says, but we're holding on here even after 2 weeks of fighting. They only have part of the city. Ukrainian troops so far are doing well on the ground, but they're struggling to stop Russian airstrikes like the one yesterday on a children's and maternity hospital in the besieged southern city of Mariupol, a city where people can't escape even if they try. Pregnant women were helped out of the building. Russia denied the strike. Russian troops have had Mariupol surrounded for days. Basic supplies have run out. We don't have electricity. We don't have anything to eat. We don't have medicine. We have nothing, this man says. Ukraine's President Zelensky said Mariupol is just the beginning of a new, more deadly and indiscriminate phase of this war.
In future, it will be too late. And believe me, if it's prolonged this way, yes, you will see they will close the sky, but we'll lose millions of people.
In Mariupol, the crater next to the hospital reveals the sheer size of the bomb Ukraine says Russia dropped. Locked in and under fire, they're now laying victims to rest in mass graves here, evoking a past Europe thought it had also buried.
Talks today between Ukraine's foreign minister and the Russian foreign minister in Turkey failed to achieve any breakthroughs. They did, however, agree to meet again, but there was no breakthrough on a ceasefire, nothing on humanitarian corridors. But the Russian foreign minister did say that there is the possibility, still the details need to be worked out, but a possible future meeting between Ukraine's President Zelensky and Vladimir Putin. But we are still, it seems, a far way from that. The next set of meetings could take place in Belarus.
All right, Richard, thank you so much. Let's now bring in NBC News senior national security analyst Juan Zarate. He's also the former deputy national security advisor to President George W. Bush. Juan, good morning. So let's talk about those talks between the Russian and Ukrainian foreign ministers. They ended today with little progress, though Ukraine said both sides agreed to work on humanitarian issues. So I want to remind viewers about some of these security demands. So Russia again mentioned the fact that Ukraine becoming a neutral country, joining NATO, they are against that. Recognizing Crimea and these separatist republics in the east. Do you think Ukraine might be willing to work with some of these demands? Are any of them reasonable, especially at this phase in this war?
I think what we've heard from President Zelensky is that those aren't reasonable, especially the last two parts of that, which require Ukraine to validate Russian occupation and the disunification of Ukraine. And so I think from President Zelensky's perspective, that's not reasonable. That said, you have diplomatic talks to see what can be gained, what can be agreed upon. And even if Russian demands are unreasonable, you still want to have those talks. And certainly they are focusing on trying to establish and hold and secure humanitarian corridors at a minimum to allow civilians to get out of the war zone and to flee out of the country. And it's disappointing that the talks haven't resulted in much, but it's not surprising. The Russians seem quite intent on continuing their invasion and pretty stark in their demands.
I mean, yeah, Juan, Russia's foreign minister has accused the West of, quote, acting dangerously by supplying weapons to Ukraine. We talked yesterday about the Pentagon dismissing a plan by Poland to send its Soviet-era fighter jets to Ukraine via the U.S. You tweeted earlier you thought this was a mistake. Why do you believe that? Are you concerned at all that if they did that, it could drag the U.S. into this conflict in a way it doesn't want to be involved?
Well, the U.S. was responding to this in part because they were surprised. Poland didn't coordinate, apparently. This was a moment of disunity, which was unfortunate. But the U.S. is very sensitive about the potential of escalation, the potential of direct confrontation with Russia. The problem here, and the reason I think it's a mistake, is Putin is now shaping the battle space. He's shaping the expectations of what escalation looks like or what it will mean. He's, in fact, called sanctions an act of war. And we're already providing Javelin missiles. We're providing Stingers. We are acting to allow the Ukrainians to defend themselves. That's been our proposition. That's our theory as to why we're doing that, why the sanctions are legitimate. We're allowing Putin to now define what's acceptable. And I think it's also dispiriting to the Ukrainians themselves. You've heard this frustration in President Zelensky's statements recently. He needs help. They need materiel. And to not provide fighters to allow them to go toe-to-toe with the Russians themselves is difficult and dispiriting.
Yeah, wow, an incredible point there, and I think one that a lot of people have been wondering. Why are we concerned about that if we're not crossing a certain line? Speaking of crossing a certain line, let's now talk about the no-fly zone. We just heard twice already in the few minutes of this hour of our broadcast, President Zelensky saying, you will see they will close the sky, but we will lose millions of people. He's been pushing hard for this. Yesterday, Secretary Blinken and Britain's Foreign Secretary again ruled that out after their meeting for that fear that it would lead to this direct confrontation with Russia. Do you agree with that position? And let me ask you about what President Zelensky said. I mean, is there a line? Does this go on for too long? Are too many civilians killed? Are too many pregnant women in hospitals killed where the concern over the no-fly zone goes out the window?
I think we have to think about that. And I think the challenge here is we've started with the proposition that Ukraine isn't a NATO country. We obviously don't want to be fighting Russia directly. We don't want this to escalate into World War III or a nuclear confrontation in the worst case scenario. But Russia is changing the nature of this battle. They're attacking hospitals. We've seen horrific attacks on the humanitarian corridors. And we've heard from former officials on both sides of the aisle talking about more creative options around no-fly zones, perhaps no-fly zones around the humanitarian corridors that are agreed upon, maybe in certain parts of Western Ukraine, Ambassador Kurt Volker, our former ambassador to NATO, has made that suggestion. So I do think we need to think about this. Otherwise, Putin has free reign of the skies. He has no accountability. And we're in a moment of impunity where the Russians can just roll over and besiege and bombard the Ukrainian people without any pushback. That's a real problem. And you hear President Zelensky pleading at this point.
Juan, thank you so much. Really, really great insight there for us.
Thank you.
More than 2 million Ukrainians, mostly women and children, have fled the war zone to neighboring countries. But this morning, we're taking a closer look at those who've chosen to stay behind and fight in their own way. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders brings us their stories of courage.
In the war zone, in a car, a mom with 2 kids.
Lots of kids with us.
And in every direction, horror. These raw images of war gathered not by professional journalists, rather by women still in Ukraine with cell phones in what's become the Mom News Network. Their goal, make sure the world sees everything they see.
Do you think that you are putting yourself in danger when you go out to get these images?
I'm not afraid, you know. I'm more afraid to lose my country, my people, my friends, my relatives.
The moms began gathering war videos 18 days ago when Russia attacked. Now, more than 100 Ukrainian mothers connected across a country almost the size of Texas. They're often in spots where there are no journalists. They've filmed more than 1,000 videos so far.
The pictures that I took and videos, it's also like a very...
In war, it's said the first casualty is the truth.
We know and we believe that the information is our weapon in this fight.
This mom now organizing the videos as they come in.
You just can't sleep after watching this video.
The graphic scenes then shared with journalists, world politicians, and beyond. As so many flee Ukraine to bordering nations, those moms who stay behind on a mission.
Is this a courageous moment?
This is the time very easy choosing. Are you going to die? Or you're going to protect your country, your family, yourself?
Anna Popavchenko, fearless for her 2-year-old son, Voldemir.
That the whole nation will stand up and fight with him, including mom with their cell phones, you know. And he's also Ukrainian, you know, so it's also about his.
Thanks to Carrie Sanders for that report.
Yeah, wow. Now, as the war between Russia and Ukraine rages here at home, the FBI has charged a dual Russian-American citizen with acting as a Russian agent in the U.S. They say her connections reach all the way to President Vladimir Putin. The former banker allegedly met with U.S. lobbyists and politicians, including Donald Trump, when he was running for office. NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter has the details.
The FBI says Russia had an agent hiding in plain sight, meeting with politicians, lobbyists, and trying to court a presidential candidate. They say 61-year-old Elena Bronson, a citizen of both Russia and the U.S., worked to spread Russian interests, allegedly receiving tens of thousands of dollars directly from the Russian government while hiding her Moscow directives in violation of U.S. law. Bronson, a former banker, allegedly peddled Russian propaganda through the Russian Center New York, an initiative she ran out of her Manhattan home. Her connections reaching all the way to the top. According to the FBI, Bronson communicated directly with Russian President Vladimir Putin, requesting, quote, administrative support to host events at the Russian consulate and embassy. Bronson attempted to cozy up to a presidential candidate, requesting meetings at pro-Russian events in New York City with Donald Trump or his family in 2016 while he ran for office. The FBI says there's no indication Trump ever attended any of Bronson's events. Authorities say Bronson fled the U.S. in October of 2020, less than a month after she was interviewed by the FBI. Her exact whereabouts unknown. In this interview with Russian state TV released in October, Bronson says she returned to Moscow because she was, quote, scared and felt the probability was very high that she'd be arrested. The woman conducting that interview? Maria Butina, who in 2018 pled guilty to acting as a Russian agent without registering with the feds herself. She admitted to using the NRA to gain access to influential Republican politicians.
I'm the board member of the Right to Bear Arms. This is an all-Russian public organization. We promote gun rights.
After serving more than a year in an American prison, Butina was sent back to Russia. The likelihood that Bronson, who left the U.S. before charges were levied against her, could see any prison time is extremely low, though her case could serve as a deterrent.
This is a common practice of the Russians and Soviets before them, and it's going to continue. And so it's really incumbent upon us to, kind of identify it, but also for the public to kind of be aware of it, that this is constantly going on, and to be particularly sort of tuned into it now, where there is sort of, there's an ongoing proxy war between the United States and Russia.
All right, our thanks to NBC's Tom Winter for that report.
Our coverage of Russia's invasion of Ukraine continues throughout the hour. We do want to get to some other stories that we're following today.
Coming up, the men accused of plotting to kidnap Michigan's governor are now standing trial. How the group is defending themselves in the courtroom.
Plus, first it was murder hornets, now it's giant spiders dropping from the skies. Nothing to worry about there. These eight-legged creatures are popping up in the south, could be spreading up the East Coast. That story just ahead.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Our coverage out of Ukraine will continue. Just ahead, we're going to get the latest from a member of parliament still in Kyiv this morning, but we want to get to some of the other news stories of the day right now.
Yeah, starting with the federal trial underway in Michigan. It's for the 4 men accused of conspiring to kidnap Governor Gretchen Whitmer. During opening statements yesterday, prosecutors argued the suspects were scheming to murder the governor over COVID restrictions in the state. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams has the details.
Of the COVID pandemic and government restrictions, prosecutors say 6 men upset by those rules plotted to kidnap Governor Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan from her summer home and blow up the bridge leading to it so police would have a hard time responding. 4 of those men are now on trial. 2 of them, Adam Fox and Barry Croft, are accused of being the masterminds meeting in the basement of a vacuum cleaner store where Fox worked to discuss the plot. Court documents say the group was closely monitored by 2 undercover FBI agents and at least 5 informants, and that some of them watched the men set off explosives, surveil the governor's summer home, and conduct exercises to practice using weapons. But defense lawyers say all those undercover agents and informants egged the men on, pushing them deeper into the plot. They also contend that the men cannot be found guilty of conspiring with government informants, but a former prosecutor disagrees.
In this case, there are 4 defendants on trial for entering into an agreement to commit a crime. The mere fact that there were government agents that were also pretending to go along doesn't in any way diminish that conspiracy.
Our thanks to Pete Williams for that report, and testimony will resume today. The trial is expected to last about 4 to 5 weeks. We'll stay on that.
In this week's Climate Control, we're looking at the impact of the Ukraine war on the environment.
Yeah, countries around the world are feeling financial pressure from the sanctions on Russia, making them rethink their dependence on foreign energy. But will they set aside their climate targets for more domestic oil and gas drilling or speed up the transition to green energy? NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is back with us for this segment. Hey, Bill, so we've been covering the U.S. ban, of course, on Russian oil and gas, the impacts it's having here at home. Now, our allies in Europe haven't signed on to that yet. They're actually a lot more reliant on Russian fuel than we are. But the European Union did announce a way it could significantly cut that dependency. It would be by accelerating its green energy plan. Now, noticeably, that doesn't necessarily mean drilling more, which could be good news. What more can you tell us about this?
It's all about accelerating because they just can't cut it all off at once. We were able to do that in the U.S. because we only have 8% of our total volume of gas imported was from Russia. So 8%, that's a number hopefully we can make up from other countries. But Europe, their numbers are staggering. I mean, 27% of oil comes from Russia, 41% of their energy from natural gas comes from Russia, and 47% of coal comes from Russia. Those are just numbers they can't just turn off, or the lights would go off in many cases. So here's what they've decided to do and how they're going to accelerate their plan. You have to remember, they already had a plan in place, but now because of this war, they're trying to do it faster. So what they're trying to do is they want to find new sources and create better relationships with the places besides Russia. So it's trying to kind of mitigate and try to reduce a little bit possibly. They also want to do a massive investment and with subsidies for renewables. Now, they want to try to, increase the investment for solar, for wind, and for hydrogen. And they also, and this is what we also need to do in our country, and it's the same problem in Europe too, they want to make everything more efficient. One quote was, why are we switching to renewable energy to then continue to waste it? So a lot is lost in the transmission. So upgrading and retrofitting buildings. And so the overall goal of this new acceleration was to slash Russian gas by 2/3 this year, which is very ambitious. And the plan goes, they want no Russian gas in 10 years.
You know, Bill, seeing Russian troops at Chernobyl and the fire at the massive Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, it brought back memories of past nuclear disasters like Chernobyl. Then you got high energy prices, which are forcing many European countries to reconsider their approach to nuclear power. What more can you tell us about that?
Well, it was interesting. We just talked about the European Union making their announcements, but there's also the International Energy Agency, and they actually said leave the nuclear reactors on that are planned to turn off in Europe, or the European Union didn't say that. So here's a map that shows you nuclear energy production by country. You notice that France is huge with nuclear, much bigger than most of the other countries. Germany, by the way, had 4 nuclear reactors. They just shut down 2. They have 2 that are planned to be shut down at the end of this year. And if you've been watching the news, a lot of energy comes from Russia that goes into Germany. So there's been a push to keep those reactors on. And just yesterday, Germany said they are going to shut down those reactors as planned and not leave them on. So there's a lot of debate about what is best for nuclear in Europe. But France, Macron just came out and said, they are going to ramp up their nuclear. He's planning on building possibly 14 new nuclear reactors by 2050. So there's not unison on the nuclear or not.
Hey, Bill, something a lot of people might not know, Ukraine is often called the breadbasket of Europe, and that's because of all the grain it produces. But yesterday it banned the export of many staples, grains like barley. Tell us how that could affect prices. What does this mean?
Yeah, barley's a huge one. Corn's also a huge one, too. But let's focus just on barley. If you take into account Russia, which is the #1 producer of barley, and Ukraine is #7 in the world, they roughly make up 25% of the world's barley. So you say, oh, okay, big deal. What's barley do? Well, 70% of barley goes to animal feed. So if it's going to cost a lot more to feed the animals of the world, the meat and dairy prices are going to go up for you, me, and everywhere else, and they're very concerned with what that's going to mean in areas like Africa for food scarcity. And the other part of this, which could affect all of us, especially maybe on the weekends, 30% of barley is used in the beer making process, and 20% of the world's beer barley comes from Ukraine. The barley prices are already up 20% before the war began. And now they're expecting the prices to soar even more. So in your local grocery aisle, expect the beer prices to also be going up.
Oof, so many things. We've learned that yesterday. Sam Brock told us about all these different things that will be impacted. Really is pretty wild. Bill, thank you so much.
All right, 2 years ago, we dealt with murder hornets. Now we're dealing with a new large spider that's as big as your palm. It's the Juro spider. It's an invasive species. They've already been spotted in Georgia and the Carolinas. Now it looks like they're heading north. Juros create spectacular webs. They're very large, but researchers tell us no need to worry. These aren't the kind of spiders you see in the movies.
It was already one of our greatest phobias, arachnophobia. The fear of spiders. Now comes the Juro spider. Native to Asia, it was first spotted in Georgia nearly a decade ago. They've since spread across the southeast, with some using their parachute-like silks to travel in the wind, others hitching a ride on cars. Researchers say these multicolored friends are now ready to make a bigger debut. Because of their higher metabolism and heart rate, they're able to survive colder temperatures. So a new study at the University of Georgia predicts the Juro spiders will make their way up the East Coast this spring.
Look what's invading the East Coast this summer.
It's unclear how far north they'll go, but they'll be hard to miss, growing up to 3 inches long. End to end, that's as wide as your palm. Their imposing webs in bright yellow, blue, and red coloring give most folks a serious fright. But the experts want to reassure us these guys behave more like the beloved Charlotte.
My name is Charlotte. Charlotte A. Cavatica.
Than the giant queen.
People are going to have to learn to appreciate spiders because this spider isn't going anywhere. They are actually very, very timid. And it turns out they're more timid than most of your native spiders.
Despite those reassurances, the spread of the Juro spider is just the latest insect invasion turning heads. Last spring, it was a blanket of cicadas. Well, they created plenty of commotion. The cicadas are supposed to be here. The murder hornets, spotted in 2020, and the Juros are not. So what exactly is going on with these invasive species?
Global economy is translating into a global biota. So as ships leave foreign ports, they bring containers to this country, and those containers may have objects inside that are housing or providing refuge for invasive species. So that means we're going to have a steady stream of new species winding up on our shore.
Bottom line, even though they look pretty scary, Juro spiders aren't a dangerous threat to humans or pets. In fact, it's unlikely they'll even bite you. Even if they do, we're told their fangs aren't long enough to actually break through the skin. The one thing you might notice, they cast these huge webs, so you might walk into one, but if you do that, odds are the spider will just scamper away. So.
Well, thank God they have short fangs.
Right. Thank goodness.
I feel so much better.
Big bodies, short fangs.
The colors are pretty crazy. It looks like it would be poisonous or something, you know what I mean, because of that coloring.
Yeah.
But let's all just try to relax. Thanks so much, Joe. Just one added to the list.
Trying to bring some good news.
Yeah, we love that. Okay, now we've been reporting on Russian propaganda throughout the conflict in Ukraine.
Some people with relatives in Russia say their family members don't believe there's actually a war going on. Coming up, a Ukrainian with Russian relatives joins us next with what she is hearing from them.
students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory. Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. As Russia continues its invasion into Ukraine, we're getting a closer look at the determination of the Ukrainian people during their fight for freedom. Civilians are joining in to help out the war effort any way they can, even as Russia's attacks on the country intensify by the day. Kira Rudik is a member of Ukraine's parliament and joins us now from Kyiv. Kira, good to have you with us. First of all, just tell us, how are you doing right now?
Hello, thank you for having me. I'm just back from helping refugees to flee the outskirts of Kyiv that were severely bombarded by Russian Air Force. So this is how we are. We understand that if we don't get enough Air Force support, what's happening in Mariupol and other cities that has been bombarded to the ground will happen in Kyiv, in the capital. We do remain in Kyiv, and by we, I mean myself and my resistance unit. And we have been training for the last 15 days, 2 hours every day, to bear arms, to protect our city, and to make sure that if Russian troops come, when Russian troops come, we will be able to give them a very good fight.
Kira, I understand before this invasion, you never really held a firearm. Now you do. You talk about the gun training you're receiving. Many everyday citizens are taking up arms to defend their country. I mean, what does this say about the bravery of the Ukrainian people?
I did not have any guns beforehand and did not even hold a gun in my head before. Right now, I think Putin miscalculated because he saw that he will be only fighting Ukrainian army. Instead, he's fighting every single Ukrainian citizen, different ways. That's how the convoy that started going to Kyiv is right now halfway destroyed. This is why these peaceful cities that are opposing occupants, they are opposing peacefully or not peacefully, but they stand up and say, you cannot take us. So the bravery of Ukrainian nation right now is being a highlight to the whole world. And this is the only reason why we are standing for 15 days straight. So at the very beginning of this war, everybody said, guys, it's 24 to 48 hours before this largest army, one of the largest army in the world, will take over you. Well, watch us. We are standing, and we will be standing because we are fighting for our motherland.
We are inspired by all of your bravery. Kira, I know you have some deep ties to the U.S. for your previous work with companies in Silicon Valley. What are some of the ways folks in America can help Ukraine right now?
Well, first of all, we are incredibly thankful for all the support that is coming from overseas, from the financial aid, which is, as you know, never enough. And I encourage everybody to help our funds, humanitarian funds. Additionally, I would like to invite everybody to join the IT Army forces. And I'm sure for folks in Silicon Valley, it will be additional and profound satisfaction in taking down Russian internet resources, in taking down Russian sites and infrastructure. This is as important as fighting on the ground. We have 16,000 people from all over the world over the last 3 days who came in fighting on the ground for us. But I do understand that it is not for everybody. So whoever can do it online, please help us online, join the IT Army, and help us take down Russia and make it the North Korea style.
Kira Rudik, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us and for your leadership. We appreciate it. We're thinking about you, your friends, and your family.
Thank you. Glory to Ukraine.
As the Russian invasion stretches into a third week, some Ukrainians say that their relatives, their family in Russia, doesn't believe this war is actually a war. And while that can be hard to understand for people in the U.S., Ukrainians say it's a testament to the power of Russian propaganda, disinformation, misinformation. This is a picture of Misha Katsurian. That's his father there with him. Misha lives in Ukraine, and he's experiencing the attacks firsthand. His father, who lives in Russia, had a very different understanding of what was going on. We want to now bring in Misha. Misha, first, I just want to say thank you for joining us. I imagine this isn't something easy to talk about, a war or this misunderstanding within your family. First, I want to set up how I understand this happened. You're dealing with a war. You are trying to evacuate your children. You're trying to evacuate your wife. And you hadn't heard from your dad in Russia, and you decided to call him. Tell me about what he said on the phone to you. Tell me about what you told him and his reaction.
Hello. Thank you for having me. So, yes, that was a quite big surprise for me that my father, who lives under Nizhny Novgorod in Russia, and he, he's super religious guy. He worked as a lifeguard in the monastery, the huge Christian monastery. So he didn't call me, and I know a lot about Russian propaganda, so I just thought maybe he doesn't know what's going on, and I decided to call him by myself. So I did it, and started to tell him how am I doing, my children, my wife, and all my family. I told him that Russia invades Ukraine, that they are bombing us, and I'm trying to escape my 8-month son. And and he started arguing with me. He said, no. So that's not the war. In reality, Russia is doing peaceful operation, and they are trying to help you, to save you from the Nazis regime, which occupied Ukrainian government. But we don't have Nazis regime and never had. And also he said quite interesting thing that Russian soldiers, they are so peaceful, and they give locals warm clothes and the food. So it says. And I spent maybe 5 minutes trying to explain him what's going on, but he just could not understand this. And After this, I came home and made that post in the Instagram that my father does not believe me. And this post became viral. Like it was more than 1,035,000 reposts. So that's I realized that this is huge problem. And each comment under this post was about my sister doesn't believe me, my mother doesn't believe me, like my uncle doesn't believe me. And I realized that this is like problem is much bigger than my problem. And I found that there are more than 11 million relatives of Ukrainians in Russian. And the most easiest way right now when you are communicating with them is to just to become angry and to stop communicating with them and to say, okay, now I don't have father. But the thing is that right now there is no free media in Russia. So all the medias are federal. And now they even closed Facebook, TikTok, and Instagram. Yeah. So maybe now relatives are the only channel to spread the truth to these people. And just imagine if like we tell truth to 11 million people and they will tell the truth to several of their friends, it will be 33 million people who will be against Putin regime. So after this, I created the website, which is called Father Believe. And on this website, I try to explain how to communicate with relatives who are under effect of propaganda, because it's very hard. So if you are not ready for the discussion, you will lose. And so me and my friends from the Banda Creative Agency, we created this website with all these questions. And I called my father again, and I recorded this call. And we talked for 50 minutes. I made it short. You can find it in my Instagram account. And so I tried to become, not to like become angry, to listen to him, to for him to feel that I love him, that I'm here not to struggle, not to fight with him. And you know, like that was a little step. And during this discussion, he said me that, Misha, I believe you. And after this, like on our website, the call to action is for everybody to call your relatives and to tell them truth. And not to be, something like this.
Yeah, Misha, I mean, I think that's one of the things that we've been saying is what might stop this war is people in Russia understanding what's happening and rising up to it. And again, a website, Father Believe. Thank you so much for sharing something that is both personal and difficult to talk about. Thank you.
I've got also one thing which I want to say not only to my father and relatives in Russia, to like all the people in the world. Like Russia is a huge country, and as we know from the history, they can act the war for ages. And Ukraine is very brave but small, and we are resisting, but we cannot resist for ages. So they will kill all of us, and then they will continue. So NATO, close the sky, save Ukraine and democracy and the future of the world.
All right. Misha, thank you so much again for joining us. Now, 200 Ukrainian exchange students studying in the U.S. are watching the horrific events unfold back in their home country. Not certain what kind of homeland there will be to go home to.
Yeah, these teens are a world away from their families, relying on sporadic texts and calls for updates, all while trying to get through the everyday realities of high school. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster spoke with several students. Joins us now from Cornersville, Indiana, with more on these conversations. Shaq, good to have you with us. You know, when the students first heard about the invasion, what were their first thoughts, the things that went through their minds?
Yeah, you know, there was stress, there was concern, there was a lot of worrying. You mentioned the idea that high school is already pretty stressful with their classes, extracurricular activities. But for these students, you then throw in the idea of a war in their homeland that is thousands of miles away. Listen to them explain that moment when they realized what exactly was going on.
At first, I didn't believe because I think you can't expect or predict the war. Of course, you can hear other people like saying about it, but you can't know that like your compatriots, your people, friends, family will need to hide from the bombs flying to their houses to fight for the future of the country. So at first I didn't believe it, but like then I texted my parents and I got all the messages I saw on all the news, and it was pretty hard, like first hours, first minutes.
I started Googling like all the information, what is going on. So there were a lot of videos of like the actual action that is going on, so like how people actually dying there. I should have not done that. That was a little mistake. But yeah, I was like, for 2 hours straight, I was just on my phone, almost crying the whole time.
That last student that you heard from, her name was Dasha, and the next thing she said is, and then I went to school. So after hearing that, after having that emotion, she then went to class and had to deal with the regular stresses of high school, and that's what so many students who have come in from Ukraine, that's what they're dealing with here.
Yeah, so tell us about their ability to get in touch with their families in Ukraine, to speak with them. I mean, especially as things get more and more violent there. How are these students feeling just about being far away, and what is it like to try to get updates on their whereabouts?
Yeah, you know, it's hard. There's one student who said her family is still trying to flee and still trying to get into a safe place. For other students, their parents have left to another country and are relatively safe right now, but they still have friends that are in that active war zone. Listen to them explain that battle of dealing with and trying to communicate with their folks back home.
If I had a chance to go back, I would go back.
Why is that?
I want to be with my family.
How about you?
Well, yeah, I have the same idea that like I would like to stay with my family and actually be with them, because like I don't know if my mom will pick up my phone or like answer to me the next day. But my mom thinks the opposite, and she's like very, very grateful I'm here and tells me like, no, like don't come back, and gives me like mixed feelings.
They're still driving. They're driving already 6 days. I'm sorry. And they're like, if they're in town that has curfew, for example, like since 7 p.m., they have to stop and they have to wait till it will end. So they have to sleep in the car like whole night, and then they can move again. And they're moving so slow because of traffic, and they don't really know where can they stop.
She says she tries texting with her family at least twice a day. For another student, she explained the idea that she's checking the news every 5 minutes, even while she's in class. You really get a sense of how much they're paying attention to what's going on, but also how much, and this is from them, they say school can be a positive distraction. They're able to focus on other things and get their mind off of what exactly their family is going through.
Plus, they have friends there who can sort of help them out and help them get through.
Relate.
Shaq Brewster in Indiana. Shaq, thanks so much.
Now, we've all seen how the war in Ukraine is impacting the economy.
Inflation is already at a record high. We're going to have the latest new numbers just out this morning.
Plus, Tiger Woods inducted into the Golf Hall of Fame. The emotional introduction he got from his daughter. Stick with us.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
NBC News, streaming free now. News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life in prime time And streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
House Democrats are in Philadelphia this morning for the House Democratic Caucus Issues Conference. It gets underway today. Start of the conference was delayed a day because of the House vote last night. It's their first in-person retreat since before the pandemic began. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now from Philly with a preview. Ali, good morning to you. So give us a little background about this retreat. What exactly is it? What are Democrats looking to accomplish, especially in a midterm year where they know the odds are stacked against them?
Yeah, I'm really glad that you bring up the timing here, Joe, because typically these are kind of dull inside the Beltway affairs. This time, though, it's coming at a moment where you are several months out from Election Day for the midterms, and for a party that really has to strategize now about how they're going to use the next few months to their electoral advantage. You mentioned the vote that happened last night, stripping COVID relief out of that larger budgetary omni package that passed late last night. That's going to be really important because COVID relief, one of those key things that helped Democrats in 2020 and in those special elections that happened in early 2021, all of that now on the table as the Democrats try to figure out what their main messaging platform is going forward and how they're going to use these next few months while they still have the majority.
Yeah, so this event is supposed to make the party more united. Democrats bumped heads, as you just mentioned, this week over that $1.5 trillion omnibus spending bill. Tell us a little more about that and some of the challenges the party is now facing over the next couple days in Philly.
Well, look, that's actually a really great way to tee up this conference because it comes at a moment when you have just recently the State of the Union where Democrats gave multiple different responses to their own Democratic president's State of the Union. It does show that as much as Democrats may have majorities in the House and Senate, there's a lot of different ways to be a Democrat right now. That's going to be part of the focus here. And you have to look no further than what happened yesterday. They rolled out that $1.5 trillion omnibus bill late in the night, around 1:30 in the morning 2 days ago. Members didn't have a chance to look at it, but by the time they did, what they saw in it was the COVID relief portion having some money stripped out from state and local governments to better pay for future funding. So that was previously allocated money that was then being used to pay for future money. There were some members who didn't feel great about that. They pushed back against leadership, and it's why we saw this vote then go late into the night because leadership had to scramble. They had to pull that COVID relief funding out of the larger omni bill, and now it's a question of even if the House manages to pass it, it's likely not going anywhere in the Senate. So a lot of different ways to be a Democrat, and you even saw it last night. I will say the impact of the shifting sands on that omni vote were very apparent here. The buses from Washington with lawmakers on them were rolling overnight. They didn't finish checking lawmakers in until about 4:30 this morning, Joe. So you might have a little sleepy start here, but nonetheless, the retreat is saved because they did manage to finish their business.
You know, despite that, President Biden is expected to give a keynote address tomorrow very quickly. What's his message expected to be?
Look, we've seen him road test this idea of empathy at a moment when you're seeing inflation at highs, as well as Americans still struggling under the weight of the pandemic and the economic recession. Clearly, that's going to be a message here for him. And really, he is the uniting force at the top of this party. A lot of people here want to hear what he has to say as they head into a midterm year.
Ali Vitale in Philadelphia. Ali, thank you so much. And more breaking news to tell you about this morning. Just moments ago, the latest report on inflation was released. It was higher than expected. Increases in gasoline, housing, and food were the largest contributors to that rise.
The NBC reporter Bertha Coombs is here to help us understand these numbers. Hey, Bertha, good morning.
Hey, Joan, Savannah, that's right. We saw inflation hitting a fresh 40-year high. The Consumer Price Index coming up about 0.8% for the month of February. That puts consumer inflation at 7.9% year over year. As you mentioned, led by food, gas, and shelter prices. Some of the numbers that we're looking at: groceries, food at home, up 8.6% year over year. You know that if you've gone to the grocery store. Sometimes they do it by giving you smaller portions for the same price or just outright raising the prices. Meantime, housing also up about 4.7%. In cities like here in New York, we've seen rents shoot right back up after having plunged 2 years ago during the pandemic. And oftentimes we look at the number ex food and gas, but we all need to fill up and we all need gas. Gasoline prices are up 38% year over year. And mind you, that was in February, ahead of Russia's Ukraine invasion, which has sent gas prices and oil prices soaring. And one of the things I like to look at, too, is the new car prices. They're up 12.4% year over year. Used cars and trucks actually fell slightly, 0.2% last month. But when you look at them year over year, those used car prices are still up well over 41% as these automakers continue to have supply chain issues. So if you've got an old car, I saw someone joke the other day that they were trying to sell their car and someone asked them how much gas was in it to try to appraise the price.
Because that's worth a lot of money too right now.
Yeah,
so, all right.
Wow, what a mess. All right,
Exactly.
Bertha, thank you so much.
All right, we do want to dig deeper into this issue of surging inflation. Take a closer look at how it's affecting Americans all over the country and how some regions are seeing the worst of it. NBC News business and technology correspondent Joe Kent joins us now from Jackson Hole, Wyoming, where locals are feeling the pinch. Joe, good morning. You've been speaking with people there in Wyoming. Just how bad has inflation become for them?
Hey, Joe, good morning. You know, the Mountain West region has been hit the worst by inflation over the last year, and our team has been out talking to local small business owners, individuals, and economists. And really what's driving the larger jump in inflation in Wyoming is the cost of transport. That includes gas and energy, right? Clothing and food. We spoke to one small business owner in Cheyenne, an owner of a restaurant, who explained how it's hitting him.
We don't want to raise prices, but you see it creeping up on you, and you see your margin getting smaller, and at some point something has to give, because you got to take care of your guests, but you also have to take care of your employees and take care of the business itself to make sure it's still here in another 80 years.
Now, when you look at the specifics of running a restaurant, specifically for our business owner there, he says that the price of chicken is up 120% for him. That is unheard of. That is something that he has to try to absorb in his bottom line, but of course could eventually be passed on to consumers. Another notable stat from him is a bottle of Jameson whiskey up $10 a bottle compared to this time last year. So these numbers may sound like individual pieces of a puzzle, but when you add it all up together, it really does affect the bottom line and then the prices you see on the menu.
And Joe, again, the reason that you are where you are is because it's even worse there than in many parts of the country than the national average. Why? Why is it so high in that region?
Yeah, so it costs a lot more to get things to Wyoming in so many cases. Fuel costs really driving prices up. We talked to an economist here in Wyoming who explains. Listen to this.
Not every single town in the U.S. has, a huge variety of stores or have, big box stores. So, that sometimes that plays into the types of stores that are available and the number of stores that are available in an area for people to purchase goods at, that plays also a role in the prices that consumers pay.
Now, you factor in a trucker shortage, labor shortages nationwide in this sort of interstate commerce that small businesses and economists are analyzing and accounting for right now. And that's really why you see areas like Wyoming hit so hard by inflation, higher than the national average.
Joe, you've only got about 30 seconds here. Any tips for how we can soften the impact of these higher prices?
Yes, I have I have lots of tips for you on what you can do. So if you are looking for cheaper gas, download a gas app, take a look at Gas Buddy, see where the cheaper gas is. You can also do a home energy audit to bring down your home energy prices, to see where you might have some inefficiencies there. Also, of course, shopping at the grocery store, look for those online coupons, check your newspaper, buy generic brands. That always brings the bottom or that total down a little bit more. And so just check for offers as you're shopping, especially as you try to purchase food and gas in this very, very expensive situation. 7.9% inflation nationwide. That is a double whammy with gas prices, no doubt about it.
I think that was the most tips in 30 seconds I've ever heard.
A lot of tips in a little time.
Thank you so much. Very helpful.
All right, finally this hour, it's one of the most exclusive clubs in sports, and now it has a new member.
Tiger Woods has been inducted into the World Golf Hall of Fame, taking his place among the sport's all-time greats. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Florida with the details. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning. Look, there was certainly very little doubt that Tiger Woods is one of the greatest golfers of all time. He has transcended the sport. We all know about the 82 PGA titles, which is tied for the most all time, 15 major championships. But this evolution of continuing to see Tiger in a different light continued last night, really accentuated with an examination of his legacy as a mentor, as a father, and as a son.
Without the sacrifices of Mom, who took me all to those junior golf tournaments, Dad, who's not here, but who instilled in me this work ethic to fight for what I believe in.
An emotional Tiger Woods, paying tribute to his parents, didn't need a Hall of Fame induction to cement his status as a phenomenon unlike anything golf had ever seen. Capturing imaginations for years, stalking the course in bright red, pumping fists, even winning the U.S. Open on a broken leg. But at Wednesday night's ceremony,
although I never met my dad's most influential role model, my grandfather, Earl Woods, I feel like I can hear his voice.
It was Woods' family, and especially his 14-year-old daughter Sam, introducing her dad, that captured hearts.
I realized while writing this speech that no matter what life throws our way, we somehow come out together and stronger.
I didn't get here alone. I had unbelievable parents, mentors, friends.
The man who dominated the sport for years and is tied for the most PGA Tour wins in history spoke with NBC Sports' Mike Tirico beforehand.
Now that you're a parent, how do you see differently the pride that your dad had in what he was able to see you accomplish?
When Sam says some of the things that she says in her speech, that's directly from Dad to me that I've passed on to them. It's crazy.
It was just over a year ago that Woods' career and possibly his life looked precarious after a brutal one-car accident. Now, multiple surgeries later, the question is, can he exceed expectations again?
You will see me on the PGA Tour. I just don't know when.
The physical challenges coinciding with some of the most touching moments of Woods' public life, like playing alongside his son Charlie late last year in an exhibition. Now, one of the world's most recognizable athletes is relishing the moment.
This is an individual award, but it's actually a team award. All of you allowed me to get here.
And Joe and Savannah, Tiger Woods came from a middle-class background. We found out last night that his parents took out a second mortgage just so he could compete on the Junior Golf Association Tour. Tiger said last night that one of the first things he did when he signed a huge contract with Nike was to pay off that mortgage. You could just see in his face, in his emotions, in his inflection, how much his parents and his family means to him in this journey, which of course is now capped off with the Hall of Fame induction. Guys.
Right. Sam, thank you. So many accomplishments and barriers broken.
Yeah, thanks, Sam.
That does it for this hour. Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. The fight for Kyiv. Russian forces closing in on Ukraine's capital, but meeting resistance on the way. The block-by-block battle in the suburbs to push back Putin's troops.
Surging yet again, America hitting another record for gas prices. The impact on drivers as a new report shows inflation is at its highest level in 40 years.
Hate crime hoax. Actor Jussie Smollett set to be sentenced today for staging a fake attack on himself. how much time he could spend behind bars.
Talk about top of his game. Tiger Woods officially inducted into golf's Hall of Fame, the emotional tribute from his own daughter. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Hi there, everyone. I'm Morgan Radford.
And good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin this morning with breaking news. Russia's siege on Ukraine's major cities is intensifying. The mayor of Zhytomyr, a city west of Kyiv, says bombs were dropped on 2 hospitals overnight. That follows yesterday's devastating attack in Mariupol that turned a maternity hospital to rubble.
Meanwhile, a sobering milestone has been reached in this humanitarian crisis. UNICEF says 1 million children have been forced to flee Ukraine. Russia and Ukraine's foreign ministers spoke face-to-face today in Turkey. They left with no new agreements on ceasefires. And in an interview with Sky News, Ukraine's president said this about concerns that a no-fly zone will actually make the situation worse.
Was for whom? For our families? No. For whom? For them? No. Who knows? Nobody knows. But we know exactly that now is very bad. And in future, it will be too late.
We have a team of correspondents covering this rapidly developing story. Let's begin with NBC News foreign correspondent Ali Arouzi. He's in Lviv, Ukraine for us today. Ali, I want to start with the latest out of Mariupol and the recent attack on the hospital there. Bring us up to speed. What's the latest?
That's right. The Russians attacked the children's and maternity hospital in that besieged city of Mariupol. They destroyed the section of the hospital which had children and pregnant women in it. The initial reports coming out of there is that 3 people have been killed, including 1 child. 17 others were injured in there, amongst them doctors, nurses, and tragically women waiting to give birth. We have horrifying accounts of rubble raining down on them in the building, many of them getting trapped under that rubble. So it's a horrifying situation there. As you mentioned earlier, 2 other cities west of Kyiv also had hospitals, had bombs dropped on them. The World Health Organization says that 18 hospitals have been targeted so far since the beginning of this conflict. The health ministry here in Ukraine is saying that 60 hospitals have been targeted. And of course, there's been a chorus of condemnation from around the world. And President Zelensky called it a war crime, what happened there. And he put a message out in Russian so it wouldn't get lost, asking what kind of country is Russia that they're afraid of a children's hospital. So the situation there is still dire. The city has been cut off. You can't get in, you can't get out. There's no electricity, water, gas in there. So it's a very, very desperate situation in Mariupol.
Yeah, I want to ask you, too, very quickly about the meeting today between the foreign ministers of Ukraine and Russia. Ali, how did those talks go? Did they make any headway?
Well, the Ukrainian foreign minister Kuleba said that he had very low expectations going into that meeting, and those expectations were met. There was no breakthrough in that meeting for safe passages, corridors for civilians to get out of those very heavy war zones. They tried to bridge some gaps, but the offers made by the Russians just were not good enough for the Ukrainians. They had offered Ukrainian people safe passage into Belarus or Russia, and the Ukrainians said that that just wasn't acceptable. The Ukrainian foreign minister spoke to CNBC a little earlier. Let's have a listen to what he had to say.
Do you still believe you can win?
We will. You're asking me this question, I think, for the 3rd time. And even when you ask me it for the 5th or for the 10th time, I will say the same to you. We will win because it's our land, it's our people, and we defend the right cause.
And he had said that the Ukrainian people are happy to negotiate. They want to negotiate. But he also said that they are willing to fight. And that was an indication that they're waiting for an all-out assault on Kyiv.
Let's bring in NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce now in Washington. Dan, you have some new reporting on that proposal to get fighter jets from Poland to Ukraine. Where does that effort stand?
Well, it looks like that idea is dead in the water. The Biden administration has basically said very clearly now that they see that as a high-risk move that could possibly escalate tensions with Russia and even raise the risk of a direct U.S.-Russia conflict. So that's off the table now. But now you have Vice President Harris in Poland today trying to stress a message of unity after this kind of embarrassing, awkward public disagreement with Poland. And the U.S. is offering humanitarian aid to Poland to try to help them cope with the influx of Ukrainian refugees, and also offering Poland more missile defenses to counter any potential threat from Russia. And here's what the vice president had to say.
I want to be very clear. The United States and Poland are united in what we have done and are prepared to do to help Ukraine and the people of Ukraine. Full stop.
So that was the vice president trying to stress unity and trying to turn the page on this public disagreement.
All right, Dan DeLuz for us in Washington, Ali Arouzi in Lviv, Ukraine today. Thank you both.
Meanwhile, the U.S. ban on Russian oil is fueling the sticker shock we're seeing right here at home at the pump. Gas prices once again climbing overnight. The average price of regular now stands at $4.32 per gallon, which is up 7 cents from yesterday. NBC's Morgan Chesky joins us now from Dallas with that story. Hi there, Morgan.
Hey, Morgan, good afternoon. And the way these gas prices are rising, we could be approaching a real tipping point. Here in Texas, we are below the national average, but take a look. $4.09 for a gallon of unleaded diesel, though, approaching more than $5 there, or slightly over $5. And it's those rising costs that, for drivers, are already bringing very real consequences.
Every cent adding up over the not-so-subtle spike at the pump.
And it's not going to get better. It didn't happen yesterday, and it won't be over tomorrow.
$20 lasts me 2 days in this big old truck. 2 days.
From coast to coast, the costly reality already forcing some drivers to shift habits.
Probably use the motorcycle, hopefully more often than not, and carpool as often as possible.
In Texas, middle school teacher Meredith Averett just bought a new car for a commute. She's rethinking.
May have to start, taking public transportation at this point because it's getting to a point where it's impacting me being able to make my monthly bills.
The national average up 59 cents from last week with no clear cap just yet.
I'm hopeful that the national average will not hit the $5 gallon mark, but it certainly could continue rising closer to that mark.
With prices at the pump soaring, Democratic governors in 6 states are calling on federal lawmakers to declare a temporary gas holiday. Their letter to Congress calls to pass legislation suspending the federal gas tax through the end of this year, a move that would shave off 18 cents a gallon. Until there's real relief, many businesses are changing strategy. In North Carolina, Pepper Moon Catering is making customer proximity a top priority.
We try and stay within an hour radius, especially now that gas prices have increased. We've tried to rein it back in a little bit so that we're not going as far and spending as much money on gas.
But for those whose livelihood depends on the road, every fill-up seems to break another record.
So I've been driving 23, 24 years. That's the most I've ever paid.
And the way these gas prices are rising, you may not just be paying when you fill up. Take trucking, for instance. I had a chance to speak to a driver who filled up here yesterday. He says typical tank, about $500 a gallon. He goes, we're going to have to pass on a fuel surcharge to our customers, who then in turn will have to pass on that extra cost to their customers. And it's only a matter of time before we're all feeling it. We'll send it back to you.
All right, NBC's Morgan Chesky for us there. Morgan, thank you.
We're also following some breaking news on the economy today. Staggering new numbers just out from the Labor Department. Inflation now hitting a new 40-year high, with the Consumer Price Index jumping 7.9% over the last year. The areas seeing the biggest jumps, gas, followed by food and shelter. President Biden releasing a statement today saying they reflect a tale of two recoveries, pointing out the low unemployment numbers, but also acknowledging Americans' budgets are being stretched. NBC News correspondent Jolene Kent is standing by with the impact this is having on business owners. But let's begin with NBC News Now anchor Allison Morris. Allison, what are some of the big takeaways, the major takeaways from this inflation report?
Well, Aaron, the biggest one is that inflation isn't going anywhere, right? We had hoped that maybe getting into the spring, March, April, we would start to see signs that inflation was pulling back a little bit. But you look at this February report, and there are no signs of that whatsoever. Up 7.9% on the last year, 0.8% on the month. If it sounds like we're repeating ourselves when we say this is a new 40-year high, that's because we said that last month, and then things got even worse. And the thing people really need to remember here is that one of the biggest drivers, one of the biggest jumps was gas, and that does not factor in those gas prices Morgan was just talking about at the pump. Those are happening right now in March. This is a February report, so don't expect that inflation is going to drop next month. This could be with us for a little while.
So let's dig a little deeper here, Alice. I mean, you mentioned gas, obviously, but which areas of the economy, other than that, saw some of the biggest jumps? And what does that actually mean for everyday folks and what they're going to be spending and not being able to save?
Yeah, over the last 12 months, gas is by far and away the worst, up 6.6%. Then you look at food, it was also up 1%. Now, that's all food, both food for restaurants and food at home. The food that you buy from the grocery store, you bring home for your families, even worse than that. It was up 1.4%. And then shelter, housing, up as well, 0.5%. I mean, you look at these things, right? These are all the major things that people cannot do without: a roof over your head, food for your family, and gas to get you where you need to go, particularly for people who have to drive to work. So it means all the essentials are going up, and we know what happens when the essentials go up. It hits the people the most who have the least.
I do want to ask you about the markets before you go. Obviously, they're not shocked by some of what we're seeing happen right now, but it's been a roller coaster ride over the last few weeks there. What are things looking like right now?
Yeah, they're not shocked, but they don't like it, right, Aaron? We saw a little bump yesterday because oil prices surprisingly went down. Take a look. We're not seeing that at all today. And the issues here really are what's going on overseas. Oil prices are back up again today. Russia and Ukraine don't seem to be finding any common ground, any resolution to this conflict. We keep talking about how this is such an unpredictable situation, particularly because it's being driven by an unpredictable person in Vladimir Putin. And the markets absolutely hate that. Throw in this inflation report, and you're not really giving investors anything to smile about today.
All right, Allison Morris. Allison, thank you.
Pleasure.
Let's go ahead and bring in our business and technology correspondent, Jolene Kent now. Joe, I know that you're in Wyoming right now, where prices increased 9% in January, just compared to the previous year. So my question is, how are business owners there really dealing with these price hikes? What are they doing to accommodate?
Yeah, we're looking more broadly at the region, the mountain region. And across this region, we just got brand new numbers in. Inflation is up 9.7%. That's what brought us to Wyoming, to Cheyenne and to Jackson Hole, to talk to business owners and individuals. And we talked to a business owner, Brian Bow, of the Albany restaurant in Cheyenne. And his real concern here about inflation is not just the pace of it, but also where it's coming from, especially when it takes so much more money to get stuff to his restaurant. Fuel surcharges now hitting his restaurant hard. It's been around for so many years, and they don't want to have to raise prices on their customers. This is what he told us.
We don't want to raise prices, but you see it creeping up on you, and you see your margin getting smaller, and at some point something has to give, because you got to take care of your guests, but you also have to take care of your employees and take care of the business itself to make sure it's still here in another 80 years.
Now, chicken prices here in Wyoming are up 120%. That's more than double. And talking to Brian at the Albany restaurant there, he says everything has been affected, from his supplies to the food, the chicken that he is serving, of course, and even the bar. A 1.5 liters of Jameson that he's serving at his bar is up $10 per bottle from just January. So the increases are not just gas prices, it's all across the board.
You talk about all across the board, Jolene Kent. I know that you're out west. I know you've been out west. We look forward to talking to you soon about why you guys are being hit especially hard. Stay with us if you can. Thanks, Jolene.
The leaders of America's top intelligence agencies back on Capitol Hill today. They're testifying before Senate lawmakers about global threats. Let's bring in NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney in now. He's been watching these hearings. Ken, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, obviously a central focal point at today's hearing. What have you heard so far about that?
In terms of what's new, Aaron, a really interesting exchange just now between Senators and Paul Nakasone, who's the commander of Cyber Command and the head of the National Security Agency. He was asked why hasn't Russia unleashed the full might of its cyber capabilities on Ukraine? Why have we only seen a handful of cyber attacks? And he said there were a number of reasons, but he did say that U.S. cyber warriors helped Ukraine harden their cyber defenses before the invasion, and he said there were unspecified steps taken, he implied, by his agencies to help Ukraine fend off some of these cyber attacks. But he also said it's only been a couple of weeks into this conflict. Take a listen to what he further had to say.
We remain vigilant. We're 15 days into this conflict. By no means are we sitting back and taking this casually.
Because as some other lawmakers pointed out, Russia could inflict the kind of cyber attacks that could spread across Europe. That's the real fear here, Aaron.
Ken, there's a senior State Department official who raised eyebrows earlier this week when she brought up the prospect of biological weapons being used in Ukraine. What did we hear about that today?
Well, what she said was there were biological labs, and some right-wing pundits took that and ran with it, fueled by Russian propaganda, to suggest that somehow there were biological weapons in Ukraine. Well, the Director of National Intelligence, Avril Haines, refuted that 100%, said today there's no evidence of biological weapons or weapons labs in Ukraine. She said that's Russian propaganda. It's false. And she was very clear about that, Aaron.
All right. We appreciate you clearing that up for us. Ken Delanian in Washington. Ken, thank you.
You bet.
A top advisor to President Trump is fighting back against the committee that's investigating the Capitol riot. Stephen Miller has filed a lawsuit alleging that the subpoena he was served last year violated his First Amendment rights. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell has more for us. Leanne, what exactly does the committee want to know from Miller, and why is he fighting this subpoena so hard?
Hi, Morgan. So Stephen Miller has sued, and this has become a common tactic for those who are closest to the former president, who have been subpoenaed by the January 6th Select Committee. What the committee wants to know is they want his phone records from November through January, around January 6th. And Stephen Miller says that subpoena is overbroad. He says that there's information there pertaining to his wife and the birth of his daughter, and they were in the hospital for quite some time with the birth of their daughter. It also came out that he is on his parents' phone plan as well, so his parents' family plan was also subpoenaed. But Stephen Miller is the latest in a relatively long line of people who have sued the committee trying to withhold information, including Roger Stone, including Mark Meadows, and even the Republican National Committee as recently as yesterday, which also sued to withhold donor records from the January 6th Select Committee. And then there's another person, John Eastman, who was the mastermind behind trying to overturn or withhold the electoral vote count. He was in court this week because he was trying to block the committee from receiving some of his emails. Well, the judge in that case says that it needs to review to see if some of those emails could pertain to the January 6th Select Committee. So it was not good news for John Eastman yesterday. And the judges seem to be siding on behalf of the January 6th Select Committee in many of these cases, Morgan.
But can you give us a sense of the bigger picture here, Leanne? I mean, where does the committee's investigation into the Capitol riot just stand right now overall?
Yeah, well, the timeline keeps continuing to be pushed. And the chair of that committee, Benny Thompson, says it's because they keep getting more and more information. And some of these lawsuits are slowing down the process. They hope to have a final report at some time. They hope to hold hearings, we were told, in April. Doesn't seem like it's going to happen then. But they have big plans, and hopefully they'll come to fruition soon, Morgan.
Big fans and family plans. All right. Leanne Caldwell, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Now, attorneys for the 4 men charged in planning to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer say their clients were lured into that plot by federal agents. The men claim they were targeted for their anti-government views and were recruited into militia meetings by an informant working for the FBI. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams is joining us now. So, Pete, what's happening in court today? And sort of talk to us a little bit more about what the defense is arguing here.
Okay, so 2 different questions, because right now this is the prosecution stage in the case. They always go first. But in the opening statements yesterday from the 2 lawyers, you had 2 very different pictures of what this plot was all about. The prosecution said this is something that these 4 men, originally 6 charged, 2 have since pleaded guilty, that this is the plot they had to kidnap the governor, blow up a bridge leading to her house to frustrate the police from responding. And the defense said that this was largely the effort of many people who were involved in this case who were either undercover FBI agents or informants who the defense claims were egging the men on and really directing how this plot unfolded. That was the defense theory of the case.
All right, Pete Williams for us in Washington. Go ahead, Pete. You want to add something else?
I was going to answer your other question about. I thought you had a second question for me on what happened today.
Yeah.
So today, the prosecution put on its evidence. The FBI agents testified that these men were talking about attacking the governor or doing something violent before any informants or FBI undercover agents came on the scene. So that's the government's answer back here, Aaron. That this talk, certainly there was discussion with the informants and with the undercover agents as the plot unfolded. But what the government says is the initial seeds, the ideas that started this whole plot down this road were hatched way back in December, well before any of the FBI undercovers came on the scene.
You get to see how complex these cases are once you dig into the minutia of it and things we don't necessarily always see in the early reporting. We appreciate it today, Pete. Thank you.
You bet.
Today, actor Jussie Smollett is expected to learn his punishment after being convicted of falsely reporting a hate crime. The former Empire star told police that he was the victim of a racist and homophobic attack back in 2019. Now, Smollett falsely claimed that two men in Make America Great Again hats assaulted him, threw a chemical in his face, and wrapped a noose around his neck. Police ultimately found that he had actually paid the two men to stage that attack. NBC's Jesse Kirsch joins us now. Jesse, first off, what type of sentences could Smollett face here?
Yeah, so Morgan, there are a range of options in front of the judge here in Chicago. Remember that Smollett was indicted on 6 different charges. He was convicted on 5 of those counts late last year. You can see the 6th charge he was found not guilty on, but again, he was found guilty on 5 different low-level felony offenses. Because of his prior record and the nature of these crimes, he could face up to 3 years in prison, but the general consensus is that he may not even see time behind bars. It is more likely that he would face probation or community service, some other form of alternative punishment to spending time in prison. There is another thing that we are going to be watching for. The judge could order Smollett to pay restitution. The city of Chicago is currently suing Smollett. That case is on hold because of the criminal proceedings, but the city says that because of the investigation by Chicago police into the alleged hate crime against Smollett, that officers, detectives spent hundreds of hours in overtime, accruing more than $130,000 in overtime costs. So the city wants Smollett to pay that back and has asked the judge to mandate that Smollett pay that back to save the city the time and expense of the lawsuit, which will proceed when this criminal proceeding wraps up.
All right, Jesse Kirsch, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Disturbing scenes in 2 separate schools. Video capturing school staffers pinning down students with their knee. In one case, on a girl's neck. NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson has the story, and we should warn you, this video may be hard for some to watch.
Disturbing videos showing school staff appearing to pin students down with a knee in 2 separate altercations that took place hundreds of miles apart. A 14-year-old Florida student shouted that at one point in a roughly minute-and-a-half-long clip that has now gone viral. The adult male, a staff member at Horace Mann Middle School outside Miami, appears to place his knee on the student multiple times throughout the ordeal, seemingly in an effort to get the student's hoodie off.
Does this look like any protocol you've ever seen? Absolutely not. Certainly, a hoodie being worn in violation of a school rule should not require the use of force.
We don't know what happened before what's caught on camera. Miami-Dade County Public Schools tells NBC News in a statement, the behavior portrayed in this video is difficult to watch and runs contrary to the comportment that is expected of all Miami-Dade County Public School employees. They say the staff member has been removed from the school, pending the outcome of an investigation. This video going viral just days after a similar incident incident in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Video appears to show a school staff member there placing his knee on the neck of a 12-year-old girl while breaking up a lunchtime fight at Lincoln Middle School. How is the student doing?
She's not doing well.
The attorney for the girl says she's traumatized by the incident and that her head and neck were injured.
Her father was upset, angry, felt helpless, to see that happen to his daughter.
That staff member now identified as a 37-year-old off-duty police officer with 4 years on the force, according to the Kenosha police. The department says he works for the school district on his days off. The district says he is now on paid leave while they investigate. The videos have prompted outrage, with some drawing comparisons to the 2020 murder of George Floyd, caused by a Minneapolis police officer who placed a knee on his neck for nearly 9 minutes. Similarities the Kenosha Police Department has acknowledged, writing in a Facebook post, "We are keenly aware of the significant sensitivity surrounding the photo." The department says they and the school district are investigating the incident in its entirety and, quote, being cautious not to make conclusions based off of a small piece of information shared on social media.
They're kids. That's why the school employs adults to be in the room. And regardless of the circumstances that led to this incident, an adult used a banned chokehold.
All right, that's NBC's Priscilla Thompson reporting. Meanwhile, Ukrainian high school exchange students in the U.S. are helplessly watching as their country is ravaged by Russian forces.
Coming up, the growing fears for their families trapped in the war zone and the emotional support those students are now getting.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Making news right now, the suicide of a Washington, D.C. police officer days after the Capitol riot has been ruled a death in the line of duty. Officer Jeffrey Smith was seriously injured in the attack, suffering multiple blows to the head. D.C. police determined Smith's injury was the direct cause of his death by suicide. The line of duty designation means Smith's wife will now receive full survival benefits. The Major League Baseball season is postponed even further. Negotiations between players and owners broke down again. Opening day has been delayed until at least April 14th. A total of 184 games have now been canceled from the upcoming season. The league has been locked out since December 2nd. And after 2 years of pandemic disruptions, the Tony Awards will return to its regular date and venue. The ceremony will happen on June 12th at Radio City Music Hall. Because of COVID closures, the awards will have a longer than usual eligibility window. It will include shows that open between February 2020 and this coming April.
Let's go ahead and bring you up to date on the breaking developments out of Ukraine right now, because we are seeing more scenes of utter devastation as that humanitarian crisis worsens. Local officials say 3 people are dead in a Russian strike on a children's and maternity hospital in Mariupol. One of the victims is believed to be a child. A spokesperson for the Russian Foreign Ministry rejected that allegation, calling it, quote, information terrorism. A Ukrainian minister says that Mariupol remains completely blocked, and this is now the 4th day that crews have been unable to get essentials to people there. We're talking about things like water, food, and medicine.
The Ukrainian government says it will again attempt to evacuate civilians via 7 humanitarian corridors. The United Nations now reporting more than 2.3 million refugees have escaped Ukraine. And today, Vice President Kamala Harris met with a group of Ukrainians who are now taking refuge in Poland.
Our NBC News crews are covering the broad scope of this crisis from the front line. So let's go ahead and begin with NBC's Jay Gray, who joins us now from Poland. Jay, I know that you've been at various locations throughout the border for several days now. Can you give us just a sense of the trajectory of this refugee surge? I mean, what are you seeing day to day? How is today different than it was yesterday?
Overwhelming, Morgan. We're seeing the crowds grow just exponentially over the last couple of days. Look down the line. We're about 500 yards away from the actual border, the line between Poland and Ukraine. 2 days ago, this was an empty field and a walking path. You see the tents now, volunteers pouring in, much needed help for those who are making this trip. But I want to show you something else. And we talk about the crisis here. Let's follow the path that these refugees take as they walk into this country, some for 2 and 3 days in bitter cold, making this trip to safety. And you can see right now how stacked up things are, how packed things are here. And this is the line. This is the crisis part of what we're talking about. All of the people you see right now in line, a line that's well over a mile long, they're waiting for a bus to go to a train station, to take a train to go somewhere else. So they've made this trip, but now they are here and waiting in line. And this line just continues to build and get longer and longer. And some point we're going to reach, Morgan, the level where the crowd is overwhelming the system here. And that's the biggest concern right now. You've got buses coming in, but there's no schedule. There's no bus schedule for evacuating a country. And so this is what they are dealing with right now, just trying to figure out how to move these people to an area where they can get to a place where they can lay their head down, collect their thoughts, and get just a bit of rest.
Yeah, the hardest thing about those images, Jay, is just watching the number of children there behind you with their little backpacks, you know, trying to build a new life. Jay Gray, thank you for your reporting. We appreciate it.
Yep.
200 Ukrainian exchange students came to the U.S. in August to study in American high schools, not knowing what would unfold in their home country months later. NBC News spoke with 6 of these teens, thousands of miles away from their loved ones, as they watch a war at home. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joining us now from Connorsville, Indiana, where some of these students are studying. So, Shaq, first, have these kids been in touch with their families, and what did they tell you about what's happening to them in Ukraine?
Well, most of them have been in touch with at least their immediate family through text messages, phone calls. We watched as one of the students had a Zoom call with members of her family, but they say it's sporadic. And one of the students said they don't know when that will be the last call with members of their family. So you get the sense of the trauma that they're going through and the added stress that they're dealing with. I want you to hear it directly from them about their experience.
At first, I didn't believe because
I think you can't expect or predict the war. Of course, you can hear other people like saying about it, but you can't know that like your compatriots, your people, friends, family will need to hide from the bombs flying to their houses to fight for the future of the country. So at first I didn't believe it, but like then I texted my parents and I got all the messages I saw on all the news, and it was pretty hard, like first hours, first minutes.
My grandparents are still in Kharkiv, and I'm trying to contact them at least twice a day because there are new news every 5 minutes about shellings and blasts in my town, and because of my city is like only 20 miles from border, this is a really dangerous place, and this is just like a feeling that you can't really understand.
So just think about that. In addition to the normal stressors of high school, of classes, extracurricular activities, the social elements of it, they're also dealing with and concerned about their family thousands of miles away.
You know, it has to be tough, Shaq, to think about, but what are these students' plans when the school year ends here in the U.S.? Are they thinking they'll be able to reunite with their families?
Well, it's really an open question. I mean, many of them just don't know what it will look like when they get back, what their town will look like if they had the opportunity to return. Some of their folks have left and gone off to Poland, so it's a question of where they would go back. But if you listen to them, they want to be back with their family. They have a desire to go back. Listen to this part of my conversation.
If I had a chance to go back, I would go back.
Why is that?
I want to be with my family.
How about you?
Well, yeah, I have the same idea that like I would like to stay with my family, but my mom thinks the opposite, and she's like very, very grateful I'm here and tells me like, no, like don't come back, and gives me like mixed feelings.
I spoke to the program coordinator, and this is, they have some experience with this before, not on this scale, but with students who have had to go back to places like Yemen, and they figured out a way to make it safe for them. But you just get an idea of the difficulties and complexities of these students who are really just trying to be in school.
Yeah, it's a unique and really important perspective. Shaquille Brewster for us today. Shaq, thanks.
Millions of civilians may have left Ukraine as the war unfolds, but many have actually returned to their country to take up arms and to defend their homeland. Here's Sky News correspondent Nick Martin.
The early morning train from Lviv is slow, but it's made it. The carriages are full of passengers, young and old, weary but relieved. For now, Poland is their new home. But this place is full of surprises, because the train back into Ukraine is full of fighting spirit. Yanina is a teacher and a painter heading home to Odessa, which she knows is in Putin's sights now.
You need to be strong.
And being strong means going home even though it might be very dangerous.
Yes, of course, and we have a good army, and I believe that our people, Ukrainians, men, will win.
In the middle carriage, there's a game of cards underway. One man's trying to cheat. And for a brief moment, thoughts of war fade. A few seats down, we meet Marcia. Her husband and 6-year-old son are 800 miles to the east. She can't get to them, so she's going to volunteer to help the war effort instead.
I don't want to sit in Egypt or in Polsha when my family sit here. I hope for this, and maybe my husband or my family can see me, or I can return.
Nearly 5 hours later, we reach Lviv in western Ukraine.
A lot of people I've spoken to here say they just don't have any choice but to come back into Ukraine. Their families are here. They need to be here.
Whether they choose to leave or stay, Ukrainians are under enormous pressure as the weight of war bears down on them. Nick Martin, Sky News, Lviv in Ukraine.
Now, 15 days into the invasion, ceasefire negotiations are going nowhere, and that's leaving Ukrainians still trying to escape. Of course, of the 2 million people leaving the country, half are children. Some of those young refugees are even making the trip alone. Ukraine accuses Russia of shelling a humanitarian corridor that Moscow vowed to keep open so people can escape safely. I want to bring in Lisa Yasko now. She's a member of Ukraine's parliament and is joining us again from France today. Ms. Yasko, thank you so much for joining us today. Let's get into the latest breakdown in talks between your country, Ukraine, and Russia. What do you make of Russia's demands of Ukraine so far?
Well, first of all, I'm now in France. I'm having meetings with European parliamentarians, but I had to go all the way from the Ukrainian border by car, and I've seen so much pain on the way of children, of mothers, of people carrying their animals, leaving their loved ones on another side of the border. It's completely tear-jerking, and I actually cried because it's so hard to see this. And unfortunately, today we've seen that there is no peace negotiations progress because Russia just wants to hear that we are ready to replace our government or to say that there is a capitulation or something like that. It's completely nonsense demands. It's very far from the real common sense possible dialogue that may be happening between Ukraine and Russia. And we see that Russia even openly approved that they targeted maternity hospital yesterday, and they said it was a part of the military goal. And it's very hard to see, and especially now when I cross the border for meetings, but I will be back in Ukraine in a couple of days. Yeah. And everyone is asking me whether I'm staying in France or somewhere. No, I'm going back because I need to be with my country.
Yeah, I want to ask you very quickly, because you mentioned that you're meeting with members of the European Parliament. What can you tell us about the conversations there and whether there is a potential diplomatic solution, any sort of diplomatic solution to the conflict between Russia and Ukraine?
I've never seen European parliamentarians so close, connected and supportive as they are right now. The problem is that there are not necessarily all the tools available that can be that can be used immediately. But there is awareness that we need to act right now, today, without postponing it tomorrow, because tomorrow may not come, and we will be losing more and more people.
Lisa Yasko, a member of the Ukrainian parliament, we appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you.
A lifeline that kept millions of students fed during the pandemic is in limbo.
Still ahead, the new calls for Congress to do something before a critical deadline. Stay with us.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world. Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Florida is now a step closer to being one of the first states with a police force solely to investigate election crimes. A bill backing the creation sailed through the Republican-led state House and is now heading to the governor to sign. The force will investigate reports of fraud, which, while the bill also increases criminal and financial penalties for violations. NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim is joining us now. Jane, tell us a little more about what this bill will do.
Aaron, this bill is all about voter fraud. It puts millions behind efforts to investigate and vet voter fraud. So it creates this Office of Election Crimes and Security, which is within the Department of State. They're going to run that voter fraud hotline, which already existed in the state, but would essentially keep looking for voter fraud. Now, as we should be really clear, voter fraud happens really, really rarely. A couple of times it's reported. You have election officials who will notice it. When I talk to election officials, they say, oh, yeah, we had, one incident in this election. It's really rare. But this bill aims to put millions behind this investigation effort, as well as hiring 10 sworn officers from a different department who would also investigate voter fraud. So up 25 different people all looking for voter fraud. Now, the bill would cost taxpayers almost $4 million in Florida, despite the fact that Democrats, as Democrats point out, there really is not a lot of evidence of voter fraud in Florida.
Well, you mentioned Democrats. We know this bill passed on party lines there. How have Democrats sort of explained their opposition?
Yeah, Democrats slammed the bill as voter suppression. Some of the other parts of the bill would ask, election officials to look through records of non-citizens who had driver's license to try and find out if there were non-citizens on the voter rolls. They say things like that would just target new citizens who have naturalized and then registered to vote. They argue that's voter suppression. But mostly they say, why are we spending millions to look for voter fraud when we could spend millions to make it easier to vote, to make elections better, to find things that they have common ground and agree on. Rep. Camilla Brown said that it was a problem, or a solution in search of a problem on the House floor yesterday in a very heartfelt speech.
Jane, I want to ask you, too, about Texas while we have you here. We're seeing these reports about tens of thousands of ballots having been flagged for rejection in the Texas primary we just had. What's that about?
Yeah, we're starting to see that the early numbers come in that tens of thousands of voters were indeed rejected, voters who tried to cast a ballot and were not able to do so. One of the most interesting things that I'm seeing from this number is that we are seeing that there are thousands of people who actually corrected their ballot, who took an extra step to vote to try and overcome these hurdles. Cure rates, which is what it's called when you fix a problem with your ballot, they're usually really low in other states, but I'm seeing some significant numbers of voters who had to take an extra step but did take it to get their ballots counted. Still, though, tens of thousands of voters who weren't able to cast a vote in this last election.
Much more to follow out of Texas. Then we know you'll be looking at that for us. Jane Tim, thanks.
Meanwhile, there's an uncertain future for millions of students whose only hot meals during the pandemic were provided at school. The sprawling $1.5 trillion spending bill that's in front of Congress right now does not include money for a critical meal voucher program for those schools. NBC News reporter Eric Ortiz covers social inequality and joins us now with a closer look. Eric, just how important are these meals to schools, and what happens if funding is not included in this spending package?
Yeah, so pre-pandemic, about 30 million school children a day were getting free or reduced school lunches. During the pandemic, the income requirements were relaxed so that school meals are available to any child who wants one. And it's really been a way to ensure that no matter what happens to schools, open or close, during the pandemic, every kid has access to a meal. But as you point out, Morgan, Congress's spending bill that's closer to fully passing has basically excluded this extra funding for school meals and these special benefits for schools, which are known as waivers. They're not included in the bill either. So the worry among child nutrition advocates is that schools just won't be able to reach these children as easily as they are now. And schools without funding won't be able to navigate these supply chain and labor shortage issues.
Can you stay there, Joe, just for a minute, Eric? I mean, how does the supply chain crisis specifically factor into all of this? I mean, are they able to actually get these meals to the students?
Yeah, so these waivers, which have to be authorized by Congress, have allowed schools to be more flexible amid supply chain disruptions. For instance, some schools can't get milk, and it's not the milk itself that's in short supply, but the cartons it comes in. So a federal waiver is necessary to offer some other item like water or juice. Otherwise, the school can get penalized for not meeting nutritional guidelines. Couple that with serious food price inflation, some food vendors canceling contracts with schools. So when a school looks for a different vendor, the price of meals, the price of food has gone up, and that contract is going to cost more. So these are crushing costs that schools have to think about, and advocates say if the federal government isn't going to keep helping them, then the ones who are really going to feel it are kids, and they're not going to be fed.
Oh, all right. Eric Ortiz for us. Thank you so much. That's a really important report and a really important angle to this government funding package. Meanwhile, a raw and real moment from the grief-stricken widow of late actor Bob Saget.
After the break, her new social media post that she hopes will help others heal.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Two months after the sudden death of actor Bob Saget, his widow was getting candid about coping with grief. Kelly Rizzo is using Instagram as an outlet to shed light on living with the loss of a loved one. Here's NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer.
It's been 2 months since the death of Bob Saget, and now his wife is remembering him in a touching tribute.
Truly everything I'm doing right now, I'm putting through the lens of, what would Bob do? How can I make him proud?
Oh, look at all these wonderful moments.
Exactly 2 months after beloved comedian and Full House star Bob Saget was found in his Florida hotel room, his widow Kelly Rizzo writing, "I've experienced that now time means nothing and everything at the same time. How can it be 2 months without you?"
We have an unresponsive guest
in a room.
Saget passed away in his hotel room in Florida just hours after appearing on stage and saying goodnight to his loving wife for the last time.
And then I said, I can't wait to see you tomorrow.
Rizzo telling Hoda she's processing her grief in part by focusing on the precious moments they shared.
Every second that we had together was just maximized to the fullest, and we absolutely just, there was nothing, left unsaid and nothing left on the table. So those are the things that I'm just trying to hold on to,
According to the medical examiner's report, Saget's death was an accident. An autopsy found he died of blunt head trauma, concluding the 65-year-old likely fell and hit his head, but the specific circumstances of his fall remain unknown. Saget's family has sued to keep further details of his death private, including any surveillance photos or videos investigators may have recovered. Rizzo says the love and support of close friends and strangers who knew Bob have given her strength.
I can assure you that the kindness you all have shown has been a little bright spot.
This morning, Rizzo says her loss has left her with a new perspective, writing, "It feels like yesterday you were here, and it still also feels like you never left. I like to say it's all a very weird new universe."
Since his death, other cast members, family, and friends are also paying tribute to Saget as the investigation into his death continues. Back to you.
More than a year after nearly losing his leg in a devastating car crash, Tiger Woods is now officially a member of the World Golf Hall of Fame. A teary-eyed Tiger took the stage after a touching speech from his 14-year-old daughter. Our very own Sam Brock has more.
Over a blazing couple of decades, Tiger Woods revived and reshaped the world of golf. He transcended the sport and inspired generations of athletes. But we also got a look during this ceremony at the legacy of Tiger Woods as a mentor, a father, and a son.
Without the sacrifices of Mom, who took me all to the junior golf tournaments, Dad, who's not here, but who instilled in me this work ethic to fight for what I believe in.
An emotional Tiger Woods paying tribute to his parents didn't need a Hall of Fame induction to cement his status as a phenomenon unlike anything golf had ever seen. Capturing imaginations for years, stalking the course in bright red, pumping fists, even winning the U.S. Open on a broken leg. But at Wednesday night's ceremony,
although I never met my dad's most influential role model, my grandfather, Earl Woods, I feel like I can hear his voice.
It was Woods' family, and especially his 14-year-old daughter Sam, introducing her dad, that captured hearts.
I realized while writing this speech that no matter what life throws our way, we somehow come out together and stronger.
I didn't get here alone. I had unbelievable parents, mentors, friends.
The man who dominated the sport for years and is tied for the most PGA Tour wins in history spoke with NBC Sports' Mike Tirico beforehand.
Now that you're a parent, how do you see differently the pride that your dad had in what he was able to see you accomplish?
When Sam says some of the things that she says in her speech, that's directly from Dad to me that I've passed on to them. It's crazy.
It was just over a year ago that Woods' career and possibly his life looked precarious after a brutal one-car accident. Now, multiple surgeries later, the question is, can he exceed expectations again?
You will see me on the PGA Tour. I just don't know when.
The physical challenges coinciding with some of the most touching moments of Woods' public life, like playing alongside his son Charlie late last year in an exhibition. Now, one of the world's most recognizable athletes is relishing the moment.
This is an individual award, but it's actually a team award. All of you allowed me to get here.
Despite all of the feats on the course, one of the most remarkable aspects of Tiger Woods' career was how he smashed boundaries for athletes of color. Tiger even talked about the fact that when he was a junior golfer, he wasn't allowed into some clubhouses because of the color of his skin, at which point he told the story that he had two questions. Where is your first tee, and what's the club record? The rest is history. Sam Brock, NBC News.
Breaking news on NBC News Now, protecting the capital. Ukrainians are launching an all-out defense of Kyiv as Russian forces close in. The desperate efforts to hold off the invasion as thousands still rush to escape.
Shutdown averted. House lawmakers reaching a late-night deal to keep the government running and to send billions in aid to Ukraine. How long the agreement would last if the Senate approves.
Watching America, North Korea says it plans to launch satellites to monitor the U.S. and its allies. How the U.S. is responding.
And along came a spider. Scientists warning an invasion may soon be upon us. Why the East Coast may soon be tangled up in their web. And good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. We begin this hour with day 15 of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Ukrainian forces are bracing for a ground surge in and around the capital of Kyiv. The mayor is saying today that every street and every building has become a fortress. Half of the roughly 4 million residents of Kyiv have left.
To the south of the city, a much more dire story. Attacks on the city of Mariupol have yet to let up after yesterday's deadly hospital bombing. One city leader said in an interview today that Mariupol has no heat or water. He says hundreds of thousands of people may die without help. And Ukraine's foreign minister called for a ceasefire in that city today during talks with his Russian counterpart, but no progress was made on that issue or any other.
Our team is live on the ground in the U.S. and overseas. So let's go ahead and begin in Warsaw, Poland, where NBC's Josh Letterman is covering Vice President Kamala Harris's visit. Josh, I want to begin with you. What is the message today from the Vice President, both about Russia's latest attack, but also about the readiness of U.S. and Poland and their relationship to help? Josh Letterman, I'm not sure if we lost you there. Matt, there we go. I hear you now, Josh. Go ahead. I think our camera is on Matt Bradley, who I'm coming to in just a moment, but I know you're there in Poland. Go ahead and pick up.
Yeah, Vice President Kamala Harris trying to send the message today, Morgan, that the U.S. and Poland are firmly united in their approach to Ukraine, a task that was made much more difficult by this latest fracas between the U.S. and Poland over sending Polish MiG airplanes to Ukraine. The Poles catching the U.S. off guard with an announcement that they wanted to put those planes in U.S. custody at a base in Germany, which was a complete non-starter for the U.S., given the way that would further embroil the U.S. in a military conflict, potentially with Russia, and also potentially put U.S. pilots at risk. But the U.S. Vice President and Polish leaders here putting a brave face on the relationship, saying that their common goal is to figure out however they can help the Ukrainian people, and that will only increase in the future. Vice President Harris was also asked today about whether what Russia has done in Ukraine constitutes a war crime. And she didn't say explicitly, but she did say that the U.S. supports and will participate in an international investigation into whether war crimes have been committed. But she said, nevertheless, it's very clear that Russia has committed atrocities, including this most recent apparent bombing of a maternity hospital in Mariupol. Here's what she had to say.
A maternity hospital, a children's hospital, where we have witnessed pregnant women who were there for care, for one reason, being taken out because they required care because of an act of violence, unprovoked, unjustified.
Harris also announcing that 2 Patriot anti-missile batteries from the U.S. have now arrived here in Poland, helping to shore up Poland's defenses against potential aggression. She also had a chance to meet with displaced Ukrainians here in Poland and announced the U.S. will be spending another $53 million on humanitarian causes to try to help the Ukrainian people and other civilians in Eastern Europe. Morgan.
So important. Matt Bradley, I want to come to you now. I know that you're in Lviv, Ukraine. Is Russian leadership saying anything about yesterday's hospital attack that Josh just mentioned? And also, while I have you, what about as more companies stop doing business in Russia? Has Putin or any of the Russian leadership responded to that?
Yeah, I mean, well, Putin has said, and he had some comments today that were quite blasé in his sort of typical way of discussing this. He actually said that, it's ironic that a lot of the punishment from this is going to be going on the Western countries themselves. They're going to be punishing their own people by severing ties with Russia. And he went into a kind of a conspiracy theory, something that I think we're going to start hearing more from the right in America, saying that this is something that essentially was done by the West, fomented or instigated by the West, in order to create a distraction or to make an excuse for their own inflationary policies or their own economic failures. Now, it's kind of hard to believe since, of course, it was Russia who instigated this fighting. But this is something that Putin is probably going to be hammering home on in the future as these sanctions really start to bite, and as we start to see the effects of the increasing price of oil in Western economies because of the cutoff in oil imports. So this is something that I think is going to start to snowball, and we're going to start to hear more and more of this sort of rhetoric blaming the West for a war that was clearly instigated by Vladimir Putin himself. Guys?
All right, Matt Bradley, Josh Letterman, thank you both. A $1.5 trillion plan to keep the federal government funded is now in the hands of the Senate. A bipartisan majority of House members passed the legislation last night, which would keep the government funded for the next 6 months. It also includes nearly $14 billion in aid to Ukraine. Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell has more. Leanne, can you just first off walk us through exactly what is in this package and also what the timeline is looking like for when we could see this bill on the president's desk?
Yeah, hi, Morgan. So this is a complete government funding bill. So every single government function is included in this legislation. Now, the way these negotiations go and the way that we often talk about government funding bills is how much you spend on defense money and how much you spend on non-defense stuff like Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, government benefits, and a whole host of things. And that list is always problematic and controversial between Republicans and Democrats, but what they agreed on is $730 billion worth of funding for non-defense spending and then $782 billion in defense spending. Now, one of the most important parts of this government funding bill this time around, because of what's happening in Ukraine, is that additional nearly $14 billion for Ukraine. And the way that this money is doled out is there's money for U.S. troop equipment and deployments to the region. There's money for our NATO allies as well. There's humanitarian and military aid for Ukraine specifically. There's also money to help enforce sanctions against Russia. Now, this Ukraine aid made the negotiations between Republicans and Democrats on the whole government funding bill move more quickly because both sides were motivated to do that. Morgan.
NBC's Leanne Caldwell for us there live from Capitol Hill. Leanne, thank you.
Yeah.
House Democrats are gathering in Philadelphia today for their annual retreat. The stakes for the party this year couldn't be higher as they try to hold on to a majority after the midterm elections. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is in Philadelphia today. Ali, what do party leaders hope they're able to accomplish at the retreat this year?
Well, look, Aaron, this comes really at a moment where the party has to take a reset after what happened last night in passing successfully that Omni funding bill that was months in the making, but having to leave out, and frankly, do it way later than they thought they were going to be doing it, but leaving out millions in COVID relief that the Senate side was clear was very important to them and to the White House in being included here. So that's one piece of it. At the same time, though, the party is trying to forge a path ahead, looking towards the midterms, as well as looking towards the ways that they're supposed to leverage their majorities going forward. It's something that I asked Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal about, the head of the Progressive Caucus, because progressive members of hers, even though it wasn't a caucus-wide push, progressive members of hers were the ones who were saying they had problems with the way the COVID piece of the Omni funding package was being dealt with. And this is what she said about that larger dust-up. Take a listen.
The opportunity for us to know what is in a bill and to prepare for things that we either want to push back on or be able to defend is the best way to do things, I think, in a close majority situation. At the same time, let's really be clear that it was the Republicans who didn't want to fund anything related to COVID. And so we need to continue to move along. We're trying to find a way to fund that.
So what she's talking about here when she says that it's about getting a heads up of what the legislation is, the Omni package came down at around 1:30 in the morning yesterday. So in the dead of night, many of these members waking up to it, and that's when they were able to start voicing their complaints. What it meant was that for this retreat that I'm standing at right now, a lot of these members got here a lot later than they thought they were going to. They had to scrap the plans for yesterday so that they could do that vote. And again, they did successfully pass that budgeting package. But many of these lawmakers didn't get checked into their rooms until 3 or 4 in the morning. Nevertheless, the conference still off to a start here as they hear from their fellow members about what the path forward to the midterms looks like. And of course, they're going to hear from President Biden on that and other things tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I want to ask you, I mean, I know you've been doing the analysis on this. You're looking at the big picture. Democrats face an uphill battle in the midterms next year. We know that. So how much pressure, what kind of pressure is the party under right now as they hold an event like this?
Heavy pressure. At the same time, I think one of the key things that you look for in the midterm is the maps. We just heard from Sean Patrick Maloney, who's the head of the D-TRIP, the group that's responsible for holding this Democratic House majority and in their mind hoping to expand it. What he was talking about is how the maps are actually pretty equal. We know it was a year where states were going to be redrawing what their districts looked like based off of census data. What that actually shook out as is Republicans not necessarily taking advantage of the maps as much as Democrats thought that they would. So it does kind of provide an equal playing field. I think what we're going to hear from Biden tomorrow is really what the message is going to be going forward, making sure that they're talking about the policies that they've been able to enact while they've had the majority, but doing so in plain English, making sure that it's breaking through to Americans, and also trying to couch it in the context of the economic numbers that we're seeing right now. Inflation is a key point that Republicans are trying to consistently hammer over Democrats. You're going to see more ads that feature those prices at the pump that are skyrocketing. They were already high, but certainly going much higher now because of the situation in Ukraine. That's definitely going to be something that Democrats now have to counter. We heard it from Congressman Maloney just now, talking about how it's Biden's leadership on the international stage more than inflation. But if we're thinking about the ads that we're going to be seeing in the coming months across the country, it's really going to be a battle between the numbers that are hitting your pocketbook and the policies that could potentially in the future alleviate those. Democrats trying to make the argument that if you like the policies you've gotten so far, you've got to give them bigger majorities so that they can do more.
All right, Ali Vitale for us in Philadelphia today. Ali, thank you.
2 Americans detained in Venezuela are now free just days after a U.S. delegation visited the country. But the timing is raising questions as the war in Ukraine sends gas prices soaring. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now. Gabe, the timing is raising a lot of eyebrows for people. Why is that?
Yeah, Morgan. Well, first, there is no word on the condition of the other detained Americans in this case. But yes, as you mentioned, this is the first time in a very long time that there have been these types of discussion between the American government and the Venezuelan government. And with the volatility in Ukraine, as you mentioned, the timing of this engagement is raising a lot of eyebrows.
2 Americans detained in Venezuela are home in the U.S. after a high-stakes meeting in Caracas.
They've been wrongfully detained.
Among those released, Gustavo Cardenas, one of the Citgo 6 executives from Citgo Petroleum who were arrested during a business trip to Venezuela in November of 2017 and later charged with corruption. Their families have been pleading for their release for years.
This is horrible to us.
We spoke to them in 2019.
Life for us is like a war because every day is a battle to bring them back.
Today, Maria Elena Cardenas told NBC News of her husband's homecoming. "We are so happy. It doesn't seem real." The other man released is Jorge Alberto Fernandez, a Cuban-American tourist who was arrested last year for bringing a drone into Venezuela and accused of terrorism. A source within the Venezuelan government called the release a good faith gesture by President Nicolas Maduro. It's a rare thaw in relations now that the U.S. is no longer getting oil from Russia.
We have an interest globally in maintaining a steady supply of energy, including through our diplomatic efforts.
But critics argue the U.S. should not be cozying up to a dictator like Maduro.
He uses negotiations the way Putin does, habitually, to divide and demoralize his opposition.
Gabe, one question. How often has the White House been in communication with Venezuela?
Well, Morgan, the delegation that visited Caracas over the weekend was the first such delegation in 20 years. As for these current talks on potentially easing oil economic sanctions against Venezuela, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki says that that's too much of a leap right now. However, the talks are still ongoing. Morgan, we should mention, technically, the U.S. doesn't even recognize Nicolas Maduro, as you may know, as the legitimate leader of Venezuela. During the Trump administration, the U.S. government sided with the opposition leader, Juan Guaido. So, of course, this is extremely complicated. Just as you heard Secretary Blinken mention there, the U.S. is also looking at other energy sources as the situation in Ukraine deteriorates.
Yeah, it's
Morgan?
complicated and surprising. Gabe Gutierrez for us there. Gabe, thank you.
American allies in Asia are on high alert now after North Korea announced plans to launch its own spy satellites. Kim Jong-un says the satellites will monitor America as well as its allies, South Korea and Japan. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frere is in Beijing.
Hey, Aaron and Morgan. North Korea state media is reporting this, that Kim Jong-un himself has announced that North Korea will have this reconnaissance satellite program that will gather real-time information on military actions by the U.S. and its allies, like South Korea and Japan. This will apparently happen over the next 5 years, according to Kim. And it does fit with what experts have been watching, that they believe North Korea is preparing to launch a reconnaissance satellite. And it's controversial because it uses the same banned ballistic missile technology. Remember all of those tests we saw recently? Well, North Korea says that on February 27th and March 5th, they conducted 2 tests of satellite systems. Now, they say that it's part of their preparedness and their right to self-defense, which, of course, U.S. officials and others disagree with. They see it as provocation as well as a violation of UN Security Council resolutions. Now, there's also some concern that this recent spate of tests could also be laying the groundwork for a return to ICBM and nuclear bomb testing. That's something North Korea last did in 2017. Talks with the U.S. have been going nowhere, and now there's a new president in South Korea who seems to be less open to negotiating with the North. Now, experts still aren't sure what sort of progress North Korea has been making with this satellite imagery, but it does show that Pyongyang continues to advance its capabilities, its technologies, and its ambitions despite international sanctions. Aaron and Morgan.
Here at home, we are tracking a major storm system that has millions under winter weather alerts from New York to New Mexico to Vermont. Some areas of New England could see up to a foot of snow by the weekend. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the storm for us. Michelle, what can we expect to see in the next 48 hours?
Hi there, Morgan. Well, winter is not over yet because we're going to see a lot of snow in some spots. And it's not just the snow. On the warm side, we're looking for the threat of severe weather and also some flooding rain. So let's get to it because we have snow falling already on radar. Where you see the blue, that's where we're seeing the snow falling. And we're going to continue to see this falling over the next several days. So right now we're seeing it fall in the Rockies through the Central Plains. And we do have winter alerts already. Where you see the pink, that's your winter weather warning. The white is your winter weather advisory. So 10 million Americans impacted today. Kansas City to Concordia, Santa Fe, you are under a winter weather warning. This is a swath of what we're expecting the next 2 days. So the darker colors, the pinks, the purples, that's going to be your highest amount. So anywhere from 4 up to 8 inches, especially in the higher elevations in those areas. And then this is what happens over the next couple of days. So you have that cold front that's bringing that snow. That's going to slide off to the east. It's going to bring a swath of snow from Arkansas to the Great Lakes. Then we have heavy rain to the southeast. That's from an area of low pressure. So we could see severe weather Friday night into Saturday. That gets particularly dangerous when you have nighttime tornadoes. So we're going to watch that very, very closely. And then as we go throughout Saturday, watch these two guys kind of join forces and they're going to intensify. So we're going to see that low pressure intensifying off the coast, heavy snow and wind for the interior northeast. You can see where that blue is, and some really heavy rain early on Saturday morning for Philadelphia, New York City, Washington. But then as we go throughout time, that cold front, it's an Arctic front, so it's going to bring some very cold air, is going to bring a changeover to snow in cities like Washington, Philadelphia, also New York City. We're not talking about large amounts, but still that reminder that winter is here, and we could see some grassy surface accumulations. That's what we're going to be watching. That area of low pressure is going to bomb out. That's just a fancy word of saying it's going to intensify. It's going to drop 24 millibar in 24 hours. So it's going to be a really strong storm Saturday night. And then by Sunday, it's out of here, but it's a frigid day on Sunday. So many of us waking up to some icy spots, a hard freeze early on Sunday morning in the Northeast. And notice that swath of blue. Those are those really gusty northwesterly winds coming down, going over the Great Lakes that aren't quite frozen over yet. So we're going to see some lake effect snow, but it's really a frigid day on Sunday in the Northeast. Here's your snowfall forecast, the heaviest mounts into the interior parts of New England, also New York. So Syracuse, where you see the pinks and purples, once again showing you the highest amounts, but still Pittsburgh, you're going to pick up some snow all the way down through the higher elevations of West Virginia. And that's Friday into Saturday before it's out of here Saturday night. Now on the warm side, we're going to be watching this very closely. 10 million at risk, winds gusting to 60 miles per hour, damaging hail, and the biggest threat, a few tornadoes again coming overnight Friday into Saturday. So when you have a nighttime tornado, it's double deadly because it's happening at night. So you want to keep guard, you want to heed your local officials and kind of keep alert overnight Friday into Saturday. Rain, it's going to be a big one too. We're already seeing some rain falling in northern Florida. We're going to add to those amounts where you see the yellows, the oranges, the red, especially in the panhandle of Florida. We could see up to 3 inches of rain, and that's going to bring some flash flooding concerns through Saturday. So it is a busy, busy weekend. Today, we're looking at quiet conditions. It's a quiet before the storm in the Northeast. Temperature is back to normal. We had such cold temperatures yesterday, so we're right around average for this time of year. Quiet in the Southwest. And then as we make our way into Friday, we're really going to be watching Friday night into Saturday for that severe weather in the Southeast, and then things begin to ramp up on Saturday in the Northeast. So it's bitterly cold on Friday. That's going to set the stage for a lot of snow, and there's your snow and wind in the Northeast. Morgan?
Wow. Okay, a lot happening there. Michelle Grossman, thank you.
Sure.
Well, as we've watched the crisis in Ukraine unfold, we've also seen tech companies in the U.S. scrambling to support their Ukrainian employees. Many are taking major steps to ensure their safety and their financial well-being. Let's bring in CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu now. Dom, I understand that Tesla is one of the companies that's trying to do something here. What is it doing to help its Ukrainian workers?
So, I mean, Aaron, Tesla wants to make sure that its employees in Ukraine have as much peace of mind as they can offer, at least as much as can be expected in times of war. So Tesla employees in the Ukraine who are asked to return to the country to help with the war effort will get paid by Tesla for at least 3 months, and that's according to an internal Tesla email that was seen by CNBC and sent to Tesla employees in the Europe, Middle East, and Africa. The email was not clear, though, about whether that same offer would apply to all employees elsewhere around the world. Now, at the end of 3 months, Tesla will reassess the situation between Ukraine and Russia and make decisions then on what other steps may or may not be needed. It's also important to note here that Tesla does not actually have active operations corporate-wise in Ukraine. So this is for employees at Tesla who may be of Ukrainian descent and then called back to the country to be a reservist for active military duty. I would point out Tesla does have an estimated 5,000 Ukrainians that own Tesla vehicles. And by the way, Aaron, they've offered free charging stations in neighboring countries like Poland, Slovakia, and Hungary to help with the relief effort there.
Yeah, it's nice to see Tesla step up in that way. What about other companies, other big tech companies, Dom? What are they doing to try to help their workers?
So they're trying to be as supportive as they can be and doing what's in their power to help alleviate some of the burdens being placed on their Ukrainian employees, especially those being displaced because of the war. So Just Answer is a San Francisco-based company, tech company, focused on connecting users with questions to experts that have answers. They've got about a quarter of their staff in Ukraine. They're trying to take steps to try and preserve as much business continuity as possible. They've also offered to move staff to safer parts of the country, providing ample amounts of paid time time off so they can navigate some of these trying times. Other companies are taking similar steps in paying for employees to relocate, sometimes even out of the country, as well as providing means to transport those employees to safe zones. They're also doing basic things like providing food, water, clothing, transportation services, communication services, maybe satellite phones. So a lot of these CEOs are seeing these efforts not just as the right thing to do because it's the right thing from a human perspective, Aaron, but also because it could be good business as well.
All right, Dom Chu for us at CNBC today. Dom, thanks.
Sure.
The Biden administration is now taking a major step into the metaverse. The president signed an executive order on Wednesday calling for further study into cryptocurrencies. And now experts are saying that a U.S.-backed digital currency could be on the horizon. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News reporter Kevin Collier now. Kevin, what could all this mean for crypto here in the U.S.? I mean, how exactly would a government-backed digital currency even work?
Well, it's early. But this is a really sweeping, big first step. You know, the U.S. government really dipping its toes into the water for what widespread official adoption of cryptocurrency technology could mean. There are a lot of components here. It's directing various agencies to start exploring the possibilities of integrating digital assets, like cryptocurrencies. It looks at both the good and the bad. There's a lot of talk of looking into regulations. Crypto has gotten a lot of people very rich, but the group of big winners is comparatively very, very few number of people. And then there's the big one, which I think you were alluding to, which is that it's formally opening up a study into the possibility of a digitally backed counterpart to the U.S. dollar. There's a CBDC, or central bank digital currency.
And give us a sense, I mean, the U.S. wouldn't exactly be the first country to do something like this. So which countries have already done so? And really, what's been the response? Has it worked?
A lot of at least started this a wide range. Cambodia, Uruguay, Ukraine has one, Sweden, China, Turkey. The Bahamas has what's considered probably the most successful one. It's called the sand dollar. It's just a digital equivalent to their dollar. One sand dollar is worth one Bahamian dollar. People there can use with a mobile app or a payment card, and it's a payment option. That might be a sign of what's to come here in the U.S.
All right, Kevin Collier for us there. Kevin, thank you.
Thanks.
And still ahead, thousands of people forced from their homes in Ukraine.
Coming up, what the president of Poland is saying the U.S. needs to do in order to prevent the refugee crisis from turning into a refugee disaster. Stay with us.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, the Nevada driver who caused a crash that killed 9 people was going more than 100 miles per hour. Investigators in Las Vegas just released a new report on the accident that found the driver, Gary Dean Robinson, sped up while running into a red light into a busy intersection. The crash killed him, his passenger, and a family in a minivan. Police in Kentucky are trying to track down the woman in this surveillance video who they say stole nearly $10,000, get this, worth of Botox and filler from a spa and salon. Investigators say that in the process, she also destroyed a memorial to the salon owner's son who was murdered 2 years ago. TSA has just announced that the mask mandate for public transit will remain in place for another month. Masks have been a major issue of contention on planes, trains, subways, buses, you name it. Well, in the meantime, the TSA says they will work on coming up with an updated framework for COVID guidelines.
Let's bring you up to speed now on the breaking developments out of Ukraine. This conflict now entering its 3rd week. The humanitarian crisis is reaching a dire point in many hard-hit areas, including Mariupol. An advisor to the head of the president's office there says Russian forces are deliberately disrupting the evacuation of civilians. 7 evacuation routes have been established today to allow civilians to leave safely. Ukraine's president says more than 60,000 residents have been rescued in the past 24 hours. He also reiterated calls for the West to impose a no-fly zone over Ukraine.
The United Nations now reports more than 2.3 million refugees have escaped the war-torn country. In a meeting with Vice President Kamala Harris today, the president of Poland urged the U.S. and the international community to fast-track their support for refugees to really prevent what he called a disaster.
NBC News crews are covering every angle of this breaking story. Let's begin with NBC's Jay Gray. He is joining us again from Poland, where night has fallen. Jay, you've been there at the border for a few days now. What are you seeing where you are right now?
Aaron, we're seeing the crowds build dramatically, and we are right. We showed you the lines for the bus earlier. We are right at the border. You can see right now, this is where the refugees are crossing into Poland after some of them walking 2 and 3 days in bitter cold just to get here. A lot of families, moms and their children, as we've talked about so often, leaving behind fathers, brothers, husbands to continue the fight. Again, this is the border crossing. This is where it happens. Let's show you what happens as they walk down this path, this walking path, and kind of give you an idea of what happens as they walk into country. As they get into Poland, you can see the lines of different people here. Now, 2 days ago, guys, this was empty fields. There was nothing along this walking path. But you can see as you walk towards it, there are tents here with food, with clothing, with toiletry supplies, the things that so many people need, because as you see, they're walking in. Some are lucky enough to be rolling a suitcase. Many just have a bag or a backpack, and that's all they were able to grab as they made the trip here. So all these volunteers moved in over the last 2 days, built all of this up, and really just provided a spot where people can come in, get something hot to eat, get something. Toothpaste is a big thing here, and I know that sounds simple, but it's just the little things that so many need. And you see the red tents. Those are for doctors. Medics are here around the clock to take care of anyone who may need some treatment after that trip. So they're doing everything they can to help those who need help desperately. The crowds are going to grow, and it's going to continue to be something that they're going to be wrestling with, being able to take care of everyone that's moving in there.
Jay, we only have about another minute with you here. I just wanted to ask very quickly about the volunteers, the workers that are there. What challenges are they facing as we still can see this growth, this increase in the number of people who need help?
Yeah, and I'll show you what they're doing here. I mean, you can see they're cooking here. They face a struggle as well because they're obviously not places to stay here. They're not. There's not really anything they can do. So they show up here. Many are sleeping in their cars and vans, bringing what they have until they exhaust their resources, until there's nothing left. And so then someone else comes in and takes their place.
All right, Jay Gray for us on the Poland-Ukraine border. Jay, thank you.
Ukraine wants more planes to defend itself from the Russian assault, but a diplomatic rift has taken shape over Poland's proposal to put the U.S. in the middle of getting fighter jets to that war-torn country. NBC News reporter Alex Seitz-Wald joins us now. Alex, give us a sense of things here. I mean, walk us through the challenges. What do experts actually say about how useful these planes would be to Ukraine if, in fact, some kind of deal could be struck?
Yeah, this seems like an issue that should be simple enough. Ukraine needs warplanes. The West has plenty, but it's actually much more complicated. And it's those complications that is why the Pentagon and allies in Germany have completely ruled this out and said it's not tenable. First of all, American or Western European planes are out of the question because the Ukrainians don't know how to fly them. Their military is based on Soviet-Russian technology, which is why the Polish are involved, a former Soviet country that's now part of NATO. But actually getting those planes to Ukraine would be an issue. If Ukrainian pilots went to Poland, a NATO country, took off, flew into Ukrainian airspace, and then had to engage with Russian fighters, that could be seen as an act of war by Russia from Poland, which would then make Poland a target. That's why Poland wanted to first move the planes to Germany, but Germany says they don't want anything to do with that. And the U.S. doesn't want anything to do with that because these Western European countries are trying to stay out of directly fighting with Russia. They're happy to supply arms, but they don't want to be fighting Russia directly. And then finally, the Pentagon said that they're not even sure that these planes would really help that much because it's not enough to just have the planes. You need a whole infrastructure to support them, and it's not clear that the Ukrainians have that up and running right now. So they called it a high-risk, low-reward situation. The Russians are flying more advanced, newer aircraft, and one expert I spoke to said that these 30, 40-year-old Polish planes might end up being nothing but a flying coffin for Ukrainians, even if they did get them.
Oh, that's so hard to hear. Alex Seitz-Wald, that is important context. Thank you so much.
Now, there are growing calls for Russia to be investigated for war crimes after a strike on a maternity and children's hospital in Mariupol. The White House called the attack barbaric. Here's Sky News correspondent Greg Millum.
The sound of it was caught on camera. What it did, almost beyond words. Mariupol's maternity hospital destroyed by a Russian strike. In a city under siege, in an already barbaric war. This is an atrocity on a different scale. Everything's okay, the soldier tells the boy. Then, in the chaos, panic as they fear another attack. There's supposed to be a ceasefire here to let civilians leave. The devastation tells a different story. Satellite images of Mariupol show a chilling before and after. Homes and shopping centres gone. Ukrainian authorities say more than 1,000 people have died here. It's happening across the country. This, the aftermath of another airstrike in Sumy. Ukraine's president says the only answer to this is to close the skies. Once again, the response from the West was no. They don't want to be dragged further into this war.
Our goal is to end the war, not to expand it, including potentially expand it to NATO territory. We want to make sure that it's not prolonged to the best of our ability.
The attack on the hospital is absolutely abhorrent, reckless and appalling. But the reality is that setting up a no-fly zone would lead to a direct confrontation between NATO and Russia.
Even sending the fighter jets Ukraine wants is, in the words of the US and the Europeans, high risk and low gain. For all of President Zelensky's pleas, it is clear here at the State Department, in the UK government, in NATO, there has been no shift in position on those big issues of a no-fly zone or sending those Polish jets to Ukraine. It begs the question, if the bombing of a maternity hospital doesn't change their minds, what will? The horrors of this war are playing out on screens in homes around the world. How much more will people tolerate before they demand action, deciding whatever the risks, enough is enough? Greg Milam, Sky News, Washington.
Kyiv's mayor says half of the city's population has now left. People in Kyiv's suburbs are now using this brief window to try to escape as well. Joining us now is Mia Willard, a resident of Kyiv who is still there as we speak. Mia, first off, thanks for being with us. What is keeping you in Kyiv, and do you have any plans to leave?
At the moment, I do not have plans to leave, though I'll be honest, I do consider my options pretty much every day. I have family here in Kyiv that would prefer staying as well. And also, it's my people, it's my country, it's my city, and I do not feel comfortable leaving at this point.
And while you don't feel comfortable leaving at this point, I mean, how are you coping now with your decision to stay? Do you have enough food? Do you have enough supplies for the days ahead?
Fortunately, yes. Kyiv for now is pretty calm. We have supermarkets working, we have pharmacies working, but we've also stocked up on resources in case there is a siege and we do not have that opportunity.
Mia, what do you want the world to know about what you and your neighbors and people like you are experiencing right now?
We're living from one air raid siren to another, and I do not mean to sound dramatic, but literally children's hospital, maternity wards are being bombed, and we do need those jets. We do need that no-fly zone, which Ukraine would greatly appreciate. But I understand NATO's reservation regarding no-fly zone, but at least the jets, the air defense systems, that's what's really crucial for Ukraine right now.
Mia Willard, thank you so much for being with us, and thank you for sharing your experience. Best of luck to you. I know that so many people are supporting you all and really hoping the best for the best. Thank you, Mia.
Thank you very much.
And stay with us. Everybody seems to be talking about an imminent arrival of spiders.
Yeah, that's right. Still ahead, why these flying spiders, they are the size of your palm, could be popping up all along the East Coast. Don't go anywhere.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going. 2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job,
It's an honor.
Now, if you're like me and you're not a fan of spiders, beware, because you may be seeing a massive new spider as big as the palm of your hand right in your backyard. In fact, a group of Georgia scientists says the 8-legged visitors could soon be invading the East Coast. Here's NBC's Joe Fryer.
Morgan and Aaron, 2 years ago, it was murder hornets. Now it's the Juro spider. They've already been spotted in Georgia and the Carolinas. Now they're heading north. Juros create spectacular webs, and they are very large. But researchers tell us there's no need to worry. These aren't the kinds of spiders you see in the movies.
It was already one of our greatest phobias, arachnophobia. The fear of spiders. Now comes the Juro spider. Native to Asia, it was first spotted in Georgia nearly a decade ago. They've since spread across the southeast, with some using their parachute-like silks to travel in the wind, others hitching a ride on cars. Researchers say these multicolored friends are now ready to make a bigger debut. Because of their higher metabolism and heart rate, they're able to survive colder temperatures. So a new study at the University of Georgia predicts the Juro spiders will make their way up the East Coast this spring.
Look what's invading the East Coast this summer.
It's unclear how far north they'll go, but they'll be hard to miss, growing up to 3 inches long. End to end, that's as wide as your palm. Their imposing webs in bright yellow, blue, and red coloring give most folks a serious fright. But the experts want to reassure us these guys behave more like the beloved Charlotte.
My name is Charlotte. Charlotte A. Cavatica.
Than the giant queen.
People are going to have to learn to appreciate spiders because this spider isn't going anywhere. They are actually very, very timid. And it turns out they're more timid than most of your native spiders.
Despite those reassurances, the spread of the Juro spider is just the latest insect invasion turning heads. Last spring, it was a blanket of cicadas. Well, they created plenty of commotion. The cicadas are supposed to be here. The murder hornets, spotted in 2020, and the Juros are not. So what exactly is going on with these invasive species?
Global economy is translating into a global biota. So as ships leave foreign ports, they bring containers to this country, and those containers may have objects inside that are housing or providing refuge for invasive species. So that means we're going to have a steady stream of new species winding up on our shore.
Bottom line, even though they look scary, Juro spiders aren't a dangerous threat to humans or pets. In fact, it's unlikely they'll even bite you, and if they do, their fangs aren't long enough to break through skin. Aaron and Morgan.
Well, it's a clash that neither side wanted: solar advocates versus conservationists. Environmentalists are worried that massive solar projects, or solar farms we might call them, might do some ecological damage to sensitive areas. NBC News technology reporter David Ingram is joining us now from San Francisco. So, David, help us understand what the conflict is here with the conservationists and how the industry is responding.
Right. So when companies build these solar farms, they're often going for utility scale kind of facilities. So providing as much energy as possible. And that can go over several acres, acres which would normally or otherwise be used for something like farmland or just open space, maybe even forest. And so the question is this really the best use of the open space that is available in our country? And conservationists and neighbors would just like to keep that land often the way it is, preserving the ecology, preserving the vistas. But that does have this cost or this question that comes up of, if we're not going to put solar in these big open spaces where it would be most efficient, where are we going to put it? And it's partly a long-term versus short-term thinking, where in the short term we might be able to save the ecology of these places by preserving them. But on the long term, for climate change, there's a real need to move away from fossil fuels toward sources like solar.
So coincidentally, I've been looking at this issue out in California and some of the wide open desert spaces that could be available for this sort of development. I have to wonder, how is the resistance that the industry is seeing going to affect the aim of cutting down on fossil fuels?
It's leading to a lot of projects either being delayed or canceled. So we counted at least 57 communities around the country that just since the beginning of last year had considered a moratorium on large-scale solar projects. And at least 40 of those 57 had passed those measures. So we're seeing dozens of examples around the country of local resistance. And the solution may be to turn to sites that are kind of overlooked, out of the way, places like parking lots, warehouse roofs, even on top of grazing land may be a good place for solar panels.
Got to get creative if they want to make it happen. David Ingram for us in San Francisco today. Thank you, David.
A Louisiana juvenile detention facility is accused of routinely violating the rights of incarcerated minors, according to first-hand accounts from the facility. Teens were held in solitary confinement for hours on end and deprived of an education. NBC News' Zincle Asemlua has been following the story and joins us now. Zincle, tell us more.
Thanks, Morgan. Yes, this is an investigation 4 months in the making. NBC News national reporter Aaron Einhorn, ProPublica, and the Marshall Project investigated the Acadiana Center for Youth in St. Martinville in New Orleans, Louisiana. The facility is accused of locking youth in their cells for 23 or at times 24 hours a day, subduing teens with police-style maneuvers, failing to provide education to youth for at least 3 months, and holding the minors in the facility in shackles or what the facility calls leg irons outside their cells. And in addition to the allegations, a juvenile justice commission in the state and lawyers of those inside say they were never informed the facility existed until much later. The facility is run by Louisiana's Office of Juvenile Justice, which firmly denies these allegations, Morgan.
Zincle, what have we heard from those who've dealt with this firsthand?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that, because that is the most important part of this story, right? We have to remember these are young people. We know that at least 31 minors have been through the facility, and most of them are actually black. There have been incidents of youth harming themselves and instances of youth actually escaping the facility. So let's take a listen to what young people and advocates supporting them say really is going on.
Those who've been inside say conditions are unacceptable. Rashad, a black 16-year-old, is one of them. This is his lawyer.
I believe that the conditions under which he was being confined violated his rights.
We're using Rashad's middle name to protect his identity. He was moved to St. Martinville last summer.
He was not receiving the substance abuse counseling that had been ordered by the court.
The judge immediately ordered he be removed from the facility. But today, there are still youth at St. Martinville, like 16-year-old Ben.
And again, Morgan, the OJJ firmly denies these allegations, but these firsthand accounts are incredibly disturbing, and we'll have the full report out tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern on Top Story with Tom Yamas. Morgan.
All right, Zincle, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Ukrainians with no military experience stepping up to defend their country. Just after the break, we're going to introduce you to some world-famous dancers who are going from the ballroom to the battlefield. Stay with us.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory. Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The British government is going after Russian oligarch Roman Abramovich with some pretty serious sanctions.
Yeah, the billionaire's assets, including Chelsea's soccer team, are frozen now. Abramovich's rise to extraordinary wealth tells a story of how oligarchs are made.
Right, let's get more now on that breaking news. The government has sanctioned Roman Abramovich.
Perhaps the world's most famous Russian oligarch, Roman Abramovich, has just been sanctioned by the British government, and it may throw a wrench in his plans to sell the soccer team Chelsea Football Club. The billionaire bought the team back in 2003 in a $184 million deal and fueled the club financially to trophy after trophy, making it one of the world's most dominant soccer teams. But under mounting political pressure amid Russia's invasion of Ukraine,
surely Mr. Abramovich should no longer be able to own a football club in this country.
The British government froze Abramovich's assets. So how did Abramovich make his billions in the first place? His story is the making of an oligarch. Roman Abramovich was born in the Russian city of Saratov. Both of his parents died when he was young, leaving him an orphan. As a young man, he briefly served in the Soviet army and then studied at the Gubkin Institute of Oil and Gas in Moscow for college before trading commodities for a Swiss firm and eventually befriending oil magnate Boris Berezovsky.
The man shaking Yeltsin's hand, Boris Berezovsky, the Russian billionaire many believe is the true puppet master of the Kremlin. One Russian newspaper this week proclaimed Berezovsky as the man who is the real president of Russia.
Berezovsky was close to former Russian President Boris Yeltsin, and when the Soviet Union dissolved and embraced capitalism, Yeltsin sold previously state-owned companies to well-connected businessmen, often for a fraction of their actual worth. This created a super-wealthy ruling class, or oligarchs. Through Berezovsky, Abramovich was able to get in on a deal to buy a major stake of Siberian oil company Sibneft for only $100 million in the mid-1990s, according to Forbes. Sibneft recorded $3 billion in oil revenues in the year 2000. And when Berezovsky fell out with the newly elected president, Vladimir Putin, in the early 2000s, Abramovich stayed in Putin's good graces. Berezovsky was pressured into selling his shares of Sibneft to Abramovich, cementing his billionaire status. Today, not much is known definitively about the relationship between Roman Abramovich and Vladimir Putin. Abramovich became governor of Chukotka in 2001, an oil-rich region in northeastern Siberia. And while his foray into politics led him to spend more time with Putin, the extent of their relationship has been kept from the public. Imprisoned opposition leader Alexei Navalny described Putin and Abramovich's relationship in a recent Twitter thread, saying Abramovich, quote, privatized Sibneft for $100 million, and then writing, quote, in 2005, he and Putin made the deal of a century. The state, represented by Gazprom, bought Sibneft back from Abramovich, but this time for $13.1 billion. Genius, right? That is, they simply took out $13 billion from our pockets. We've reached out to Chelsea Football Club for a statement responding to Navalny's tweet and have yet to hear back. Today, Abramovich's net worth is valued at $12.3 billion by Forbes, and his fleet of yachts is world famous.
Russian tycoon Roman Abramovich owns the world's biggest yacht, nearly 2 football fields in length, loaded with its own missile defense system and lasers to prevent the paparazzi from taking photos.
Before the British government froze his assets, Abramovich released a statement where he announced plans to sell his soccer team and promised that the proceeds of that sale would go toward a foundation to help victims of the war in Ukraine. But with his British assets now frozen, including the world-famous Chelsea Football Club and his multi-million-dollar London home, his net worth is expected to take a tumble. Well, everyday people in Ukraine are picking up arms and enlisting to fight off Putin's forces.
That's right. And among them, this group of Ukrainian ballerinas moving from the ballroom to the battlefield. Here's NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin.
the Butterflies of Kyiv performing for the final time in France. Back home, their country torn apart by war. Now some of Ukraine's premier ballet dancers have swapped their tutus and slippers for guns and fatigues, putting their life's work on hold to defend their country. Of course I'm scared, says artist Alexei Potyomkin. I'm not a military person, but I couldn't just sit on the sidelines and observe. Just days ago, Alexei was a principal dancer in his prime, now a military paramedic. His life as an artist, a distant memory. I don't even think about ballet anymore, he says. Now it seems like another life. Dancer Lesia Vorotnyuk says art has prepared her for war. Ballet teaches you to have a strong spirit, she says. In 2019, Lesia says her husband died fighting on the front lines in eastern Ukraine. She says she's armed herself to protect her son and country. I love to perform on stage, to travel, to come back to ballet, she says. But the most important thing now is for the war to end with our victory. Across Ukraine, opera houses and theaters are closed.
Now it's not time for performance on a stage. Now we have performance on our street. We have blood, we have bombing.
The last time Alexander Omelshenko danced, it was the night before the war began. Now he's building anti-tank hedgehogs.
Do you think you're going to dance again?
Yeah, 100% I go back again.
Tonight, the artistic soul of Ukraine is standing by until they've secured their freedom. Erin McLaughlin, NBC News, Lviv, Ukraine.
Thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now. Breaking news first on NBC News Now. The fight for Kyiv. Russian forces closing in on Ukraine's capital, but meeting resistance on the way. The block-by-block battle in the suburbs to push back Putin's troops.
Surging yet again, America hitting another record for gas prices. The impact on drivers as a new report shows inflation is at its highest level in 40 years.
Hate crime hoax. Actor Jussie Smollett set to be sentenced today for staging a fake attack on himself. How much time he could spend behind bars.
Talk about top of his game. Tiger Woods officially inducted into golf's Hall of Fame, the emotional tribute from his own daughter. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Hi there, everyone. I'm Morgan Radford.
And good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin this morning with breaking news. Russia's siege on Ukraine's major cities is intensifying. The mayor of Zhytomyr, a city west of Kyiv, says bombs were dropped on 2 hospitals overnight. That follows yesterday's devastating attack in Mariupol that turned a maternity hospital to rubble.
Meanwhile, a sobering milestone has been reached in this humanitarian crisis. UNICEF says 1 million children have been forced to flee Ukraine. Russia and Ukraine's foreign minister spoke face-to-face today in Turkey. They left with no new agreements on ceasefires. And in an interview with Sky News, Ukraine's president said this about concerns that a no-fly zone will actually make the situation worse.
Was for whom? For our families? No. For whom? For them? No. Who knows? Nobody knows. But we know exactly that now is very bad. And in future, it will be too late.
We have a team of correspondents covering this rapidly developing story. Let's begin with NBC News foreign correspondent Ali Arouzi. He's in Lviv, Ukraine for us today. Ali, I want to start with the latest out of Mariupol and the recent attack on the hospital there. Bring us up to speed. What's the latest?
That's right. The Russians attacked the children's and maternity hospital in that besieged city of Mariupol. They destroyed the section of the hospital which had children and pregnant women in it. The initial reports coming out of there is that 3 people have been killed, including 1 child. 17 others were injured in there, amongst them doctors, nurses, and tragically women waiting to give birth. We have horrifying accounts of rubble raining raining down on them in the building, many of them getting trapped under that rubble. So it's a horrifying situation there. As you mentioned earlier, 2 other cities west of Kyiv also had hospitals, had bombs dropped on them. The World Health Organization says that 18 hospitals have been targeted so far since the beginning of this conflict. The health ministry here in Ukraine is saying that 60 hospitals have been targeted. And of course, there's been a chorus of condemnation from around the world. And President Zelensky called it a war crime, what happened there. And he put a message out in Russian so it wouldn't get lost, asking what kind of country is Russia that they're afraid of a children's hospital. So the situation there is still dire. The city has been cut off. You can't get in, you can't get out. There's no electricity, water, gas in there. So it's a very, very desperate situation in Mariupol.
Yeah, I want to ask you, too, very quickly about the meeting today between the foreign ministers of Ukraine and Russia. Ali, how did those talks go? Did they make any headway?
Well, the Ukrainian foreign minister Kuleba said that he had very low expectations going into that meeting, and those expectations were met. There was no breakthrough in that meeting for safe passages, corridors for civilians to get out of those very heavy war zones. They tried to bridge some gaps, but the offers made by the Russians just were not good enough for the Ukrainians. They had offered Ukrainian people safe passage into Belarus or Russia, and the Ukrainians said that that just wasn't acceptable. The Ukrainian foreign minister spoke to CNBC a little earlier. Let's have a listen to what he had to say.
Do you still believe you can win?
We will. You're asking me this question, I think, for the 3rd time. And even when you ask me it for the 5th or for the 10th time, I will say the same to you. We will win because it's our land, it's our people, and we defend the right cause.
And he had said that the Ukrainian people are happy to negotiate. They want to negotiate. But he also said that they are willing to fight, and that was an indication that they're waiting for an all-out assault on Kyiv.
Let's bring in NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce now in Washington. Dan, you have some new reporting on that proposal to get fighter jets from Poland to Ukraine. Where does that effort stand?
Well, it looks like that idea is dead in the water. The Biden administration has basically said very clearly now that they see that as a high-risk move that could possibly escalate tensions with Russia and even raise the risk of a direct U.S.-Russia conflict. So that's off the table now. But now you have Vice President Harris in Poland today trying to stress a message of unity after this kind of embarrassing, awkward public disagreement with Poland. And the U.S. is offering humanitarian aid to Poland to try to help them cope with the influx of Ukrainian refugees, and also offering Poland more missile defenses to counter any potential threat from Russia. Here's what the vice president had to say.
I want to be very clear. The United States and Poland are united in what we have done and are prepared to do to help Ukraine and the people of Ukraine. Full stop.
So that was the vice president trying to stress unity and trying to turn the page on this public disagreement.
All right, Dan DeLuce for us in Washington, Ali Arouzi in Lviv, Ukraine today. Thank you both.
Meanwhile, the U.S. ban on Russian oil is fueling the sticker shock we're seeing right here at home at the pump. Gas prices once again climbing overnight. The average price of regular now stands at $4.32 per gallon, which is up 7 cents from yesterday. NBC's Morgan Chesky joins us now from Dallas with that story. Hi there, Morgan.
Hey, Morgan, good afternoon. And the way these gas prices are rising, we could be approaching a real tipping point. Here in Texas, we are below the national average, but take a look. $4.09 for a gallon of unleaded diesel, though, approaching more than $5 there, or slightly over $5. And it's those rising costs that, for drivers, are already bringing very real consequences.
Every cent adding up over the not-so-subtle spike at the pump.
And it's not going to get better. It didn't happen yesterday, and it won't be over tomorrow.
$20 lasts me 2 days in this big old truck. 2 days.
From coast to coast, the costly reality already forcing some drivers to shift habits.
Probably use the motorcycle, hopefully more often than not, and carpool as often as possible.
In Texas, middle school teacher Meredith Averett just bought a new car for a commute. She's rethinking.
May have to start, taking public transportation at this point because it's getting to a point where it's impacting me being able to make my monthly bills.
The national average up 59 cents from last week with no clear cap just yet.
I'm hopeful that the national average will not hit the $5 gallon mark, but it certainly could continue rising closer to that mark.
With prices at the pump soaring, Democratic governors in 6 states are calling on federal lawmakers to declare a temporary gas holiday. Their letter to Congress calls to pass legislation suspending the federal gas tax through the end of this year, a move that would shave off 18 cents a gallon. Until there's real relief, many businesses are changing strategy. In North Carolina, Pepper Moon Catering is making customer proximity a top priority.
We try and stay within an hour radius, especially now that gas prices have increased. We try and rein it back in a little bit so that we're not going as far and spending as much money on gas.
But for those whose livelihood depends on the road, every fill-up seems to break another record.
I've been driving 23, 24 years. That's the most I've ever paid.
And the way these gas prices are rising, you may not just be paying when you fill up. Take trucking, for instance. I had a chance to speak to a driver who filled up here yesterday. He says typical tank, about $500 a gallon. By the time he pulled out of this station, he spent $963 filling up. He goes, we're going to have to pass on a fuel surcharge to our customers, who then in turn will have to pass on that extra cost to their customers. And it's only a matter of time before we're all feeling it. We'll send it back to you.
All right, NBC's Morgan Chesky for us there. Morgan, thank you.
We're also following some breaking news on the economy today. Staggering new numbers just out from the Labor Department. Inflation now hitting a new 40-year high, with the Consumer Price Index jumping 7.9% over the last year. The areas seeing the biggest jumps: gas, followed by food and shelter. President Biden releasing a statement today saying they reflect a tale of two recoveries, pointing out the low unemployment numbers, but also acknowledging Americans' budgets are being stretched. NBC News correspondent Jolene Kent is standing by with the impact this is having on business owners. But let's begin with NBC News Now anchor Allison Morris. Allison, what are some of the big takeaways, the major takeaways from this inflation report?
Well, Aaron, the biggest one is that inflation isn't going anywhere, right? We had hoped that maybe getting into the spring, March, April, we would start to see signs that inflation was pulling back a little bit. But you look at this February report, and there are no signs of that whatsoever. Up 7.9% on the last year, 0.8% on the month. If it sounds like we're repeating ourselves when we say this is a new 40-year high, that's because we said that last month, and then things got even worse. And the thing people really need to remember here is that one of the biggest drivers, one of the biggest jumps was gas, and that does not factor in those gas prices Morgan was just talking about at the pump. Those are happening right now in March. This is a February report, so don't expect that inflation is going to drop next month. This could be with us for a little while.
So let's dig a little deeper here, Alice. I mean, you mentioned gas, obviously, but which areas of the economy, other than that, saw some of the biggest jumps? And what does that actually mean for everyday folks and what they're going to be spending and not being able to save?
Yeah, over the last 12 months, gas is by far and away the worst, up 6.6%. Then you look at food, it was also up 1%. Now, that's all food, both food for restaurants and food at home. The food that you buy from the grocery store, you bring home for your families, even worse than that. It was up 1.4%. And then shelter, housing, up as well, 0.5%. I mean, you look at these things, right? These are all the major things that people cannot do without: a roof over your head, food for your family, and gas to get you where you need to go, particularly for people who have to drive to work. So it means all the essentials are going up, and we know what happens when the essentials go up. It hits the people the most who have the least.
I do want to ask you about the markets before you go. Obviously, they're not shocked by some of what we're seeing happen right now, but it's been a roller coaster ride over the last few weeks there. What are things looking like right now?
Yeah, they're not shocked, but they don't like it, right, Aaron? We saw a little bump yesterday because oil prices surprisingly went down. Take a look. We're not seeing that at all today. And the issues here really are what's going on overseas. Oil prices are back up again today. Russia and Ukraine don't seem to be finding any common ground, any resolution to this conflict. We keep talking about how this is such an unpredictable situation, particularly because it's being driven by an unpredictable person in Vladimir Putin. And the markets absolutely hate that. Throw in this inflation report, and you're not really giving investors anything to smile about today.
All right, Allison Morris. Allison, thank you.
Pleasure.
Let's go ahead and bring in our business and technology correspondent, Jolene Kent now. Joe, I know that you're in Wyoming right now, where prices increased 9% in January, just compared to the previous year. So my question is, how are business owners there really dealing with these price hikes? What are they doing to accommodate?
Yeah, we're looking more broadly at the region, the mountain region. And across this region, we just got brand new numbers in. Inflation is up 9.7%. That's what brought us to Wyoming, to Cheyenne and to Jackson Hole, to talk to business owners and individuals. And we talked to a business owner, Brian Bow, of the Albany restaurant in Cheyenne. And his real concern here about inflation is not just the pace of it, but also where it's coming from, especially when it takes so much more money to get stuff to his restaurant. Fuel surcharges now hitting his restaurant hard. It's been around for so many years, and they don't want to have to raise prices on their customers. This is what he told us.
We don't want to raise prices, but you see it creeping up on you, and you see your margin getting smaller, and at some point something has to give, because you got to take care of your guests, but you also have to take care of your employees and take care of the business itself to make sure it's still here in another 80 years.
Now, chicken prices here in Wyoming are up 120%. That's more than double. And talking to Brian at the Albany restaurant there, he says everything has been affected, from his supplies to the food, the chicken that he is serving, of course, and even the bar. A liter and a half of Jameson that he's serving at his bar is up $10 per bottle from just January. So the increases are not just gas prices, it's all across the board.
You talk about all across the board, Jolene Kent. I know that you're out west. I know you've been out west. We look forward to talking to you soon about why you guys are being hit especially hard. Stay with us if you can. Thanks, Jolene.
The leaders of America's top intelligence agencies back on Capitol Hill today. They're testifying before Senate lawmakers about global threats. Let's bring in NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney in now. He's been watching these hearings. Ken, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, obviously a central focal point at today's hearing. What have you heard so far about that?
In terms of what's new, Aaron, a really interesting exchange just now between Senators and Paul Nakasone, who's the commander of Cyber Command and the head of the National Security Agency. He was asked, why hasn't Russia unleashed the full might of its cyber capabilities on Ukraine? Why have we only seen a handful of cyber attacks? And he said there were a number of reasons, but he did say that U.S. cyber warriors helped Ukraine harden their cyber defenses before the invasion, and he said there were unspecified steps taken, he implied, by his agencies to help Ukraine fend off some of these cyber attacks. But he also said it's only been a couple of weeks into this conflict. Take a listen to what he further had to say.
We remain vigilant. We're 15 days into this conflict. By no means are we sitting back and taking this casually.
Because as some other lawmakers pointed out, Russia could inflict the kind of cyber attacks that could spread across Europe. That's the real fear here, Aaron.
Ken, there's a senior State Department official who raised eyebrows earlier this week when she brought up the prospect of biological weapons being used in Ukraine. What did we hear about that today?
Well, what she said was there were biological labs, and some right-wing pundits took that and ran with it, fueled by Russian propaganda, to suggest that somehow there were biological weapons in Ukraine. Well, the Director of National Intelligence, Avril Haines, refuted that 100%, said today there's no evidence of biological weapons or weapons labs in Ukraine. She said that's Russian propaganda. It's false. And she was very clear about that, Aaron.
All right. We appreciate you clearing that up for us. Ken Delaney in Washington. Ken, thank you.
You bet.
A top advisor to President Trump is fighting back against the committee that's investigating the Capitol riot. Stephen Miller has filed a lawsuit alleging that the subpoena he was served last year violated his First Amendment rights. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell has more for us. Leanne, what exactly does the committee want to know from Miller, and why is he fighting this subpoena so hard?
Hi, Morgan. So Stephen Miller has sued, and this has become a common tactic for those who are closest to the former president, who have been subpoenaed by the January 6th Select Committee. What the committee wants to know is they want his phone records from November through January, around January 6th. And Stephen Miller says that subpoena is overbroad. He says that there's information there pertaining to his wife and the birth of his daughter, and they were in the hospital for quite some time with the birth of their daughter. It also came out that he is on his parents' phone plan as well, so his parents' family plan was also subpoenaed. But Stephen Miller is the latest in a relatively long line of people who have sued the committee trying to withhold information, including Roger Stone, including Mark Meadows, and even the Republican National Committee as recently as yesterday, which also sued to withhold donor records from the January 6th Select Committee. And then there's another person, John Eastman, who was the mastermind behind trying to overturn or withhold the electoral vote count. He was in court this week because he was trying to block the committee from receiving some of his emails. Well, the judge in that case says that it needs to review to see if some of those emails could pertain to the January 6th Select Committee. So it was not good news for John Eastman yesterday. And the judges seem to be siding on behalf of the January 6th Select Committee in many of these cases, Morgan.
But can you give us a sense of the bigger picture here, Leanne? I mean, where does the committee's investigation into the Capitol riot just stand right now overall?
Yeah, well, the timeline keeps continuing to be pushed. And the chair of that committee, Benny Thompson, says it's because they keep getting more and more information. And some of these lawsuits are slowing down the process. They hope to have a final report at some time. They hope to hold hearings, we were told, in April. Doesn't seem like it's going to happen then. But they have big plans, and hopefully they'll come to fruition soon, Morgan.
Big fans and family plans. All right. Leanne Caldwell, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Now, attorneys for the 4 men charged in planning to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer say their clients were lured into that plot by federal agents. The men claim they were targeted for their anti-government views and were recruited into militia meetings by an informant working for the FBI. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams is joining us now. So, Pete, what's happening in court today? And sort of talk to us a little bit more about what the defense is arguing here.
Okay, so 2 different questions, because right now this is the prosecution stage in the case. They always go first. But in the opening statements yesterday from the 2 lawyers, you had 2 very different pictures of what this plot was all about. The prosecution said this is something that these 4 men, originally 6 charged, 2 have since pleaded guilty, that this is the plot they had to kidnap the governor, blow up a bridge leading to her house, to frustrate the police from responding. And the defense said that this was largely the effort of many people who were involved in this case who were either undercover FBI agents or informants who the defense claims were egging the men on and really directing how this plot unfolded. That was the defense theory of the case.
All right, Pete Williams for us in Washington. Go ahead, Pete. You want to add something else?
Well, I was going to answer your other question about. I thought you had a second question for me on what happened today.
Yeah.
So today, the prosecution put on its evidence. The FBI agents testified that these men were talking about attacking the governor or doing something violent before any informants or FBI undercover agents came on the scene. So that's the government's answer back here, Aaron. That this talk, certainly there was discussion with the informants and with the undercover agents as the plot unfolded. But what the government says is the initial seeds, the ideas that started this whole plot down this road were hatched way back in December, well before any of the FBI undercovers came on the scene.
You get to see how complex these cases are once you dig into the minutia of it and things we don't necessarily always see in the early reporting. We appreciate it today, Pete. Thank you.
You bet.
Today, actor Jussie Smollett is expected to learn his punishment after being convicted of falsely reporting a hate crime. The former Empire star told police that he was the victim of a racist and homophobic attack back in 2019. Now, Smollett falsely claimed that 2 men in Make America Great Again hats assaulted him, threw a chemical in his face, and wrapped a noose around his neck. Police ultimately found that he had actually paid the 2 men to stage that attack. NBC's Jesse Kirsch joins us now. Jesse, first off, what type of sentences could Smollett face here?
Yeah, so Morgan, there are a range of options in front of the judge here in Chicago. Remember that Smollett was indicted on 6 different charges. He was convicted on 5 of those counts late last year. You can see the 6th charge on, but again, he was found guilty on 5 different low-level felony offenses. Because of his prior record and the nature of these crimes, he could face up to 3 years in prison, but the general consensus is that he may not even see time behind bars. It is more likely that he would face probation or community service, some other form of alternative punishment to spending time in prison. There is another thing that we are going to be watching for. The judge could order Smollett to pay restitution. The city of Chicago is currently suing Smollett. That case is on hold because of the criminal proceedings, but the city says that because of the investigation by Chicago police into the alleged hate crime against Smollett, that officers, detectives spent hundreds of hours in overtime, accruing more than $130,000 in overtime costs. So the city wants Smollett to pay that back and has asked the judge to mandate that Smollett pay that back to save the city the time and expense of the lawsuit, which will proceed when this criminal proceeding wraps up.
All right, Jesse Kirsch, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Disturbing scenes in 2 separate schools. Video capturing school staffers pinning down students with their knee. In one case, on a girl's neck. NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson has the story, and we should warn you, this video may be hard for some to watch.
Disturbing videos showing school staff appearing to pin students down with a knee in 2 separate altercations that took place hundreds of miles apart. A 14-year-old Florida student shouted that at one point in a roughly minute-and-a-half-long clip that has now gone viral. The adult male, a staff member at Horace Mann Middle School outside Miami, appears to place his knee on the student multiple times throughout the ordeal, seemingly in an effort to get the student's hoodie off.
Does this look like any protocol you've ever seen?
Absolutely not. Certainly, a hoodie being worn in violation of a school rule should not require the use of force.
We don't know what happened before what's caught on camera. Miami-Dade County Public Schools tells NBC News in a statement, the behavior portrayed in this video is difficult to watch and runs contrary to the comportment that is expected of all Miami-Dade County Public School employees. They say the staff member has been removed from the school, pending the outcome of an investigation. This video going viral just days after a similar incident in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Video appears to show a school staff member there placing his knee on the neck of a 12-year-old girl while breaking up a lunchtime fight at Lincoln Middle School.
How is the student doing?
She's not doing well.
The attorney for the girl says she's traumatized by the incident and that her head and neck were injured.
Her father was upset, angry, felt helpless, to see that happen to his daughter.
That staff member, now identified as a 37-year-old off-duty police officer with 4 years on the force, according to the Kenosha police. The department says he worked for the school district on his days off. The district says he is now on paid leave while they investigate. The videos have prompted outrage, with some drawing comparisons to the 2020 murder of George Floyd, caused by a Minneapolis police officer who placed a knee on his neck for nearly 9 minutes. Similarities the Kenosha Police Department has acknowledged, writing in a Facebook post, "We are keenly aware of the significant sensitivity surrounding the photo." The department says they and the school district are investigating the incident in its entirety and, quote, being cautious not to make conclusions based off of a small piece of information shared on social media.
They're kids. That's why the school employs adults to be in the room. And regardless of the circumstances that led to this incident, an adult used a banned chokehold.
All right, that's NBC's Priscilla Thompson reporting. Meanwhile, Ukrainian high school exchange students in the U.S. are helplessly watching as their country is ravaged by Russian forces.
Coming up, the growing fears for their families trapped in the war zone and the emotional support those students are now getting.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet?
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, the suicide of a Washington, D.C. police officer days after the Capitol riot has been ruled a death in the line of duty. Officer Jeffrey Smith was seriously injured in the attack, suffering multiple blows to the head. D.C. police determined Smith's injury was the direct cause of his death by suicide. The line of duty designation means Smith's wife will now receive full survival benefits. The Major League Baseball season is postponed even further. Negotiations between players and owners broke down again. Opening day has been delayed until at least April 14th. A total of 184 games have now been canceled from the upcoming season. The league has been locked out since December 2nd. And after 2 years of pandemic disruptions, the Tony Awards will return to its regular date and venue. The ceremony will happen on June 12th at Radio City Music Hall. Because of COVID closures, the awards will have a longer than usual eligibility window. It will include shows that open between February 2020 and this coming April.
Let's go ahead and bring you up to date on the breaking developments out of Ukraine right now, because we are seeing more scenes of utter devastation as that humanitarian crisis worsens. Local officials say 3 people are dead in a Russian strike on a children's and maternity hospital in Mariupol. One of the victims is believed to be a child. A spokesperson for the Russian Foreign Ministry rejected that allegation, calling it, quote, information terrorism. A Ukrainian minister says that Mariupol remains completely blocked, and this is now the 4th day that crews have been unable to get essentials to people there. We're talking about things like water, food, and medicine.
The Ukrainian government says it will again attempt to evacuate civilians via 7 humanitarian corridors. The United Nations now reporting more than 2.3 million refugees have escaped Ukraine. And today, Vice President Kamala Harris met with a group of Ukrainians who are now taking refuge in Poland.
Our NBC News crews are covering the broad scope of this crisis from the front line. So let's go ahead and begin with NBC's Jay Gray, who joins us now from Poland. Jay, I know that you've been at various locations throughout the border for several days now. Can you give us just a sense of the trajectory of this refugee surge? I mean, what are you seeing day to day? How is today different than it was yesterday?
Overwhelming, Morgan. We're seeing the crowds grow just exponentially over the last couple of days. Look down the line. We're about 500 yards away from the actual border, the line between Poland and Ukraine. 2 days ago, this was an empty field and a walking path. You see the tents now, volunteers pouring in, much needed help for those who are making this trip. But I want to show you something else. When we talk about the crisis here, let's follow the path that these refugees take as they walk into this country, some for 2 and 3 days in bitter cold, making this trip to safety. And you can see right now how stacked up things are, how packed things are here. And this is the line. This is the crisis part of what we're talking about. All of the people you see right now in line, a line that's well over a mile long, they're waiting for a bus to go to a train station, to take a train to go somewhere else. So they've made this trip, but now they are here and waiting in line. And this line just continues to build and get longer and longer. And some point we're going to reach, Morgan, the level where the crowd is overwhelming the system here. And that's the biggest concern right now. You've got buses coming in, but there's no schedule. There's no bus schedule for evacuating a country. And so this is what they are dealing with right now, just trying to figure out how to move these people to an area where they can get to a place where they can lay their head down, collect their thoughts, and get just a bit of rest.
Yeah, the hardest thing about those images, Jay, is just watching the number of children there behind you with their little backpacks, you know, trying to build a new life. Jay Gray, thank you for your reporting. We appreciate it.
Yep.
200 Ukrainian exchange students came to the U.S. in August to study in American high schools, not knowing what would unfold in their home country months later. NBC News spoke with 6 of these teens thousands of miles away from their loved ones as they watch a war at home. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joining us now from Connorsville, Indiana, where some of these students are studying. So, Shaq, first, have these kids been in touch with their families, and what did they tell you about what's happening to them in Ukraine?
Well, most of them have been in touch with at least their immediate family through text messages, phone calls. We watched as one of the students had a Zoom call with members of her family, but they say it's sporadic. And one of the students said they don't know when that will be the last call with members of their family. So you get the sense of the trauma that they're going through and the added stress that they're dealing with. I want you to hear it directly from them about their experience.
At first, I didn't believe because I think you can't expect or predict the war. Of course, you can hear other people saying about it, but you can't know that your compatriots, your people, friends, family will need to hide from the bombs flying to their houses to fight for the future of the country. So at first I didn't believe it, but then I texted my parents and I got all the messages I saw on all the news, and it was pretty hard, first hours, first minutes.
My grandparents are still in Kharkiv, and I'm trying to contact them at least twice a day because there are new news every 5 minutes about shellings and blasts in my town. And because of my city is only 20 miles from border, this is a really dangerous place. And this is just a feeling that you can't really understand.
So just think about that. In addition to the normal stressors of high school, of classes, extracurricular activities, the social elements of it, they're also dealing with and concerned about their family thousands of miles away.
It has to be tough, Shaq, to think about, but what are these students' plans when the school year ends here in the U.S.? Are they thinking they'll be able to reunite with their families?
Well, it's really an open question. I mean, many of them just don't know what it will look like when they get back, what their town will look like if they had the opportunity to return. Some of their folks have left and gone off to Poland, so it's a question of where they would go back. But if you listen to them, they want to be back with their family. They have a desire to go back. Listen to this part of my conversation.
If I had a chance to go back, I would go back.
Why is that?
I want to be with my family.
How about you?
Well, yeah, I have the same idea that like I would like to stay with my family, but my mom thinks the opposite, and she's like very, very grateful I'm here and tells me like, no, like don't come back, and gives me like mixed feelings.
I spoke to the program coordinator, and this is, they have some experience with this before, not on this scale, but with students who have had to go back to places like Yemen, and they figured out a way to make it safe for them. But you just get an idea of the difficulties and complexities of these students who are really just trying to be in school.
Yeah, it's a unique and really important perspective. Shaquille Brewster for us today. Shaq, thanks.
Millions of civilians may have left Ukraine as the war unfolds, but many have actually returned to their country to take up arms and to defend their homeland. Here's Sky News correspondent Nick Martin.
The early morning train from Lviv is slow, but it's made it. The carriages are full of passengers, young and old, weary but relieved. For now, Poland is their new home. But this place is full of surprises, because the train back into Ukraine is full of fighting spirit. Yanina is a teacher and a painter heading home to Odessa, which she knows is in Putin's sights now.
We need to be strong.
And being strong means going home even though it might be very dangerous.
Yes, of course, and we have a good army, and I believe that our people, Ukrainians, men, will win.
In the middle carriage, there's a game of cards underway. One man's trying to cheat. And for a brief moment, thoughts of war fade. A few seats down, we meet Marcia. Her husband and 6-year-old son are 800 miles to the east. She can't get to them, so she's going to volunteer to help the war effort instead.
I don't want to sit in Egypt or in Polsha when my family sit here. I hope for this, and maybe my husband or my family can see me, or I can return.
Nearly 5 hours later, we reach Lviv in western Ukraine.
A lot of people I've spoken to here say they just don't have any choice but to come back into Ukraine. Their families are here. They need to be here.
Whether they choose to leave or stay, Ukrainians are under enormous pressure as the weight of war bears down on them. Nick Martin, Sky News, Lviv in Ukraine.
Now, 15 days into the invasion, ceasefire negotiations are going nowhere, and that's leaving Ukrainians still trying to escape. Of course, of the 2 million people leaving the country, half are children. Some of those young refugees are even making the trip alone. Ukraine accuses Russia of shelling a humanitarian corridor that Moscow vowed to keep open so people can escape safely. I want to bring in Lisa Yasko now. She's a member of Ukraine's parliament and is joining us again from France today. Ms. Yasko, thank you so much for joining us today. Let's get into the latest breakdown in talks between your country, Ukraine, and Russia. What do you make of Russia's demands of Ukraine so far?
Well, first of all, I'm now in France. I'm having meetings with European parliamentarians, but I had to go all the way from the Ukrainian border by car, and I've seen so much pain on the way of children, of mothers, of people carrying their animals, leaving their loved ones on another side of the border. It's completely tear-jerking, and I actually cried because it's so hard to see this. And unfortunately, today we've seen that there is no peace negotiations progress because Russia just wants to hear that we are ready to replace our government or to say that there is a capitulation or something like that. It's completely nonsense demands. It's very far from the real common sense possible dialogue that may be happening between Ukraine and Russia. And we see that Russia even openly approved that they targeted maternity hospital yesterday, and they said it was a part of the military goal. And it's very hard to see, and especially now when I crossed the border for meetings, but I will be back in Ukraine in a couple of days.
Yeah.
And everyone is asking me whether I'm staying in France or somewhere. No, I'm going back because I need to be with my country.
Yeah, I want to ask you very quickly, because you mentioned that you're meeting with members of the European Parliament. What can you tell us about the conversations there and whether there is a potential diplomatic solution, any sort of diplomatic solution to the conflict between Russia and Ukraine?
I've never seen European parliamentarians so close, connected and supportive as they are right now. The problem is that there are not necessarily all the tools available that can be that can be used immediately. But there is awareness that we need to act right now, today, without postponing it tomorrow, because tomorrow may not come, and we will be losing more and more people.
Lisa Yasko, a member of the Ukrainian Parliament, we appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you.
A lifeline that kept millions of students fed during the pandemic is in limbo.
Still ahead, the new calls for Congress to do something before a critical deadline. Stay with us.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory. Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Florida is now a step closer to being one of the first states with a police force solely to investigate election crimes. A bill backing the creation sailed through the Republican-led state House and is now heading to the governor to sign. The force will investigate reports of fraud, which, while the bill also increases criminal and financial penalties for violations. NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim is joining us now. Jane, tell us a little more about what this bill will do.
Aaron, this bill is all about voter fraud. It puts millions behind efforts to investigate and vet voter fraud. So it creates this Office of Election Crimes and Security, which is within the Department of State. They're going to run that voter fraud hotline, which already existed in the state, but would essentially keep looking for voter fraud. Now, as we should be really clear, Voter fraud happens really, really rarely. A couple of times it's reported. You have election officials who will notice it. When I talk to election officials, they say, oh, yeah, we had, one incident in this election. It's really rare. But this bill aims to put millions behind this investigation effort, as well as hiring 10 sworn officers from a different department who would also investigate voter fraud. So up 25 different people all looking for voter fraud. Now, the bill would cost taxpayers almost $4 million in Florida, despite the fact that Democrats, as the Democrats point out, there really is not a lot of evidence of voter fraud in Florida.
Well, you mentioned Democrats. We know this bill passed on party lines there. How have Democrats sort of explained their opposition?
Yeah, Democrats slammed the bill as voter suppression. Some of the other parts of the bill would ask, election officials to look through records of non-citizens who had driver's license to try and find out if there were non-citizens on the voter rolls. They say things like that would just target new citizens who have naturalized and then registered to vote. They argue that's voter suppression. But mostly they say, why are we spending millions to look for voter fraud when we could spend millions to make it easier to vote, to make elections better, to find things that they have common ground and agree on. Rep. Camilla Brown said that it was a problem, or a solution in search of a problem on the House floor yesterday in a very heartfelt speech.
Jane, I want to ask you, too, about Texas while we have you here. We're seeing these reports about tens of thousands of ballots having been flagged for rejection in the Texas primary we just had. What's that about?
Yeah, we're starting to see that the early numbers come in that tens of thousands of voters were indeed rejected, voters who tried to cast a ballot and were not able to do so. One of the most interesting things that I'm seeing from this number is that we are seeing that there are thousands of people who actually corrected their ballot, who took an extra step to vote to try and overcome these hurdles. Cure rates, which is what it's called when you fix a problem with your ballot, they're usually really low in other states, but I'm seeing some significant numbers of voters who had to take an extra step but did take it to get their ballots counted. Still, though, tens of thousands of voters who weren't able to cast a vote in this last election.
Much more to follow out of Texas. Then we know you'll be looking at that for us. Jane, Tim, thanks.
Meanwhile, there's an uncertain future for millions of students whose only hot meals during the pandemic were provided at school. The sprawling $1.5 trillion spending bill that's in front of Congress right now does not include money for a critical meal voucher program for those schools. NBC News reporter Eric Ortiz covers social inequality and joins us now with a closer look. Eric, just how important are these meals to schools, and what happens if funding is not included in this spending package?
Yeah, so pre-pandemic, about 30 million school children a day were getting free or reduced school lunches. During the pandemic, the income requirements were relaxed so that school meals are available to any child who wants one. And it's really been a way to ensure that no matter what happens to schools, open or close, during the pandemic, every kid has access to a meal. But as you point out, Morgan, Congress's spending bill that's closer to fully passing has basically excluded this extra funding for school meals and these special benefits for schools, which are known as waivers. They're not included in the bill either. So the worry among child nutrition advocates is that schools just won't be able to reach these children as easily as they are now. And schools without funding won't be able to navigate these supply chain and labor shortage issues.
Can you stay there, Joe, just for a minute, Eric? I mean, how does the supply chain crisis specifically factor into all of this? I mean, are they able to actually get these meals to the students?
Yeah, so these waivers, which have to be authorized by Congress, have allowed schools to be more flexible amid supply chain disruptions. For instance, some schools can't get milk, and it's not the milk itself that's in short supply, but the cartons it comes in. So a federal waiver is necessary to offer some other item like water or juice. Otherwise, the school can get penalized for not meeting nutritional guidelines. Couple that with serious food price inflation, some food vendors canceling contracts with schools. So when a school looks for a different vendor, the price of meals, the price of food has gone up, and that contract is going to cost more. So these are crushing costs that schools have to think about, and advocates say if the federal government isn't going to keep helping them, then the ones who are really going to feel it are kids, and they're not going to be fed.
Oh, all right. Eric Ortiz for us. Thank you so much. That's a really important report and a really important angle to this government funding package. Meanwhile, a raw and real moment from the grief-stricken widow of late actor Bob Saget.
After the break, her new social media post that she hopes will help others heal.
Students from Southlake caught on camera using racial slurs.
It's been covered up for a very long time.
We are strongly against critical race theory. Racism in reverse is racism. Shame!
This is Southlake. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Two months after the sudden death of actor Bob Saget, his widow was getting candid about coping with grief. Kelly Rizzo is using Instagram as an outlet to shed light on living with the loss of a loved one. Here's NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer.
It's been 2 months since the death of Bob Saget, and now his wife is remembering him in a touching tribute.
Truly everything I'm doing right now, I'm putting through the lens of, what would Bob do? How can I make him proud?
Oh, look at all these wonderful moments.
Exactly 2 months after beloved comedian and Full House star Bob Saget was found in his Florida hotel room, his widow Kelly Rizzo writing, "I've experienced that now time means nothing and everything at the same time. How can it be 2 months without you?"
We have an unresponsive guest in a room.
Saget passed away in his hotel room in Florida just hours after appearing on stage and saying goodnight to his loving wife for the last time.
And then I said, I can't wait to see you tomorrow.
Rizzo telling Hoda she's processing her grief in part by focusing on the precious moments they shared.
Every second that we had together was just maximized to the fullest, and we absolutely there was nothing left unsaid and nothing left on the table. So those are the things that I'm just trying to hold on to.
According to the medical examiner's report, Saget's death was an accident. An autopsy found he died of blunt head trauma, concluding the 65-year-old likely fell and hit his head, but the specific circumstances of his fall remain unknown. Saget's family has sued to keep further details of his death private, including any surveillance photos or videos investigators may have recovered. Rizzo says the love and support of close friends and strangers who knew Bob have given her strength.
I can assure you that the kindness you all have shown has been a little bright spot.
This morning, Rizzo says her loss has left her with a new perspective, writing, "It feels like yesterday you were here, and it still also feels like you never left. I like to say it's all a very weird new universe."
Since his death, other cast members, family, and friends are also paying tribute to Saget as the investigation into his death continues. Back to you.
More than a year after nearly losing his leg in a devastating car crash, Tiger Woods is now officially a member of the World Golf Hall of Fame. A teary-eyed Tiger took the stage after a touching speech from his 14-year-old daughter. Our very own Sam Brock has more.
Over a blazing couple of decades, Tiger Woods revived and reshaped the world of golf. He transcended the sport and inspired generations of athletes. But we also got to look during this ceremony at the legacy of Tiger Woods as a mentor, a father, and a son.
Without the sacrifices of Mom, who took me all to the junior golf tournaments, Dad, who's not here, but who instilled in me this work ethic to fight for what I believe in.
An emotional Tiger Woods paying tribute to his parents didn't need a Hall of Fame induction to cement his status as a phenomenon unlike anything golf had ever seen. Capturing imaginations for years, stalking the course in bright red, pumping fists, even winning the U.S. Open on a broken leg. But at Wednesday night's ceremony,
although I never met my dad's most influential role model, my grandfather, Earl Woods, I feel like I can hear his voice.
It was Woods' family, and especially his 14-year-old daughter Sam introducing her dad, that captured hearts.
I realized while writing this speech that no matter what life throws our way, we somehow come out together and stronger.
I didn't get here alone. I had unbelievable parents, mentors, friends.
The man who dominated the sport for years and is tied for the most PGA Tour wins in history spoke with NBC Sports' Mike Tirico beforehand.
Now that you're a parent, how do you see differently the pride that your dad had in what he was able to see you accomplish?
When Sam says some of the things that she says in her speech, that's directly from Dad to me that I've passed on to them. It's crazy.
It was just over a year ago that Woods' career and possibly his life looked precarious after a brutal one-car accident. Now, multiple surgeries later, the question is, can he exceed expectations again?
You will see me on the PGA Tour, I just don't know when.
The physical challenges coinciding with some of the most touching moments of Woods' public life, like playing alongside his son Charlie late last year in an exhibition. Now, one of the world's most recognizable athletes is relishing the moment.
This is an individual award, but it's actually a team award. All of you allowed me to get here.
Despite all of the feats on the course, one of the most remarkable aspects of Tiger Woods' career was how he smashed boundaries for athletes of color. Tiger even talked about the fact that when he was a junior golfer, he wasn't allowed into some clubhouses because of the color of his skin, at which point he told the story that he had two questions. Where is your first tee, and what's the club record? The rest is history. Sam Brock, NBC News.
Breaking news on NBC News Now, protecting the capital. Ukrainians are launching an all-out defense of Kyiv as Russian forces close in. The desperate efforts to hold off the invasion as thousands still rush to escape.
Shutdown averted. House lawmakers reaching a late-night deal to keep the government running and to send billions in aid to Ukraine. How long the agreement would last if the Senate approves.
Watching America, North Korea says it plans to launch satellites to monitor the U.S. and its allies. How the U.S. is responding.
And along came a spider. Scientists warning an invasion may soon be upon us. Why the East Coast may soon be tangled up in their web. And good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. We begin this hour with day 15 of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Ukrainian forces are bracing for a ground surge in and around the capital of Kyiv. The mayor is saying today that every street and every building has become a fortress. Half of the roughly 4 million residents of Kyiv have left.
To the south of the city, a much more dire story. Attacks on the city of Mariupol have yet to let up after yesterday's deadly hospital bombing. One city leader said in an interview today that Mariupol has no heat or water. He says hundreds of thousands of people may die without help. And Ukraine's foreign minister called for a ceasefire in that city today during talks with his Russian counterpart, but no progress was made on that issue or any other.
Our team is live on the ground in the U.S. and overseas. So let's go ahead and begin in Warsaw, Poland, where NBC's Josh Letterman is covering Vice President Kamala Harris's visit. Josh, I want to begin with you. What is the message today from the Vice President, both about Russia's latest attack, but also about the readiness of U.S. and Poland and their relationship to help?
Yeah, Vice President Kamala Harris trying to send the message today, Morgan, that the U.S. and Poland are firmly united in their approach to Ukraine, a task that was made much more difficult by this latest fracas between the U.S. and Poland over sending Polish MiG airplanes to Ukraine. The Poles catching the U.S. off guard with an announcement that they wanted to put those planes in U.S. custody at a base in Germany, which was a complete non-starter for the U.S., given the way that would further embroil the U.S. in a military conflict, potentially with Russia, and also potentially put U.S. pilots at risk. But the U.S. Vice President and Polish leaders here putting a brave face on the relationship, saying that their common goal is to figure out however they can help the Ukrainian people, and that will only increase in the future. Vice President Harris was also asked today about whether what Russia has done in Ukraine constitutes a war crime. And she didn't say explicitly, but she did say that the U.S. supports and will participate in an international investigation into whether war crimes have been committed. But she said, nevertheless, it's very clear that Russia has committed atrocities, including this most recent apparent bombing of a maternity hospital in Mariupol. Here's what she had to say.
A maternity hospital, a children's hospital, where we have witnessed pregnant women who were there for care, for one reason, being taken out because they required care because of an act of violence, unprovoked, unjustified.
Harris also announcing that 2 Patriot anti-missile batteries from the U.S. have now arrived here in Poland, helping to shore up Poland's defenses against potential aggression. She also had a chance to meet with displaced Ukrainians here in Poland and announced the U.S. will be spending another $53 million on humanitarian causes to try to help the Ukrainian people and other civilians in Eastern Europe. Morgan.
So important. Matt Bradley, I want to come to you now. I know that you're in Lviv, Ukraine. Is Russian leadership saying anything about yesterday's hospital attack that Josh just mentioned? And also, while I have you, what about as more companies stop doing business in Russia? Has Putin or any of the Russian leadership responded to that?
Yeah, I mean, well, Putin has said, and he had some comments today that were quite blasé in his sort of typical way of discussing this. He actually said that, it's ironic that a lot of the punishment from this is going to be going on the Western countries themselves. They're going to be punishing their own people by severing ties with Russia. And he went into a kind of a conspiracy theory, something that I think we're going to start hearing more from the right in America, saying that this is something that essentially was done by the West, fomented or instigated by the West, in order to create a distraction or to make an excuse for their own inflationary policies or their own economic failures. Now, it's kind of hard to believe since, of course, it was Russia who instigated this fighting. But this is something that Putin is probably going to be hammering home on in the future as these sanctions really start to bite, and as we start to see the effects of the increasing price of oil in Western economies because of the cutoff in oil imports. So this is something that I think is going to start to snowball, and we're going to start to hear more and more of this sort of rhetoric blaming the West for a war that was clearly instigated by Vladimir Putin himself. Guys?
All right, Matt Bradley, Josh Letterman, thank you both. A $1.5 trillion plan to keep the federal government funded is now in the hands of the Senate. A bipartisan majority of House members passed the legislation last night, which would keep the government funded for the next 6 months. It also includes nearly $14 billion in aid to Ukraine. Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell has more. Leanne, can you just first off walk us through exactly what is in this package and also what the timeline is looking like for when we could see this bill on the president's desk?
Yeah, hi, Morgan. So this is a complete government funding bill. So every single government function is included in this legislation. Now, the way these negotiations go and the way that we often talk about government funding bills is how much you spend on defense money and how much you spend on non-defense stuff like Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, government benefits, and a whole host of things. And that list is always problematic and controversial between Republicans and Democrats, but what they agreed on is $730 billion worth of funding for non-defense spending and then $782 billion in defense spending. Now, one of the most important parts of this government funding bill this time around, because of what's happening in Ukraine, is that additional nearly $14 billion for Ukraine. And the way that this money is doled out is there's money for U.S. troop equipment and deployments to the region. There's money for our NATO allies as well. There's humanitarian and military aid for Ukraine specifically. There's also money to help enforce sanctions against Russia. Now, this Ukraine aid made the negotiations between Republicans and Democrats on the whole government funding bill move more quickly because both sides were motivated to do that. Morgan.
NBC's Leanne Caldwell for us there live from Capitol Hill. Leanne, thank you.
Yeah.
House Democrats are gathering in Philadelphia today for their annual retreat. The stakes for the party this year couldn't be higher as they try to hold on to a majority after the midterm elections. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is in Philadelphia today. Ali, what do party leaders hope they're able to accomplish at the retreat this year?
Well, look, Aaron, this comes really at a moment where the party has to take a reset after what happened last night in passing successfully that Omni funding bill that was months in the making, but having to leave out and frankly do it way later than they thought they were going to be doing it, but leaving out millions in COVID relief that the Senate side was clear was very important to them and to the White House in being included here. So that's one piece of it. At the same time, though, the party is trying to forge a path ahead, looking towards the midterms, as well as looking towards the ways that they're supposed to leverage their majorities going forward. It's something that I asked Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal about, the head of the Progressive Caucus, because progressive members of hers, even though it wasn't a caucus-wide push, progressive members of hers were the ones who were saying they had problems with the way the COVID piece of the Omni funding package was being dealt with. And this is what she said about that larger dust-up. Take a listen.
The opportunity for us to know what is in a bill and to prepare for things that we either want to push back on or be able to defend is the best way to do things, I think, in a close majority situation. At the same time, let's really be clear that it was the Republicans who didn't want to fund anything related to COVID. And so we need to continue to move along. We're trying to find a way to fund that.
So what she's talking about here when she says that it's about getting a heads up of what the legislation is, the Omni package came down at around 1:30 in the morning yesterday. So in the dead of night, many of these members waking up to it, and that's when they were able to start voicing their complaints. What it meant was that for this retreat that I'm standing at right now, a lot of these members got here a lot later than they thought they were going to. They had to scrap the plans for yesterday so that they could do that vote. And again, they did successfully pass that budgeting package. But many of these lawmakers didn't get checked into their rooms until 3 or 4 in the morning. Nevertheless, the conference still off to a start here as they hear from their fellow members about what the path forward to the midterms looks like. And of course, they're going to hear from President Biden on that and other things tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I want to ask you, I mean, I know you've been doing the analysis on this. You're looking at the big picture. Democrats face an uphill battle in the midterms next year. We know that. So how much pressure, what kind of pressure is the party under right now as they hold an event like this?
heavy pressure. At the same time, I think one of the key things that you look for in the midterm is the maps. We just heard from Sean Patrick Maloney, who's the head of the D-TRIP, the group that's responsible for holding this Democratic House majority and in their mind hoping to expand it. What he was talking about is how the maps are actually pretty equal. We know it was a year where states were going to be redrawing what their districts looked like based off of census data. What that actually shook out as is Republicans not necessarily taking advantage of the maps as much as Democrats thought that they would. So it does kind of provide an equal playing field. I think what we're going to hear from Biden tomorrow is really what the message is going to be going forward, making sure that they're talking about the policies that they've been able to enact while they've had the majority, but doing so in plain English, making sure that it's breaking through to Americans, and also trying to couch it in the context of the economic numbers that we're seeing right now. Inflation is a key point that Republicans are trying to consistently hammer over Democrats. You're going to see more ads that feature those prices at the pump that are skyrocketing. They were already high, but certainly going much higher now because of the situation in Ukraine. That's definitely going to be something that Democrats now have to counter. We heard it from Congressman Maloney just now, talking about how it's Biden's leadership on the international stage more than inflation. But if we're thinking about the ads that we're going to be seeing in the coming months across the country, it's really going to be a battle between the numbers that are hitting your pocketbook and the policies that could potentially in the future alleviate those. Democrats trying to make the argument that if you like the policies you've gotten so far, you've got to give them bigger majorities so that they can do more.
All right, Ali Vitale for us in Philadelphia today. Ali, thank you.
2 Americans detained in Venezuela are now free just days after a U.S. delegation visited the country. But the timing is raising questions as the war in Ukraine sends gas prices soaring. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now. Gabe, the timing is raising a lot of eyebrows for people. Why is that?
Yeah, Morgan. Well, first, there is no word on the condition of the other detained Americans in this case. But yes, as you mentioned, this is the first time in a very long time that there have been these types of discussion between the American government and the Venezuelan government. And with the volatility in Ukraine, as you mentioned, the timing of this engagement is raising a lot of eyebrows.
2 Americans detained in Venezuela are home in the U.S. after a high-stakes meeting in Caracas.
They've been wrongfully detained.
Among those released, Gustavo Cardenas, one of the Citgo 6 executives from Citgo Petroleum who were arrested during a business trip to Venezuela in November of 2017 and later charged with corruption. Their families have been pleading for their release for years.
This is horrible to us.
We spoke to them in 2019.
Life for us is like a war because every day is a battle to bring them back.
Today, Maria Elena Cardenas told NBC News of her husband's homecoming. "We are so happy. It doesn't seem real." The other man released is Jorge Alberto Fernandez, a Cuban-American tourist who was arrested last year for bringing a drone into Venezuela and accused of terrorism. A source within the Venezuelan government called the release a good faith gesture by President Nicolas Maduro. It's a rare thaw in relations now that the U.S. is no longer getting oil from Russia.
We have an interest globally in maintaining a steady supply of energy, including through our diplomatic efforts.
But critics argue the U.S. should not be cozying up to a dictator like Maduro.
He uses negotiations the way Putin does, habitually, to divide and demoralize his opposition.
Gabe, one question. How often has the White House been in communication with Venezuela?
Well, Morgan, the delegation that visited Caracas over the weekend was the first such delegation in 20 years. As for these current talks on potentially easing oil economic sanctions against Venezuela, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki says that that's too much of a leap right now. However, the talks are still ongoing. Morgan, we should mention, technically, the U.S. doesn't even recognize Nicolas Maduro, as you may know, as the legitimate leader of Venezuela. During the Trump administration, the U.S. government sided with the opposition leader, Juan Guaido. So, of course, this is extremely complicated. Just as you heard Secretary Blinken mention there, the U.S. is also looking at other energy sources as the situation in Ukraine deteriorates.
Yeah, it's
Morgan?
complicated and surprising. Gabe Gutierrez for us there. Gabe, thank you.
American allies in Asia are on high alert now after North Korea announced plans to launch its own spy satellites. Kim Jong-un says the satellites will monitor America as well as its allies, South Korea and Japan. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frere is in Beijing.
Hey, Aaron and Morgan. North Korea state media is reporting this, that Kim Jong-un himself has announced that North Korea will have this reconnaissance satellite program that will gather real-time information on military actions by the U.S. and its allies like South Korea and Japan. This will apparently happen over the next 5 years, according to Kim. And it does fit with what experts have been watching, that they believe North Korea is preparing to launch a reconnaissance satellite. And it's controversial because it uses the same banned ballistic missile technology. Remember all of those tests we saw recently? Well, North Korea says that on February 27th and March 5th, they conducted 2 tests of satellite systems. Now, they say that it's part of their preparedness and their right to self-defense, which, of course, U.S. officials and others disagree with. They see it as provocation as well as a violation of UN Security Council resolutions. Now, there's also some concern that this recent spate of tests could also be laying the groundwork for a return to ICBM and nuclear bomb testing. That's something North Korea last did in 2017. Talks with the U.S. have been going nowhere, and now there's a new president in South Korea who seems to be less open to negotiating with the North. Now, experts still aren't sure what sort of progress North Korea has been making with this satellite imagery, but it does show that Pyongyang continues to advance its capabilities, its technologies, and its ambitions despite international sanctions. Aaron and Morgan.
Here at home, we are tracking a major storm system that has millions under winter weather alerts from New York to New Mexico to Vermont. Some areas of New England could see up to a foot of snow by the weekend. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the storm for us. Michelle, what can we expect to see in the next 48 hours?
Hi there, Morgan. Well, winter is not over yet because we're going to see a lot of snow in some spots. And it's not just the snow. On the warm side, we're looking for the threat of severe weather and also some flooding rain. So let's get to it because we have snow falling already on radar. Where you see the blue, that's where we're seeing the snow falling. And we're going to continue to see this falling over the next several days. So right now we're seeing it fall in the Rockies through the Central Plains. And we do have winter alerts already. Where you see the pink, that's your winter weather warning. The white is your winter weather advisory. So 10 million Americans impacted today. Kansas City to Concordia, Santa Fe, you are under a winter weather warning. This is a swath of what we're expecting the next 2 days. So the darker colors, the pinks, the purples, that's going to be your highest amount. So anywhere from 4 up to 8 inches, especially in the higher elevations in those areas. And then this is what happens over the next couple of days. So you have that cold front that's bringing that snow. That's going to slide off to the east. It's going to bring a swath of snow from Arkansas to the Great Lakes. Then we have heavy rain to the southeast. That's from an area of low pressure. So we could see severe weather Friday night into Saturday. That gets particularly dangerous when you have nighttime tornadoes. So we're going to watch that very, very closely. And then as we go throughout Saturday, watch these two guys kind of join forces and they're going to intensify. So we're going to see that low pressure intensifying off the coast, heavy snow and wind for the interior northeast. You can see where that blue is, and some really heavy rain early on Saturday morning for Philadelphia, New York City, Washington. But then as we go throughout time, that cold front, it's an Arctic front, so it's going to bring some very cold air, is going to bring a changeover to snow in cities like Washington, Philadelphia, also New York City. We're not talking about large amounts, but still that reminder that winter is here, and we could see some grassy surface accumulations. That's what we're going to be watching. That area of low pressure is going to bomb out. That's just a fancy word of saying it's going to intensify. It's going to drop 24 millibar in 24 hours. So it's going to be a really strong storm Saturday night. And then by Sunday, it's out of here, but it's a frigid day on Sunday. So many of us waking up to some icy spots, a hard freeze early on Sunday morning in the Northeast. And notice that swath of blue. Those are those really gusty northwesterly winds coming down, going over the Great Lakes that aren't quite frozen over yet. So we're going to see some lake effect snow, but it's really a frigid day on Sunday in the Northeast. Here's your snowfall forecast, the heaviest mounts into the interior parts of New England, also New York. So Syracuse, where you see the pinks and purples, once again showing you the highest amounts, but still Pittsburgh, you're going to pick up some snow all the way down through the higher elevations of West Virginia. And that's Friday into Saturday before it's out of here Saturday night. Now on the warm side, we're going to be watching this very closely. 10 million at risk, winds gusting to 60 miles per hour, damaging hail, and the biggest threat, a few tornadoes again coming overnight Friday into Saturday. So when you have a nighttime tornado, it's double deadly because it's happening at night. So you want to keep guard. You want to heed your local officials and kind of keep alert overnight Friday into Saturday. Rain, it's going to be a big one too. We're already seeing some rain falling in northern Florida. We're going to add to those amounts where you see the yellows, the oranges, the red, especially in the panhandle of Florida. We could see up to 3 inches of rain, and that's going to bring some flash flooding concerns through Saturday. So it is a busy, busy weekend. Today, we're looking at quiet conditions. It's a quiet before the storm in the Northeast. Temperature is back to normal. We had such cold temperatures yesterday, so we're right around average for this time of year. Quiet in the Southwest. And then as we make our way into Friday, we're really going to be watching Friday night into Saturday for that severe weather in the Southeast, and then things begin to ramp up on Saturday in the Northeast. So it's bitterly cold on Friday. That's going to set the stage for a lot of snow, and there's your snow and wind in the Northeast. Morgan?
Wow. Okay, a lot happening there. Michelle Grossman,
Yeah.
thank you.
Sure.
Well, as we've watched the crisis in Ukraine unfold, we've also seen tech companies in the U.S. scrambling to support their Ukrainian employees. Many are taking major steps to ensure their safety and their financial well-being. Let's bring in CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu now. Dom, I understand that Tesla is one of the companies that's trying to do something here. What is it doing to help its Ukrainian workers?
So, I mean, Aaron, Tesla wants to make sure that its employees in Ukraine have as much peace of mind as they can offer, at least as much as can be expected in times of war. So Tesla employees in the Ukraine who are asked to return to the country to help with the war effort will get paid by Tesla for at least 3 months, and that's according to an internal Tesla email that was seen by CNBC and sent to Tesla employees in the Europe, Middle East, and Africa. The email was not clear, though, about whether that same offer would apply to all employees elsewhere around the world. Now, at the end of 3 months, Tesla will reassess the situation between Ukraine and Russia and make decisions then on what other steps may or may not be needed. It's also important to note here that Tesla does not actually have active operations corporate-wise in Ukraine. So this is for employees at Tesla who may be of Ukrainian descent and then called back to the country to be a reservist for active military duty. I would point out Tesla does have an estimated 5,000 Ukrainians that own Tesla vehicles. And by the way, Aaron, they've offered free charging stations in neighboring countries like Poland, Slovakia, and Hungary to help with the relief effort there.
Yeah, it's nice to see Tesla step up in that way. What about other companies, other big tech companies, Dom? What are they doing to try to help their workers?
So they're trying to be as supportive as they can be and doing what's in their power to help alleviate some of the burdens being placed on their Ukrainian employees, especially those being displaced because of the war. So Just Answer is a San Francisco-based company, tech company, focused on connecting users with questions to experts that have answers. They've got about a quarter of their staff in Ukraine. They're trying to take steps to try and preserve as much business continuity as possible. They've also offered to move staff to safer parts of the country, providing ample amounts of paid time off so they can navigate some of these trying times. Other companies are taking similar steps in paying for employees to relocate, sometimes even out of the country, as well as providing means to transport those employees to safe zones. They're also doing basic things like providing food, water, clothing, transportation services, communication services, maybe satellite phones. So a lot of these CEOs are seeing these efforts not just as the right thing to do because it's the right thing from a human perspective, Aaron, but also because it could be good business as well.
All right, Dom Chu for us at CNBC today. Dom, thanks.
Sure.
The Biden administration is now taking a major step into the metaverse. The president signed an executive order on Wednesday calling for further study into cryptocurrencies. And now experts are saying that a U.S.-backed digital currency could be on the horizon. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News reporter Kevin Collier now. Kevin, what could all this mean for crypto here in the U.S.? I mean, how exactly would a government-backed digital currency even work?
Well, it's early, but this is a really sweeping, big first step. You know, the U.S. government really dipping its toes into the water for what widespread official adoption of cryptocurrency technology could mean. There are a lot of components here. It's directing various agencies to start exploring the possibilities of integrating digital assets, you know, like cryptocurrencies. It looks at both the good and the bad. There's a lot of talk of looking into regulations. You know, crypto has gotten a lot of people very rich, but the group of big winners is comparatively very, very few number of people. And then there's the big one, which I think you were alluding to, which is that is formally opening up a study into the possibility of a digitally backed counterpart to the U.S. dollar. There's a CBDC, or central bank digital currency.
And give us a sense, I mean, the U.S. wouldn't exactly be the first country to do something like this. So which countries have already done so? And really, what's been the response? Has it worked?
A lot of at least started this a wide range. Cambodia, Uruguay, Ukraine has one, Sweden, China, Turkey. The Bahamas has what's considered probably the most successful one. It's called the sand dollar. It's just a digital equivalent to their dollar. One sand dollar is worth one Bahamian dollar. People there can use with a mobile app or a payment card, and it's a payment option. That might be a sign of what's to come here in the U.S.
All right, Kevin Collier for us there. Kevin, thank you.
Thanks.
And still ahead, thousands of people forced from their homes in Ukraine.
Coming up, what the president of Poland is saying the U.S. needs to do in order to prevent the refugee crisis from turning into a refugee disaster. Stay with us.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Making news right now, the Nevada driver who caused a crash that killed 9 people was going more than 100 miles per hour. Investigators in Las Vegas just released a new report on the accident that found the driver, Gary Dean Robinson, sped up while running into a red light into a busy intersection. The crash killed him, his passenger, and a family in a minivan. Police in Kentucky are trying to track down the woman in this surveillance video who they say stole nearly $10,000, get this, worth of Botox and filler from a spa and salon. Investigators say that in the process, she also destroyed a memorial to the salon owner's son who was murdered 2 years ago. TSA has just announced that the mask mandate for public transit will remain in place for another month. Masks have been a major issue of contention on planes, trains, subways, buses, you name it. Well, in the meantime, the TSA says they will work on coming up with an updated framework for COVID guidelines.
Let's bring you up to speed now on the breaking developments out of Ukraine. This conflict now entering its third week. The humanitarian crisis is reaching a dire point in many hard-hit areas, including Mariupol. An advisor to the head of the president's office there says Russian forces are deliberately disrupting the evacuation of civilians. 7 evacuation routes have been established today to allow civilians to leave safely. Ukraine's president says more than 60,000 residents have been rescued in the past 24 hours. He also reiterated calls for the West to impose a no-fly zone over Ukraine.
The United Nations now reports more than 2.3 million refugees have escaped the war-torn country. In a meeting with Vice President Kamala Harris today, the president of Poland urged the U.S. and the international community to fast-track their support for refugees to really prevent what he called a disaster.
NBC News crews are covering every angle of this breaking story. Let's begin with NBC's Jay Gray. He is joining us again from Poland, where night has fallen. Jay, you've been there at the border for a few days now. What are you seeing where you are right now?
Aaron, we're seeing the crowds build dramatically, and we are right. We showed you the lines for the bus earlier. We are right at the border. You can see right now, this is where the refugees are crossing into Poland after some of them walking 2 and 3 days in bitter cold just to get here. A lot of families, moms and their children, as we've talked about so often, leaving behind fathers, brothers, husbands to continue the fight. Again, this is the border crossing. This is where it happens. Let's show you what happens as they walk down this path, this walking path, and kind of give you an idea of what happens as they walk into country. As they get into Poland, you can see the lines of different people here. Now, 2 days ago, guys, this was empty fields. There was nothing along this walking path. But you can see as you walk towards it, there are tents here with food, with clothing, with toiletry supplies, the things that so many people need, because as you see, they're walking in. Some are lucky enough to be rolling a suitcase. Many just have a bag or a backpack, and that's all they were able to grab as they made the trip here. So all these volunteers moved in over the last 2 days, built all of this up, and really just provided a spot where people can come in, get something hot to eat, get something. Toothpaste is a big thing here, and I know that sounds simple, but it's just the little things that so many need. And you see the red tents. Those are for doctors. Medics are here around the clock to take care of anyone who may need some treatment after that trip. So they're doing everything they can to help those who need help desperately. The crowds are going to grow, and it's going to continue to be something that they're going to be wrestling with, being able to take care of everyone that's moving in there.
Jay, we only have about another minute with you here. I just wanted to ask very quickly about the volunteers, the workers that are there. What challenges are they facing as we still can see this growth, this increase in the number of people who need help?
Yeah, and I'll show you what they're doing here. I mean, you can see they're cooking here. They face a struggle as well because they're obviously not places to stay here. They're not. There's not really anything they can do. So they show up here. Many are sleeping in their cars and vans, bringing what they have until they exhaust their resources, until there's nothing left. And so then someone else comes in and takes their place.
All right, Jay Gray for us on the Poland-Ukraine border. Jay, thank you.
Ukraine wants more planes to defend itself from the Russian assault, but a diplomatic rift has taken shape over Poland's proposal to put the U.S. in the middle of getting fighter jets to that war-torn country. NBC News reporter Alex Seitzwald joins us now. Alex, give us a sense of things here. I mean, walk us through the challenges. What do experts actually say about how useful these planes would be to Ukraine if, in fact, some kind of deal could be struck?
Yeah, this seems like an issue that should be simple enough. Ukraine needs warplanes. The West has plenty, but it's actually much more complicated. And it's those complications, that is why the Pentagon and allies in Germany have completely ruled this out and said it's not tenable. First of all, American or Western European planes are out of the question because the Ukrainians don't know how to fly them. Their military is based on Soviet-Russian technology, which is why the Polish are involved, a former Soviet country that's now part of NATO. But actually getting those planes to Ukraine would be an issue. If Ukrainian pilots went to Poland, a NATO country, took off, flew into Ukrainian airspace, and then had to engage with Russian fighters, that could be seen as an act of war by Russia from Poland, which would then make Poland a target. That's why Poland wanted to first move the planes to Germany, but Germany says they don't want anything to do with that. And the U.S. doesn't want anything to do with that because these Western European countries are trying to stay out of directly fighting with Russia. They're happy to supply arms, but they don't want to be fighting Russia directly. And then finally, the Pentagon said that they're not even sure that these planes would really help that much because it's not enough to just have the planes. You need a whole infrastructure to support them, and it's not clear that the Ukrainians have that up and running right now. So they called it a high-risk, low-reward situation. The Russians are flying more advanced, newer aircraft, and one expert I spoke to said that these 30, 40-year-old Polish planes might end up being nothing but a flying coffin for Ukrainians, even if they did get them.
Oh, that's so hard to hear. Alex Seitwald, that is important context. Thank you so much.
Now, there are growing calls for Russia to be investigated for war crimes after a strike on a maternity and children's hospital in Mariupol. The White House called the attack barbaric. Here's Sky News correspondent Greg Millum.
The sound of it was caught on camera. What it did, almost beyond words. Mariupol's maternity hospital destroyed by a Russian strike. In a city under siege, in an already barbaric war, this is an atrocity on a different scale. Everything's okay, the soldier tells the boy. Then, in the chaos, panic as they fear another attack. It was supposed to be a ceasefire here to let civilians leave. The devastation tells a different story. Satellite images of Mariupol show a chilling before and after, homes and shopping centres gone. Ukrainian authorities say more than 1,000 people have died here. It's happening across the country. This, the aftermath of another airstrike in Sumy. Ukraine's president says the only answer to this is to close the skies. Once again, the response from the West was no. They don't want to be dragged further into this war.
Our goal is to end the war, not to expand it, including potentially expand it to NATO territory. We want to make sure that it's not prolonged to the best of our ability.
The attack on the hospital is absolutely abhorrent, reckless and appalling. But the reality is that setting up a no-fly zone would lead to a direct confrontation between NATO and Russia.
Even sending the fighter jets Ukraine wants is, in the words of the US and the Europeans, high risk and low gain. For all of President Zelensky's pleas, it is clear here at the State Department, in the UK government, in NATO, there has been no shift in position on those big issues of a no-fly zone or sending those Polish jets to Ukraine. It begs the question, if the bombing of a maternity hospital doesn't change their minds, what will? The horrors of this war are playing out on screens in homes around the world. How much more will people tolerate before they demand action, deciding whatever the risks, enough is enough? Greg Milam, Sky News, Washington.
Kyiv's mayor says half of the city's population has now left. People in Kyiv's suburbs are now using this brief window to try to escape as well. Joining us now is Mia Willard, a resident of Kyiv who is still there as we speak. Mia, first off, thanks for being with us. What is keeping you in Kyiv, and do you have any plans to leave?
At the moment, I do not have plans to leave, though I'll be honest, I do consider my options pretty much every day. I have family here in Kyiv that would prefer staying as well. And also, it's my people, it's my country, it's my city, and I do not feel comfortable leaving at this point.
And while you don't feel comfortable leaving at this point, I mean, how are you coping now with your decision to stay? Do you have enough food? Do you have enough supplies for the days ahead?
Fortunately, yes. Kyiv for now is pretty calm. We have supermarkets working, we have pharmacies working, but we've also stocked up on resources in case there is a siege and we do not have that opportunity.
Mia, what do you want the world to know about what you and your neighbors and people like you are experiencing right now?
We're living from one air raid siren to another, and I do not mean to sound dramatic, but literally children's hospital, maternity wards are being bombed, and we do need those jets. We do need that no-fly zone, which Ukraine would greatly appreciate. But I understand NATO's reservation regarding no-fly zone, but at least the jets, the air defense systems, that's what's really crucial for Ukraine right now.
Mia Willard, thank you so much for being with us, and thank you for sharing your experience. Best of luck to you, and know that so many people are supporting you all and really hoping the best for the best. Thank you, Mia.
Thank you very much.
And stay with us. Everybody seems to be talking about an imminent arrival of spiders.
Yeah, that's right. Still ahead, why these flying spiders, they are the size of your palm, could be popping up all along the East Coast. Don't go anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now, if you're like me and you're not a fan of spiders, beware, because you may be seeing a massive new spider as big as the palm of your hand right in your backyard. In fact, a group of Georgia scientists says the 8-legged visitors could soon be invading the East Coast. Here's NBC's Joe Fryer.
Morgan and Aaron, 2 years ago, it was murder hornets. Now it's the Juro spider. They've already been spotted in Georgia and the Carolinas. Now they're heading north. Juros create spectacular webs, and they are very large. But researchers tell us there's no need to worry. These aren't the kinds of spiders you see in the movies.
It was already one of our greatest phobias, arachnophobia. The fear of spiders. Now comes the Juro spider. Native to Asia, it was first spotted in Georgia nearly a decade ago. They've since spread across the southeast, with some using their parachute-like silks to travel in the wind, others hitching a ride on cars. Researchers say these multicolored friends are now ready to make a bigger debut. Because of their higher metabolism and heart rate, they're able to survive colder temperatures. So a new study at the University of Georgia predicts the Juro spiders will make their way up the East Coast this spring.
Look what's invading the East Coast this summer.
It's unclear how far north they'll go, but they'll be hard to miss, growing up to 3 inches long. End to end, that's as wide as your palm. Their imposing webs in bright yellow, blue, and red coloring give most folks a serious fright. But the experts want to reassure us these guys behave more like the beloved Charlotte.
My name is Charlotte. Charlotte A. Cavatica.
Than the giant queen.
People are going to have to learn to appreciate spiders because this spider isn't going anywhere. They are actually very, very timid. And it turns out they're more timid than most of your native spiders.
Despite those reassurances, the spread of the Juro spider is just the latest insect invasion turning heads. Last spring, it was a blanket of cicadas. Well, they created plenty of commotion. The cicadas are supposed to be here. The murder hornets, spotted in 2020, and the Juros are not. So what exactly is going on with these invasive species?
Global economy is translating into a global biota. So as ships leave foreign ports, they bring containers to this country, and those containers may have objects inside that are housing or providing refuge for invasive species. So that means we're going to have a steady stream of new species winding up on our shore.
Bottom line, even though they look scary, Juro spiders aren't a dangerous threat to humans or pets. In fact, it's unlikely they'll even bite you, and if they do, their fangs aren't long enough to break through skin. Aaron and Morgan.
Well, it's a clash that neither side wanted: solar advocates versus conservationists. Environmentalists are worried that massive solar projects, or solar farms we might call them, might do some ecological damage to sensitive areas. NBC News technology reporter David Ingram is joining us now from San Francisco. So, David, help us understand what the conflict is here with the conservationists and how the industry is responding.
Right. So when companies build these solar farms, they're often going for utility scale kind of facilities. So providing as much energy as possible. And that can go over several acres, acres which would normally or otherwise be used for something like farmland or just open space, maybe even forest. And so the question is this really the best use of the open space that is available in our country? And conservationists and neighbors would just like to keep that land often the way it is, preserving the ecology, preserving the vistas. But that does have this cost or this question that comes up of, if we're not going to put solar in these big open spaces where it would be most efficient, where are we going to put it? And it's partly a long-term versus short-term thinking, where in the short term we might be able to save the ecology of these places by preserving them. But on the long term, for climate change, there's a real need to move away from fossil fuels toward sources like solar.
So coincidentally, I've been looking at this issue out in California and some of the wide open desert spaces that could be available for this sort of development. I have to wonder, how is the resistance that the industry is seeing going to affect the aim of cutting down on fossil fuels?
It's leading to a lot of projects either being delayed or canceled. So we counted at least 57 communities around the country that just since the beginning of last year had considered a moratorium on large-scale solar projects. And at least 40 of those 57 had passed those measures. So we're seeing dozens of examples around the country of local resistance. And the solution may be to turn to sites that are kind of overlooked, out of the way, places like parking lots, warehouse roofs, even on top of grazing land may be a good place for solar panels.
Got to get creative if they want to make it happen. David Ingram for us in San Francisco today. Thank you, David.
A Louisiana juvenile detention facility is accused of routinely violating the rights of incarcerated minors, according to first-hand accounts from the facility. Teens were held in solitary confinement for hours on end and deprived of an education. NBC News' Zincle Asemlua has been following the story and joins us now. Zincle, tell us more.
Thanks, Morgan. Yes, this is an investigation 4 months in the making. NBC News national reporter Aaron Einhorn, ProPublica, and the Marshall Project investigated the Acadiana Center for Youth in St. Martinville in New Orleans, Louisiana. The facility is accused of locking youth in their cells for 23 or at times 24 hours a day, subduing teens with police-style maneuvers, failing to provide education to youth for at least 3 months, and holding the minors in the facility in shackles or what the facility calls leg irons outside their cells. And in addition to the allegations, a juvenile justice commission in the state and lawyers of those inside say they were never informed the facility existed until much later. The facility is run by Louisiana's Office of Juvenile Justice, which firmly denies these allegations, Morgan.
And Zinkley, what have we heard from those who've dealt with this firsthand?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that, because that is the most important part of this story, right? We have to remember these are young people. We know that at least 31 minors have been through the facility, and most of them are actually Black. There have been incidents of youth harming themselves and instances of youth actually escaping the facility. So let's take a listen to what young people and advocates supporting them say really is going on.
Those who've been inside say conditions are unacceptable. Rashad, a Black 16-year-old, is one of them. This is his lawyer.
I believe that the conditions under which he was being confined violated his rights.
We're using Rashad's middle name to protect his identity. He was moved to St. Martinville last summer.
He was not receiving the substance abuse counseling that had been ordered by the court.
The judge immediately ordered he be removed from the facility. But today, there are still youth at St. Martinville, like 16-year-old Ben.
And again, Morgan, the OJJ firmly denies these allegations, but these firsthand accounts are incredibly disturbing, and we'll have the full report out tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern on Top Story with Tom Yamas. Morgan.
All right, Zinkley, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Ukrainians with no military experience stepping up to defend their country. Just after the break, we're going to introduce you to some world-famous dancers who are going from the ballroom to the battlefield. Stay with us.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The British government is going after Russian oligarch Roman Abramovich with some pretty serious sanctions.
Yeah, the billionaire's assets, including Chelsea's soccer team, are frozen now. Abramovich's rise to extraordinary wealth tells a story of how oligarchs are made.
Right, let's get more now on that breaking news. The government has sanctioned Roman Abramovich.
Perhaps the world's most famous Russian oligarch, Roman Abramovich, has just been sanctioned by the British government, and it may throw a wrench in his plans to sell the soccer team Chelsea Football Club. The billionaire bought the team back in 2003 in a $184 million deal and fueled the club financially to trophy after trophy, making it one of the world's most dominant soccer teams. But under mounting political pressure amid Russia's invasion of Ukraine,
surely Mr. Abramovich should no longer be able to own a football club in this country.
The British government froze Abramovich's assets. So how did Abramovich make his billions in the first place? His story is the making of an oligarch. Roman Abramovich was born in the Russian city of Saratov. Both of his parents died when he was young, leaving him an orphan. As a young man, he briefly served in the Soviet army and then studied at the Gubkin Institute of Oil and Gas in Moscow for college before trading commodities for a Swiss firm and eventually befriending oil magnate Boris Berezovsky.
The man shaking Yeltsin's hand, Boris Berezovsky, the Russian billionaire many believe is the true puppet master of the Kremlin. One Russian newspaper this week proclaimed Berezovsky as the man who is the real president of Russia.
Berezovsky was close to former Russian President Boris Yeltsin, and when the Soviet Union dissolved and embraced capitalism, Yeltsin sold previously state-owned companies to well-connected businessmen, often for a fraction of their actual worth. This created a super-wealthy ruling class, or oligarchs. Through Berezovsky, Abramovich was able to get in on a deal to buy a major stake of Siberian oil company Sibneft for only $100 million in the mid-1990s, according to Forbes. Sibneft recorded $3 billion in oil revenues in the year 2000. And when Berezovsky fell out with the newly elected president Vladimir Putin in the early 2000s, Abramovich stayed in Putin's good graces. Berezovsky was pressured into selling his shares of Sibneft to Abramovich, cementing his billionaire status. Today, not much is known definitively about the relationship between Roman Abramovich and Vladimir Putin. Abramovich became governor of Chukotka in 2001, an oil-rich region in northeastern Siberia. And while his foray into politics led him to spend more time with Putin, the extent of their relationship has been kept from the public. Imprisoned opposition leader Alexei Navalny described Putin and Abramovich's relationship in a recent Twitter thread, saying Abramovich, quote, privatized Sibneft for $100 million, and then writing, quote, in 2005, he and Putin made the deal of a century. The state, represented by Gazprom, bought Sibneft back from Abramovich, but this time for $13.1 billion. Genius, right? That is, they simply took out $13 billion from our pockets. We've reached out to Chelsea Football Club for a statement responding to Navalny's tweet and have yet to hear back. Today, Abramovich's net worth is valued at $12.3 billion by Forbes, and his fleet of yachts is world famous.
Russian tycoon Roman Abramovich owns the world's biggest yacht, nearly 2 football fields in length, loaded with its own missile defense system and lasers to prevent the paparazzi from taking photos.
Before the British government froze his assets, Abramovich released a statement where he announced plans to sell his soccer team and promised that the proceeds of that sale would go toward a foundation to help victims of the war in Ukraine. But with his British assets now frozen, including the world-famous Chelsea Football Club and his multi-million-dollar London home, his net worth is expected to take a tumble. Well, everyday people in Ukraine are picking up arms and enlisting to fight off Putin's forces.
That's right. And among them, this group of Ukrainian ballerinas moving from the ballroom to the battlefield. Here's NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin.
They're the Butterflies of Kyiv, performing for the final time in France. Back home, their country torn apart by war. Now some of Ukraine's premier ballet dancers have swapped their tutus and slippers for guns and fatigues, putting their life's work on hold to defend their country. Of course I'm scared, says artist Alexei Potyomkin. I'm not a military person, but I couldn't just sit on the sidelines and observe. Just days ago, Alexei was a principal dancer in his prime, now a military paramedic. His life as an artist, a distant memory. I don't even think about ballet anymore, he says. Now it seems like another life. Dancer Lesia Vorotnyuk says art has prepared her for war. Ballet teaches you to have a strong spirit, she says. In 2019, Lesia says her husband died fighting on the front lines in eastern Ukraine. She says she's armed herself to protect her son and country. I love to perform on stage, to travel, to come back to ballet, she says. But the most important thing now is for the war to end with our victory. Across Ukraine, opera houses and theaters are closed.
Now it's not time for performance on a stage. Now we have performance on our street. We have blood, we have bombing.
The last time Alexander Omelshenko danced, it was the night before the war began. Now he's building anti-tank hedgehogs.
Do you think you're going to dance again?
Yeah, 100% I go back again.
Tonight, the artistic soul of Ukraine is standing by until they've secured their freedom. Erin McLaughlin, NBC News, Lviv, Ukraine.
Thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Closing in, Russian troops getting closer to Kyiv, the Ukrainian capital now a fortress, what the mayor is saying about defending his city. Fearing for their families, Ukrainian exchange students at an Indiana high school watching a war more than 5,000 miles away, what they're hearing from home. And sentencing Smollett, a judge deciding now how to punish the former Empire star for staging a hate crime. We are live at the courthouse in Chicago. We begin with the invasion in Ukraine, which is now entering its third week. A new wave of strikes hitting the southern city of Mariupol. Today, Ukrainian officials announced at least 3 people, including a child, died after the strike on a children's hospital and maternity ward in the city. Meanwhile, the foreign ministers of Ukraine and Russia meeting in Turkey this morning. Those high-level talks netting little progress. NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi is in Ukraine. CNBC anchor and international correspondent Hadley Gamble is in Turkey. Ali, first to you. That children's hospital attack is drawing international outrage. What else do you know about the victims tonight?
That's right, Alison. We know that 3 people were killed at this children's hospital and maternity hospital by a Russian airstrike in that besieged city of Mariupol. 1 child was killed. They say that 17 other people were injured, including doctors, nurses, and tragically women waiting to give birth. There are horrifying reports of rubble raining down inside the building. A lot of people being trapped under that rubble while desperate attempts are being made to get them out of there. Now, of course, the Russians don't deny hitting the hospital, but they say that it was full of Ukrainian extremists and that the few people that were in there were not patients, but they were being used as human shields. Of course, the videos that we see and the reports coming out of Mariupol contradict those statements by the Russian foreign minister. But it's a city under siege. The mayor of that city said that essentially 400,000 people are being held hostage in Mariupol. There's no way in, there's no way out. You can't get supplies, medical equipment, anything in there. There's no power, gas, electricity. President Zelensky even said that a child died of dehydration there the other day. So it's a very, very desperate situation. And it's also given a chorus of condemnation from around the world. President Zelensky called it a war crime. He delivered a message in Russian so it wouldn't get lost in Russia, saying what kind of country is Russia that they're frightened of a children's hospital, and he labeled it a genocide. There's been an outcry from the UK, the UN, the United States that they're saying this is an obvious war crime. So a very, very desperate situation there, and it's probably only going to get set to get worse in the coming days and weeks as the Russian advance gets bigger and bigger, and as the weather gets much, much colder here. There's a massive cold spell coming here, which is going to make life even more difficult for these people trapped in that city.
Hadley, you asked Russia's foreign minister about that hospital strike in Ukraine. He gave you a pretty stunning answer. Could you tell us more about your conversation?
Absolutely, Allison. I asked Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, exactly that. What kind of country could justify an atrocity of this magnitude? And his response, total denial. Listen in.
At the United Nations Security Council, our delegation presented the facts that this maternity ward had been captured by Azov Battalion a long time ago and other radicals. All mothers, all pregnant ladies were taken out of that building. This was a base of the ultra-radicals, Azov. This information had been passed 3 days ago. And so make your own conclusions how the public opinion is being manipulated in the whole world.
A stunning denial from Russia's foreign minister there, Sergei Lavrov, speaking to me earlier today on the sidelines of these talks. Now, this was the highest level of negotiations we've seen so far in this conflict that's lasted 15 days. 13,000 plus people are dead. Over 2 million are now forced from their homes looking for refuge. Think about this a bit more broadly, though. This is the first time the foreign ministers of these two countries, Russia and Ukraine, have sat down together. They were in the room for a couple of hours, and the Ukrainian delegation, Allison, coming out and saying to me, listen, he didn't make progress on anything. He kept saying he wasn't authorized to do X. He wasn't authorized to do Y. What I'm talking about were the things they were at least hoping to make some progress on. We're talking about humanitarian corridors. We're talking about sticking to ceasefire agreements and the potential, at least, to set a roadmap for peace talks. And essentially, hearing from both of these gentlemen earlier today, nothing was accomplished.
Yeah, Hadley, I understand your interview with the Ukrainian foreign minister was an exclusive one. We have some sound from it. Could you tell us some more about what you heard from him about those talks in Turkey, which sound like, from what you've said so far, have really gone nowhere?
Well, it's interesting because over the last couple of weeks, we've seen a marked change of tone from the Ukrainians. You know, President Zelensky in the early days was really rallying the West to come to Ukraine's aid. Fast forward to just the last 24 hours, and he's already started to suggest that it's already too soon, perhaps, for NATO membership for Ukraine. That's a marked change of tone, as you know, over the last couple of weeks. And it really does speak to the fact that the Ukrainians are getting a realistic view of the ability of their European allies, the ability of their NATO allies really to come to their aid. There's just not that much more that they can do. And it's not energy sanctions, certainly for the Europeans, because with the oil and gas dynamic that they have with Russia, they literally can't exist at this point without Russian energy. Listen in, though, to what the Ukrainian foreign minister told me today.
I said, okay, we are foreign ministers. By definition, we have the power to make decisions. It seems to me he has a different understanding of the role of a foreign minister because he always referred every issue to someone else's responsibility.
What was it, do you think, that he was at least hoping to accomplish today?
I have my thoughts, but I don't think it's really time to disclose them. But definitely he did not have sufficient amount of authority to make any deals today. He came to talk, to listen, and I very much regret because it was, you know, more people will die because of his inability to make decisions.
That was Dmitry Kuleba. He's the Ukrainian foreign minister, essentially telling me earlier that while no concrete progress has been made, Allison, he did say that at least they were in the room talking, and that's a step forward.
Absolutely. Ali, I want to ask you about Kyiv. The mayor there saying half of his residents have left and that the capital is now a fortress. What else can you tell us about the situation there tonight?
That's right. Out of the 4 million residents of Kyiv, 2 million of them have evacuated. I mean, it's an extraordinary number. And the Russians are basically encircling Kyiv. They're on the border area of Irpin, which is a suburb of Kyiv. If they take Irpin, it's going to be very easy for them to then take all of Kiev. What they're doing right now is encircling the city. They're shelling it very hard. It's a sort of starved campaign of the residents in there, isolating them, but they haven't taken it yet. There may be indications that they're having problems taking that city. The Russian march has not been the march everybody thought it would be. They thought they'd take Kyiv quickly, but they're facing a huge amount of resistance from the Ukrainians there. There are reports that the Russians may try and bring in militants they have from other parts of the world, which would indicate that their operation isn't going well. But right now, it's a city under siege. The Russians are trying to encircle it. They're in Irpin right now, which is a suburb. If they take Irpin, I think it'll be pretty easy for them to take Kiev. And if they take Kiev, then the rest of the country, the fear is that the rest of the country will then fall very quickly. But we're just not sure how fast they're advancing right now and how many logistical problems the Russians are having, because if they weren't having them, they would have been able to take it by now.
All right, Ali Arouzi, Hadley Gamble, thank you both so much. Back here in the U.S., the House passing a $1.5 trillion spending bill late last night, funding the government through September. It includes $13.6 billion in aid to Ukraine, but it doesn't include the COVID relief funding that Democrats wanted. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa joins me now from the Hill. So, Ali, let's talk about that aid for Ukraine. The White House initially wanted $10 billion. How did Congress get to $13.6, and where will that money go?
Well, Allison, there was always overwhelming bipartisan support for sending a lot of money to Ukraine, but this number just ballooned as lawmakers learned more about the situation in Ukraine and as the situation worsened in Ukraine, especially after lawmakers, over 280 of them, had this Zoom call with Ukrainian President Zelensky last weekend where they learned about all of the requests he made. But specifically, we know this $14 billion aid package to Ukraine is broken down into several parts. Part of it, the breakdown will go $4 billion to humanitarian assistance, nearly $7 billion to defense assistance, and almost $2 billion to economic assistance. Now, that money is included in this massive omnibus bill totaling $1.5 trillion that the House passed last night, which includes $730 billion in non-defense spending. That's a 6.7% increase over fiscal year 2021, Allison, and $782 billion in defense spending, which is a 5.6% increase over last year.
Ali, there was some last-minute drama trying to get this bill passed at the expense of more than $15 billion in COVID relief. What happened there?
So the Ukraine aid actually passed with sweeping bipartisan support yesterday in the House, but where things went south was, as you mentioned, over this COVID aid. Basically, this was supposed to be a very quick and simple vote, but lawmakers said that they were frustrated and angered by the fact that this nearly 3,000-page bill was released in the wee hours of the morning around 1 a.m., giving them very little to no time to review it. They also said several House Democrats from nearly 24 states said when they were reviewing it, they saw potential cuts to their state's unused COVID funds, which they had a huge problem with, which led Speaker Pelosi to completely strip this COVID aid from the bill. Now the Speaker says that this bill, this standalone COVID bill, will be voted on the House floor next week instead of passing with this omnibus package, Allison.
All right, so let's talk about this bill's future in the Senate. What are we expecting there?
So the bill hasn't officially arrived to the Senate yet, but when it does, we're expecting a passage potentially today. There's been a promising outlook. Listen to what Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said on the Senate floor earlier today.
This funding bill is overflowing with very good things for our troops, for American jobs, for our families, and for America. Once this bill arrives at the Senate, Republicans must work with Democrats to pass the bill as soon as possible, hopefully tonight. There is every reason in the world to believe that we can arrive at a path forward quickly.
So as I mentioned, we expect this bill to pass in the Senate, but the big question is when. We've already heard about potential pushback from several Republican senators about COVID, vaccine mandates, about several other amendments in this bill. Senator Rick Scott from Florida actually went on the Senate floor just a couple minutes ago asking if they could vote just on the Ukraine aid. He says that it'd be better just to vote on that specific part of legislation to get it to President Biden's desk quicker than how long it would take if it was voted in the $1 trillion omnibus bill. But there's a lot of possibilities here, potentially tonight. Luckily for the Senate and thanks to the House, there is a stopgap bill which would allow the Senate to potentially talk about this and debate it further without running the risk of running out of government funding. Remember, that all runs out midnight tomorrow, Allison.
All right, Allie, thank you so much. And before you go, I just wanted to say welcome. I know you've been with NBC News for a little while now, but it's your first time here with us on News Now from 3 to 5. I just want to say welcome to the family.
Thank you so much. Great to be here.
Overseas, Vice President Kamala Harris is meeting with Poland's president today, saying the two countries are united.
I want to be very clear. The United States and Poland are united in what we have done and are prepared to do to help Ukraine and the people of Ukraine. Full stop.
A big diplomatic test for the vice president, who is trying to mend fences with Poland. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman is in Warsaw. Josh, the breakdown between the U.S. and Poland over sending fighter jets to Ukraine, really creating a speed bump for the vice president right out of the gate there in Poland. How did that meeting go today?
Well, you heard the vice president there saying the U.S. and Poland are united in their response. That was literally all she said during her trip so far, Allison, about this rift between the U.S. and Poland over these aircraft. She dodged any other questions about it, and her Polish interlocutors, for their part, they also wanted to move past this, didn't really see any interest in relitigating why communications broke down between these two allies, given that at this point the proposal from the Poles is off the table, is not going to happen, according to the Pentagon, whose position on this, we should say, has evolved a bit over the past few days, because it was just about a week ago that the U.S. was leaving the door open, was actually floating this possibility of giving aircraft to the Ukrainians, or at least saying that it was totally fine if the Polish government wanted to do that themselves. Now, Pentagon spokesman John Kirby saying the U.S. doesn't think it's a good idea to send fighter jets to Ukraine at this time. Now, the Polish government says they were just trying to help. They were trying to find ways to support what NATO is trying to do without boxing them in by sending it themselves and then forcing NATO to be involved in this, given that Poland is a NATO country. So, you know, now that this is off the table, the two governments are trying to find a way forward. Both Harris and the Polish leaders she was meeting with today saying they will continue to step up their military assistance to Ukraine, just not through this proposal with old Soviet MiG jets. Allison.
Josh, the vice president also meeting today with a group of refugees. What did she say to them?
Yeah, it was an interesting group that she sat down with. It was 7 individuals who have had to flee Ukraine because of this violence. And they were not all Ukrainians, Allison. There were 2 individuals from Africa. One of them was a student who had been studying in Ukraine, now obviously no longer in Ukraine. One was an LGBTQ advocate from Kyiv who also has had to flee that violence. And Harris wanted to send the message that it may seem like the world is ignoring what's happened and what is happening to these individuals in Ukraine. She says that is certainly not the case. Take a listen.
We are here to support you, and you are not alone. Thank you. And I know there's so much about the experience that you've had that has made you feel alone. You are not alone. We around the world are watching. People around the world are expressing their support and asking how they can help.
Harris also announcing today that the U.S. will commit another $53 million in humanitarian assistance to civilians in Ukraine and in Eastern Europe. That money, Allison, will flow from USAID, the U.S. Agency for International Development, and some of it will go to the UN World Food Program to make sure people have food at this critical time.
Josh, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is also in Warsaw. He met with the vice president this afternoon. What came out of that meeting?
Well, the public portion of the meeting was largely pleasantries. Harris praising the role that Canada has played in the NATO alliance. A senior administration official telling us after the meeting that it was fitting for her to meet with Justin Trudeau while he was visiting Poland at the same time, given how much the Canadians have stepped up. And Trudeau, for his part, really praised the role that the U.S. has played specifically in corralling all of these NATO nations together, getting everyone on the same page and forming such a concerted concerted response. He also said, Allison, that he believes that Russian President Putin significantly underestimated the resolve of the Ukrainians to fight back.
Josh Letterman in Poland, thank you so much. Inflation kept up its blistering pace in February. The Consumer Price Index out in the U.S. today showing a 0.8% increase last month, but a 7.9% jump from a year ago. CNBC senior economics reporter Steve Leisman here to break down this report for us. Steve, inflation hasn't been this hot in 40 years. Gas, groceries, housing, all more expensive right now. Let's dig into these numbers. Where are Americans feeling inflation the most? It just feels like it's everywhere.
Yeah, it's in the places that they like to see it the least. And I think you named a pretty good number there. Gasoline, whatever the actual amount that Americans spend on gasoline, their anger about paying more for it is higher than their actual expenditures. It is going up. And here's the problem. You had a 6% increase in gas in this report. I'm seeing reports that because of what's happened with oil and gas in the wake of the Ukraine invasion, the number next month could be something like 20%.
Oh, my God, Steve, that's outrageous. And you said it, right? I mean, even if some people can afford to shell out what they're shelling out for gas, the outrage is so far beyond that. I'm always trying to look for a little positive, Steve. There are some good numbers to report. I'm trying to look for the silver lining. Used car and truck prices actually came down 0.2%. I mean, I'm trying. Yeah. That's the first drop in used car prices, though, since September. Can't say the same for new car prices, but is this just like the tiniest sign that we potentially could be peaking on some things? Again, I'm trying.
Yeah. You know you're struggling when you're hanging your head on an old jalopy, right?
Yes, you do. You do.
So, yeah, I mean, we can find some humor in this. I want to go back real quickly to the gas thing. One reason why it hurts the most, you put gasoline and food together, it's about 20% of expenditures. Housing is under 30%. Mm-hmm. You can't get around those. That's one of the reasons it's so frustrating. They're inevitable, right? Yeah. You're going to drive to work. You got to fill the tank to get to work. So I get the outsized anger over that. But getting back to your question there, we did see that. And that's really, you point out there an interesting thing. It's really the shame of it. Without what's happening with Ukraine right now, the expectation was finally prices were going to begin to come down. And maybe that showed up in the used car thing. Maybe that would show up in some other areas. As we all come back to work, the inflation numbers should have gotten better. Perhaps these supply chain things would have eased out. Now we have at least another wave that we really can't say how long it'll last. Another wave of inflation to hit and run through this economy.
So, Steve, obviously inflation is not where we want it to be at this stage of the game. We know the Fed is meeting next week. All signs have been pointing to the Fed raising interest rates a quarter point to help slow inflation. Does this change that at all? I mean, what are you hearing ahead of the rate decision next week?
So I think the issue is going to be this. Given the numbers that we got today, I would think the Fed would have accelerated. Yeah. The trouble is you have this fog of war. So think of yourself, you're in a boat, you're going forward, and you see clear seas ahead. All of a sudden, there's this fog bank ahead, you're going to throttle back, and you're going to be a little bit more measured. You still got to go this way. Nothing's going to stop them from that. They're going to do a quarter. They're going to go much more slowly because they're not sure of the knock-on effect from the war. Yeah. I think one thing they'll be watching very closely is what happens in Europe. Europe's on the front line of all this. They're going to get hit with massive inflation. They're going to get hit with slower growth. Some of that's going to ricochet back on us. We're also going to get our own hit from what's happening here, from higher prices. I think the Fed's going to be deliberate in raising rates because of the uncertainty of war.
Steve, I hope the next time we have you on, I have something to be more excited about than old crappy cars. But thank you so much for being here anyway.
No, nobody wants to talk to the economics reporter when the news is good, so I'll take you up on that.
All right, deal. Thank you. Coming up, ex-Empire star and convicted felon Jussie Smollett in court for his sentencing. Will he do time? The latest from the courthouse in Chicago next.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not.
We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She's got the latest headlines from NBCNews.com. Maya, how you doing?
Hey, Allison, doing well. We start with a federal judge dismissing civil claims against Representative Mo Brooks for allegedly inciting the Capitol insurrection. The decision is a setback for House Dems who filed a lawsuit last year. A 16-year-old is dead and 3 others are seriously injured after a shooting at a Colorado hotel. The suspects fled the hotel before the police arrived and are still at large. Indonesia's Mount Merapi volcano erupting multiple times overnight, forcing residents to evacuate. Around 250 people had to flee to temporary shelters as the volcano left the area blanketed with ash. North Korea planning on launching satellites to monitor the U.S. and its allies. State media reporting the satellites will launch in the coming years to provide real-time information on global military actions. And a construction crew in Oakland discovering a mummified body in the wall of a historic building undergoing a remodel. Authorities say they are planning on taking fingerprints to determine how the body got there. Allison, back to you.
Thanks, Maya. Florida is cracking down on voter fraud with a new police force. State lawmakers passing a GOP-backed bill Wednesday that establishes an office to investigate reports of election crimes. It now heads to the governor's desk. NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim is here with me now. We're so excited that she is. I love when we have visitors on set. It feels like life is getting back to normal a little bit.
It's great to be here.
It's so good to have you here. All right, so let's talk about this. This bill passed along party lines. It will cost about $3.7 million, but could you tell us the specifics? Like, what does it do?
Yeah, so this is the first state that's going to build up, like, essentially an office to investigate and hunt election crime. And we talk about this a lot, but there really is not a lot of election fraud and voter fraud here in America. You have anecdotal, a couple of cases. I think there were 3 or 4 incidents of attempted double voting in Florida that I can think of off the top of my head and that everyone I talk to in Florida can think off the top of their head. But they're going to spend millions of dollars hiring 15 investigators, non-sworn officials in the Department of State to investigate and vet and also run that voter fraud hotline to take reports, and then also 10 sworn officers within another agency to investigate and have, subpoena power and the sort of legal power to investigate these kind of crimes. Now, Republicans say it's going to increase trust in the process, but Democrats say we could spend millions of dollars way better if we were trying to invest in our election system versus hunting down something that they called on the House floor yesterday a unicorn.
Yeah, let's talk more about that, because critics are calling it a waste of money, which for the reasons you laid out makes sense. They're also saying, though, that it could affect new citizens, and they're worried about that. Could you tell me more there?
Yeah, so the bill also includes a number of provisions that try and sort of clean up voter rolls, more voter roll maintenance. Now, voter roll maintenance as a concept is a very normal part of elections. But one of the provisions they've added is that the DMV down in Florida has to give a list of people who say they're a non-citizen on their driver's license and show proof of that, so that election officials can then try and cross-reference that. But here's the thing. People naturalize every day, especially in Florida, and there's a lot of people, I think it was 80,000 people in fiscal year 2020 who naturalized and may have registered to vote right after that, and they're worried there's going to get people tangled up in this, and that people who are new citizens are going to be sort of unduly targeted in these efforts to try and purge the voter rolls and look for these non-citizen voters.
All right, so we have to talk about what's going on in another GOP-led state. I'm talking about Texas. They are testing new voting laws there. So far, more than 27,000 mail ballots, if I'm correct, were flagged for rejection in the state's March 1st primary. What else are you hearing there? What's going on?
We know that tens of thousands of those ballots will absolutely have been rejected. There was a grace period, and some of the final counting is still being done. But these are the ballots that didn't have the right ID. So the new law required voters to put an ID number, like a social security number or a driver's license number, on the ballot. But it also had to match up with what election officials had on hand, which, if you remember when you registered to vote, I don't remember what that form looked like. So I wouldn't remember what form I might have put down. If I put down my driver's license and then I gave them my social, you know what I mean? This is where people are getting mixed up, but mostly voters are simply forgetting to add this new step. The one thing that's really fascinating to me, though, we are seeing evidence that voters are fixing those ballots. So in Texas, you have the opportunity to fix it. If you forget it, you can go online or you can go to your election office and you can actually cure your ballot, fix the error. And we're seeing huge numbers of people taking one more step just to have their voice heard in this primary. And that, to me, is really interesting. You don't see that in a lot of states.
Yeah, it's impressive. We're sure not making it easy for people to vote in a whole lot of places.
Nope.
Jane, it is so good to see you. Great to have you back on set. Come visit me again.
I will.
Okay, thanks. Former Empire star and convicted felon Jussie Smollett is awaiting his sentencing inside a Chicago courtroom. The actor is facing possible prison time after a jury convicted him of lying to police and staging his own hate crime attack back in 2019. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is joining us now from outside that courthouse. So, Jesse, Smollett was found guilty in December on 5 felony counts of disorderly conduct. How much time could the judge potentially hand down here?
Yeah, Allison, based on what he has been convicted of, Jussie Smollett is looking at up to 3 years behind bars. But the general consensus, the expectation, is that he will have a far less severe punishment because of his prior record and because of the nature of these crimes. But he could face prison time. He could also be looking at some form of probation, community service, or restitution. And we're waiting to find out what the judge will be handing down possibly any time now. That hearing is ongoing right now.
Jesse, the defense argued that there were problems with the jury selected for this trial. What else have they been saying in court?
Yeah, and actually want to show you a live picture of what's going on right now. So you'll see the special prosecutors team is pushing back on the claims that were just made by the defense team. The defense filed a lengthy motion arguing that there were issues with how the jury was selected, that there was prosecutorial misconduct, that there were issues with the testimony of the key state witnesses of the Osundairo brothers. So essentially the defense is throwing up Hail Mary one after the other, trying to have this case either overturned, have the verdict overturned to not guilty, or have a new trial brought forward. And the prosecution filed a motion in response, ahead of this hearing today, which they are now speaking to right now live in court. But ahead of time, the written response from the prosecution called this scapegoating and finger pointing. But the judge has to get through this, has to make a determination on this before we'll even be able to see if there is a sentence. But if the judge denies the defense motion here, Allison, we will be seeing a sentence later on in this hearing, which is ongoing right now.
Jesse, I want to ask you about the city of Chicago. They filed a lawsuit against Smollett looking to recover police pay for the overtime in this false case. Any updates there?
Yeah, so that civil suit was put on hold while this criminal proceeding played out. But I mentioned one of the things the judge could order Smollett to do is pay restitution. The city of Chicago and the police department submitted a letter to the court. They are asking the judge to demand that Smollett pay more than $130,000 to the city. That would be covering the overtime expenses that the city says cost the Chicago Police Department that amount of overtime to investigate this alleged hate crime, which the police department and the city say turned out to be a hoax. So the city is hoping the judge will demand that be paid as restitution now so that they don't need to move forward with the cost and the time commitment that that lawsuit would entail. But that lawsuit is on hold, so we could be seeing all of Jussie Smollett's legal problems winding down later today. But of course, his team could still choose to move forward and appeal this decision.
All right, Jesse Kirsch in Chicago. Thank you. Grief, guilt, resilience. A new photo project documenting mothers in Philadelphia who lost children to gun violence. NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson spoke to one mother whose son was killed while he was walking to the grocery store.
I think he was like 2 months old, 2 or 3 months old. This is my favorite.
Tamika Morales lost her 24-year-old son in a shooting on July 3rd, 2020.
My son, my only son, Ahmad Morales.
He was killed while walking to a store in South Philadelphia. Almost 2 years later, his case remains unsolved. His family still struggling to move on.
I don't know, it's like a feeling like guilt. Like I don't deserve to have fun or nothing like that.
Tamika is one of 51 moms across Philadelphia participating in We the Mothers, a photo series documenting the stories of parents who've lost children to gun violence. She had her portrait taken at Fahim's Hand of Precision, a barbershop where her son worked.
They are the collateral damage of gun violence. These mothers are walking around and trying to push on with their lives, and also to make sure that their children are not forgotten.
Photographer Kathy Shore is the woman behind the project. She says that while these women come from all walks of life, they're now bonded by shared tragedy.
This is not something that happens just to other people. Gun violence can happen to anyone, any family.
And it's not just Philadelphia. In 2020, gun-related deaths nationwide reached their highest peak in at least 40 years. More than 20,000 people were shot to death across the U.S. in 2021, crimes that experts say disproportionately impact Black Americans.
As a Black woman raising my children, my Black kids' children, I don't feel safe. This is a city that I've been in all my life, and it hurts me to see what's going on. And I had friends that lost children, and I didn't think I was going to be next.
She says gun violence is now drawing more national attention because of how much it's escalated.
I asked Congress to pass proven measures to reduce gun violence.
We're going to get trigger pullers off the streets and guns out of their hands.
One more child murdered, that's one too many. One more loved one ripped away is one too many.
Tamika says she has hope that change is on the horizon and that other mothers may never know the profound loss that she's experienced. She's now working to keep her son's legacy alive so he's never forgotten.
Even when he was here on earth, I fought for my son. So I can't imagine just because he's not here that I would stop now. So when people ask me that question, what keeps me going, what makes me fight so hard for him, that's the only answer that I can give you, that the love that I have for Ahmad.
Coming up, from ballet to battle, Ukrainian dancers trading in their slippers to fight for their country's freedom. Next.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The UK slapping some big sanctions on Russian oligarch Roman Abramovich, freezing his assets, including London's Chelsea soccer team. The British government saying the billionaire has close ties to Russian President Vladimir Putin. So who is Abramovich and what is his connection to the Kremlin? NBC News Now anchor Aaron Gilchrist explains.
Right, let's get more now on that breaking news. The government has sanctioned Roman Abramovich.
Perhaps the world's most famous Russian oligarch, Roman Abramovich, has just been sanctioned by the British government, and it may throw a wrench in his plans to sell the soccer team Chelsea Football Club. The billionaire bought the team back in 2003 in a $184 million deal and fueled the club financially to trophy after trophy, making it one of the world's most dominant soccer teams. But under mounting political pressure amid Russia's invasion of Ukraine,
surely Mr. Abramovich should no longer be able to own a football club in this country.
The British government froze Abramovich's assets. So how did Abramovich make his billions in the first place? His story is the making of an oligarch. Roman Abramovich was born in the Russian city of Saratov. Both of his parents died when he was young, leaving him an orphan. As a young man, he briefly served in the Soviet Army and then studied at the Gubkin Institute of Oil and Gas in Moscow for college before trading commodities for a Swiss firm and eventually befriending oil magnate Boris Berezovsky.
The man shaking Yeltsin's hand, Boris Berezovsky, the Russian billionaire many believe is the true puppet master of the Kremlin. One Russian newspaper this week proclaimed Berezovsky as the man who is the real president of Russia.
Berezovsky was close to former Russian President Boris Yeltsin, and when the Soviet Union dissolved and embraced capitalism, Yeltsin sold previously state-owned companies to well-connected businessmen, often for a fraction of their actual worth. This created a super-wealthy ruling class, or oligarchs. Through Berezovsky, Abramovich was able to get in on a deal to buy a major stake of Siberian oil company Sibneft for only $100 million in the mid-1990s, according to Forbes. Sibneft recorded $3 billion in oil revenues in the year 2000. And when Berezovsky fell out with the newly elected president Vladimir Putin in the early 2000s, Abramovich stayed in Putin's good graces. Berezovsky was pressured into selling his shares of Sibneft to Abramovich, cementing his billionaire status. Today, not much is known definitively about the relationship between Roman Abramovich and Vladimir Putin. Abramovich became governor of Chukotka in 2001, an oil-rich region in northeastern Siberia. And while his foray into politics led him to spend more time with Putin, the extent of their relationship has been kept from the public. Imprisoned opposition leader Alexei Navalny described Putin and Abramovich's relationship in a recent Twitter thread, saying Abramovich, quote, privatized Sibneft for $100 million, and then writing, quote, in 2005, he and Putin made the deal of a century. The state, represented by Gazprom, bought Sibneft back from Abramovich, but this time for $13.1 billion. Genius, right? That is, they simply took out $13 billion from our pockets. We've reached out to Chelsea Football Club for a statement responding to Navalny's tweet and have yet to hear back. Today, Abramovich's net worth is valued at $12.3 billion by Forbes, and his fleet of yachts is world famous.
Russian tycoon Roman Abramovich owns the world's biggest yacht, nearly 2 football fields in length, loaded with its own missile defense system and lasers to prevent the paparazzi from taking photos.
Before the British government froze his assets, Abramovich released a statement where he announced plans to sell his soccer team and promised that the proceeds of that sale would go toward a foundation to help victims of the war in Ukraine. But with his British assets now frozen, including the world-famous Chelsea Football Club and his multi-million-dollar London home, his net worth is expected to take a tumble.
I went straight to my social media because I just did, yes. And I saw the first message that I saw is my friends texted me, "I love you." Like, they didn't know what to expect because they heard a lot of bombing near my town, and it stresses me out. It stressed me out a lot.
At first, I didn't believe because I think you can't expect or predict the war.
Ukrainian exchange students at American high schools fearing for their families and their future. The teens now wondering if they'll have a home to go back to. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is at Connorsville High School. It's in Indiana. Shaq, a lot of those students are from parts of Ukraine that are being really heavily shelled right now. How are they doing, and how are they staying in touch with their families back home?
Yeah, Allison, we're talking about 200 students who are in the United States right now studying in high school, and it's part of an exchange program through the State Department. And you mentioned a lot of them are from places that are being heavily bombed right now. There's difficulties of talking to their family and communicating with members of their family. All of them have said they've been able to maintain some sort of communication, but you just put on that stressor, the idea that they're stressing about what's going on back home, even as they're in the middle of their high school year. Listen to what a couple of them told me.
It's very, very hard with data there because they don't have data at all. So sometimes they can make phone calls, but it takes time. 6 days ago, they decided to evacuate themselves because Russian troops, Russian army are coming, and they bombed all towns around my city.
Every day, I'm checking my mom is okay, and I'm asking, how are you? Is everything peaceful?
Just imagine that, Allison, in addition to worrying about your classes, a test that might be coming up, in addition to those extracurricular activities, you're playing tennis or softball, as some of those students are, you're also worrying and trying to check in as much as you can with your family back home, dealing with the war that we're seeing in Ukraine. It's a lot that these kids are dealing with.
Shaq, I can't believe they are able to do any of those things while they're so concerned about their families, though I know some of them may be welcome distractions. Tell us more about these students. When were they supposed to be here until? What are they telling you about going back home and whether they actually think they'll be able to do it?
Well, it's a 10-month-long program that's supposed to last the duration of the school year. So they arrived back in August and September, and they were planning to go back home at the end of this school year. And I say we're planning to. I mean, that is still the plan right now. But if we are honest, we don't know what Ukraine will look like, what the reality on the ground will be like in a couple of months from this point. In addition to that, some of their parents have fled and left the country. Some are in Poland right now. So there's a question of where they would go back to. You know, that's something that they brought up, and it's a point that they mentioned in my conversations with them. I want you to listen to that part of our conversations.
The life and the light will win, and we will all come back to a safe country. There will be a great place for all people.
If I had a chance to go back, I would go back.
Why is that?
I want to be with my family.
How about you?
Well, yeah, I have the same idea that I would like to stay with my family.
To put this in a little bit more perspective, that first gentleman that you heard from there, he is 17 years old, which means if he were in Ukraine, he wouldn't be allowed to leave the country right now. He would likely be handed a weapon to help fight in this war. You really get a sense that it's a lot of uncertainty that they're dealing with right now, again, as they're also trying to balance out what they're here to do, which is learn, study, and embrace and engage in this American culture.
Shaq, how is the local community there in Indiana supporting them? No doubt they want to help those kids out.
Yeah, without a doubt. And, you know, many of them talked about the support that they're receiving, not only from their schools, but their fellow classmates. They said that some have been holding donation drives on their own. Some have been holding fundraisers. There are plans for one of the young women that I spoke to start selling T-shirts to help raise money for people back in Ukraine. And then there's the structure and the program that they're in and the support that that program is providing to them during this difficult time. I spoke to the director of the program. Listen to what she told me.
We have obviously some that have struggled, and we are working with schools for counseling if they need extra help there. They have their guidance counselors at school. They have their coordinators. We have managers in the field, myself included. We also will offer any kind of treatment that they need, you know, medically, if they need some medical help that way as well. So, and I think the best resource for them are their friends at school.
They also said that one thing that they're hearing inside their schools is when people come up to them and just say, I'm thinking of you, I'm praying for you and the people of Ukraine. Some of them said that really is the biggest level of support that they feel.
Jack Brewster, thank you so much. Russian forces are closing in on the capital city of Kyiv in Ukraine. The mayor saying half of the people there have fled. Let's bring in NBC News national security analyst Clint Watts. He is also a distinguished research fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute, and he has been showing us what's been going on in different areas of Ukraine over the last week or so. Clint, how close is Russia to launching a full-on assault on the capital today?
Yeah, I think it's pretty remarkable. As we enter the third week of this invasion, it's really a battle between Russian and Ukrainian forces. The Kyiv in the north that you were talking about, this is somewhat what the situation looks like today. Yesterday, we were talking about three axes of advance, one from the northwest up here, one from the northeast here, and one from the east. Today, significant battles right here on the eastern outskirts. Essentially armor formations moving along these two highways here that you see, trying to create another lodgehead. Separately, the convoy that we talked about earlier that was bogged down, they started to move out here to the west, essentially trying to secure this western area around Kyiv. And then separately, up here from Chernihiv is another axis that's coming through. Essentially, what the Russians want to do is encircle Kyiv from the north, from the west to the east. This makes it even tougher for the Ukrainian military down here, but they are doing a remarkable job at bogging these armor forces down, creating significant losses. It may take weeks, if not months, for the Russian military to actually encircle all of Kyiv due to the fight that's been put up by the Ukrainian military.
Clint, thank you so much. Always great to have you on with us.
Thank you.
The war in Ukraine is transforming millions of lives. Some of the country's top ballet dancers are now serving on the front lines. They are unsure if they will ever return to the stage. Here's NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin.
They're the Butterflies of Kyiv, performing for the final time in France. Back home, their country torn apart by war. Now some of Ukraine's premier ballet dancers have swapped their tutus and slippers for guns and fatigues, putting their life's work on hold to defend their country. Of course I'm scared, says artist Alexei Potyomkin. I'm not a military person, but I couldn't just sit on the sidelines and observe. Just days ago, Alexei was a principal dancer in his prime, now a military paramedic. His life as an artist, a distant memory. I don't even think about ballet anymore, he says. I had 2 premieres coming before the war. Now it seems like another life, which never existed. Dancer Lesia Vorotnyuk says art has prepared her for war. Ballet teaches you to have a strong spirit, she says. In 2019, Lesia says her husband died fighting on the front lines in eastern Ukraine. She says she's armed herself to protect her son and country. I love to perform on stage, to travel, to come back to ballet, she says. But the most important thing now is for the war to end with our victory. Across Ukraine, opera houses and theaters are closed to focus on winning Putin's war.
Now it's not time for performance on the stage. Now we have performance on our street. We have blood, we have bombing.
The last time Alexander Omelshenko danced, it was the night before the war began. Now he's building anti-tank hedgehogs. Each day that goes by falling further out of shape. A small sacrifice, he says, for his country.
I very love my country. We have a beautiful country, we have a beautiful people, and I'm very sad, very angry.
Do you think you're going to dance again?
Yeah, 100% I go back again.
When?
I don't know. When it's all finished. I hope it will be soon.
The artistic soul of Ukraine is standing by until they've secured their freedom.
She's accused of acting as a Russian spy, but who is Elena Branson and how did she allegedly spread Russian propaganda here in the U.S.? NBC News correspondent for investigations Tom Winter digs in.
The FBI says Russia had an agent hiding in plain sight, meeting with politicians, lobbyists, and trying to court a presidential candidate. They say 61-year-old Elena Branson, a citizen of both Russia and the U.S., worked to spread Russian interests, allegedly receiving tens of thousands of dollars directly from the Russian government while hiding her Moscow directives in violation of U.S. law. Branson, a former banker, allegedly peddled Russian propaganda through the Russian Center New York, an initiative she ran out of her Manhattan home. Her connections reaching all the way to the top. According to the FBI, Branson communicated directly with Russian President Vladimir Putin, requesting, quote, administrative support to host events at the Russian consulate and embassy. Branson attempted to cozy up to a presidential candidate, requesting meetings at pro-Russian events in New York City with Donald Trump or his family in 2016 while he ran for office. The FBI says there's no indication Trump ever attended any of Branson's events. Authorities say Branson fled the U.S. in October of 2020, less than a month after she was interviewed by the FBI. Her exact whereabouts, unknown. In this interview with Russian state TV released in October, Branson says she returned to Moscow because she was, quote, scared and felt the probability was very high that she'd be arrested. The woman conducting that interview, Maria Butina, who in 2018 pled guilty to acting as a Russian agent without registering with the feds herself. She admitted to using the NRA to gain access to influential Republican politicians.
I'm the board member of the Right to Bear Arms. This is an all-Russian public organization. We promote gun rights.
After serving more than a year in an American prison, Butina was sent back to Russia. The likelihood that Branson, who left the U.S. before charges were levied against her, could see any prison time is extremely low, though her case could serve as a deterrent.
This is a common practice of the Russians and Soviets before them, and it's going to continue. And so it's really incumbent upon us to, kind of identify it, but also for the public to kind of be aware of it, that this is constantly going on, and to be particularly sort of tuned into it now, where there is sort of, there's an ongoing proxy war between the United States and Russia.
Coming up, gigantic spiders could be on the way to your backyard. They spin spectacular webs, but are they dangerous? We'll take a look.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Giant spiders the size of the palm of your hand already in the southeast. NBC News Now co-anchor Joe Fryer shows us the creepy crawlers who are now heading north.
It was already one of our greatest phobias, arachnophobia. The fear of spiders. Now comes the Juro spider. Native to Asia, it was first spotted in Georgia nearly a decade ago. They've since spread across the southeast, with some using their parachute-like silks to travel in the wind, others hitching a ride on cars. Researchers say these multicolored friends are now ready to make a bigger debut. Because of their higher metabolism and heart rate, they're able to survive colder temperatures. So a new study at the University of Georgia predicts the Juro spiders will make their way up the East Coast this spring.
Look what's invading the East Coast this summer.
It's unclear how far north they'll go, but they'll be hard to miss, growing up to 3 inches long. End to end, that's as wide as your palm. Their imposing webs in bright yellow, blue, and red coloring give most folks a serious fright. But the experts want to reassure us these guys behave more like the beloved Charlotte.
My name is Charlotte. Charlotte A. Cavatica.
Than the giant queen.
People are going to have to learn to appreciate spiders because this spider isn't going anywhere. They are actually very, very timid. And it turns out they're more timid than most of your native spiders.
Despite those reassurances, the spread of the Juro spider is just the latest insect invasion turning heads. Last spring, it was a blanket of cicadas. Well, they created plenty of commotion. The cicadas are supposed to be here. The murder hornets, spotted in 2020, and the Juros are not. So what exactly is going on with these invasive species?
Global economy is translating into a global biota. So as ships leave foreign ports, they bring containers to this country, and those containers may have objects inside that are housing or providing refuge for invasive species. So that means we're going to have a steady stream of new species winding up on our shore.
That is the closing bell on the New York Stock Exchange. Wall Street is done for the day. The Dow a little bit lower today, still concerned about what's going on overseas, even though oil prices came down for a second day in a row. We'll talk about today's big business stories and how they affect you in this next hour. Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris and you are watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. War crimes and genocide. President Zelensky's fresh take on that attack at the Children's Hospital in Mariupol, the latest on the humanitarian catastrophe in Ukraine. The House passing a spending bill that sends aid to Ukraine, and it also avoids a government shutdown, but will it make it out of the Senate before Friday's deadline? Plus, inflation at a fresh 40-year high. I bet you can guess what jumped the most. We'll look at everywhere you're paying more this hour. We start this hour in Ukraine. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is in Lviv. Matt, the International Red Cross saying that situation in Mariupol is, quote, increasingly dire and desperate. Ukraine's deputy foreign minister saying evacuations are impossible. How challenging is it to get help to people in the city? What do you know tonight?
Yeah, well, I mean, also, we're talking about 400,000 people, 200,000 of them who are desperate to get out of there. And, you know, when we say that the humanitarian corridors aren't working, and this is something we've seen day after day after day, so many attempts now for the better part of a week to try to get those people out through a so-called humanitarian corridor, and they've just failed over and over. We have to remember, too, when the humanitarian corridors fail to get people out, they also fail to get humanitarian goods like food and medicine into that city. So that means that in addition to facing the relentless bombardment by the Russian military, these people are also starving, they are dehydrating, they don't have electricity, they don't have heat. So all of these problems are compounding to create what looks like a hellscape. And that's what we've heard from President Zelensky, to the United Nations, to U.S. officials and other Western officials. This is becoming a very, very bad situation for a huge number of people in that city.
Matt, President Zelensky is warning that Russian leaders will face trial for their actions in Ukraine, particularly that attack on the Children's Hospital yesterday. What else is he saying?
Yeah, I mean, he said he would get retribution for the crimes committed in Mariupol. He also, said that he was heartbroken by this, and he mentioned, of course, that this is something that's happening throughout the country. So, you could feel in what he was saying, and he's been making addresses just about every day, sometimes more than once a day. You could feel the pain in President Zelensky's description of this situation. And so Mariupol has become, I think, for this country, a crucible for everybody. Just seeing that maternity hospital shelled, it really drove home not just what happens in that city, but really throughout the country. It's a symbol now. Allison?
Matt, let's talk about Chernobyl. Belarus's energy ministry saying it has restored power to the nuclear site. What's the latest from the International Atomic Energy Agency? What should we know there?
Yeah, well, the IAEA begs to differ with that assessment. Here's what they had to say.
We don't have confirmation of this. I must say that communications with Chernobyl have been a bit shaky. What we have is actually a degrading situation, which is a concerning situation for us, because gradually we are losing. It doesn't mean that we are losing everything, but we are losing a significant amount of information.
So in addition to that, it sounds as though the IAEA doesn't feel as though the situation has been repaired. We also heard from the Russians that they have agreed to 2 different humanitarian corridors, one of them in the Sumy region. This has been a better established humanitarian corridor, and that would get people out. Another one, unusually, would be starting in the city of Zapotor, which would bring repairmen to the Chernobyl area so that they can repair those electrical lines. So it doesn't seem as though even the Russians believe that this is something that's been resolved, and that they've actually opened a humanitarian corridor to allow for Ukrainian repairmen to get in there and fix the situation. So this is something that we haven't seen fixed yet. And luckily, it looks as though the Russians are taking this seriously and are attending to it with by apparently creating what they call here a regime of silence in order to silence the guns around Chernobyl to allow for that situation to be fixed. Allison?
All right, Matt Bradley in Ukraine. Thank you. They are carrying their entire lives in bags. More than 2 million Ukrainian refugees fleeing the Russian invasion, pouring into neighboring countries. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber's in Poland, where they are welcoming the Ukrainians with kindness and compassion.
This is 68 years of my life in these bags. 1, 2, 3.
Over 2 million refugees have fled Ukraine since Russia invaded on February 24th.
But I can't go back because there is no place to go back anymore.
Do you have family with you?
I have a sister in Ukraine. She lives nearby. She lives near Kharkiv, where I am from. В Польше. And in Poland, I have no one.
The UN says nearly half of the people fleeing Ukraine are children.
I have my mother, have a little sister, dog, and father says that we must go to the Poland because it's too dangerous to stay in Ukraine.
With your little sisters, what did he say to you?
That I must protect them and protect all family and be strong. I'm very upset that my dad left and our family split up.
How old are you?
15.
People are fleeing from every corner of Ukraine and pouring into neighboring countries by the thousands.
What are your friends saying to you? I mean, what is it like right now to be a teenager in Ukraine?
Well, like they really hate Russians a lot. Like they came, like Russians, they came to occupy another country. Like they are really angry with Russia, and of course they are also scared.
Using a directive established after the Balkan Wars, the European Union unanimously agreed to offer temporary protection to Ukrainian refugees and third country nationals with protected status or permanent residency in Ukraine. It gives Ukrainian refugees access to housing, education, other social welfare programs. They don't have to file individual asylum claims, and it can be extended up to 3 years. Ludmila believes Ukraine will win this fight, but at 83, she fears this is the last she'll see of her beloved Ukraine.
I just can't. Let me go, please. Thank you so much. But it's so painful in my heart.
We've been to 6 crossings on the Polish-Ukrainian border, and we have seen the best of humanity. Kindness, love without limits, bravery beyond words.
I brought my daughter to a safe place, to Czech Republic, and my parents, and now I'm returning back to help my husband and my friends.
This welcome center is organized by the Polish government. There are government officials here working, but at other welcome centers at different border crossings on the Polish-Ukrainian border, the aid is much more loosely organized.
Almost everyone volunteers. But in between all of the moments of compassion, some have experienced discrimination.
Okay, I will join you because I'm just coming from Lviv right now. I'm just getting into Poland.
But from train station to Lviv, it's like 14 hours on the train, and we stood because they said their citizens will have to sit, while we are not their citizens, who had to stand.
So because you were African, you were told you couldn't have an actual seat.
Yes.
Europe's warm embrace of Ukrainian refugees is dramatically different than the refugee crisis in 2015, when the same European countries turned away refugees fleeing conflicts in the Middle East and Africa. To many, it is a blatant double standard that must change. War itself does not discriminate. Eight-year-old Angelina is trying to stay warm as her mother figures out where they'll go next. They just made it to Poland. Her brother and father stayed in Ukraine to fight.
You're very brave. Did you know
Ти
you were
дуже
so
смілива. Ти знаєш, що ти дуже смілива? Yes, I am.
What do you want other kids who are watching this to know?
I want them not to be afraid and not to worry. I want them to listen to their parents because their parents love them more than anyone else.
And Ellison joins me now from Krakow. Ellison, 2 Ukrainians enter Poland every 3 seconds, according to the Wall Street Journal. It is hard to imagine, but I know you have seen it firsthand. Poland's president is pressing the United States to do more while meeting today with the vice president. He told reporters if refugees continue to flood into the country, it will be a disaster. You were at a train station earlier today. How are they holding up with all of those people coming in?
Hey, Allison, yeah, we came to Krakow because we wanted to see where it is refugees are headed to next and what that process looks like. This is one of the biggest cities in Poland. When you talk to refugees at the border, if they're planning to stay in Poland, and most of them are, they will tell you that they are headed to Krakow or Warsaw. The train station that we were at today, that is a train station where a lot of smaller train stations along the border near all of those border crossings we have been to, it's where it drops off. And what we saw inside one of those terminals was just lines and lines of people waiting specifically to go into this sort of information center where they could then discuss the possibility of getting some sort of apartment, some sort of hotel room, someplace to sleep. But most told us they were having difficulty getting that because they don't need it just for one night. They need it for the foreseeable future. Listen to what one woman told us. She had been waiting in line for about an hour.
We want to stay here not for one night, but until the situation gets better. We're waiting until the situation improves and they stop shooting.
If you're unable to get a room here, where would you sleep tonight?
We don't have any other place, actually. So this is our only hope. We'll just
simply waiting here until they find us some shelter.
Is there anyone, do you have to leave any family behind to fight?
All my relatives are still in Ukraine, but they're in another city, not in Kharkiv, where it's safer than there.
There is just this constant flow of people fleeing Ukraine and coming here to Poland. The majority of the people who have fled, according to the UN, they have come to this country. It's almost as if as soon as the government or aid groups, as soon as they find an available bed, a family willing to take in strangers, another person, another family, they arrive needing room as well. The amount of people coming and how quickly they are coming, Allison, is proving very difficult for countries to keep up with, no matter how hard they seem to be trying. Allison?
2 Ukrainians every 3 seconds. It's just unbelievable. Ellison, thank you. Humanitarian corridor. You have heard that term on the news a lot in the last few days. So what exactly are they and how do they work? NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk explains.
Russia and Ukraine have finally agreed on protected escape routes for Ukrainian civilians after a lot of wrangling. They're called humanitarian corridors. It works by securing a ceasefire for a long enough time so that families and other civilians can flee the war zone unharmed, getting out to safety. The corridors also allow humanitarian aid to get in for those people staying behind. The first humanitarian corridors of the modern era were attempted in the Bosnian conflict in 1992. But UN soldiers and Bosnian civilians often came under fire from Serbian forces. One UN report found the corridors, which included the Sarajevo airport, allowed the Serbs to control incoming aid. More recently, humanitarian corridors were used during the civil war in Syria, which the Russians were deeply involved in. By 2016, Russian and Syrian fighters were often accused of violating the ceasefire agreements and bombing the corridors. Fast forward to now, the Russians and Ukrainians tried to come to an agreement on safe passage last week, but the Russian proposal only allowed civilians to escape to Russia or its ally, Belarus. Finally, transports by the Red Cross successfully traveled Ukraine's first humanitarian corridor. The problem for the people of Ukraine now is that humanitarian corridors can only work if they are trusted. Ukrainian leadership says previous ceasefires have been violated. So the question is, will families and other civilians be willing to take the risk of using the corridors if they aren't sure they are safe?
The UK saying today it will make it easier for Ukrainian refugees to stay in the country. British officials were accused of falling behind and not letting Ukrainians in fast enough. NBC News Digital editor Chantal De Silva joins me now. Chantal, so far Britain's issued more than 1,000 visas to Ukrainian refugees, but that's out of at least 8,900 applications it's received since last Friday. How do UK officials plan to streamline this process to get more people through?
Hi, Allison. Yes, so currently the UK is only actually granting these visas through its Ukraine Family Program, which means basically only people who already have family in the UK can apply. Now, there have been some issues with that process. There's been complaints of Ukrainians being turned away and told to travel to visa processing centers, so in some cases hours away to file an application. The plan to streamline this system comes amid backlash over these difficulties. And, people obviously, as we've just seen, are arriving in shock, disoriented. They just want to get somewhere safe and they're facing these hurdles. So what's being streamlined is how Ukrainians can actually apply. Now, those with passports will be able to apply online and give biometric data once they actually arrive in the UK. So that will make it easier for them. Those without passports, however, will still have to visit these visa application centers. And it's worth noting that, much of this backlash has also been about the fact that this program is so limited. Refugee advocates have, been saying that the government should be loosening its restrictions and allowing Ukrainian refugees to enter the country regardless of whether they have family ties in the UK. Of course, there's also the numbers aspect, just the fact that, we've seen Poland taking in more than 1.4 million people, neighboring countries taking in tens of thousands. Meanwhile, in the UK, it was just a few hundred this week. That number has since grown to around 1,000, but some are saying that's just really not enough.
UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson addressed some of the criticism earlier today. What is he saying?
Yeah, so Boris Johnson today said, the UK should be as generous as possible, but he stopped short of actually making any real commitments for a second program or initiative to support those fleeing. Let's take a look as well at what he had to say.
I think it's entirely right that we should have an offer that is as generous as possible, that is as light touch as possible. But I think it's also important that we have checks. And I think people do understand that when you've got large numbers of people leaving from a war zone, some of them are still armed, perhaps not all of their identities completely clear, their motivations completely clear. It is responsible also to have checks.
Yeah, so obviously, we've just heard what he had to say there. Obviously not making any real solid commitments at this point. So, we're just going to have to see what comes.
Yeah, keeping it just a little bit vague there. Chantal, you're also reporting on a dispute between France and the UK over these refugees. What's going on there?
Yeah, and so this is a second, shall we say, layer to this debate. The British government has been facing these criticisms from its neighboring France over its response to this refugee crisis. France has accused the UK of turning people away and basically, making them travel from the port city of Calais to even as far away as Paris, which can take hours to get to. They've just said the situation's untenable. We even had France's interior minister accusing the British government of a, quote, lack of humanity. So, obviously, some friction between the UK and France. The UK's Home Secretary has, of course, played down this accusation and has said that people aren't being turned away. But, it's worth mentioning as well that the UK and France have had ongoing tensions over migration policy, particularly when it comes to small boat crossings. So this is kind of the latest clash between the two countries on the immigration debate.
All right, Chantal, thanks for joining us today and sharing your reporting. Appreciate it. The ruble at record lows, the Russian stock market closed, the private sector pulling its business out of Moscow. But Vladimir Putin is showing no signs of stopping his attack on Ukraine. So are the sanctions against Russia doing anything? Heather Hurlburt is here now. She's the director of the New Models of Policy Change at New America's Political Reform Program. She also worked in the White House and the State Department during the Clinton administration. Heather, thank you so much for being with us today. The White House is saying that these current sanctions against Russia are unprecedented, but Ukraine's president wants more. They want a no-fly zone. They want fighter jets. What is your take here? Have we seen anything like this before? And can sanctions stop this crisis?
So the sanctions are unprecedented, and they are working exactly the way they were designed to work, which is to make it harder and harder both for Russia to sustain an invasion and occupation of Ukraine. We saw today, for example, that both Western companies and China are not going to supply parts to Russia's civilian air fleet anymore. So air travel is gradually going to grind to a halt. And to make it harder and harder for a Russian government that insists on continuing this brutal invasion to rule its own society and to sustain the support of its own people. So that's what they were designed to do, and they are doing that. What sanctions just aren't that good at is stopping a crisis overnight. And understandably, that's what the Ukrainian president wants, because hundreds of Ukrainians are dying every day.
The U.S. ban on Russian oil is pushing gas prices up. Now, I know obviously this is secondary to the humanitarian crisis, but it's certainly something that's concerning here in the United States. The average price of regular, it's now $4.32 a gallon. It was $4.25 yesterday. How do countries try to stop Putin without hurting their own people financially?
So you've seen the U.S. and Europe and other countries around the world working as hard as they can to see where can they bring more fuel online, where can they bring other fuels into the mix. A couple, Germany and other countries that had been planning to shut down nuclear power plants at the end of this year have been talking about keeping them online. Everybody who has the ability to use more solar or alternative energy should try to do that. European leaders have called on Europeans to turn down their thermostats a degree, which is something Americans can do too. So there are lots of small ways that we can try to take bites out of this and just over time, go faster, frankly, to do what we needed to do anyway, which was to get ourselves off of fossil fuels and onto renewables. But that doesn't, that answer the reality of what you or I are going to do when we walk out of here and go fill up our car later.
Right. You have called China Russia's big escape valve. China's foreign minister blaming NATO for pushing Russia and Ukrainian tensions to a breaking point, according to Reuters. But what does China do if Russia's closed off to the rest of the world economically? Does it bail on its ally and partner up with the free world? How do you see China playing this one?
So that is the billion-dollar question.
Yeah.
What not going to do, China is not going to turn around and say, oops, our bad. We were wrong about Russia the whole time. Let us sign up with under Washington's leadership, right? That is not going to be what happens. But the thing to watch is subtly, for example, this signal that China said, oh, we're not going to send you spare parts for your airplanes either. How much Russian fuel does China buy? Does China give Russia access to currencies other than Chinese currency? How much of an escape valve is Beijing willing to be? And at what point does Beijing subtly start putting on the pressure and, you guys got to stop this? The problem is, again, that's not going to happen quickly. And frankly, the Beijing government, it cares about its image in the world. It cares about how well the international system works, but it doesn't necessarily care about quickly saving lives of civilians.
I have one more billion-dollar question for you, Heather. How does this war end? I know that Putin is nearly impossible to predict, but how do you see this going?
Well, if you look at the negotiating terms that Putin has been offering, they're very extreme. They're basically the same or even worse than they were before the war, which, is not what happens when your army goes in and gets bogged down. You don't get the deal you wanted before you mistakenly did that. But the most optimistic scenario, frankly, is that we are able to find some kind of negotiated deal that, as the Ukrainians have said, gives them security guarantees that Russia doesn't do this again, but also lets the Russians say that they came out with some kind of victory about Ukraine not joining NATO. Now, you have to be very optimistic to think that that's where we're going, as opposed to a long, brutal fight that devolves into guerrilla warfare and just constant civilian carnage. So I see those as the two polar alternatives.
All right, Heather, great to have you on the show today. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
Coming up, keep your mask on if you want to travel. The TSA extending its mandate, what you need to know before your next flight.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life in primetime and streaming live. It's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She has the latest headlines from NBCNews.com. Hey, Maya.
Hey, Allison. We start with former NFL coach Brian Flores pushing for his discrimination lawsuit against the NFL to be heard in court. Flores' lawyer sending a letter to the NFL commissioner asking him to turn down the Dolphins' request for an arbitration hearing. More than 27,000 mail ballots in Texas flagged for rejection as the state tests new voting restrictions for their state primary. The number of rejections far surpasses the rate in previous elections. Guatemala increasing penalties for abortions and banning same-sex marriage. Lawmakers say women who have abortions will now face up to 10 years in prison. The first same-sex couple wed in Chile Thursday. After years of campaigning by activists, the couple has been together for 7 years and have 2 adopted children. And Elon Musk and Grimes welcoming their second child together. In an interview with Vanity Fair, Grimes revealed the child was born via surrogate in December of 2021 and is nicknamed Y. Allison, back to you.
All right, Maya, thank you. House Democrats are at a retreat in Philadelphia hours after passing a major funding bill to prevent a government shutdown. Their challenge now, planning the party's future and protecting their slim majority in the upcoming midterms. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joining me now from Philadelphia. Ali, so far the Democrats have failed to pass a big part of their agenda, the Build Back Better bill.
Yeah.
What are House Democrats telling voters who might be disappointed with that lack of progress?
Well, look, they're telling them, well, it depends who you talk to here, Allison. And this is where the party divides are sort of on display here in Philadelphia, because we know right now there's a bunch of different ways to be a Democrat. This is the same party that gave 3 different Democratic responses to a Democratic president's State of the Union. So there are a few different answers, especially when it comes to Build Back Better. Progressive Caucus Chair Pramila Jayapal, for example, called the Build Back Better bill Voldemort, saying that's the thing that should not be talked about here. But nevertheless, we know Voldemort had a few lives. It seems like Build Back Better could have the same. They're working with Senator Joe Manchin on trying to find something that's palatable for him. And here's what she said about continuing that push forward. Check it out.
I think it's a good thing for Democrats to say this is our vision, and even for the president to say, as he has done, that we're not backing off of our vision just because we're having a hard time pushing it through in legislation. I don't think anybody in the civil rights movement did that. I don't think anybody in the women's rights movement did that. You have to put out the vision. You have to stand for it. And yes, you have to continue to inspire people to not lose faith in the process. And they won't if they see you fighting for it.
So, Allison, there you have the head of the Progressive Caucus saying they're going to keep pushing forward on this. At the same time, though, when you talk to folks who are on the front lines of the midterms in those vulnerable swing seats, they're keen to campaign on what they've already passed. Jayapal's argument is that they should do more to show voters why they need bigger majorities in the future. Frontliners and moderates' argument would be campaign on what they've already done and maybe try not to rock the boat too much.
Ali, as long as we talk about Build Back Better, I will forever associate it with Harry Potter, thanks to you. We know last month former President Obama met with House Democrats. He kind of went that tack of telling them drum up support by focusing on the wins. They're going to hear from President Biden tomorrow. Exactly. What kind of message are you expecting from him?
Certainly one that's similar to that. And we know that the White House and President Biden have been road testing this message of empathy. Look, it comes at a time when people are seeing their gas prices rise because of the situation in Ukraine. Inflation over 7% as of today. We see these economic metrics impacting Americans' pocketbooks and wallets. That's something that the president and the party are going to have to speak about because they have control of both the White House and both houses of Congress. That's a key piece, though, when they talk about their legislative agenda going forward. The proof is really going to be in these midterms, whether voters think that they've done enough with that bipartisan infrastructure package, the American Rescue Plan, whether Americans think that that's enough to continue allowing Democrats to run the House and the Senate as well as the White House, or if this midterm is going to be a check on that kind of power that they've had so far.
Allie, Democrats, as we know, have a very slim majority right now in the House, 31 of them not running for re-election. I know even more can change between now and November, but right now, on March 10th, 2022, how would you characterize the challenge ahead for them?
Actually, the map looks pretty even. At the beginning of this process, we know it's a redistricting year, it's a census year. We thought that a lot of these maps might tilt more in favor of Republicans. What's actually shaken out, though, is that the turf looks pretty even. What Sean Patrick Maloney was saying, and he's the head of the Democratic House campaign arm here, his main job is making sure Democrats don't lose that many seats and that they expand their road to the majority. What he sees is open seats that are favorable to Democrats. Of course, that's his spin on this. But at the same time, with the map being even, it also provides Democrats less of an excuse to say, well, the odds were stacked against us. I think the key metric here that we're looking at and have been looking at and will continue to look at is where Biden falls in all of this. It's why his message tomorrow is so important, but it's also why the American reaction to the situation on the international stage is going to be so important. His approval ratings have rebounded after the State of the Union. I asked Congressman Maloney today, what's your ideal message from the president from now until November? And he said he just wants to see him do more speeches like the State of the Union that message the Democratic agenda in a way that it's accessible to all people. And that's really what Maloney is thinking about.
All right, Ali Vitale in Philadelphia, in front of what I'm guessing is the Ben Franklin Bridge. I'm going to get so many angry tweets from Philly people if I'm wrong there.
It's infrastructure week here.
So beautifully timed. Ali Vitale, thank you so much. Always awesome to see you. The TSA changing its plans, announcing today it's extending its mask mandate on planes and other public transportation. NBC News correspondent Heidi Prisbilla is in Washington. So, Heidi, the TSA's mask rule slated to end in a week, but they're keeping it at least through April 18th. How come? What are they saying?
Yeah, listen, they're basically just buying more time here. The real news is that they're working on a framework that does not include universal masking on airplanes, buses, and trains. This is more about that news than it is about the 30-day extension. There's consultations taking place right now between the Department of Transportation and the CDC to determine which benchmark should be used for when masks will be required and when they won't be, Allison. Officials are telling me it's one thing to use the new, more lax benchmarks for masking at the local level, but when you're making health and safety decisions based upon data coming from multiple locations, as is the case with travel, it's a different challenge, and they don't want to rush into this, Allison.
Heidi, does anything change here? When do you need a mask if you're traveling?
But it's basically the same, right? So all public transportation requires face masks. Airports, buses, ferries, terminals, trains, subway stations, or seaports of entry.
Basically, have it on if you're traveling anywhere. Heidi, this is the TSA's second extension. What has to happen? Do we have a sense of what has to happen for the administration to say, all right, we're ready, no more masks?
Yeah, basically, in this 30 days, they just have to settle on data benchmarks that are going to hold up for the long run, right? All of the COVID experts that I talked to, Allison, have said they expect there to be additional surges, including potentially this summer and fall. If you'll recall, it was last year when the CDC told everyone it was okay to unmask, remember the Summer of Freedom, that Delta came knocking. So this is about putting in place a policy that can respond responsibly to these peaks and valleys of the virus that are just going to be part of living with endemic COVID, Allison.
All right, Heidi, thanks so much.
Of course.
Let's bring in Dr. Maddie Davis, the Director of Health for the City of St. Louis. Man, are you a sight for sore eyes, Dr. Davis. We haven't seen you in so long, and I know it's because you have been so busy. So thanks for making the time for us. Do you think that
Allison.
Way too long, but I'm feeling what's happening behind you. This is excellent. I like all this officialness. Do you think the TSA extending its mask rule is the right move here? Should it be lifted at this point? What's your take on what they're doing?
Listen, this is tough, right? Because we're still very much in the throes of a pandemic, and we need to be thoughtful about what that looks like. While it's clear that the data has improved for much of the country, there's still at-risk folks. We know who those are, but there's also at-risk areas. And for me, that does include places where it's difficult for you to adequately separate folks in the way that we require of social distancing, and to ensure that you haven't made every available opportunity to prevent transmission. So for me right now, this is the appropriate move because left unchecked, this could be consistent spots where we would see super spreader transmission.
So Dr. Davis, some states are allowing students back in the classrooms without masks. Some businesses are returning to normal, but the TSA is keeping its mask mandate. That's confusing for some people. Are we getting mixed messaging here? And what are you telling people to do there in St. Louis?
It's very confusing, and it's really difficult because what you should be seeing is a unified, standardized approach to public health from the federal level that's consistent from the states, and then that's consistent at city levels. So for me, the mask mandate is the way that I would want to move forward. But a mask mandate is only as strong as how unified it is within the region. For a while now, I had the last mask mandate for many cities across the U.S., but we became an island. And with every county around you not being able to do the same thing, at that point, it is just for show, right? So my focus at this point is to continue with consistent messaging. And the consistent messaging in St. Louis is we're still in a pandemic. While it may be okay for you as an individual, listen, I'm a relatively young, I don't have at-risk health conditions, but I know that I'm around the elderly. I know that I'm around people who are immunocompromised, and I would never want to put them in that position. So the message here is, while you may want your individual freedom, community should come before that, and we still recommend masking indoors until we can make sure that the most vulnerable are not at risk.
Dr. Davis, let's talk vaccines. We could see a second booster this fall, but health officials are saying it might not be the same shot that we got last time. What can you tell us about a potential new booster? What might be different next time around?
Yeah, this is all good news. You know, in the same way that we see new flu shots every year that have been worked on to try to anticipate the variants that could be the most problematic. That's exactly what's happening here. Pfizer and Moderna are looking to now include components that would make this booster more effective against Omicron, which has the most virulent, the most transmissible, I beg your pardon, the most transmissible variant that we've dealt with to date. So they want to make sure that they update that booster so it can provide as much protection against the variants of concern.
Dr. Davis, thank you so much for being with us. It's so terrific to see you. I hope you and your family are doing well.
Thanks, Allison. Let's keep it going.
He is basically being housed like a death row inmate. An attorney describing his client's life at a New Orleans juvenile facility. The Acadiana Center for Youth at St. Martinville is accused of violating young people's civil rights, even locking teens in cells for up to 24 hours. NBC News Now correspondent Zincle Esamoah is covering this story. It's part of a 4-month-long investigation from NBC News, ProPublica, and the Marshall Project. Zincle, it's so awesome to have you here to talk about this. This is just unbelievable. So, not many people are allowed inside this center. A former staffer gave you video there. What did it show you? What have you learned from it?
Yeah, that's spot on. Not many people have seen the inside of St. Martinville. I was there last month. I attempted to enter. I was turned away. But our comprehensive reporting team, which included NBC's Aaron Einhorn, national reporter, got 911 calls and video from a staffer that were frankly just disturbing. It showed a staff member being beat up. It showed fights happening within the facility. 911 calls revealed just a really turbulent climate inside. And I wanted to walk through the different allegations allegations that St. Martinville is being accused of. And this is according to incident reports and firsthand accounts. The facility is accused of locking youth in solitary confinement for 23 to 24 hours a day, for using police-style maneuvers on these youth. That includes things like knee strikes, for shackling minors outside of their cells, and for not providing formal education for at least 3 months. And again, these are minors. It's, of course,
so hard to hear.
It's so hard to hear, Allison. And through it all, it's very important to note that the OJJ, or the Office of Juvenile Justice, has repeatedly denied these allegations.
Okay. So they're saying it is not happening.
Yeah, they're saying it is not happening.
All right. So your team interviewed a 16-year-old. His name is Ben. He is still there. Yeah. What did you learn from him?
Absolutely. I think the first thing, before I even go into what he said, was his tone. He was quiet and deflated, and this is a theme that we saw throughout with all the youth, whether they were still detained or had been. They were clearly deflated, and their guardians talked about the impact being in this facility had on them. But what he told us was that he did not have any education, and we verified this, that for at least 3 months, the facility did not have a teacher. And also, parents and guardians and lawyers on behalf of these youth say they didn't even know the facility existed. And we have them saying that now. So let's hear what they had to say.
And he would be crying. And my son is not that type of person. So I knew something was up. They treat him like dogs.
And Allison, in regard to those claims about minors not having education, St. Martinville and the OJJ did acknowledge this, but they said they were not being negligent.
I know you said the OJJ denied the allegations, but is the government, local or otherwise, getting involved here?
Yeah, that's the golden question. I think, our hope is that this will bring awareness to a facility that many just say was brought up in secrecy. That's what one critic says about this facility. But we've also heard from a Louisiana representative, and he is introducing legislation that would limit the amount of time minors can spend in solitary confinement, making it just 4 hours, and also would streamline the process for notifying parents and guardians, because a lot of these parents say, I didn't even know my child was being moved to this place. So there's a lot here. There are a lot of allegations, but it's something we're going to have to follow. Allison.
All right. Zane Clay, thanks so much for your reporting. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We've got some breaking news, and it is 3 words fans have been waiting to hear. Baseball is back. How about that? Some good news for once. Major League Baseball and the Players Union have reached a tentative agreement on a new labor deal. It ends the 99-day lockout, and it clears the way for a full 162-game season. Now, that agreement still needs to be ratified by both sides before it becomes official, but you can smell it in the air. Opening day will be April 7th. All right, now back to the bad news. From gas to groceries, everything costs more these days. And today, it all got even more expensive. Where inflation is hitting your wallet the hardest. Next.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It is time for The Bottom Line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. The latest snapshot of our economy coming in hot. Consumer prices up 7.9% in February compared to last year. That is a fresh 40-year high. And in parts of the country, inflation is even worse. NBC News business and tech correspondent Jolene Kent is in Jackson Hole, Wyoming.
With inflation at 7.9% nationwide, it's actually even worse in the mountain region here in Wyoming, including Idaho, Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah, and several other states. In fact, the reason we're seeing inflation hit so hard here, especially for small businesses like restaurants, is that it's harder to get things here. It costs more energy. You saw the gas prices are really driving inflation right now. We went and met a restaurant owner in Cheyenne, Wyoming. His name is Brian Bow. He owns the Albany Restaurant. It's an 80-year-old institution, and this is what he told me in terms of what he's facing.
We don't want to raise prices, but you see it creeping up on you, and you see your margin getting smaller, and at some point something has to give, because you got to take care of your guests, but you also have to take care of your employees and take care of the business itself to make sure it's still here in another 80 years.
Across the board, we're seeing record price hikes in a lot of categories nationwide, increases that we've simply never seen before in terms of baby food, furniture, even lunch meat seeing a record increase. And President Biden has responded, saying that he's trying to bring down prices. He's blaming President Putin's price hike. But if you really look at the numbers, inflation has been above 5% since May. And this is an issue so many people have been dealing with for almost a year now.
Oil prices actually dipped again today, while the cost of gas keeps on soaring. Some Democratic governors are now lobbying for a gas holiday. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is in Dallas.
He really played a very, very pivotal.
All right, we had an issue with that story there. Sorry about that. Coming up, a group of Ukrainian moms taking the war on misinformation into their own hands. They are called the Moms News Network. NBC's Carrie Sanders has their story next.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Goldman Sachs announcing today it's getting out of Russia, the first big Wall Street bank to do so. It's part of the growing reaction to Russia as more American companies suspend their operations there. Senior international correspondent Keir Simmons has the latest from Moscow, and we should note Russia is cracking down on journalists there, limiting what reporters can say under threat of imprisonment.
With the Kremlin accusing the West of declaring economic war against Russia, one of America's most iconic brands preparing the temporary closure of 850 restaurants. Russians, young and old, packing into McDonald's or grabbing a final takeout.
We will miss it a lot. It was very delicious. My friends and I really like it.
Hard time.
Hard times?
Yes.
Hard times are coming?
Yes.
The grand opening hype was as foreign to Moscow as the hamburger.
30 years ago, as the Iron Curtain fell, the Golden Arches arrived in the heart of the communist Soviet Union. It felt like a new chapter. Now that era may be over. At the same restaurant today, it was easy to find supporters of President Putin. Everything is going the way it should be, this woman told us. This man disagrees. A growing list of Western companies closing their Russian businesses or suspending shipments to the country, though the full impact is yet to be felt. In Moscow, we counted 5 Starbucks and 7 McDonald's still open, one with a line for lunch. It is sad, but it's not a big deal. We'll survive without McDonald's, this woman says. It's wrong because it's the only affordable place for me where I could eat, says another. Others are defiant. We are a pretty brave people. We can't be threatened by this. This past few weeks, the atmosphere in Moscow has quickly changed. On the streets outside McDonald's, signs of a city on edge. Inside, many enjoying what was once a simple burger and fries. Now, a Last Supper.
They call themselves the Moms News Network. Ukrainian mothers with cell phones recording real-time video of the war. Here's NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders.
In the war zone, in a car, a mom with 2 kids.
Lots of kids with us.
And in every direction, horror. These raw images of war gathered not by professional journalists, rather by women still in Ukraine with cell phones in what's become the Mom News Network. Their goal, make sure the world sees everything they see.
Do you think that you are putting yourself in danger when you go out to get these images?
I'm not afraid, I'm more afraid to lose my country, my people, my friends, my relatives.
The moms began gathering war videos 18 days ago when Russia attacked. Now, more than 100 Ukrainian mothers connected across a country almost the size of Texas. They're often in spots where there are no journalists. They've filmed more than 1,000 videos so far.
The pictures that I took and videos, it's also like a very...
In war, it's said the first casualty is the truth.
We know and we believe that the information is our weapon in this fight.
This mom now organizing the videos as they come in.
You just can't sleep after watching this video.
The graphic scenes then shared with journalists, world politicians, and beyond. As so many flee Ukraine to bordering nations, those moms who stay behind on a mission. Is this a courageous moment?
This is the time very easy choosing. Are you going to die? Or you're going to protect your country, your family, yourself?
Anna Popavchenko, fearless for her 2-year-old son, Voldemir.
That the whole nation will stand up and fight with him, including mom with their cell phones, And he's also Ukrainian, so it's also about his.
A professional soccer player documenting his escape from Ukraine on social media. Take a look.
It just happened like one day to another. Like everything was fine, and the next morning, everything went chaotic.
This attack by Russia, which began about 8 hours ago, came in from 3 different locations. The government has imposed a state of emergency, calling it martial law.
Obviously, people are worried about me. How could I communicate with everyone at the same time? So I will just put it on TikTok and Instagram so everyone could see what's going on. And between the comments as well, people could help each other. People will watch me as well, and people that are having the same problem, people that were stuck there looking for a solution to get out. You're thinking like, wow, this only happens in movies and or like history books, and you're right now I'm here, I'm experiencing it. Tanks and the explosion I didn't see, but like I could see the buildings and that on fire. At first, we're on our way to Poland. We had other people that left way before us, and they were telling us it's crazy around here. Then we found all the routes to go to like the Hungarian border, or the Romanian one, or Slovakia, or the Hungary one, was the closest one from where we was at that time. The gas was the main problem. Like you only get 20 liters per car. We had to make sure we had enough gas for the car so we could continue our journey. We had a breakdown as well, where we were waiting in the motorway for 1 hour and a half, and you could see the tanks going past us at night. There was nothing to eat, like there was no hot food because people already bought everything. All I was eating was Pringles and chocolate. When we got to Hungary, the McDonald's were just there, like maybe like 15 minutes away. So I just wanted to eat something hot. Parents, they're very protective. My mom has high blood pressure, so if I'm not home, she's always nervous, thinking, is my son okay?
That does it for us. Hallie Jackson starts right now.
We begin tonight with a plea for help from emergency crews helping civilians in Ukraine. World leaders call what's happening there war crimes. full stop, including officials here in the U.S. as the danger grows and people are more and more desperate to get out. On the Hill, former Trump administration advisor Michael Flynn, remember him? Well, he met with lawmakers investigating the Capitol insurrection, but the January 6th committee may not be getting the answers they were hoping for. Then you've seen it for yourself. Gas, food, housing, all of it surging in cost. How bad is inflation really getting? Well, it's at levels we haven't seen in 40 years. How much worse it could get, that's coming up. And baseball is back. It took almost 100 days, but MLB owners and players have a deal for now. Then we'll take you behind the scenes of Louisiana's harshest juvenile facility, where kids are allegedly being held in solitary confinement for almost an entire day, some shackled even outside their cells. We're going to be reporting that out in tonight's Backstory. Hey everyone, I'm Vicki Nguyen in for Hallie Jackson, and we are coming on the air with new reaction to that horrible maternity hospital bombing. The EU's chief saying it could be considered a war crime, and the U.S. ambassador to the UN just a short time ago saying Russia's actions against the Ukrainian people are a war crime. The comments follow growing outrage from leaders in the West and Ukraine over the horrific attack that killed 3 people, including a child. Vice President Kamala Harris, too, condemning that attack. She's in Poland tonight, meeting with the country's president and Ukrainian refugees. A big diplomatic test for her there to prove the U.S.'s commitment to Poland and other NATO allies is, as she calls it, ironclad. This all as people in Ukraine are still trying to get out as fast as they can, with the destruction there just growing. Now, U.S. officials say Russian forces could encircle Kyiv in just a week or two, though they believe Ukraine is in a position to hold Russians at bay for several more weeks. Russian forces are now within 10 miles of Kyiv's city center on the northwestern route. This comes after top diplomats from Russia and Ukraine say they failed to make any progress to end the war today. Ukraine's foreign minister is saying surrendering to Russia, well, that's not an option. The UN is now estimating 549 civilians have been killed over the course of this war, 41 of them children. But they say the actual number, it's likely much higher. Meanwhile, emergency workers are trying to get Ukrainians food and medical supplies, but it's hard. The Red Cross says the situation in Mariupol is getting dire and desperate. Ukraine's President Zelensky is saying this morning Russia wants to humiliate his people. Matt Bradley is live in Lviv. Matt, Lviv has been such a major transit point for Ukrainians leaving to Poland. It's about a 90-minute drive to the border there. Diplomats spoke again today. They didn't make any progress. The shelling continues. And those humanitarian corridors everyone's been talking about, those are blocked by Russia. So it seems like it's becoming even more desperate and dangerous for civilians trying to get out there. You've been there this entire time, Matt. Are you getting a sense that it's worsening?
Yeah, I mean, actually, this entire time we've been crisscrossing the country. We were up in Kharkiv earlier. We were down in Dnipro in the east. And then now we're here in Lviv, and we were actually up in Rivne towards the northwest just a couple of days ago. The situation here is getting increasingly dire for most people. And, you know, this is something, even when they're not in the line of fire, even when they're not in a city that's facing a lot of regular shelling, they're becoming increasingly anxious and hateful of the Russians. And so this is a pattern that we're seeing everywhere that I've gone throughout Ukraine. I think that it is reaching a tipping point, and one thing that you hear from a lot of people is they have this one wish that you're hearing from both the government and from ordinary people in the street. They want the no-fly zone that the West is so reluctant to impose. And that's something that I'm hearing from just about everybody. It's not some lofty notion. It is something that everybody wants to see. And one of the things that I'm also hearing from a lot of people, particularly in government and particularly in local positions throughout the country, is that this is not just Ukraine's war. It's fought over Ukrainian land. It's Ukrainian people who are fighting for it. But this is a war that the West needs to support, because the future of the West and the future of Western people's happiness, as we've constantly heard, is at stake. And that's one of the things that people here find so deeply unfair, is that the West isn't throwing in the kind of support that they need, considering they have as much skin in the game as Ukrainians are, as far as they're concerned, as Ukrainians do. Vicki?
The world is getting smaller, Matt. We are increasingly encircled with each other. And speaking of the West, we have Vice President Harris stopping just short of directly accusing Russia of committing war crimes, saying the country should be investigated. But Poland's president went further. He said war crimes are, quote, obvious. And today, Linda Thomas Greenfield says Russia's actions overall are war crimes. Matt, what are you hearing?
I mean, one of the things that we keep hearing about is Mariupol and that attack on that maternity hospital or the children's hospital. That has become really a crucible in this country. It's become a symbol for a lot of people here, and we've heard it from President Zelensky. I heard it from the mayor of Rivne, the town we were just in a couple of days ago. Everybody here is pointing at Mariupol and pointing at that particular incident in which only 3 people died, and I should say only. Obviously, that's a terrible tragedy, but it really has become symbolic when you consider the amount of death and destruction and injury that we're seeing across the country, that this particular incident is rising out of the ashes and becoming a symbol for so many people. And that is one of the things that I think when people talk about war crimes, when international institutions discuss war crimes, they're pointing their fingers at Mariupol. And that's a pattern that's developing across the country, that the Russians are sort of, lashing themselves around these cities, surrounding them, and we're starting to see the same thing in Kyiv. Vicky?
Matt Bradley all over Ukraine, bringing us that comprehensive reporting. Thank you, Matt. Well, some breaking news before we came on the air from the January 6th committee. We are learning Michael Flynn, you remember, he was the national security advisor under Trump. Well, he testified today in a closed-door meeting with the committee. They sent a letter to Flynn back in November with a subpoena compelling him to testify about an Oval Office meeting. It happened back in December of 2020. But according to a statement from Flynn's lawyers, he took the fifth. He declined to answer any of the committee's questions. Garrett Hake joins me now. Garrett, remind us what went down in that December meeting. Why is that meeting so important to the January 6th committee?
Well, you have to go back even further than that. Flynn, who was fired from his job as national security advisor pretty early on in the Trump administration, never really left Donald Trump's circle, as was often the case. And then after the election, in the lead up to January 6th, that December 18th meeting was one in which he reportedly recommended seizing voting machines. He was very public, apparently both in that meeting and after the fact, talking about seizing voting machines or invoking martial law, rerunning the election. Kind of some of the most outrageous ideas that were publicly put forward for ways for then President Trump to somehow remedy what he saw as a stolen election came from Mike Flynn. So that's why the committee wanted to talk to him.
Some of the initial sparks there. Flynn's lawyer is saying the committee isn't getting very many answers from his client, and this isn't the first time the committee has basically been iced out by a former Trump administration official. So how are they going to get around this, and where do they go from here?
Yeah, it's interesting. I felt like Flynn's appearance today might have been more of a strategy to keep him from being held in contempt than it was to cooperate in any meaningful way. As you pointed out, his lawyer said he was invoking his Fifth Amendment privileges here today. He still has an active lawsuit against the committee pushing back on this subpoena in the first place. But like some of the other top Trump administration officials who have tried to push back, tried not to cooperate, the committee can go around this in other ways. They can subpoena phone records, email records. They've also been getting tons of cooperation voluntarily from aides, including to some of these very same Trump administration officials who've otherwise refused to cooperate. So they're really using the negative space around these officials and some of the folks who worked for them who maybe are less inclined to engage in expensive legal battles with the committee to get the information they need.
Garrett, we're also learning that the January 6th committee interviewed an aide to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. What do we know about that conversation?
Yeah, a senior aide on the House Administration Committee named Jamie Fleet. This is really interesting because this is one of the first people we know that they've talked to who actually had a hand or would have had a hand in the security planning that led up to January 6th. What was the House doing to secure itself? What was the posture of the Capitol Police? What were officials told, and when did they know what they knew? Kind of the nuts and bolts of how the House, and the House in particular, but really the Capitol more broadly, were kind of staged and prepared for that day. It's not as sexy as some of the investigatory elements that the committee has chased down, but it's the kind of information they're going to want to know to paint a complete picture of what happened that day.
Interesting use of the word sexy, Garrett. All right, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
You bet.
All right, well, no, it is not your imagination, and no, your paycheck didn't get smaller, although it feels that way. Everything is more expensive, and we actually have no indications right now that we're going to see any relief anytime soon. A new report out today shows inflation has risen 7.9% in the past year. Yeah, that is the highest level in 40 years. We're seeing the increases in food, energy, and housing prices. That's contributing the most to the spike. This all comes as gas prices have hit a record high for a third day in a row. The average in the U.S. today, $4.32 for a gallon. That's up 7 cents since just yesterday. And with oil costs continuing to skyrocket and concerns over rising food prices in the next couple of months, economists are really worried that inflation could reach double digits. Joining me now is Steve Leisman. Steve, we are looking at the biggest inflation increase since 1982. I remember my parents bought a home, their first home in the 80s, and they were telling me the interest rates back then were in the teens. It's hard for anybody right now to imagine that, but we're seeing this impact at the grocery store. A loaf of bread up 26 cents since last year. Eggs and ground beef are up. Bacon now over $1 more, averaging $6.27 a pound. So how much worse could this get?
You know, I think it can get quite a bit worse. And I think the way to think about it is to separate it to the price increases we saw before this invasion and price increases to come. The story here is that already, and this number today, the 7.9% number you gave, really did not include the price increases we've seen in the month of March or even at the end of February. So you had high inflation, accelerating inflation and broad-based inflation before we got to this war here. And now you're going to have the impact of higher oil prices, which leads to higher gasoline prices, which leads to prices of all the things that petroleum gets involved with, all the different products and doohickeys on in your entire house there. All that's going to go up, I think, quite a bit. And then you're going to have a food issue that maybe not exists right now, but the price of a bushel of wheat has gone up considerably. And so you may get another round of price increases when it comes to bread and other foodstuffs.
A slight bit of good news is some people have seen wage increases during the pandemic, but there are certain parts of the country or the workforce that are certainly more affected by this kind of inflation. Talk about that, and also what can the government actually do to lessen the effects on the average American person? I know there are 6 Democrats that are trying to at least remove the federal gas tax, which would, I think, bring down gas prices by 18 cents a gallon. What else can the government do to help the average consumer?
So just on the first part of your question on wages, the average wage is going up more slowly than inflation is rising, 0.5%. But when we take that apart a little bit, it does turn out that those at the lower end of the income scale are doing better, and doing better than those at the top of the income scale for a change. Obviously, this has not been the case for many decades, but it turns out that bringing, the competition for low and moderate income workers or salaried workers is much greater than it is at the top, at least for the moment here. We'll see if that lasts, but they have that group of people is actually doing better than inflation because of the competition. When it comes to what else the government can do, there's a little bit of skepticism on the gas tax because it's unclear, to me anyway, and to others as well, if the gas stations pass that along. They might, if things are competitive out there, but they might just charge what they did before or some portion of it anyway without the gas tax. I think there's ideas about rebates. It's a very difficult thing to do to get the relief to those who need it most when it comes to the gas tax. And you're absolutely right, it is a gas tax when you have higher gasoline prices the way we do right now.
Steve Leisman breaking it down for us tonight on the economy side. Thank you. The White House today under increasing pressure to alleviate those rising prices at the pump and at the grocery store during a midterm year. They're putting the blame for rising energy prices on Russia. Biden is calling it Putin's price hike after the U.S. banned the import of Russian oil. It set the stage for some awkward new talks with Venezuela, which happens to have a lot of oil. And they just released 2 American detainees. That has some reports saying Venezuela did that in exchange for the U.S. easing up on sanctions that were already in place against that country. The White House is saying, no, that's not the case.
While they are a very large producer of oil, this is not currently at this moment an active conversation about importing their oil.
Venezuela, the elephant in the room, as President Biden met with Colombian President Ivan Duque today. Duque having publicly expressed his concerns over the U.S.'s negotiations with a dictatorship. Joining me now is Mike Memoli. Mike, Psaki says no, there are no active conversations about the U.S. importing Venezuelan oil, but there is still criticism the U.S. is putting sanctions on one dictator, then asking favors of another. How does the White House reconcile all of this and explain it?
Vicky, this has really been one of the toughest points of contention between the White House and, frankly, members of the president's own party this week, because we've seen some of the loudest voices of criticism of these talks with the Venezuelan government of Mr. Maduro being Democrats in Congress, obviously Republicans outraged as well. But really what we're seeing is one of the ripple effects, of course, of the situation in Ukraine has been the spike in gas prices, and one of the results of that has really scrambled some of the pillars of the Biden administration foreign policy, which is really not to deal with these dictatorial regimes. The White House really isn't saying what was being discussed between a U.S. delegation and Venezuelan leaders in the past week. They say actually there have been conversations happening over the course of the last few months focused primarily on releasing those detained Americans down there. But we're also seeing this play out in other ways as well. Remember, President Biden during the campaign called Saudi Arabia a pariah, said that the country had no redeeming social value. Well, we're also seeing the White House having to deal more with the Saudi government, again, having to deal with trying to boost oil production to try to lower prices. And so the White House said that Biden doesn't, stands by his comments about Saudi Arabia from the campaign, but we're seeing that battle of the 21st century, autocracies versus democracies, scrambled a bit as the Biden administration has had to have some difficult conversations with these governments that they wanted to keep at arm's length.
Well, let's talk about inflation, Mike. The White House isn't shying away from the fact Americans are being hit hard. Psaki, like Biden, on behalf of Biden, still shifting blame to Russia today. And some polls show, look, Americans in the interim, some of them are okay paying more for gas to punish Russia. How long do you think that goodwill, that sentiment is going to last? Will Americans tolerate this policy? And then we're coming up in the midterms. How do you think that's going to play out for Biden and the Democrats if costs still continue to rise?
Yeah, the administration obviously for a long time has been pinning the inflation on the pandemic, which is true, right? The disruption in supply chains primarily leading to higher prices, more difficult in getting goods to the market here. The obvious price spike because of gas has been a huge driver of inflation. We actually don't even see the recent spike in gas prices in these most recent inflation numbers. But the White House is maintaining two tracks. One is now blaming this on Putin squarely for the moment, and there is polling that suggests the American people are willing to pay higher gas prices, at least in the near term, because of this situation. In the long term, we will eventually see the White House getting back to pushing a domestic agenda. Yes, it's not Build Back Better anymore, building a better America, trying to get some specific pieces of legislation through that they say will help deal with the longer term core issues involving inflation. But this is obviously going to be a big issue in the midterm elections. That's why you saw the president use his State of the Union address, one, to talk about what he's going to do about it, but first, even before that, to say he understands Americans' problems. He's got to show that empathy. That's really the barrier to entry before he can even talk about what he wants to do next.
Yeah, money is going to be on a lot of voters' minds. Mike Memoli, thank you. Well, Britain just added 7 more oligarchs to its list of sanctioned Russian oligarchs, including billionaire Roman Abramovich. Now he can no longer travel to the UK. His assets are frozen, and he can't do business with any UK citizens either. Prime Minister Boris Johnson in a statement saying there can be no safe havens for those who have supported Putin's vicious assault on Ukraine. Abramovich is the owner of Chelsea, one of the UK's most popular soccer teams. He had recently said he would be selling the team. It's reportedly worth $2.1 billion. Well, those plans, that's not going to happen now. He's also believed to own a bunch of properties in the UK, including, check this one out, 15-bedroom mansion in West London's Kensington Palace Gardens. That is what you're looking at there, just behind the gate. We can't get past there. Tom Winter joins me now. Tom, Abramovich managed to avoid this for a very long time. Now it's happening. How big of a deal is it? And my second part of the question is, look, you freeze my assets, I'm in trouble. I go to the ATM, I can't get any money out. If you're an oligarch, don't you have money stashed? I mean, what's the reality for him on the day-to-day?
Well, I think you've hit on a couple of things there. First off, I think it is significant because this is somebody who's really well known. You know, a lot of these oligarchs are not that well photographed. I mean, we can pick up maybe 10 or 15 photos of them. This is somebody who's very public. He owns one of the most popular soccer teams, or at least well-known soccer teams. I don't want to get in trouble with our football fans in the UK, in the world, frankly. So I think the fact that he's been targeted today is important. He's somebody who came up through Yeltsin, was close with Yeltsin, somebody who knew Putin as he was coming up. So this is somebody who's been really interwoven with the Russian government for a long time. With respect to his assets, yeah, they're absolutely frozen in the UK. But to your point, these guys have billions. They spend millions on lawyers and on making sure that they have wealth tucked away in a number of places. Right. One of those places might be through his daughter's who have dual U.S. and Russian citizenship.
I was hoping you were going to mention something about yachts, models, and bottles, like
We'll
you
get
do
there.
every time we talk about oligarchs. All right, well, so he's alleged to have these very strong ties to President Putin.
Sure.
He has denied it. What do we know about the nature of their relationship?
Well, according to the UK, and in their documentation today, which we have, that details his background, his past, and why they're sanctioning him, they say that they have a decades-old relationship. And based on his businesses and the business interests he has had in the past, namely Gazprom, his interests in the steel industry and in the oil and natural gas industries in Russia, you don't get those unless you're close to Vladimir Putin. It's just that clear. And both the UK and US officials have said that. So while he's not in hot water here yet from an asset standpoint, he's somebody who's very much on the US's radar and somebody who they absolutely have assessed has a close tie to Putin. And even this effort potentially in the Ukraine saying that his steel company might be supplying some of the steel for the Russian military and for Russian tanks.
Yesterday, you were in the same seat talking to Stephanie Gosk about Deripaska.
Right.
We've also heard about Igor Sechin. These are all oligarchs that have been sanctioned by the UK. Their combined net worth is something ridiculous, like $20 billion.
Right.
So this latest move, what kind of pressure lever does it turn on? I mean, does it make a difference with Putin and what he's doing in Ukraine?
Well, I think the UK portion of this is important because the UK has traditionally not had very transparent laws and protections in place to determine who actually has what assets and where. And I think the fact that this is going to be frozen and that the UK banks are going to have to pay attention to this could actually put the squeeze on. I mean, we're talking about a guy who has $9.7 billion. And really what we're playing here, Vicky, is a global game of whack-a-mole. So if you can't do business in the UK, and for some of these people that you just mentioned, we talked about Deripaska yesterday. We talked about Chemezov on Monday. You've got on Tuesday, rather. So you've got the KGB hardliner in Chemezov. You got the business hardliner in Deripaska with ties to Russian organized crime, came up in the special counsel's investigation.
About the aluminum mafia.
The aluminum wars and Russian organized crime, exactly right. We've got somebody here, Abramovich, today, who was a part of that. At one point, he said, why do I want to get too into it? Seems like somebody dies every 3 days. That was the type of stuff that was going on. So as this global game of whack-a-mole for these assets continues, it's going to be harder for them to find places to park it. It's going to be harder for them to find places to move money. If they can't move money in and out, they can't move money in and out to potentially help the Russian government continue with the invasion they've started in Ukraine.
Tom Winter, as always, making difficult things easier for us to understand. We appreciate it. Stick around. You're going to like this story. You're a baseball fan, right?
Yes.
Of course. Who isn't, right? Okay. Well, it's breaking news. Bust out the peanuts and Cracker Jack. The lockout is over and baseball is back. After nearly 100-day lockout, Major League Baseball owners and the Players Union have finally reached a tentative agreement on a new labor deal. If everyone signs off, we're going to get the full 162-game season this year. Opening day is set for April 7th. There are some rule changes, too. The designated hitter, the DH, finally comes to the National League, and the postseason expands to 12 teams. Morgan Chesky is all over this story tonight. Morgan, this is the first work stoppage baseball has had in 26 years. Finally, it's over. Almost took 100 days. Walk us through what both sides are getting and you know, the tentative agreement that's been reached.
Yeah, there's a lot in play here, Vicky. 99 days going back and forth, and frankly, it did look pretty bleak for a long time. And there was growing talk that we wouldn't even have the beginning of a season here. But included in all of these changes is, as you mentioned, the designated hitter coming to the National League. I actually enjoyed watching pitchers take whiffs at pitches, but unfortunately, that is changing for this upcoming season, which begins in early April. And among the other changes here, as we kind of go down this list that took so long to agree upon from both sides, includes a 45-day window for MLB to implement rule changes. And among these potential rule changes that could happen in this 45-day window, we're talking about a pitch clock, meaning how long between the pitcher, between pitches for the pitcher, ban on shifts from defensive outfielders moving around depending upon who's in the batter's box, and actually larger bases. That's up for discussion as well as a potential change for this 2023 season. I know, I never would have thought that. National League, as you mentioned, adopting the DH. There's also a draft lottery. Now, this is important because it's implemented with the intent of trying to keep a team from tanking. worst record in the league, higher draft pick with this draft lottery. They would hope that it would change that to keep things more competitive as the season goes on. They would also have draft pick inducements to discourage service time manipulation. And then they want to limit the number of times a player can be optioned to the minor leagues in one season. So among all of these changes, the base salary was one of the biggest sticking points, and that I should add, that has been raised from $570,000 to $700,000, and this would apply to those young players just in the league, 3 years or less, getting a relatively significant raise here. And we're not talking about the big names that you would see, you know, in advertisements, et cetera. And this was one of the biggest sticking points from the players' union throughout this entire ordeal. And frankly, it was one of the reasons why a lot of people didn't think this would even happen. This agreement finally reached now 99 days after it began. I remember covering this back in early December, thinking it would be relatively short discussion, and here we are, well into spring now.
Yeah.
Fortunately, though, fortunately, we will have baseball coming back. Vicky?
Well, that is good news. Morgan, let me ask you a couple things, because I think you know a thing or two about the game. It's very traditional. It's America's pastime. So how do you think fans, well, first of all, how do you think the game is going to change? If we're talking about the pitch clock, does that speed things up? You said bigger plates. Does that make it easier to, like, steal bases or, you know, like score a run, right? Because it's easier. It's bigger. And then the whole designated hitter, that was funny. You said you liked watching pitchers having to, like, hit, and they're not very good. So now somebody else can come in and hit for them, right? So how does this change the game for fans?
You know, I don't think it'll be anything drastic. I do think that for those who grew up with the game, they may have staunch opinions one way or the other, but the casual fan shouldn't notice anything too incredibly different. I do think the shift, the ban on shifts is going to be interesting to see, especially in the playoffs, because by this point, when you've seen a player kind of go through an entire season, you have the outfields and the infields, for that matter, who have seen, you know, dozens, if not more than 100 games of where they primarily hit the ball, and they can kind of shift accordingly, cover that part of the field. And a lot of people say that that took away the essence of the game, if you will. That was the argument. And meanwhile, you have defensive-minded players and coaches who say you should absolutely do this to better increase the odds of getting an out. So that'll be interesting to see. I don't know if the bases are going to be significantly larger to the point where we would actually notice it with a naked eye looking and watching the game on TV. But that pitch clock could actually, as you mentioned, speed the game up. And I know for a lot of people who may be just casual fans, you know, you're sitting there, you're watching, maybe speeding it up, not a horrible thing here. So time will tell. Yeah, exactly.
All right, well, hey, there's going to be baseball. So that's the good news out of all this. We appreciate you, Morgan. Thank you. Absolutely. Coming up, New Yorkers with previous marijuana convictions, well, they're going to get first dibs on retail licenses to sell pot. Yeah, you heard me right. We'll tell you why after the break. Plus, were you hoping to get rid of your mask when you traveled? Well, the TSA is going to extend mask mandates on planes and public transportation for another month. Why the agency is making the move and what this means for your spring break plans.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Just a few hours ago, New York rolled out a plan to give the first licenses in the state to sell marijuana to people who've had prior marijuana-related convictions. Yeah, the state basically saying it wants to do this to level the playing field by giving a leg up to people who have traditionally been disproportionately affected by the war on drugs. Governor Kathy Hochul's administration has vowed to create the most diverse marijuana industry in the nation. Hochul wants New York to pass legislation that would provide $200 million to support these businesses. A lot of those dispensary licenses, well, they're also expected to go to women, minorities, distressed farmers, and veterans. And of course, aiming to give convicted felons dispensary licenses comes with a lot of criticism. New York State Senator Rob Ortt has already voiced his concerns with giving taxpayer dollars to, quote, those who have broken the law. Ron Allen following this for us tonight. He joins us here. Ron, thank you so much for being here. So here we are. They're going to be evaluating these applicants based on all sorts of things. But it sounds like having a felony conviction is not a deal breaker. And it, in fact, could help push you to the front of the line.
It does push you to the front of the line. That and some business experience. They're not just going to give these to anybody. But the underlying concern is social equity. This notion that the war on drugs, marijuana arrests disproportionately hurt communities of color. And all this legislation that's been passed in various states, Illinois, California, Michigan, Massachusetts, is designed to, marijuana business is a multi-billion-dollar industry. And the laws are designed to try and get some of that money back to the communities, back to people who are harmed, not just let it by getting licenses to individuals, but funding schools, other health projects, things of that nature as well. But New York, this is a bold step because they're taking people with convictions, putting them at the front of the line, maybe as many as 200 or so.
Wow.
And they're funding it. The biggest problem getting into the marijuana industry is money. So imagine that. And so the governor is trying to get into the budget some $200 million, which will help these people overcome the biggest obstacle.
Are these like grants? Are they small business loans? Are they, because obviously the people who are already in the industry from other states, et cetera, they have an advantage, right? They're already established. So if you're a small business hoping to start a dispensary, how does that $200 million come to you?
I think that remains to be seen, some of the details. Okay. And the bottom line is that there's anticipated a lot of tax revenue, billions, that's going to come back. And some of this money is going to have to be returned to the state. So, yes, I guess there's a scenario where you get a loan.
Like a startup grant or startup loan?
Exactly. And then when you make your millions, you send it back to the state in taxes. I don't think they're giving a lot away for free. But the bottom line is that there's a lot of social consciousness involved in this legislation. And there is some opposition. People like the congressperson you quoted who feel like, this is rewarding bad behavior. But on the other hand, there are people who feel that something fundamentally wrong happened.
Right. People were punished disproportionately.
And there are studies that suggest that that was the case. And these laws are being passed to try and correct that wrong. And the marijuana industry, the legal marijuana industry, is thought to be so lucrative that there's a lot of money that's going to be used for those purposes. And there'll be individuals, entrepreneurs, equity entrepreneurs they're called, who will get a shot at these licenses that in many states are limited. It's unclear how many New York is going to give out, but New Jersey, for example, is limiting the number.
Okay.
They're doing something similar. Their system is kind of bogged down. But the bottom line is, yes, this is a very novel program, and there's money behind it to get it started.
All right, Ron Allen breaking that down for us. Thank you so much, Ron. Good to see you. Well, let's get you over to the 5 things that our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, Republican Congressman Madison Cawthorn. He's been charged with driving with a revoked license. This is the second time the North Carolina lawmaker's been charged with driving with a revoked license. There's another incident back in 2017 before he was elected to Congress. He's scheduled to appear in court in May. Number 2, Florida legislators passed a GOP-backed bill to create a police force to investigate voter fraud. The bill would provide almost $4 million to look into reports of election crimes in that state, even though there is no evidence of widespread voter fraud there. It now heads to Governor Ron DeSantis' desk. Number 3, a report from the U.S. Census Bureau shows big undercounts of black people, Latinos, and Native Americans. Meanwhile, non-Hispanic white people were overcounted at almost double the rate in the last decade. Officials say this is an ongoing trend that has serious impact on things like voting districts and how states spread out their funding. Number 4, Novak Djokovic. Well, he can't compete again at 2 tournaments here in the U.S. because he's unvaccinated and he can't travel to the country. The tennis star will be missing both the Indian Wells Masters and the Miami Open. He's played in only 1 tournament this year because of his vaccination status, and you will remember Djokovic was deported from Australia back in January, and he couldn't defend his title there. Number 5, researchers say giant spiders could, quote, colonize the entire East Coast this spring by literally parachuting down from the sky with those silken webs that they spin. Joro spiders, they're an invasive species native to Asia. They get as big as the palm of your hand. That's including the legs, not the body. It's unclear how the critters made it all the way to the U.S., but luckily, scientists say they are harmless to humans. They're timid, they're shy. If they bite you, their teeth can't even, their fangs can't pierce your skin. That's what I read, so don't freak out. Now, just as those mask mandates on planes and public transportation were set to expire this month, the TSA is now saying it will extend the mandate until April 18th. This means the mask stays on in airports, on planes and trains, and for your morning commute on buses and subways. The announcement comes just weeks after the CDC says most Americans are now safe to go without a mask indoors. So why do we still have to wear them on planes, trains? Joining me now is Heidi Presbala. Heidi, if indoor mask guidelines have been lifted, then why are we seeing this extension on the travel and public transportation side?
Yeah, it seems confusing, but it's really not. Let me break it down here. So they're just buying more time. The real news here, Vicki, is that they're working on a framework that does not include universal masking on airplanes, buses, and trains for the long term. This is more so the news than the 30-day extension. There are consultations taking place right now, Vicki, between the Department of Transportation and the CDC to determine when, forever and ever, masks will be required and when they won't be. Officials are telling me it's one thing to set these benchmarks, which they've already done at the local level, but when you're making health and safety decisions based on data coming from multiple locations, as is the case with travel, it's a different challenge, and they don't want to rush into this. So this is about putting in place a policy that can respond responsibly to these peaks and valleys of the virus that are just going to be part of living with endemic COVID, Vicki.
So they're buying some more time so they can make a more comprehensive policy. And that date is April what? April 18th?
April 18th, so extending a month from March 18th, which is when it's supposed to expire. And then hopefully they're going to have something that is comprehensive if we get a wave in the summer or we get a wave in the fall. We're not going to have unruly passengers who are causing a ruckus and a problem. As we've seen, that'd be a big problem because they were told you can unmask when in fact it's going to be just a part of life, that there's going to be periods where we have to mask and periods where we don't. It's just more complicated when you're dealing with multiple localities and people that are mobile.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Heidi Presbala, thank you so much. So don't chuck those masks quite yet. All right, well, still to come, on the ground in Poland, what life is like for thousands of Ukrainian refugees who've escaped Russia's invasion. We'll also tell you what you can do to help as the humanitarian crisis worsens. That's next.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What do you see right now with Putin, and do you think he's a rational actor? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? The sanctions did not deter. Can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
More than 2 million refugees have fled Ukraine since the Russian invasion. That's more than half of them are children. That's according to UNICEF. There are no signs of this mass exodus letting up anytime soon. Today, hundreds of Ukrainian refugees once again packed a train station in Krakow as they take their next steps in their journey as a refugee, not knowing exactly where they're going in some cases. Ellison Barber is there. Ellison, what are you seeing where you are today? Where are folks going? You've been there, you've been in the camps, you've been playing soccer with the kids, and I imagine every day it's a different story, many different stories.
Yeah, it really is. It's so many different stories, but at the same time, the core of them are so similar. All these very different people having similar traumatic experiences and then just trying to do the best they can for themselves, for their families in the immediate hours, days. You know, we started our coverage at border crossings, going to 6 different runs. Now we're in Krakow because this is sort of the next step for a lot of people after they've crossed into Poland. A lot of the train stations in the border towns, they come to bigger cities like this one. And what we have seen here in the train station is just platforms packed with people waiting, trying to get some sort of assistance, trying to figure out what they do next. At one of the train stations where we were today, we saw this line just full of people waiting, many of them hours, to get up to the front to try and get some information about whether or not they potentially could have a room, a place to stay for the coming days or weeks in the Krakow area. There was one person we met, a man who was too frustrated to speak on camera. He'd waited in line for 3 hours only to get to the front and be told that they were out of rooms and they did not have a specific place for him to stay. For a lot of people, that means they're going to, at least for a little while, have to either sleep in train stations or stay at makeshift shelters while they try to figure out what is available and where they can go next. Vicki?
Ellison, we've seen a lot of generosity from volunteers, people stepping up to help as much as they can. You've spoken to some of them, including a mother who came from Ukraine. 2.3 million refugees at this point have left Ukraine. We've seen a lot of chaotic scenes. Are things stabilizing at all? Is there any more of a systematic way of welcoming folks and then getting people to safety?
I mean, the simple answer is that they're doing the best they can, but when you need help, the best someone can do is not always good enough, right? Because you have children who need help. You have a lot of things going on, and the best someone can do, it's often not immediate enough. The Polish government, they're working with trying to get accommodations for people as they come into. They were leading the charge on that train platform I was talking about earlier. And then we've also met volunteer groups, the Scouts here in Krakow, running one of these sort of makeshift shelters, trying to find places for people to stay, work for some people. And one thing that has been amazing to see both in the city in Krakow and then also at some of the border crossings are refugees who have come in needing help, having to flee their own homes, and then making the decision, particularly if they speak Polish, that they should actually become part of this volunteer effort to help other Ukrainians. And we met someone like that today. Listen to what she told us. Why want to help when you're dealing with a lot too?
Because I can help. That's why I want to help. Because I have time to do something for my people. Because I see people's stories is more sad than my story. That's why I want to be helpful here.
That's sort of one of the amazing things about covering devastating situations is when you are in the darkest places, you always seem to find the brightest lights. People like that woman who dealing with a lot of stuff herself, worried about her own children, still finding time to help other people because she thinks for kids especially to hear a familiar voice, someone speaking Ukrainian, that it's a comfort for them when they really need it. Vicki.
Oh, that's remarkable. Ellison Barber, thank you so much. We appreciate you. And it's the stories and images like that Ellison and many others are bringing you that have a lot of us here wondering, how can we help? So we've actually put together a list of vetted organizations letting people know that you can actually make an impact from 6,000 miles away.
Thousands of refugees pour across the border into places like Poland. There are volunteers there to meet the immediate needs on the ground. They're distributing food, toys, and other supplies to those just trying to figure out what's next. But they can't do it alone. It's donations that help them feel comfort in a time of so much uncertainty. Aid groups say one of the quickest ways to make an impact is through donating money to a trusted organization, like World Central Kitchen. That organization is taking donations to help feed people as Chef Jose Andres serves up meals for those arriving at the border.
Nothing sends a bigger message of hope than a humble plate of food.
A group called Global Empowerment Mission, based in Miami, is on the ground in Poland using donations to buy train and plane tickets for refugees to get them to friends and family for more stable housing. They're also setting up a warehouse to distribute mountains of donations. For those innocent children who spent 2 years in a global pandemic and are now displaced because of Russia's invasion, organizations like Save the Children's Ukraine Crisis Relief Fund or the Red Cross, who says its volunteers have been in Ukraine for 8 years, are putting themselves in danger as they work to help those affected by the invasion. Another group, Razom for Ukraine, says they're focused on the need for medical aid for Ukrainian hospitals. Some folks are donating in innovative ways. Airbnb is allowing users to book rentals in the war-torn country and waiving service fees. That way, the money used to rent the place goes directly to the Ukrainian owner, even though the people who booked the place don't plan to stay. The company itself is also offering free, short-term housing for those displaced by the invasion. For those that need a ride out of Ukraine, Uber is offering free rides between the Ukrainian and Polish border and 2 Polish cities. They're also working with the International Rescue Committee to help those displaced.
If you'd like to see a list of trusted nonprofits, well, you can get out your phone. We've got a QR code. Just turn on the camera app, scan it, a link will come up. And if you click that link, it will take you to our NBC reporting with even more information on how to help. And just a reminder, with the good can also come the bad. Here's how to avoid getting scammed. For starters, you want to use a credit card because your credit card offers more layers of protection to help prevent scams. Also, beware of donation emails or texts that come to you that are unsolicited, that ask for an urgent donation right now. Do your research on those trusted nonprofits. Look up organizations on charity sites like Charity Navigator or GuideStar.org. Well, still ahead, police are searching for a woman caught on camera stealing thousands of dollars worth of cosmetic injectables. What we know about the so-called Botox bandit, that's next. And what kind of punishment is actor Jussie Smollett facing after his conviction for falsely reporting a hate crime attack against himself? Those details straight ahead.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come, teens once held in solitary confinement for weeks on end, some in the pitch black for upwards of 23 hours a day. We're going to take you inside Louisiana's harshest juvenile lockup and hear why some call the conditions there child abuse. But first, NBC News covers hundreds of stories each day, and because you couldn't possibly read, watch, or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we love to call The Local. From our West Coast Bureau, authorities say a construction worker found a mummified body in the wall of the Oakland Convention Center in California. It was found during some renovations. Officials don't have a lot of details right now, but they say the body was preserved in good condition. Their plan now is to determine who it is and how it got there. From our Midwest Bureau, police in Kentucky are looking for a woman who stole $10,000 worth of Botox. I know it sounds like a lot, but that stuff's expensive. It happened at a salon in Pioneer Village. Video shows the thief breaking in with a wrench and a hammer before making off with the goods. Authorities are asking for the public's help in finding this Botox bandit. And from our Northeast Bureau, one New England fisherman wants to help Ukraine by selling an unusual catch. Captain Tim Ryder pulled in a 7-pound woolly mammoth tooth last December. The 12,000-year-old fossil is being kept at his restaurant in Maine. It's up for auction on eBay till Sunday. Take a look at that thing. It's kind of cool. Ryder says 100% of the proceeds will go to helping Ukrainian refugees. If you ever wanted that woolly mammoth tooth. All right, well, actor Jussie Smollett is in court today waiting for a sentencing after he was convicted last year for lying to police about a racist and homophobic attack that he staged. You may remember this crazy story. It began in 2019 when Smollett reported to Chicago police 2 men wearing ski masks beat him and hurled racial and homophobic slurs at him. This is police body cam video from that night. The actor, who is black and gay, also said that the attackers threw a chemical in his face and wrapped a noose around his neck. Well, after an extensive investigation, authorities say Smollett actually had recruited those 2 men that he knew. He wanted to stage an attack in order to advance his career. That is a claim the actor continues to deny. They're back in the courtroom today after taking a short break. I want to bring in Jesse Kirsch now. Jesse, Smollett's attorneys argued for hours to get a new trial. Smollett's still saying he's innocent. So walk us through what's happened in court today so far. We know a lot of his family members are there.
Yeah, so Vicky, a lot of time was spent this afternoon debating a defense motion to have the verdict overturned or have a new trial come forward. The judge, after hearing arguments at length from the defense as well as hearing from the prosecution, denied that defense motion. So they're in the middle of the sentencing hearing right now, and we've been following along with that live. And you just hit on one of the key points that the special prosecutor is discussing right now. Jussie Smollett had maintained his innocence all the way through the trial. He testified saying there was no hoax during the trial, and he has now been convicted of these crimes unanimously by a jury. So the special prosecutor is emphasizing right now as a factor for aggravation, an argument for aggravation when the judge decides his sentence, that Jussie Smollett has never taken ownership of what he is said to have done. His brother spoke in court a short time ago and was very vocal about saying, I'm not here to relitigate what went on in the trial. We're looking at a sentence or a decision that has been reached by the jury, so I'm just asking for leniency. So that's where things stand right now. The 2 sides are going back and forth, and we're still waiting to hear what sentence the judge will give Jussie Smollett.
Interesting to see if the judge goes more lenient or less lenient if he hasn't really taken accountability or accepted that guilty verdict. I want to ask you about this. What do you think this has done for the Chicago community, the impact of this case, and also on hate crime victims, because every time there is a false report like this and resources are spent and then the outcome, this is an extreme case, but when it's not true, what does that do for people who are the actual victims of hate crimes?
There are so many things that the city, that prosecutors have pointed to. The tangible, let's start there. The city says that there were more than $130,000 in overtime costs that the Chicago Police Department had to bill for having detectives and officers working around the clock to try to track down criminals who, it turns out, they say, were just associates of Mr. Smollett, who were part of a staged hate crime. Then it's the fact that they're taking officers away from investigating other crimes. This was going on in a very cold time of year in January 2019. And so there's the physical harm that people could be putting themselves through. The police department says officers and detectives and their families were under immense stress investigating all this. And then there's just the perception problem. So there are a lot of issues that the city and prosecutors are arguing as aggravating factors here.
Jesse Kirsch, thank you so much for your reporting. We'll follow the sentencing. We appreciate it. Well, it is time to get to one of the coolest segments on this show. It's called The Backstory. It's our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. Imagine a place where kids are held in solitary confinement for 23 hours. That's what was happening at a juvenile facility in Louisiana. That's according to a new NBC report. Teens there destroying beds and light fixtures, using shards of glass to break the walls, trying to escape like this. You can see the holes there. The American Medical Association condemning isolating young people. They say it can lead to depression and anxiety. The report finding the facility also didn't offer formal education to the young people in its care for more than 3 months. Guards used police-style maneuvers on teenagers, and those kids were shackled even when they were outside their cells. Louisiana's Office of Juvenile Justice, which runs the facility, has denied these allegations. And while the young people at this facility have committed serious crimes like stealing cars or guns, no one deserves this kind of treatment. Unlike adult prisons, juvenile systems aren't meant to punish young people for breaking the law. They're actually supposed to help them rehabilitate, go on, lead productive lives. Aaron Einhorn, who reported on this story with ProPublica and the Marshall Project, joins me now. Hey, Aaron, this is a moving report, an important one. It shines a spotlight on something that not a lot of people knew was going on. Talk to us about how you heard about this and what surprised you about what you uncovered.
Yeah, actually, this had started as a story about, we were looking at what happened with education in juvenile justice facilities during the pandemic. And we started calling around to advocates around the country saying, what's happening in your area? And we spoke with some advocates in Louisiana who told us about this facility. They said, we have this facility where there's education happening at all. So, we started looking into it. And in fact, it was actually far worse than even these advocates knew about. It wasn't just that they were being deprived of an education. They were being held in solitary around the clock. They were, their legs and they were being handcuffed and shackled with leg irons every time they left. They were being pepper sprayed, subjected to harsh discipline when they got out of line. And the facility was chaotic, violent. Incident reports just showing, kids, throwing feces at guards. It was just this, ripping the light fixtures and using the metal shards to rip holes in their walls. Just really, alarming conditions. Education being a huge part of it, obviously, but it was much bigger than we started out looking at.
Aaron, you talked to a woman, Rebecca McDonald. Her 16-year-old was in solitary confinement for at least a month in that Louisiana facility. What did she say about how he was treated, her son, and how did you convince her to speak publicly about this?
All of the parents that we spoke with, told a similar story. These are kids, many of them with severe mental health issues. They need serious help. And, their kids were taken away from them, put in these facilities. And instead of being given help, the parents were telling us, that their kids weren't getting anything. They were just being locked up, just being shackled, we know how hard it is to come back from, an experience in the criminal justice system as a young person. And then if you're not getting an education, they need intense therapy and they're not getting it. And so, the parents that that we spoke with, and we also interviewed, a young man who was in the facility, and they just told us you just have to, they didn't have books or paper in the cell with them. They were just kind of in there completely by themselves, and there's extensive research on the psychological ramifications for a child, or an adult who's being held in those conditions. So they were very concerned. And the reason they wanted to talk to us is because they wanted help for their kids, and they hoped that by speaking with us and sharing their stories that, they could get that help.
Now, we certainly hope it makes a difference and that there will be some impact and some changes, and I know you'll stay on that story. Erin Einhorn, thank you so much for your time with the Behind the Story this evening.
Thank you.
Wazinkle Esemwa will also have more on this, reporting tonight on Top Story with Tom Yamas at 7 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC News Now. And that's a wrap for this hour. Hallie is on assignment. Our Kristen Welker will be in this seat for you tomorrow. Same time, same place. Coverage picks up right now. We begin tonight with a plea for help from emergency crews helping civilians in Ukraine. World leaders call what's happening there war crimes, full stop, including officials here in the U.S. as the danger grows and people are